Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Are you freaking kidding me? This team, man.
Oh, my gosh.
Left for dead, Patrick Bailey. Left for dead at one point, Casey Schmidt. Left for dead, Wilmer Flores at one point. This team finds a way. A week ago this time, you had gotten swept by the Marlins. You lost the first two against the D-backs. The sky was falling. When are you getting Chapman back? What the hell's going on with Devers? What the hell's going on with Adames? And then all of a sudden you start this massive homestand before the All-Star break against one of the best teams and the best pitching staffs in all of baseball in the Philadelphia Phillies. And what do? You take the series at 2 games. Now you can get greedy today, Joey. As I say good morning to you. I say good morning to Sam Lubman, Carter, everyone waking up. If you're still just, maybe people didn't even fall asleep last night. That was that kind of win that makes you feel like, God, I wish the All-Star break wasn't next week. I wish we could just keep playing because you're starting to see this offense get timely hitting again. You're starting to see guys believe in one another. Patrick Bailey, it's been a struggle. We all know it. But for him to have that moment last night, a walk-off inside the park home run, first time in 12 years since Angel Pagan. It's crazy, man. That was crazy. The atmosphere was buzzing, and you can get greedy today, Joey. Did you think the game was over? Bottom of the ninth yesterday. Did you think it was cooked?
Are you kidding me?
Schmidt, Lee, Flores.
When Lee popped up, I knew right then and there, they're losing this game. And boy, I was high. Well,
Bohm he bobbled it. I thought he was going to drop it.
I mean, just unbelievable. What a game last night. And so many little things happening in that game. I thought Robbie Ray was good at times. And then, that particular lineup is a very difficult lineup to navigate. And Kyle Schwarber, he giveth and he taketh away. A guy with a leaning, lunging forward, one arm golf shot that was absolutely tanked.
How do these guys do that, man? The strength, the upper body strength of some of these guys is incredible.
He steals second base and then gets chucked out at third base by just an unbelievable play by Pat Bailey. Oh, look, we had a great conversation yesterday about Patrick Bailey. People get mad. Shosky, Pat Bailey, put it in your face. Good. I'm rooting for him. I want him to be good.
One might say we were the motivation.
No, I wouldn't go that far. But what I would say is, what do you want me to do? Come on here and give you pom-poms? There are enough people in this market who slurp the local teams, and even when it's hailing outside, will tell you that it's sunny and it's filled with palm trees. I call it like I see it. Pat Bailey has been in a deep abyss for a large part of this year, period. It's his first multi-hit day in 10 days. It was an awesome moment for that guy. No guy on the roster needed that moment last night, maybe more so than him. Seriously, he needed that moment last night, and I'm thrilled for him. And one thing that it makes me just go crazy. I hear people, nobody can hit in our ballpark. Oh, the fences, the arches, triples, alley. Oh, yeah, but you're the benefactor of unbelievable pitching, right? It makes maybe the average pitcher above average because of the size of the ballpark, right? And it gives you an advantage on that angle. The other part is, what about being a gap hitter? What about hitting a ball off the arches and it takes a funky bounce, and instead of a single or a double, you get a triple or an inside the park home run? And so I think one of the most exciting things in baseball is running around the bases and a play at the plate or a play at third base. That's my personal opinion on that. I think it's the most exciting part of the game. The relay, seeing the throw, all of that. And our ballpark giveth yesterday. It giveth to Patrick Bailey, and I'm thrilled for him. And look, credit Bob Melvin. It's a subtle little tiny thing, but pinch running for Wilmer Flores with Brett Wisely. In that situation. They're both probably scoring no matter what, but these are the little things that kind of get lost in the minutia of a ninth inning. Casey Schmidt starting the inning off with a double. Great for him. Just an unbelievable win for this team, and I feel like I believe again. And they're, you get off this team, you get on this team, it's a long season. Yeah, but I'm assessing day to day. It's like the stock market. If you're going out here and you're assessing the real estate market, the interest rates, or maybe a particular stock on a day-to-day basis, I got to tell you where we're at. And last week, stock was down, period. This week, stock up.
There you go. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First Norcal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan apply online, or just ask for First Norcal financing at the dealer. I'm smiling because baseball is just so funny. You can go from getting swept against the Marlins a not very good team. You lose a series to the freaking White Sox.
Baseball.
I know they're the hottest. I know, but they're going to fade. Trust me. The Marlins aren't doing anything.
I know, and a bunch of guys named Otto have been destroying you.
Exactly, right? The life of Otto, whatever. But the White Sox beat you in a series this year. The White Sox, Joey.
Fighting Will Venables.
Right? And the D-backs who have been, kind of mediocre, they took the first two, and you were down bad.
Well, I thought the bounce back of winning the 2 games in Arizona
it was massive.
Was just humongous.
And the people that were involved in that, again, guys that have been struggling at times, have had their moments in key games when you needed to have it. Jung-Hoo Lee had some moments in that D-back series when they needed him to. Yastrzemski had some moments when they needed him to. Patrick Bailey yesterday. Hey, the 2 guys we were talking about being the most underwhelming and we were concerned with going forward, Jung-Hoo Lee yesterday and Patrick Bailey, what'd they do? Each get 2 hits.
Yeah.
That's baseball. Yeah. Right there. That's baseball. And you said something. Your belief level, and feels like there's kind of magic happening right now.
There does.
Why? Why does this feel different for you right now?
Well, when you get your full infield back, and by the way, we can't talk about this game without talking about Dom Smith at first base making multiple unbelievable picks. Look, you got to keep Wilmer's bat in the game. Like, I understand why his bat has to play. Dom Smith's the best defensive first baseman on the team, and I think he saves you runs on a team where we know it's going to be pitching, defense, and very light hitting. You might need to just bite the bullet and play Dom Smith there. Bonte brought this up a couple weeks ago on a Friday show. I think you might have to honestly consider moving Wilmer Flores. I know the bat is needed, but the defense of Dom Smith might be needed more. And If you're only going to have 1 DH and Devers not going to play first base defensively, like, Joe, I'm serious. You might have to. And look, Wilmer was a big part of that 9th inning. Yeah. So I'm contradicting myself, but the reality is that you might have one of the best defensive infields when Dom Smith plays. Casey at second. Adames playing great at shortstop, making some unbelievable on-the-run, coming-in throws, and then Chapman with a play down the line yesterday that was brilliant, but it was the pick play on the back end of it by Dom Smith that got you out of a second and third with 2-out situation.
I mean, you could find Dom Smith at Freeman's Appliance because he's shopping for Mila's. You know why? He's a vacuum at first, Joey. Come on, let's go. The defense with this team right now at the Giants, that is something they could hang their hat on going forward. That's something we knew that they could have. If somehow, some way, again, it's July 9th. Just get into the playoffs. That's all you care about. But this ballpark, with those pitchers, Ray, Webb, Roop, I'm saying, man, you got a chance no matter what with good pitching. And Robbie Ray yesterday. Hell, Ryan Walker when he needed him to. Freaking Scott Alexander. You're just bringing in anyone at this point. Welcome back. Welcome back. Why not? Tristan Beck, you got through it.
Poor Tristan Beck. I got a chance to meet him way back when, 2 or 3 years ago, and random. It was
really,
yeah,
just random. Well, did you recognize him on the street or something?
Well, it was Fleet Week, okay?
Oh, okay.
And so the Olympic Club softball team was playing against the Marines and the fire department. Oakland and SF Fire Department and PDs, the Art Institution, and all these different. It was like the Marines, the Army, the Navy. It was cool. It was a really good event that my buddy Ryan puts on. Well, he was just down in the marina hanging out with some of his friends, and I'm walking over and I'm looking at him, and he's kind of looking over and he's asking me about it, and I go, "Hey, dude, do you play for the Giants?" And he's like, "Yeah," and then we exchanged information. And super nice guy, and he's battled a lot of injuries lately. He took one off the back yesterday. Kind of the. My wife calls it the California license plate spot for women. They put the tattoo there right on the back.
Oh, you're talking about the tramp stamp.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that. Yeah,
Continue.
Yeah, but he took one right off of there.
6:15, all the kids are asleep.
And it just, look, man, I mean, it's, he got out of the inning, thankfully, but he got hit hard.
He did. You know what else got hit hard yesterday? I'm playing it one more time. This is going to be played throughout the day. I've already seen it on social a bunch of times. By the way, we need to get the Phillies broadcast because part of what made this so special yesterday, Patrick Bailey having the Inside the Park home run. First of all, he's a freaking catcher doing it, which is hilarious in its own right. But you said something. First time in 99 years.
That's what it said online. First time in 99 years that catchers had a walk-off home run. But this is why, you know what? Honestly, I think there's a legitimate conversation today about the stadium. This is why, baseball with the dimensions being different in every park, this is why it's fun. This is why it's unique.
Yes.
This is why Oracle Park, whatever the hell you want to call it, Pac Bell Park, Willie Mays Stadium, whatever. This is why it's one of the coolest venues in sports, because you get a bounce like you did yesterday. It might have been a home run in how many different parks?
Yeah, exactly.
And that would have
just missed it there, too.
And that would have been exciting as well. I'm not saying that it wouldn't have, but isn't it more exciting to have it bounce the way it did off the wall in such a unique? And look, they were hustling after that play.
Well, it wasn't even close, too. That's the great part. Like Patrick Bailey, not known for his speed, as most catchers aren't known for their speed.
But he is a quicker catcher.
Sure.
On the catcher scale.
On the catcher scale, thanks.
It's like when you see like Kyle Juszczyk go out in the flat for a pass. He's a fast fullback.
Yeah, right. Well, there's only 3 of them. But right, it's true. There's not many of them. But
he is a fast one.
So not only was he a catcher, not only was he struggling more so than anyone else on the Giants, which is an offense that is struggling in and of itself, but it was against the Phillies.
I mean,
and you got to love every single part of that. Taking the series against the hated Philadelphia Phillies, and they're all crushing them. They're saying, I'm sure they are. You probably have all the tweets right now. They're probably saying, fire everybody, get rid of Romano.
This is the text
he sucks. No. Everybody loves Raymond. No one loves Romano. Get him out of here.
Joe, this is the text I woke up to from my boy, neighbor Dave Mertz, one of the most diehard Philly guys I know who lives here in the city. Romano and Kepler should be released as far as I'm concerned.
I knew it.
Worst Philadelphia sports loss in San Francisco since I moved here in 1996. My stomach is still sick from last night. I love you, Dave, and I am drinking up your misery currently.
Worst Philadelphia sports loss in the Bay. That's a very nuanced one that I can't really think about. I don't know of any else.
The playoffs in 2010. Even though that happened, the actual series loss.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It happened in Philly, but yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, that Game 4 loss they took in that series was basically the knockout punch. So,
yeah. 15
well,
years
to
ago.
me, the knockout punch was the Uribe hit down the line thumb.
True, yeah, but I guess that set up the knockout.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not to be, that guy.
It's like we're splitting hairs.
Yeah, we are.
I couldn't stand the Philly. Anything
that
Philadelphia
team was
related.
ridiculous. Though.
I know, and I like Jimmy Rollins. I could not stand Chase Utley. The hair, everything, the slick back.
He's a great player, though. I think he's a Hall of Famer.
Well, and I actually do like a lot of the Phillies players that are on this current roster, like Bryce Harper, nothing but respect. And there is a conversation I want to have about Bryce Harper at one point today. One of the most highly touted prospects in the history of sports in this country. The guy was touted like LeBron James of baseball almost.
Joe, at 16 years old.
Thank you.
This is one of the best baseball prospects ever who transferred to a JC, played in wood bat leagues to prove how good he was. I mean, look, we could argue about, is he worth $8 gazillion that he's lived up to it.
Yes.
Like very few guys are that highly touted at 16 years old and like over deliver.
I mean, 8-time All-Star, 2-time MVP. Like
he's been
rookie
a badass.
Of the year. Yes, he's been unbelievable.
Before him, it was Griffey. You guys are all too young.
Well, no, it was.
Griffey was the number 1 overall pick, but his dad played in the league. There was a lot of difference.
Well, and also with Bryce, like once he started to rise, who came onto the scene at the same time and was just a little bit better than him? It was Mike Trout.
Yeah, that's
like
a good
that.
point.
That happened at the same time, and it was NL versus AL, and obviously Bryce has had more moments in like the playoffs because Trout. It's baseball, right? The team around you sucks. It is what it is.
Well,
it's
that's
not
why
basketball.
it sucks for guys like Tony Gwynn, Bonds for a long time.
Yeah.
You don't get those opportunities in baseball to have those playoff moments.
I would actually. You said yesterday you think it's going to be a Mets Giants.
I really believe Mets Giants will play each other in the playoffs.
I would low-key love a Phillies Giants playoff series. As we're talking about that on July 9th right now. I'm not trying to jinx anyone. Spadoni, shut the hell up.
Can I let you guys know something?
Can we dream right now after a win like that?
I would go back to Philadelphia, and I might bring my kid.
Ooh. Well, I'll say this.
Baseball's different from football.
Baseball's different.
Yeah.
Yes. That's. I would say it's a lot different. Yes. Although
I don't know if my wife would let me.
Fan base, like, God, you guys just won a Super Bowl. I'm not trying to hear them crying about anything right now. I'm not. They're still one of the best teams in baseball. They're still winning their division, right? They're 53-39.
That division is really difficult.
Well, actually, they're tied right now with the Mets. But
that division's really difficult.
They're still going to make the playoffs.
An arms race.
Although it would be hilarious if they did and they fell flat on their face. By the way, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I'm not counting them out.
Laughing Monk, righteously born in San Francisco. I'm not either. I'm also not counting the Giants out. I'm not. Going forward, I refuse to count this team out. They're just too good pitching. They get timely hitting when they need it. When you think their backs are against the wall in the season, they find a way. And I will give them a puncher's chance going forward to win the whole damn thing. I'm not afraid to say that. Dave Fleming said it. Keith Law said it. We've had many MLB insiders saying it. Bowden said it. Like, I'm not sleeping on this team going forward at all. How can you? These took 2 out of 3 against one of the best teams in the National League, And you know what? Get greedy. Get the sweep today, Joey, going up against a massive, massive 3-game series this weekend. I'm going to be there Friday night. Sam Lubman's going to be there Friday night against the Dodgers. Take care of business today. Verlander on the bump, right? It's going to be huge for him, man. It's going to be massive.
So the Philadelphia Phillies, it's funny that you bring them up and just like their team and everything. Because I was thinking about Dave Dombrowski, who runs the organization, essentially.
You know I love Dave Dombrowski. I think he's
a winner.
I think he is exactly.
All right, so like, look, just for those that don't know, he's been an executive for a long time. He's almost 70 years old. He ran the Expos back in the day for a short period of time, and they always had prospects. Yeah. He ran the Florida Marlins and won a World Series in 1997, going through the Giants. He went to the Detroit Tigers and turned the Tigers around from 2002 to 2015. Obviously, the Giants faced them in the World Series. Probably known for one of the biggest trades in Detroit Tiger history, the Miguel Cabrera, Dontrelle Willis trade, which ended up being a great trade for them. They got a Hall of Famer in Miguel Cabrera. Obviously brought in Prince Fielder, a lot of guys. Then moved on to the Red Sox, won a World Series there in 2018 with the Red Sox. And then that's 2 World Series. And then goes to the Philadelphia Phillies and has assembled a hell of a team, and inherited a good situation. I don't want to pretend like he didn't inherit a good situation there.
Sure.
But I view Dave Dombrowski as just ultimate, I'm all in, I'm trying to win, and I'm going to do whatever it takes. And I'm also going to develop, and I'm going to find my way to build a good mix of youth with veteran leadership and just a bunch of guys that are gamer winners. I feel like Posey has a lot of the Dombrowski qualities. Ooh. The more and more I've been thinking about it, you have got to be bold as hell to run these teams nowadays in the modern era when you're a big market team like Philly is, like the Giants are. And I'm not saying Posey is that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they share a lot of the same qualities. And I think that there's this old school credibility that when Dave Dombrowski takes over your team, there's a kind of a ball player he looks for. And I feel like Posey's kind of got that same kind of thing going with him.
Well, if
you got to be bold.
If he ends up becoming Dave Dombrowski, he's going to be a Hall of Famer, not only as a player, but as an executive,
Joe,
too.
if he had half the career
he'd literally
of Dave
be Jerry
Dombrowski.
West of baseball if Buster Posey turns into Dave Dombrowski.
Joe, half the career of Dave Dombrowski, we're talking about one of the great Giants players or organizational front office people of all time. Yeah. It's like a short list. It's Willie Mays, Bonds, him.
Yes. That's it. That's it. By the way, we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We got Dave Fleming joining us at 8:30 today, courtesy of River Islands, voice of the San Francisco Giants, R95 on the game, Giants insider who joins us each and every week. And remember yesterday, his brother Will Fleming had some interesting things to say on WEEI. Plus, we got this or that coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. You never know what that's going to be. It could be sports related, could be food related, could be, who knows what it's going to be. We just know it's going to be a surprise for Shasky and myself. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're going to relive that crazy moment last night. A walk-off winner inside the park, 3-run homer from Patrick Bailey, of all people. Not Jung-Hoo Lee, not Willie Adames, not Rafael Devers. I think that's the only guy that I would have been concerned about if he could have scored from first or from home all the way around the bases. But it was Patrick Bailey having his moment yesterday. And you know what I credit to? It's the City Connects, baby. They're magical, Joey. Get on them. The City Connects. They're balling. Hey, Carter, don't scoff at it. Sam, get your City Connects, guys. On 95.7 The Game.
it. How do you do?
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
That's a tamed Big Pun right there.
I love Big Pun.
He's so good.
Shout out Big Pun. Shout out South City. Shout out Burry. Shout out Orange Park. Let's go.
Giants, massive win yesterday. They take the series already against the Phillies, 4-3 the final. Patrick Bailey with a walk-off 3-run inside the park homer. First time, Joe, in 99 years, an inside the park home run for a catcher? Is that what it was, or was it a walk-off? Which one was it?
No, first inside the park walk-off home run.
For a catcher. 99 years. That's incredible.
That's why I love baseball, man.
You know what else is incredible? Next week, check this out. We're having our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away, Broseph.
Before you go, when I hear blowout these days, I think of my kid.
Oh, well.
Diaper blowout.
Oh, Nora's doing the potty training right now. So we've gotten all the number one. She's been crushing the number ones. It's the number two. That's the next stage of the evolution of the potty training.
Before you continue, we realized that, he needs to go up to number 5 size diaper because it's leaking everywhere.
There you go. Too much leakage right there.
Too much blowouts.
I think of the Brazilian blowouts, which are also like the hairdo that girls get. Those are expensive.
I'm going to look that up. I'm unaware.
And I also think of Frozen, that like guy, that trader dude, big summer blowout, yeah. I think of that guy from Frozen as I go Disney dad on you. By the way, yeah. So next week, All-Star Week prize blowout, Warriors prize packs to give away, Giants prize packs to give away, a day pass to Outside Lands, Joey.
Outside Lands?
Mm-hmm. Also,
wow,
4-day passes to Aftershock, which is an awesome music festival in Sacramento. They got bands like Korn playing out there. They got Blink-182. That's your era.
Yeah, I didn't know Korn was back together.
Dude, Freak on a Leash, brother. It's still all-time
My
music
brother,
video.
them, and System of a Down.
Plus gift cards to the Valkyries merch store and Laughing Monk Brewing. That's the All-Star Week prize blowout.
God, what a
next
great
week. So you got to be listening at 7:30, 12:30, 4:30. So that's every single show for your chance to win next week. And it's every single day, something new. Every show starts on Monday. Can't freaking wait for that. And I can't freaking wait for the All-Star game, man. It's going to be awesome next week.
We do have some fun things that we've been curating behind the scenes for next week. You know, everyone's like, it's the deadest time of the year. There's no sports. Well, we're going to have a lot of fun. And I think this is where the creativity and the planning of just everybody here at the station, the boss, all the crew on this show, we're going to bring some stuff next week that I hope you guys really like. And I think it'll just be a fun week of sports.
This is when we separate the men from the boys in sports talk, Joe. When people say it's the deadest time, and I literally put on my headphones this morning, and I always hear like the national show or whatever's on before us, and I literally put it on. Oh, Patrick Mahomes, how can he catch Tom Brady in the Super Bowls? I was like, that's where we are right now. Okay.
We're going to talk about Dak's legacy next.
Oh, my.
I saw a thing today. Dak will be fully healthy for training camp.
Oh, good.
Oh, thanks.
Well, Brock Purdy, I guess, sat down with Bussin' with the Boys, and we have sound of that, so we can get into it at some point.
What is Bussin' with the Boys? That's Will Compton
and Taylor Lewan, formerly of Barstool, but they branched off to do their own thing, and I think they're either DraftKings or FanDuel or something like that. George Kittle's on it recently.
Yeah, no, I know
Obviously,
that.
Brock was on it.
McCaffrey's been on it.
Yeah.
Shane Gillis was on it recently.
They're funny. They're good. They're very good at what they do. Yes.
Shane Gillis was telling
stock up on Shane Gillis, right? Sky high with that guy.
Is it called Tires?
Funny. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, he's good.
I mean, hilarious.
Big Philly sports guy. He's probably not laughing about that loss yesterday, though, if he was watching.
He told a story on Bussin' with the Boys where him and Richie Incognito got to meet each other. And it was interesting because Shane Gillis is a big guy.
No. Well, Shane Gillis is a big guy, but Richie Incognito. There's big guys and there's football big guys.
Yes.
And Richie is one of those. He's like, now I realize. Shane said the first time he met him, he made fun of his weight almost in a way. And he's like, wow, the first interaction he had, Richie Incognito bullied me. Huh. Didn't expect that, right? Jonathan Martin on line one, am I right? It's just Richie's one of those guys, man. You're not going to want to mess with him. He underrated career, by the way. On the field. Off the field, it is what it is. Speaking of on the field yesterday, Joey, Patrick Bailey, what he needed. Can you think of a player recently in the Bay that needed a moment like that more than Patrick Bailey? He has, honestly, since like his rookie season, it just has been a struggle at the plate. Let's call it what it is. It's just been bad.
Well, and you and I actually kind of alluded to it yesterday where I was like, look, usually when you replace the legend, there is a ton of criticism. I mean, think about Brock Purdy for just a second here. Brock Purdy isn't even chasing Jimmy G. He's not chasing Trey Lance. He's not even like chasing Colin Kaepernick.
Jeff Garcia. Yeah.
No, it's literally like, can he be Joe Montana or Steve Young? It's so unfair. Those guys haven't taken a snap in 30 and 40 years. Both guys for the Niners, right? You know, and so it's like so unfair. It's just so unfair. Whoever the next guy is to be like the Steph Curry heir apparent.
Good luck.
I mean, Jordan Poole was averaging 20. No one thought he was the Steph Curry heir apparent. I don't even think like the biggest Jordan Poole fan thought that. But like we critiqued him and viewed him through the lens of Curry. It was just so unfair.
Well, and going back to the Philadelphia sports element on this, the other AI after Allen Iverson was who? Andre Iguodala.
Absolutely.
And he was not the same player at all.
He was
totally
good,
different.
though.
But he was good for them.
Yeah, he was really good.
He couldn't live up to
No.
what you talking about, practice? Like, you can't live up to that.
I don't think even Embiid lives up to it.
No. Well, Embiid, by the way, did you see his tweet yesterday? What did he say? He said, no effing way. Oh, you hate to see it. Joel, come on. He's not a Philly sports guy. Yeah, I know he's trying to ingratiate himself into the sports community in Philadelphia. I'm not buying it
It's like
at all.
when
Stop. Stop.
It's like when I tweet out about the Sharks. Come on, Sharks.
It's the equivalent of like Rafi Devers wanted to go to like, a Sharks game. Macklin. Oh.
It's like Draymond sitting in the press box. Yeah, when he's got the Macklin Celebrini jersey on.
Was he there like draft day or something too? He's like with Rick. He's like, I was on the phone with Rick. We're going through everything, I was there since day one.
We need an Eric Pronger versus Draymond Green fist fight on the ice.
Oh, Draymond. By the way, Bobby Marks clapping back a little bit at Draymond yesterday on social. We'll get to that at some point. We will.
We'll get to Bobby. Bobby's on the take. But here's what I would say to you about like Patrick Bailey. When you are replacing the legend, and maybe because Joey Bart was kind of in between the two of them, maybe he wasn't quite replacing the legend.
Who would you say was the greatest catcher before Buster Posey? You're for
the Giants?
Yeah, for the Giants ever.
I mean, it was always a moving target. Like you talk to some of the OGs, they might go like a Terry Kennedy, Kurt Manwaring. Kurt Manwaring is pretty good. Mm-hmm. I mean, he was a pretty good catcher for the Giants for quite some time. Benji Molina, it gets kind of like laughed at. Benji Molina was your cleanup hitter and was a pretty damn good player. Mike Matheny had one amazing year and basically got his career ended because of concussions. Matheny was a great addition. One of the sadder outcomes because of him, he was like at the forefront of concussions and getting hit and changing the masks and all that stuff.
And I still picture him, Scudo in the rain, and then Matheny just standing there in the rain, just soaking wet, the hat, everything, and just, it's over.
Yeah,
it's over.
It sucks. And won a ring as a manager. I think he's been a pretty good manager for the most part.
Did he win a ring as a manager?
I think he did with the Cardinals.
I think that was...
No, that was Tony La Russa's last year.
Was that La Russa's last year?
Yeah, Matheny's first year is 12.
And Matheny,
so he lost to the Giants in 12.
No, and then he
lost
to the Red Sox in the World Series,
there
right?
You go.
So there you go.
There you go.
There's a Matheny, California. I didn't know that. I just looked up Matheny real quick.
I mean, like, am I omitting somebody? Sammy, I mean, okay, there haven't been a lot of great Giants catchers. Of all the positions that they have represented in the Hall of Fame.
Did you say Benito?
Benito, but he was only here a couple years.
He was, but he was pretty freaking amazing.
No, I love Benito, but he was also at the end of his career. Benito was not, like, to me, Benito's best years were in San Diego and with the Marlins.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that, but I mean, his career with the Giants, I mean...
No, he was good.
Yeah, but even in his old age, he was still incredible.
Yeah, and so, like, I think there's only two positions not represented by the Giants franchise in the Hall of Fame. I believe it's shortstop and catcher. I could be wrong there, but
one of their way back in the 1800s, William Buck Ewing was one of the first catchers to actually get in the squat. I believe he's in the Hall of Fame as a Giant. Again, this is going back to the Stone Ages of baseball.
And he's represented as a Giant.
Let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay, because I was under the impression that only two positions are not represented by the Giants. It was shortstop and catcher in the Hall of Fame. I believe there's only 19 catchers in the Hall of Fame.
There's not a lot.
Yeah,
no, it's a good point. But
third baseman and catchers, I think, are,
It's kind of funny, though, because I do think Posey was kind of in a golden age of catchers that are going to the Hall. Yachty, Joe Mauer, who's already in, and Buster Posey.
Well, and Mauer, only was behind the dish for, I believe, 9 years. I mean, great player. Joe Mauer.
Correct.
You can't write the history of the Minnesota Twins without Joe.
And why
Mauer.
did they move him to first? Because of the concussions. Like that was a big thing. And he was
and the knees.
elite. He's Mr. Minnesota too. And
one of the great hitters.
I mean, great football player in high school, right? He could have gone to a D1 program to play a quarterback.
Him and Morneau were so sweet.
I
And
love
Corey
those
Hunter. That team was a lot of fun.
Talk about cursed franchises right now that just can't get out of like the first round. The Minnesota Twins right now. By the way, what's coming up today at 9:00? The Valkyries taking on Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. We mentioned Caitlin Clark. Hopefully she's back and playing today because, I mean, she is the biggest star, one of the biggest stars in sports today. So I just want to see her on the court. That would be awesome. But I want to talk about, must-see people in sports right now. Like, who are those few, those select few, that select group of people that you need to see right now? Bucket list athletes for you. We want to get into that at some point today. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We're going to dive more into the Giants right now. Are you a believer in this team? Just a week ago, the sky was falling. Now all of a sudden you take two against the Phillies immediately, one of the best teams in the National League, going for the sweep. And then you got the Dodgers. I mean, my belief level's high. What's your belief level? 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
crazy. I mean, once Flo gets a hit, now we got a chance. And, Patrick's been struggling some, but got a good pitch to hit and drove it. Originally I thought it was out, but kicked off the wall, and you don't see many in the park home runs. I kind of Ichiro-esque there in the All-Star game. Probably a little different speed.
Now back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with the pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giant Niners is on crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's good producing back there. It's well done. Was that you, Carter? Was that Nahigian? Was that Sam? Great job. That's awesome. Nick in Berkeley. He needed a rejoin. He got one. And that was Bob Melvin prior to that, talking about Patrick Bailey. Joe, being reminiscent of Ichiro in the All-Star game, which was, 18 years ago? You kidding me? 18 years ago since that moment? That scares me in and of itself. I think that was my freshman year of high school, or heading into my freshman year of high school, 07 that summer. Yeah, so it's been a minute.
I was 7 that summer.
What? No, I was heading into high school.
Oh, I thought you said I was 7 that summer.
No, that means I'd be 25 years old.
I was like, what?
No. I was heading into my freshman year that summer. You listening? Huh? You locked in?
Sound like you said 7.
No. 2007 is when it happened.
Yeah, I'm aware.
18 years ago. So you like that little comp, little Ichiro, little Patrick Bailey inside the Parker?
One was the first inning of an All-Star game. The other one was, a walk-off.
It was. But I think they're both memorable, right?
It more reminds me of the Pagan one, even though the Pagan one happened during the day. I believe it was it Memorial Day?
Ooh.
4th of July day? It was a day game.
Angel Pagan.
When was the Pagan one, Sammy?
Inside the park. I'm pulling it up right now. All right.
Want to say, I know it was a Sunday afternoon in early
Sunday.
May.
It wasn't Monday.
May 25th, 2013.
Was it a Saturday, Sunday, Monday?
6-5 win.
It was a day game for sure.
Well, hold on. I got
the highlights during the day. So
there you go.
I'm aware.
Well, my computer just shut off.
You guys talk, and I'll look it up for you.
It's great. I love when my computer just doesn't go to certain websites. I don't know why we're blocking certain. I know certain websites, Joe, as you're looking at me, have to be blocked at this station because certain people. But I mean,
Steiny. Willard. All you guys in that chair.
I got body envy. 888-957-957.
That's right. It was against the Rockies. He had the walk-off against the Rockies. But I don't know if you guys remember.
Against the Rockies.
He blew out his hamstring on that, too, and he didn't play again until,
Never was the same.
Yeah, he didn't play again until the end of August. It completely derailed that Giants season, actually.
And derailed him.
Yeah, no, that was. Was
that Memorial Day weekend?
It was on, I believe, it was on Memorial Day weekend.
There you go. So I knew it was a big holiday weekend.
Great time for a wedding.
Yeah. Oh, God, you. There is something that happened at this station recently. I was driving around yesterday, and I heard it. As you bring up Steiny and you bring up Willard, or maybe I was the one who bring them up, there's a commercial out with the two of them that might be the funniest thing 95.7 The Game has ever produced. It's a vodka commercial, and I can't get enough of that commercial.
Oh, it's so good. Well, there's like different iterations of it, and then you hear that one after, like I have my Bank of America read, where it sounds like I was like...
Well, it sounds like you're doing the casting couch.
Well, they told me not to sound excited. I was like, but now I don't sound excited about Bank of America.
Hi,
and it's
I'm
like,
Joe Spadoni.
And I'm talking about FIFA Club World Cup 2025, and shout out Chelsea for advancing to the final. They're going to take on the winner of either PSG, which is, as you know, Joe, Paris Saint-Germain, or Real Madrid. Oh, yeah, this is big time. It's the first iteration of that. So shout out to them. Stephen Langford, our guy over there who likes to check up on us from KCBS. He's a big fan of Chelsea. But yeah, the new vodka reads are all time. It's basically Willard waxing politically, being excited, and then it's sounding like, Mark, it's, as I pull up my papers, it's been distilled 7 times.
How's that any different from the Steiny Guru show?
Well, that's what makes it so authentic. Just like new vodka. And it's I like what do they say in the commercial that I really appreciate. It's like it's like the non-red carpet prices or something like that. I was like, so you don't feel like bad about it, but it's got the quality of the red carpet, if you will. So I was like, oh, cool.
Because when I think of red carpet, I think of Steiny.
There you go. I do. I think of the orange carpet right now. Shout out the Giants.
I think more magic carpet ride with all the vaping he does, but that's neither here nor there.
Hey, don't put out his business like that. What's wrong with that?
I mean, the guy walks all around downtown puffing smoke like the dragon.
Vape Nation, baby. Get after it. Oreo Cookie in Oakland. He wants to touch on the San Francisco Gigantes, and he's got a shout out. Oreo, good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for the vine. You know what I mean? I appreciate it, man. You guys have a great show. I love listening to you guys every morning. But Shasky, you said it right earlier. The most exciting play to me when I was playing ball, when I was back to back state Little League champion. Wow. when the runner's on first base and they hit it in the gap.
Yep.
I'm the shortstop. I'm the cutoff man. You come it to me, boy. We getting him out at third, and if he feels, like he's good, he's gonna try to score, and I'm shooting him out at home. So that is the most exciting play I think in baseball, man. I love it.
Hands down.
Yes, sir. But before I do go, I wanted to give a shout out to my son Aiden. He turns 15 years old today. Such a great age for him. He's becoming a great man. I love what he's doing. I want to wish him a happy birthday, and I want to wish him good luck. Today he has an interview at Safeway. Oh. If they're smart about it, they're going to grab him up and show him what it is. You know what I mean?
Let's go. Back those groceries, Aiden. Let's go.
I
Oreo
worked in a
Cookie
grocery
in
store from, 14 to 24, 25.
That's a good first job, too. If that's his first 15, probably around his first job, first gig, like real job, right? That's a good one. Like, get the carts, do the bag, the groceries, stock some shelves, crushing it. Clean up the messes when people drop the pasta sauce. God, it's the worst. I feel bad when I break things, or my kids do it, or just destroy aisles because they don't want to be in the carts anymore, Joe. I don't know if you know this.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Once certain kids start walking and running, no more stroller for them.
Now he thinks that the watermelon at the bottom, the little seedless small ones, are balls. And so he grabs them and tries to pick them up.
You're like, and then I'm
like, stop touching everything.
And then weighs as much as him probably because those things are heavy.
Yeah, it's
watermelon prices low key. There's just inflation everywhere, man. I was seeing watermelon prices $7.
The best thing in the world was when I was, way back in the day. I worked in a meat market, but all the bag boys, they would have to go out. Now I know it's probably a term we don't even use anymore. So apologies to society
bag people
trying to cancel me, but that's what we called them.
Well, there's meter maids. Can't say that anymore. It's meter people. Bag boys, no. Bag people.
See, to me, it's still a meter maid. Like meter maid is non-gender specific.
Men can be maids too.
I got a ticket the other day.
Made men.
I got a ticket the other day. You know how much it was?
$110.
$107.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Don't even start.
Remember when they were like $25 or $30?
The fentanyl head's allowed to just.
It's all right. It's all right. I didn't mean to I'm just saying. I was very disgruntled.
We would I would see people fight. The bag boys fight over who would help Miss Johnson bring her stuff out because she might give you $1 or $2. Or if she's really frisky, maybe drunk, she'd give you a $5.
Do we still tip that?
No, not anymore.
We don't do that anymore.
We don't tip anything.
No, we used to. My parents used to do that. When you had people help you to your car. Do you even do that anymore? Do people get help to their car?
No one has cash anymore, so no.
Yeah, I don't carry cash.
No, the old people do, and the old people still tip. So that's who I'd be helping. Hey, Aiden, if you're listening, go help them. Hey, miss, do you need help to your car? Be forthright. Go do that. We'll slip you a little extra. Now, don't tell the bosses. Don't tell anyone else. Just put it in your pocket. Just there you go. So that's my one thing for him. Shout out Odyssey. Go get your paper, Aiden. There you go. Other undervalued jobs still, like the busboys in restaurants. That's a good one. 15, 16, 17-year-olds. I don't think anyone's doing
no one's doing that anymore.
No?
It's because, a lot of, my wife worked in a restaurant for 15 years plus, and
I never worked in a restaurant, so maybe I'm just out of turn here. So there you go.
Did you ever work any customer service?
Retail. I was a retail manager. Yes, retail management.
What does that even mean? Where at? What does that? Where?
Michael's Craft Store in Emeryville. I had to deal with a lot of Karens, Joe.
Okay, but what is it?
I was the nights and weekends manager, so I had to count up all the money.
Nights and weekends manager.
I was. I had to do. I had to close the shop. I had to close the shop.
Can I talk to a manager? Hi, I'm Joe Spadoni.
Exactly, and I would tell them what they needed to know. I would either say, "Oh, I wanted to use this coupon," and then what doesn't let me. I was like, "Oh, well, let's see if we can fix that."
I don't think of you as an arts and crafts kind of guy.
I wasn't, but I was good with people and people relations. So there you go.
Really?
Yeah. Do you don't think I'm good with talking to people? I'm literally talking to America right now.
I'm just surprised. I do believe every high schooler should have to work some food service industry job, whether that's fast food, whether that's as a cleanup kid, because that's what I did back in the day. I started off as a cleanup kid at 14 years old. And the reason why, a couple of things that you're taught. Number one, how to work in a team and work with adults to realize like how important education is and stuff like that. Like, do you want to work in that industry your whole life? I think it's a great wake-up call, number one. Number two, put a little money in your pocket, you know? I think the responsibility of showing up on time and working and all those things is extremely important. And then number three, probably the most important thing in the world is how to treat customers. And there's times where you just have to shut the hell up and wear it.
Right.
And I think a lot of times in this society, we have a lot of kids, and we're all guilty of this, where they get everything they want. And having to work in customer service makes you realize that you have to put a smile on things. And for your normal life, when you become an adult, part of being a man, this is what I tell my nephews and stuff, is you got to do a bunch of things you don't want to do.
Oh, that's
and you got to do it without people dragging you through it. You got to just shut up and do it.
You think I want to go to the DMV?
Exactly.
No, I don't. I got to do it.
And so that's why I really do believe that, like, if it were up to me, I would mandate it in high school. Every kid would have to work some food service related job.
Mandating child labor. 888-957-9570.
Joe, I truly believe it makes you a little more well-rounded as a human being.
Well, there's levels to it, right? Like, and it's funny that we do this.
I'm not saying you got to work 7 days a week.
No, of course you're not saying that. We were forced to, because I grew up in Salinas, and we'll get to legal here. We'll get back to the Giants. Plus, we're going to be doing sports bucket lists coming up here. Who's the person you need to see right now in sports, as the Valkyries are going to be taking on Caitlin Clark here in about a couple hours, which is an interesting start time in and of itself. We can get to that at another point. Bryce Harper was for some people. Paul Skeens in baseball, right? Tiger for a long time, maybe for still some people. You want to see Tiger Woods play? So we're going to do sports bucket lists coming up here at about 7:20-ish. But, you know, you were talking about that and things you should do. I worked the fields in high school. They made us go out there like for a day or two, go and picking stuff out in the field, whether it's strawberries, whether it's lettuce, whatever. Because I grew up in Salinas, Monterey Peninsula, and that's where a lot of the produce comes from all around the country. You get it from that area. And the respect level I have for people that are doing those jobs that no one else wants to do is through the roof. It is painful on your back. You get the sun, all of it, all the pesticides involved. So nothing respect for all the people that have to work the fields for not a lot of money, which is another conversation which we can not have here and have it off air. But
I think that's why days like today, when Patrick Bailey hits a walk-off home run and it's a hell of a lot of fun, you and I have pretty good perspective on this because we actually did work out in the real world. And I'm not saying that everybody in sports media doesn't have that same path, but I do believe there are some that are so disconnected from normal life and what real people are doing every single day that they don't realize how lucky they are to talk about these things.
Oh, it's awesome.
And we are extremely lucky to be in these positions.
Are you kidding me? I'm so blessed to be able to do this every single day. Like, we can just have fun on air. Now, sometimes the topics are serious. Sometimes the topics are heavy. But the fact that we're talking about sports, I'm reacting to that. I'm reacting to, Brock Purdy getting a contract. It doesn't matter. It could be whatever. Again, we have this or that every single day, Joe. A fun topic that could be washing your feet or not washing your feet. And we get paid to talk about that. Like, come on, man. That perspective, as you're mentioning, is very important. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Dave Fleming joining us at 8:30, voice of the Giants, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, talking about a wild moment last night as the Giants have already taken the series against the Phillies, and they'll look to get greedy today against the Phillies and trying to sweep them heading into a massive series starting Friday against the Dodgers. Could you imagine that heading into the All-Star break? Taking out the Phillies and the Dodgers potentially? Like, what that would do for the belief level? Are you kidding me?
Through the roof.
Huge.
You were talking about star athletes. Where's Bryce Harper on the list currently? I know he's been in the limelight for a long time. He's 32 years old, so he's been in the limelight forever. He's going to turn 33 in October. He is a phenom, but he's now an older player. We've watched his whole career. He's not LeBron, but there is a LeBron-like quality to the fact that we've been able to identify this individual at a teenage age, and he's come through the ranks, and it feels like he's overachieved, if that's even a thing.
I mean,
given all the hype.
If his career ended now, he's a Hall of Famer. 8-time All-Star, 300. No, he is.
I don't know.
We win 2 MVPs. I don't think there's a lot of people that have won 2 MVPs or not in the outside.
Joe, the threshold for the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame is through the roof.
Sam Carter, look up people that have won multiple MVPs, not steroids related, and are not in the Hall of Fame.
Bonds has 7.
I just
and
said
Roger, I know.
I
And
just
Roger
said
Clemens
not
has
steroids.
7 Cy Youngs.
And the only reason they're not in is because of steroids.
Allegedly.
Thank you. So that's why.
Again, like the threshold for Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame is a little higher. Look,
you don't think he's a Hall of Famer?
I
That's
think he
actually
will
kind of
be.
surprising.
If his career ended today, I don't know.
I think he's in. Just what he's meant to the game, what he's meant to baseball, him being a Rookie of the Year, him being highly touted,
Joe,
8-time All-Star, 2-time, him getting to a World Series with the Phillies, being with the Nationals, the way he's like. I know when he didn't win a World Series.
You're trying to sell me on something I agree with you, but I'm just telling you how the baseball's Hall of Fame works is that the threshold is significantly higher than the other sports. This isn't basketball where everyone gets in.
But I do think him being a model citizen, him being that face for so long, I do think that matters, again, as we've seen to the voters. If you're a jerk, people will hold that against you.
Yes.
Bryce Harper hasn't been a jerk. I mean, he's synonymous with media trying to bait him and like, hey, are you going to, the drinking age in Canada, are you going to drink here? Remember, that's a clown question, bro. Remember that? And that was like the meme forever for Bryce Harper. But no, I think Bryce will get in. Is he a must-see still?
I don't think he is anymore.
No, not really.
I don't think he is anymore.
No.
I think Shohei has clearly jumped him, and that's probably happened a couple of years
I'll give
back.
you my short list of players right now in baseball that I want to see.
All right.
It's Shohei Ohtani, number one. I want to see Paul Skeens, number two right now. Hell, this kid out of nowhere. It's still early. What's his name? Mrs. something?
Mizorowski.
Mizorowski was on. Yeah, like that guy is incredible for the Brewers. Was he pitching yesterday? Guy's got amazing stuff. And Shohei, as you mentioned, first pitch home run against him yesterday. I think Juan Soto's still there for some people. Maybe not you.
Interesting. Okay.
Because just guy made like $800 million or something. I was like, I need to see him play. Aaron Judge.
Judge is
a massive human being.
I mean, the guy's got 33 homers right now.
I don't think Trout's there anymore. He's just been hurt for so long.
I would agree. And he's been in the limelight for a long time.
A lot like Harper. I think those two guys have kind of been like, not really. I really think that's it for me. Am I missing anyone? Like Mookie? Not must-see for me. He's a fun player. Freddie Freeman must-see.
I think a lot of Cubs fans would say right now Pete Crow Armstrong, but that's not a name nationally I think that resonates.
No. So those are the players I would say right now is the short list. And maybe I'll just limit it to the top 3. I'll move Soto. Judge, Skeens, Ohtani, must-see in baseball right now. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
But with Harper, like, do you think he's a must-see guy right now?
I'm still fascinated by watching him.
Because you're a diehard, you're like diehard baseball guy.
Yeah,
so
I love watching him.
I respect your opinion when it comes to like him growing up within the game of baseball, him being this like LeBron James type of phenom at 16 years old and living up to the hype and being, again, pretty squeaky clean off the field, like matters to me. When we have all these guys betting on the game, all these different like domestic violence stuff, even worse than that, think of the Wander Francos of the world, other guys that were highly touted at a young age. Like, hats off to Bryce Harper. The guy's just been a model citizen. The kind of guy you want your daughter to date. There you go. I have to always go with that superlative.
Just really quick, I'm looking up kind of the stats on Bryce Harper in comparison to other. He's listed as an outfielder on Baseball Reference, even though he plays a lot of first base.
Well,
but
now since the elbow injury,
but if you're just going off of this kind of what I'm looking at right now, might be fringe Hall of Fame right now if he retire. Like, I don't know if he really gets in. If you go just based off like WAR, which
what I'm saying.
Again, an imperfect stat, but for this experiment, like he's kind of like right on the fringe of where like the Hall of Famers start on the list. But because of how the Hall of Fame is supposed to be done, where you're compared to the players of your era, like, I don't know. There's an interesting case. He's got a 52 WAR right now, 345 home runs. By comparison, Aaron Judge, who started his career 4 years later, has a WAR approaching 60 and has 349 home runs. Again, imperfect stats here. I acknowledge that, but these are kind of the metrics that voters used on whether or not to put someone into the Hall of Fame. This is all to say, right now, I think Harper, if he retired right now, I think he's maybe a fringe Hall of Famer who gets in several ballots in, not a slam dunk case.
Well, I also think that, think about this. Like, he plays another 5 years, then who knows? Then you got to wait 5 years, right? So we're looking about 10 years from now. Well, 10 years from now, did Buster get in? Because if Buster gets in, well, now our threshold is significantly
Buster's
lower.
for sure. Once Joe Mauer got in, Buster and Yachty for sure.
I don't know. I don't want to speak for the country. I don't know. I want him to get in, but I don't know.
Again, all those guys models. I think just the way they are and they were faces of the league. Like, yeah, I think they'll get him.
This model citizen thing that you keep saying. I don't know why that doesn't really.
It matters because we see all like the freaking vitriol from the Clemens and the Bonds.
The character clause is just a dog whistle thing for them to keep Bonds and Clemens out. No, there are so many scumbags in the Hall of Fame. Spadoni, are you kidding me? There are so many scumbags.
Tom Verducci, though, he tells me he's this.
No, there is no character clause. It's no character clause. It is the writers just want to sit all high and mighty and look down on Barry Bonds because Barry stiffed him for an interview one time.
I think where I'm
matters
going
in the NFL too. Terrell Owens on line one. He had to wait.
A lot of great guys in the NFL.
I mean, look, we do that against people we don't like. But I would say
But that's what I'm saying. Yes.
If Buster gets in, I think that we view the whole Hall of Fame thing a little different. But getting back to Bryce Harper, I think the question that I have for you is, one thing I've seen with a lot of Giants fans the last, let's say, 3, 4, 5 off seasons. These contracts, you're saddled with these huge contracts, and there's been like this kind of like drumbeat of people who just are so risk averse that they're afraid to sign anyone. And because I get it, like the last couple of years of these deals don't look pretty, right? And they're sitting there like, well, do I really want year 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41 of Bryce Harper? He signed a 13-year deal. 13-year deal, all right? $330 million. And that was signed in 2019. Joe, it's 2025. He is under contract until the 30s, like mid-30s, all right, the 2030s. What's it going to look like? And I'm already hearing from Philly fans like, I think we've already seen the best of Bryce. And look, I still think he's a really highly productive player. He's still really good.
You're so ungrateful. I mean, I swear to God, that fan base.
But you got right now, Devers on the books for $300 million.
It's not like he's like the worst player ever. Let's relax. Continue. Sorry.
You got Devers on the books for about $300 million. Okay. You got Willie Adames on the books for $180. You got Chapman on the books for $150. It's a lot of money. I don't hear anybody talking about what they're going to look like 4 years from now, because I don't think anybody really cares. We'll deal with that when we deal with that. And I'm kind of defending all these contracts. This is the price of doing business. You want to buy a house in San Francisco? We all know it costs a fortune. You're probably not going to get a backyard. You're probably not going to get closets, and you're probably going to be saddled with a huge property tax bill.
You're not going to have a parking space.
Exactly. You're not going to have a parking space, right? You want one of these, 10-year players? You want one of these 7-year players? You're probably going to have to swallow 3 or 4 years that don't look as good, on the back end. That's just the cost of doing business. And so, like, the one thing I don't hear from any Giants fans, and I'm happy, is that, oh my God, what's the Raffy deal going to look like in 5 years? What's the Adames deal going to look like in 5 years? Or the Chapman deal in 3 or 4 years? I'm just happy they look good right now. And, thankfully they're all performing and the team is winning. Let's just enjoy the ride.
And enjoy that win last night. They're going to be going for the sweep today against the Phillies. It's going to be old pal Jesus Luzardo, former top A's prospect when they were in Oakland, against Justin Verlander. Both these guys kind of struggling in different ways. Luzardo started off really hot. He's had some ugly starts here. That's a guy that you can get some loud contact off. I expect some bombs to be going off today at Oracle Park in regards to baseball. Justin Verlander, this is a huge start. Can we get him a win? Let's get this guy a win. And Justin, he has to pick up his own slack. Absolutely. We're up against it. We're going to break. On the other side, bucket list athletes for you currently. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. Type of Kruko on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area 4-3 the final. We're talking about it. We're also talking about bucket list athletes. As Bryce Harper, a Philly, former national, for a long time, for a lot of people, it's like, I got to see this kid play. He was also dubbed the chosen one, like LeBron when he was in high school. Same with Bryce Harper. He was one of the greatest phenoms in all of baseball, and he's lived up to the hype. But I do think at some point it becomes kind of like, it's not the sexy cereal, right? At some point, everyone becomes Honey Nut Cheerios or just plain Cheerios. He's still Honey Nut, still good, but I want the Cookie Crisp. I want the Shohei Ohtanis. I want the Paul Skeens. I want the Aaron Judges. Those are the sexy names right now, the must-see names. For me, who are those must-see athletes for you currently right now? As the Valkyries are taking on the Fever and Caitlin Clark potentially playing there. For a lot of people, it's Caitlin Clark. Who is it for you right now, that bucket list athlete you need to see? Or it could be a team, quite frankly, if you want to just go there. But I'd like to stick it to athletes currently because there is a cachet still, even at their age, for guys like Steph, for guys like LeBron. Those names matter. Like, still to this day, which is incredible. It speaks to them. For some people, it might still be Kevin Durant.
I've seen Mahomes twice live. So I saw him at Levi's, and then I saw him at the Super Bowl. Was very blessed, and he is on another level. I've seen Brett Favre many times at Candlestick. I saw Brett Favre in a Viking uniform.
The Jets uniform?
I think, no, it might have been the Jets, actually, now that I think about it. I don't know if I saw him with the Vikings. I think the Vikings was in Minnesota. I didn't go to that game. But I know I saw Russell Wilson a zillion times. And it's funny to say it now, but at one time, Russ was one of those watches. As
fun.
As a sports fan, he was. Seen Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's a lot of fun to watch. Yeah. It's a trip how the NFL has these quarterbacks that you have to go see.
Yeah.
At one point, and this is going to be a name that you guys are going to kind of roll your eyes, Todd Gurley was must-watch. Todd Gurley was put on one of the greatest performances I've ever seen at Levi's 2018. Just destroyed the Niners. Aaron Donald was that way multiple times when I watched him. LaDainian Tomlinson back at Candlestick when he was a Charger. I think football has these unique players that you have to go see.
And so who's that unique player for you right now that you absolutely have to see? Bucket list for you. When I say bucket list, it's kicking the bucket, man. You don't want to go with, life's too short. You can pass away tomorrow. Knock on wood, that doesn't happen. But who's that person before that happens you need to see? Forever it was Tiger Woods, I think, for most people. I've seen Tiger. I
saw Tiger at Pebble.
I've seen him at Pebble too, but it was
really cool. Was U.S. Open.
Oh, U.S. Open. See, I saw him at the AT&T like way back when he was still doing that because he stopped doing that circuit for a little bit. Phil, I've seen. Phil was cool, but
Joe,
there's nothing like Tiger. It's just different, man.
It was at Pebble Beach, U.S. Open, I don't know, 6-7 years ago. Went down there. It was like half raining. It was me, my brother, my dad. I think Guido or Ryan Covey. I forget which. I think it might have been both of them. I can't remember who went down there. And when I say it was 50 people deep for over 300 yards of a hole on both sides of the fairway, that's literally what it was. It's
pretty incredible.
It was the most incredible gallery I have ever seen in sports as everyone's rushing to just get anywhere near in an angle where they could see him. It was unbelievable. Just to go out there and practice, I have a video where people are going nuts.
Right. I just have the vision and the scenes of his last major win at the Masters at Augusta. Just the Tiger roars.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it. And the great thing about that is they're gassing up Tiger and Tiger feels it and Tiger knows all the other competitors are hearing it too. And they're just like, the little goosebumps, the little hairs are sticking up on their arms, their legs, their butts, whatever. And they're like, oh God, I might be screwed here. Like, and it was that last vintage Tiger we all got to see. And I'm so blessed we got to do it. I'm so happy he got to celebrate it. He got to hug his son. Like, that was such an awesome moment. And I felt like one of the few times, like on the couch, where I felt like, man, I can feel the presence there.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where I'll just never forget. I would have loved to have been there. Again, and we can get to bucket list venues at one point because I'm sure Augusta
is on my list.
For whoever plays golf, like that is on the top of almost anyone's list. I know for the longest time, my dad is the Kentucky Derby. He's really into horse racing. So my brothers are like going to the Kentucky Derby. That would be really freaking cool.
You know, I never got a chance to see Shaq with Orlando, but I saw Shaq and Kobe with the Lakers.
Yeah.
In back in the day, it was at the time the Oakland Arena.
Yeah.
And that was really, really, really cool. And that was something that you felt like you had to go see.
Yep. No, well, just those two together, it was just like almost like Curry and Durant. It's like that's the comp I would have. It's like,
but
you're seeing basketball in this case at its finest
with the Laker brand,
with the brand.
So
on top
like
of
that,
it.
like
Yeah.
it's almost even elevated, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely. I'm sure at one point you mentioned the Laker brand, Magic Johnson for some people.
Yeah.
Larry Bird.
Yeah,
right.
I
That
never got a
rivalry.
chance to see Larry or Magic live in person, or Michael Jordan.
I was gonna say, I asked you at the
Never
break, did you
did.
ever get to see Michael in person? No.
We going to Warrior games was we just didn't go. It was a difficult thing. My parents both worked, so to leave the city and go over to Oakland in the afternoon, it was like a long day. And I had other brothers and sisters. It's expensive. I did go to some games, but it was usually like when my dad would get, like, I call them contractor tickets. Hey, he did some work for somebody and they threw him some tickets. And what are the tickets they usually give you? And I've told this story. It's the Christian Laettner, Minnesota Timberwolves or the Dallas Mavericks with Derek Harper.
Right. Hey, come watch Christian Laettner, former member of the Dream Team and Duke. Oh, what is he doing in the NBA? Not much, but you can come see him.
I think Victor Wembanyama is going to be one of those guys one day.
Wemby's a good one.
I don't think he's there just quite yet, but I do believe he will be there at one point.
Yeah,
I've seen Jokic multiple times.
I love Jokic as a player. I don't know if that's like I need to see him in person kind of a thing. He's amazing. One guy
He's
will
pretty
say,
cool to watch,
one guy
dude.
will say, and a guy I know that you love. And by the way, hit us up 888-957-9570. It's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text. And I've seen this guy a couple times from the 510. Giannis Antetokounmpo. I have seen him in person. Just seeing him warm up, Joe, the guy is a Greek god.
Yeah.
He is built so much more different than like LeBron or Jokic. Jokic is his whole thing is because he's not really built. He's just really tall and big, but he doesn't look like chiseled out of granite. That's what Giannis is. I could look at Giannis and say, oh, that guy could dominate any sport he wants to. He could outrun anyone he wants to. He can outwork anyone he wants to. He is that sort of guy. I saw him work out first, and then I saw Brook Lopez work out after him. Brook Lopez is not a small human being.
No, he's humongous.
He's huge. But they looked almost the same size, and the quickness and burst compared to those two players was night and day.
Yeah.
And this was Brook, I want to say, when he was still like maybe in his early 30s, late 20s, maybe around them. So he wasn't like cooked or anything like that. He just looked so much more stiff. And Giannis was just, again, this Greek god from Mount Olympus. He could have been a god of war. He's incredible.
It's funny how you talk about Giannis. There was a point in time, and I know now he's a character, but when Charles Barkley in the 90s, if you were to say to a bunch of like 12-year-olds, Charles Barkley in the 90s, I can't tell you how many people had him as their favorite player. My cousin Johnny was obsessed with Charles Barkley. Had the CB34s. They were like these Nike up-tempo shoes, and had all the Phoenix Suns jerseys and stuff. And
these are sick. I'm looking at them right now. The Air Maxes.
They were so cool. And Barkley was a phenomenon. Like, phenomenon. He was on the cover of all these different Sports Illustrated for kids and in different magazines when magazines were really popular.
Yeah.
And we went and saw him when he was playing with the Phoenix Suns, and it was like watching, because he wasn't that big. I think converse to some of the other guys you're referencing, like Giannis being so large, Barkley was only like 6'4.5".
6'6", he's listed as.
There's not a chance in hell he's 6'6".
But he's a big guy, so like that might have helped. Like people thought he was like bigger
He was
than that.
so fun. He was so fun and so cool to watch. And then the other two guys that they're not going to come to the top of the list, but watching Sean Kemp and Gary Payton, the Rain Man and the Glove, play together was unbelievable.
I do want to ask people who do you think is the greatest athlete, like must-see athlete of your generation that you saw in person? 888-957-9570. I'm sure for a lot of people it's Michael Jordan. And you know what?
I think for a lot of people they're going to say Willie Mays, the older people.
Okay.
I actually think those that saw Willie Mays, because the videos are so few and far between, they're actually going to talk about Willie higher than even Michael Jordan.
I was hoping for some Willie. I was hoping for some Arnold Palmers maybe from the older crowd. If you saw, like, that's old.
Yeah.
If we got some of the older.
Is anyone out there who saw Wilt play?
Yeah,
Wilt. That's what I know. 888-957-9570. Did you see Wilt play? Please
like
call
that.
and tell us that story.
Well, I'm fascinated by watching Wilt on YouTube. There's a lot of Wilt versus Kareem on YouTube, and I think it's and this is old man Wilt, not like I'm in my prime Wilt. And these two guys going at it, it's like watching two titans.
You bring that up, and I keep seeing this on like my Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts or whatever, because I'm not on TikTok, so I have all the other like makeshift TikToks on the other apps. But I keep seeing this like old grainy footage from the 50s, and it's a compilation of just horrible shot making from a bunch of like old white NBA players. And it's a Mo Bamba Chat GPT version of like 1950s, like, what are those guys called that, like, I don't even know what a quartet, right? It's like, oh, I got it.
You mean acapella?
Acapella, there you go.
Okay.
But it's from like the 1950s, and they're singing Mo Bamba, and it's just all these like guys missing and having these horrible jump shots. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. If we could find the music for it, I know that it's like the explicit version of Mo Bamba, so maybe we can find a different one. But it's hilarious. You just brought up the Wilt thing, and I had to think about it. But Wilt's probably one for some people. Like, if I look back right now, the greatest like must-see athlete that I saw in my generation. I've seen LeBron, I've seen Steph, I've seen
Did you
Kobe.
see Jerry Rice live?
I saw Jerry as a Raider. So yes, I did see Jerry and Tim Brown together.
Yeah, that's
which was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
Jerry was literally open on every play. you couldn't stop watching him. You're rolling your eyes, Carter. I swear to God, he's open on every play.
Yeah.
He's open.
That's a good one.
T.O. was that way too.
I saw Barry, right? Like
Barry was
larger than life.
Absolutely.
In more ways than one, but yes, he was that guy for a lot of people.
How many people predicted a Barry home run?
I mean, you go there, I saw not Father's Day weekend, but it was a Father's Day like present for my dad. So like he brought all his boys there, right? So that was 7 of us. My dad and 7 Spadonis, which is crazy. And we all went to an A's Giants game, and it was at then Pac Bell Park, I think. And it was Giambi and Bonds. Like, those were the 2 big names there. It was sick. The Giambino
boys, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's funny that you bring up Bonds because people might not see it now this way, but in the 90s.
I'm getting Bronny James, by the way, on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. So that's a good one. I just wanted to see his face.
It's a -4.
I just wanted to see his face.
This is going to sound insane. Like, you guys are going to think I'm crazy here. There was a point in time in the mid-90s where Griffey had this campaign, Griffey for President, with Nike baseball and just Nike in general. And they had these swingman shoes, these Griffey shoes. And Griffey was larger than life. And they had this huge campaign. And I remember the Mariners came into town, and it was Jose Cruz Jr. playing for the Mariners alongside Jay Buhner and Ken Griffey Jr. And when Griffey came to Candlestick, it was a spectacle. And this is the beginning of interleague, okay? Because interleague play was a novelty at that time. Right. It was very, very new. It must have been 97, 98, 99, somewhere in that range. And watching Ken Griffey Jr. take cuts in, pregame warmups was one of the just insane things I've ever seen. And seeing all the kids in the outfield walls go crazy in the old center field pull-out bleachers, the metal ones. And there was just a moment in time where Griffey was bigger than Bonds. I mean, he really was. And Bonds was large. I'm not saying he wasn't, but Griffey was on a whole nother level.
But it was the swag, right? He was cool. Joe. Like that's there is something.
There was a campaign.
Yeah,
that's the thing. I can't explain it in real terms now. But like, imagine an entire advertisement campaign on television, like advertising Griffey as the dude.
Well, like Magic and Larry, like they saved NBA. They were their own thing. Michael's is different. It was different.
100%.
It was different. He resonated. He was the next. He was cool. He had the commercials.
Pre-social media.
If I could be like Mike, right? Like there was
magazines were big, right? And video games were big, and shoes were big, like selling shoes, like East Bay. I don't know if you remember what East Bay was.
Oh yeah, we had my brothers had it. My brothers are all your age, Joe. Around
so
your
we
age.
would flip through East Bay and it'd be all Griffey stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I gotta have all of this stuff. Griffey was bigger than life. And so to go see Ken Griffey Jr. and the way the bat would wiggle and the hat backwards, and dude, he was just a phenomenon. He was a comet.
I'm getting Bo Jackson here. Obviously,
Bo Jackson was a great one.
And then he was just a flash in the pan too. Like that, he was gone as far as his football career is concerned.
If he had never gotten hurt, I think he could have been a Hall of Famer in 2 sports.
You guys don't understand. Like, they went to commercial at the All-Star break. They showed a Bo Jackson commercial. He came out, hit a home run.
Was that the Bo Says Hello home run?
It's Bo like knows, one of the most
Bo knows.
Off a giant.
Yeah.
It's one of
off
the
Rick
most,
Russell, yeah.
It's one of the most iconic moments in the history of television and marketing of all time. You
and
could
Bo
not have
says
scripted
hello.
something more incredible.
Thank you for the NBC Sports California call there, Sammy.
That was my Vince Scully impersonation.
Oh, okay. I thought it was someone else.
Because he was the one who was on the call. Remember, it was Scully, and then Ronald Reagan was in the booth, too, for that home run.
Oh, Ronald Reagan has the all-time one.
And Ronald Reagan wasn't even his biggest bow.
No. I remember when Marcus Allen won, he's like, he's talking to Tom Flores when Marcus Allen won the NFL, or the Super Bowl MVP. He's like, I just got off the phone with Moscow, and they said that Marcus Allen is a weapon of mass destruction. I'm butchering it, but that's basically what he said. And I'm not a Whitey Gleason or a Dibs who could do a great Ronald Reagan impression.
And they're the same age, so.
They are. I saw, by the way, a split screen in their faces next to each other of Ronald Reagan and Dragonomics, if you will. Shout out Mac Dre. And CJ McCollum, and their faces are side by side when it comes to their economic policies. Alan in San Francisco. Hey, Alan, who was the larger-than-life figure you saw in person when it comes to sports?
So Joe mentioned that he's never seen Magic. I'm a bit older than Joe. In 1979, I was a graduate student at the University of Illinois. It was Eddie Johnson and the Fighting Illini against Irvin Johnson's last year at Michigan State, and I was there, and Johnson got the better of him. And that year, I think MSU was 1 and Michigan State was 3. And they would have swapped number 1 spots because they upset the Spartans. But then 2 days later, the Illini broke my heart. They lost to Ohio State, and they never made it to number 1. I don't think they ever made it to number 1. Anyway, that's my story.
Great call.
It's a great call, Alan in San Francisco.
It's a great call.
It's my middle name, by the way. Irvin Magic Johnson. I'm getting here. I'm getting Larry Bird. Again, 888-957-9570. Why are we talking about this? Well, we just got to thinking Bryce Harper was that phenom for so long. And not that like the full cachet of him is lost on some people, but he's no longer like the hot ticket in town. He's not Paul Skeens. He's not Shohei Ohtani. And this is just life in general. Like, it's very difficult to be that player from start to finish that's must see. Like, Steph at this age, like for the rest of it, like if he plays a couple more seasons, whatever it is, he's going to be must see. He just is. I think LeBron's the same way.
I think for every Bay Area sports fan, going to see Steph has been on their bucket list.
Yeah.
Because not everyone can afford these things, and you want to be able to give your child some sort of a magical moment if you have them. And he's definitely on the bucket list for I think a lot of sports fans in the Bay.
Absolutely,
if not everyone.
So 888-957.
Was Lincecum like that for you?
Yeah, no, because you know why he's like that for me? Because I remember when I saw him. I saw him once with my dad, and this was when I was in high school, and he took me out of school early, and it was a Friday, and we drove up to the Bay. We drove up, and we were going to stay at my Nani's house afterwards in Burlingame. That's where she lived. Rest in peace, Nani. And we were going to go there afterwards. And it was Joe Torre and the Dodgers in town.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is a
loser Joe.
Yeah, there. But my dad loved it because my dad loved Joe Torre. He's an Italian guy, so we always root for the Italian guys. So there you go. And Joe Torre, by the way, one of those guys that looked like he was like 70 years old forever. I just saw Billy Bob Thornton on the television screen recently on like a commercial, and he's looked the same age. Joe Torre's that guy for me. He's looked old his entire life. Yeah. But he was there. And I just remember him coming to the mound, and Timmy was pitching, and he was great. He might have ended up losing, but he was pitching like a 1-run game, and he had like a bajillion strikeouts. The way he pitched and delivered, no one did it like him with the hair. It's just something you're going to remember forever. And the fog was rolling in. It was a chilly night. I was eating a hot dog. It was just one of those moments I'll never forget. And Tim Lincecum was the pitcher that night, and I remember it.
He was the man.
And everyone, of course, Timmy was pitching that night, so you're walking over the bridge. You got all the vendors in.
Everyone's burning trees.
Everyone's burning trees, right? I always remember for some reason there was this guy with no legs on a skateboard, always as a vendor.
Oh.
Like, he was on the bridge. I know. Again, that's what I remember. And he was selling let Timmy smoke like stuff. It was awesome. That's what I remember. It was viscerally in my mind, but it felt so San Francisco. There you go.
Yeah, my favorite was that 2010 when the
guy
Texas
with no
Ranger
legs on a skateboard. I don't know why I remember that.
The Texas Rangers
Lieutenant
reporter.
Dan.
It was like a local TV reporter. I'm here in front of Pac Bell Park, and people are smoking weed right there. It's like, yeah, no duh, Texas. That's what we do.
Seriously, it's so dumb. By the way, next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4-day passes to Aftershock. Go check out Acid Bath. What a band they are, am I right, Carter? And we have gift cards to the Valkyries merch store and Laughing Monk brewing. Hey, that Valkyries merch, man. I was at the California Classic over the weekend, and of course, Benny sees the gift store. Dad, let's go. We got to get something. I was like, of course we have to get something. I got him like a little Warriors basketball that he can play and shoot around. I also got one for my selfish purposes. I got the Warriors ones where you get the little like clip over the door, little foam ball ones that you can shoot. So I got one for our place because that'll be fun. And of course, we get back and what happens, him and Nora just fight for each other. Give me the ball. It's mine. It's like, no one's getting it. I'm putting it somewhere neither of you can reach. So there you go. But we were doing that and the Valkyries merch was flying. Dude, everyone was rocking Valkyries merch.
So I'm going to throw out a name to you guys, two of them, of guys that you would not, they aren't going to come to the forefront. The first one is one of the most dominant players in the history of the game, like a Reggie White. Saw Reggie White multiple times. And watching him in person, wow. Lawrence Taylor, I got to see once.
I was going to say Lawrence Taylor, okay.
Wow. Now, I'm going to throw this name at you, and you're going to say, no way. But again, this is the same thing with Griffey. Like, I think there was moments in time where these people were larger than where we look at them now. Jeremy Shockey, playoff game against the Niners.
Jeremy
Shockey was a guy. You got to understand, like, because of the Madden, he was a video game character. And his whole, like, I don't know if I would consider him, like, barstooly, but he was kind of like on that, whatever you call bussing with the boys. He was kind of one of those types of characters.
I always thought he belonged on the 1970s Raiders.
He had a WWE quality to him.
He would have been a perfect Raider, right?
Yes. He had a WWE quality to him. And I'll never forget, he scored a touchdown in that playoff game in the wild card, and he spit out this water bottle at the crowd when he was in the bench, and he was a guy that unless you watched and saw, like, you just don't remember. But like, I'm telling you, the guy was amazing. He was amazing, and he was somebody you had to go see. It sounds insane. I know you guys are probably like, Jeremy Shockey? Really? No, he was
Kane's legend.
No, dude, he was awesome.
I love me some Jeremy Shockey. He was super underrated. 2-time Super Bowl champion, All-Pro, 4-time Pro Bowler.
Dude, he was badass.
He's forgotten and of course, he played for that Miami squad. 2000.
He's the greatest football team ever.
I know, and again, that just goes to show you how stacked it is. He's a forgotten guy on those teams, and he was incredible, absolutely incredible. As I go Draymond Green there, 888-957-9570. By the way, that All-Star prize pack blowout that we're doing all next week. You got to be listening, and it's starting next Monday. Every day, every show, you got to be listening, 7:30, 12:30, 4:30 for your chance to win. Again, every single day, you'll have an opportunity to win something amazing. All right, we got some calls.
Yeah.
Want to go to?
Yeah.
Let's go to Rob in San Jose.
What's up, Rob?
Wants to join the conversation. Rob, who was that one athlete that you saw that you went like, wow, I'm witnessing greatness?
Man, I got two. So when I was 10 years old, we had season tickets at Candlestick. Our seats were on the 40-yard line, 3 rows behind the 49ers bench. And the guy that sat in front of us used to work for Fox, and he would go back and get the interviews for the game. And I went up to the bathroom. I walked back down. He kind of motions me. He takes me down on the field, and Jerry Rice takes his gloves off. They were blowing out the Patriots, and hands me his gloves. And I got to go back in the locker room.
That's cool.
Meet a bunch of the players. I got hats signed by all these guys as a 10-year-old, and I was just in awe. But my number one athlete was Barry Bonds. And I'm 40 years old, so in high school, getting to go see Barry was just
Where'd you go to high school?
List. I played baseball. Bellarmine.
Oh, you sucker. You guys are
What
always
are you
good.
about to,
You guys are always good in everything
else.
I hate
Caught
Bellarmine.
yourself.
They're so good in everything. Yeah.
Hey, so 10 years later, 10 years ago, we're at a restaurant in San Francisco. I'm with my wife at the time and my in-laws. And Barry Bonds walks into the restaurant, walks right past me, and he goes and sits down by himself. And, man, I walked over to him and told him he was my childhood idol. I loved meeting him. He was super nice.
That's awesome.
It was a quick 2-minute conversation. But, yeah, meeting Barry was like highlight, man.
That's awesome. And tell your child, daughter, whoever that is in the background, thanks for listening to 95.7 The
There
Game.
you go. It's Rob in San Jose. That sounded like they were saying ice cream at 7:42 in the morning,
Bellarmine.
right?
Always. Bellarmine's good in everything, man.
Of course. Dude, the Bay's just stacked with so much talent when it comes to all their schools.
Well, I mean, they have the SEC program of the state, WCAL.
I mean, that's what it is, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's funny that we take for granted, like, Steph, like even LeBron. I haven't heard one LeBron mention. Like, how many times has the Warriors faced LeBron?
So many times, right?
Oh, probably close, 50 to 100?
Yes.
Somewhere in that range? So we take it for granted. LeBron is going to be that guy 15, 20 years from now that we're going to still be talking about.
You're going to hate him now, but you're going to remember fondly in like 20, 30 years when you're sitting in the chair, you're talking to your grandsons, you're like, yeah, I watched that guy play.
Right.
He's one of the, and it's going to be funny because you're going to be defending that generation. So you're going to have to force yourself to defend guys that you used to hate. It's like, no, you didn't see LeBron James.
LeBron was the GOAT. I wanted him so bad.
Yeah, right. It's like, I saw him when no one else wanted him. I did.
Let me throw a name at
I was there for James Harden.
I've probably seen, 5 games in person. I'm trying to think. 3 at Candlestick for sure, and at least 2 at Levi's. And I take it for granted. I really believe at the highest level of quarterback play, and these were most of them were regular season games, although there were a few. There was the NFC Championship game at Levi's,
right,
and then there was the playoff game at Candlestick, the final ever playoff game against Colin Kaepernick. You can make an argument Aaron Rodgers, one of the most talented players to ever play football, and watching him complete some of the most unbelievable passes. The pass he completed over the outstretched arms of Fred Warner, coming down my way. I think it was week 2 or week 3 at Levi's where they won on that field goal. He is one of the greatest players I've ever seen play, and I kind of just took it for granted every single time. And I think 10 years from now, looking back on it, we are going to talk about Aaron Rodgers. I know he's a weirdo. I get it. Dude, he made some unbelievable throws at Candlestick and at Levi's.
Bucket list athletes that you've seen, and bucket list athletes currently that you would like to see. Who are they that you haven't seen yet? Caitlin Clark's taking on, potentially, we'll see if she plays today, potentially playing the Valkyries in the Indiana Fever. That game at 9 o'clock, and you can find it on the Odyssey app on the Valkyries channel, which is free to do because we are the home of the Golden State Valkyries, so we're going to shout them out. So Caitlin Clark for some people, Paul Skeens. Hell, you were mentioning off air, I think. You got some tickets for the Giants and Pirates, and the Pirates coming to town. You're hoping you see Paul Skeens.
I'm going to that Monday night, and I'm really excited and looking forward to it. I do believe that we've kind of been soured on this guy as of recent, but as we talk about the greats, the Jerry Rices of, I think that there will be people 10 years, 15 years from now, and not Frank Gore, because Frank Gore was more like Anquan Bolden, where it was guts and guile and smarts and IQ and not the physical stuff. I think Christian McCaffrey is going to be talked about that way, and George Kittle will be talked about that way for a lot of 49er fans, because what they do on a football field is some of the Christian McCaffrey stuff in 2023 that I got to see in person at Levi's. I remember just texting with Sam or you, with Bonte, whoever would be at the games, sitting next to my wife or some of my friends, like, do we realize what we're watching? This guy's an all-time player.
Sometimes in certain sports, it just doesn't do it justice. Like, the burst in athleticism of some of these guys is insane. Christian McCaffrey's
tackles.
One of them. Like Derrick Henry's a guy I think of too. It's just like,
I never seen him in person.
But when I'm watching, he's one of those athletes I think I need to see in person, because when I watch it on TV, I was like, he's so big, it doesn't look like he's running fast at all, and yet he's galloping away from everyone, and no one can bring him down. His off-season workout videos, by the way, insane.
Yeah,
the way he runs up hills.
James Harrison.
James Harrison, another guy's insane, by the way. Talking about feats of strength, that him running the length of the field in the Super Bowl before halftime. Yeah. Talking about heartbreaking moments in the history of the Cardinals, whatever they have in their heartbreaking moments.
That's basically their whole history.
That's basically it. But that one, I was rooting for the Cardinals then because I could not stand the Steelers because my dad couldn't stand the Steelers. I was rooting for Kurt Warner. It was an awesome story. And for James Harrison to do that, still one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
I truly believe this. There's a different kind. Resume is different. Obviously, Jerry, when it comes to resume, no one's topping Jerry or Joe Montana. I really believe CMC, in terms of talent and individual season, 2023 is up there with one of the greatest individual seasons I've ever seen in my life.
This might sound blasphemous, but I think even the greatest football player of all time, I'm not sure if he was bucket list worthy. Like Tom Brady. I don't know if I needed to see him in person.
I saw him a couple times and it was pretty special.
See, I'm going to push back on that.
I said it's going to a hot take. I don't think I needed to see him in person.
Start where Brady's just pointing at the line and doing all this. I was like, oh God, it's Brady.
But he was cooked.
It didn't matter.
Even his last year, when I saw him run out on that field, I was like, oh my God, there is the greatest to ever do it right there. No, I thought it was pretty special seeing Tom Brady in person. So no, that's the big name on my list that I've crossed off.
Sam, Joe, Carter, you guys know I love Tom Brady. I think he's the greatest athlete of my lifetime. I think that highly of him. His mindset is greater than anyone else, I think, when it came to winning and what he was willing to sacrifice. I think I got most of it what I needed to see in that Super Bowl on TV in Atlanta, against Atlanta.
Yeah, but when you watch
but that's
someone,
not the same as seeing him.
Exactly.
We're talking about seeing him in person.
Exactly.
But even then, I don't know if like Mahomes has the cannon. He's got like, wow, the athleticism, everything baked into it.
But Tom Brady is Tom Brady.
This is where I'll disagree. I went to that first ever Alex Smith start, 05, against
I said
Peyton
it was a hot take.
Against Peyton Manning, and Peyton Manning is like Peyton Manning, okay? He's conducting everything at the line, and you're like, oh my God, this 20-year-old can't even he can't even take a snap under center. And I'm not ripping Alex. I'm just saying like the contrast between this guy doing a full orchestra at the line, and then I watched 20 years later Tom Brady do the same exact thing. And he came out at the same time as Peyton Manning. And again, 20 years later, I'm watching him do that. Watching Tom was surreal.
I do want to give a shout out to some other sports here because we're getting them on YouTube.
What are they?
I got Manny Pacquiao. That's
I never
a good
saw
one.
him
Never
in
saw
person.
Tyson, I'm sure some people say.
Never
Ali, if you saw Ali in person.
Never saw him in person.
Hey, like I'm getting some tennis here. Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, like Novak Djokovic is still playing. Like those are incredible tennis players. If you saw, any of the greats on the women's side, right? The Billie Jean Kings of the world. The Williams sisters, maybe. Serena and Venus. 888-957-9570. Like I would again, we're talking about individual athletes. Tiger, right? Phil. If you saw Jack play, Nicholas, maybe that's one of them.
So it's funny. It's like we bring up these guys and we're talking about Harper and he was must see, I think, for a lot of people, and now he's not. As I get older, and maybe this is just me realizing my mortality and just life in general. Like I want these moments. I want these moments with my son and my family and my friends. As much as I love the athletes, and trust me, I do. I love watching the athletes. There are venues to me that are bigger bucket list items than even the players nowadays. I have never been to Wrigley. I want to go to Wrigley with my son. I want to experience that with him through his eyes at some point. I have never been to Lambeau. I want to go to Lambeau. Like I have this burning desire to get over to St. Andrews and play golf with my son in St. Andrews. That's what I wanted to do with my dad. I wanted to do it so bad, and we had it on our bucket list, and we never got a chance to accomplish it. I want to go to Augusta.
Yeah.
So as much as like going to see these athletes is extremely important, and I love that. I feel like a kid when I think about those things. To me, the venues are equally as drawing to me, and I think the experience as a dad and wanting to do that with my son and with my brother and his kids, that actually might be more special to me at this point in my life than maybe even going to see Shohei Ohtani at bat. Does that make sense?
No, it's because it's the experience of it, right? It's different when you do it with family, when you do it with a best friend, a son, a loved one. Like the experience baked into it is the excitement. And that's what I do now. Like when I'm with, like I used to be like, if I was going with like my buddies or something like that, I'd get mad at games or I'd get upset. Then I realized like I'm with my kid, I'm with my son, my daughter. Like maybe when they get older, like he's going to start getting upset and grumpy.
No, they will.
Like
That's going to be the beauty of it.
It is. But for
just
now,
sharing the misery.
But for now, I'm just enjoying being at the game. And yeah, your team might lose, it might suck, but he doesn't care about that. The fact he's with me right now, enjoying a game, having a good time, that's what I care about. Now, he'll learn the heartbreak. Oh, trust me. He's going to learn the pain and suffering. And that's what's going to make it special going on. And if they eventually win, and that's what I'm sure it was like in 2010 with your dad, right?
Yeah.
The Giants finally won it for him.
Oh,
I know for my dad, it was just like, are you like, I never thought I was going to see them win a World Series. You never thought, yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, we literally, he came over to my apartment at the time when my wife and I had an apartment, and we all celebrated the game together and ran out into the street. And I got blacked out that night. And this is why I don't drink anymore.
You in San Francisco, yeah.
But I think the older you get, your algorithms shift a little.
Oh yeah.
And you start thinking about like, I got to do these things before I.
Totally. And that's why we're talking the bucket list athletes that you've seen in the past and that you still want to see today. 888-957-9570. We'll ask Dave Fleming at 8:30, a guy that's seen some incredible athletes in his time. Are you kidding me? Guy said he lived in the same building as Tiger Woods when he was at Stanford.
If you had to choose though between like the athletes, like the individual athletes or the venues, see, to me, like almost similar to a religious experience, and I'm not saying this is religion, but similar in the sense
I've been to the Sistine Chapel. It's big time.
Right. There are religious, sites that you have to visit, right, in your life. Like you want to go. You reference the Sistine Chapel, and I think a lot of people want to go to the Vatican or whatever, or things like that. The Holy Land. I do believe for a sports fan, the equivalent is going to Fenway, going to Lambeau, going to Yankee Stadium, going to Wrigley. I think for some it might be going to PNC or Oracle or San Diego. And
what's going on right now behind you? Wimbledon. I would love to do that.
So
awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've watched more tennis this week because of Wimbledon than I have since Wimbledon last year.
It's similar to Augusta, right? The birds chirping, the trees, all of it, how it presents, the all white and the grass courts. It's just iconic.
Absolutely.
And the pomp and circumstance of just it being in England.
It's like playing Pebble Beach.
Yes.
Right? For a lot of people. And Pebble is still that for me. And I got to play it with my dad, and it's one of the most special days of my life.
I took Pebble for granted because I grew up literally right near the gates of it too, like in Pacific Grove. So maybe for me, it doesn't have the same cachet.
It's a special place.
Playing there, whether it's Poppy, Spyglass, or actually Pebble Beach. I'm still waiting to play Cypress Point. But yeah, I'll be waiting forever for that, by the way. It is special. But again, I take all those views for granted because I just grew up in the area. We got Jay, Filmo, Will, neighbor Dave. We got so many people that want to weigh in on athletes I have seen and would like to see today. And again, we'll ask Dave Fleming at 8:30 his thoughts on it. 888-957-9570 is the number. And who is that one guy or gal that you've seen right now? And Joe, who for you, if I just one person, and I don't know if you've said it already, but that one person for you that you've seen
right now,
that that you've seen already, that you're gonna look back and say that was the ultimate bucket list moment for me in your life. What was it? What would you say it was already? You got more to make with LJ, of course.
There's been so many. I've been so blessed and so lucky. I can't boil it down to one. I'm not trying to
What about the athlete then? How about that?
Look, I got to see Montana. I got to see Steve Young. We were spoiled. My grandfather had season tickets. My dad had season tickets. I've been to every single playoff game the Niners have had since 1990. Okay, I have every single playoff game since 1990, and the only one that I didn't go to was when my son was too small, too young. My wife wouldn't let me go. It was the Green Bay Reigning game where they played against the Green Bay Packers a couple years ago. That's the only one I haven't been to.
Who's the one you regret not seeing? A player? Is it Michael?
Lamar Jackson, Christmas Eve, or Christmas night when I couldn't go because, again, the baby was too young. He was little. You remember he was born 2 months early.
He would have been pissed off in that game anyway, so don't worry. He didn't want
it would not have been a fun experience.
Yeah, but I want to go see Lamar.
Yeah.
Lamar is one of those athletes that no one's brought up tonight.
Yeah.
And I think Lamar is on a short list of wow. Because I think we're going to look at him like we look at Vic. I got to see Vic.
Yeah.
Vic was special.
Well, that kind of leads me to a question I have for you guys. It's just who is the biggest name left on your bucket list that you need to cross off? Because I'm like you, I've seen a lot of people out there. I think the biggest name that I have not seen in person is probably an Alexander Ovechkin, or even, I'm not a soccer fan, but a Lionel Messi. Those are two guys who I haven't seen them play in person. I would like to before their careers end. So maybe we can get into this on the other side. What is the guy in sports that while they're still playing, you haven't seen them yet, and you that's the guy you got to see before they retire?
If I were to boil it down, one of my favorite moments ever, all time, was a home run to send the game into extra innings, me and my brother, 2010 playoffs against the Atlanta Braves, when we were down the line, or down in center field, and the ball went over our heads. It was one of the most incredible moments of all time. I'll never forget sharing that with my brother. The come from behind victory against the New York Giants in the playoffs comes to mind.
Yeah.
I got so many of them. I've been very blessed. I've been to a lot of games, and this is before I was even in sports media.
And now we're blessed with the injury report.
Game 4, Steph, Boston.
The Valkyries are going to get a second chance real quick, Joe, against Caitlin Clark today when they tip off against the Indiana Fever. In just about an hour, Clark has missed the last 5 games with a groin injury, but was clear to return to action after participating in 5-on-5 on Monday. Valkyries shut down Clark the last time they faced her in Valhalla, holding her to 11 points on 0 of 7 shooting. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Real quick, Joey.
I got to see Steph Curry in Boston on a Friday night in the finals have the greatest half of his career to basically propel the Warriors to winning a championship and probably the crowning achievement of his career. By myself, in Boston, I got to see a Super Bowl. I've been so spoiled.
And you know where you were listening to that game, Carter? You were listening to that game on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yes.
Oh, we're rolling, baby. Halfway home here on a hump day in the Bay. It's Spadoni at Shasky. Good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work. If you're still coming off that high of that Giants win last night, I don't blame you. 4-3 the final. Patrick Bailey, who couldn't hit anything for years, it felt like, since his rookie season, quite frankly, gets a walk-off 3-run inside the park home run. First time a catcher has had a walk-off inside the park home run in 99 years. They don't do it very often, Joey. They don't. But Patrick Bailey did it. Boy, did he need it. Jung-Hoo Lee had a couple hits yesterday. So the guys that we were talking about all day yesterday, our level of concern, our top two with the Giants, Bailey and Lee, hey, they delivered somewhat yesterday, especially Bailey getting the win yesterday. And the Giants take the series already. And now they're looking to get greedy today as they go for the sweep of the Phillies. Verlander will be on the bump against Jesus Luzardo, Jesus Lizard, some call him. And, we were talking about that game a lot. We talked about the whole first hour. They where this team is now compared to a week ago, it's night and day. It just speaks to the baseball season, right? You can get swept against the Marlins. You can lose a couple games here to the White Sox, the D-backs, but then you come out swinging against a team like the Phillies, one of the best teams in the league, and then you get the Dodgers after them. Who knows? You take a series against them, confidence is going to be at an all-time high. But we were talking about, bucket list athletes heading into this segment. Why? Because Bryce Harper's on the other side. He's in a Philadelphia Phillies uniform, and for the longest time, that guy felt box office in baseball. He's still a big name. You say Bryce Harper, oh yeah, big, really good player, multi-time MVP, probably going to go to the Hall of Fame if his career keeps going the way it is. But he was that bucket list athlete for some people. It was Mike Trout. Now, probably not anymore. Maybe for some people it is, but not for the most part now. It's probably Shohei. It's probably Judge right now. Probably Paul Skeens.
Tariq Skubal?
Maybe.
I mean, he's
Scooby
pretty
Snacks.
electric.
He's pretty electric, sure. But we started talking about those athletes that you saw that were bucket list for you, and those athletes, quite frankly, right now that you would like to see. And so that's the number, 888-957-9570. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We got Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, joining us in 25 minutes. So good morning, Joe. God, what a show it's been.
Yeah. We've also been kind of like alluding to certain venues that we want to do and bucket list items when it comes to sports just in general. And the one that I have that I don't know how many other people have this, but I do a lot of coaching and I love youth baseball. And I know that one of our little teams, a 12-year-old team, and Scott Hernandez and those guys are all going to go to Cooperstown in 2 weeks.
Fun. And
they're going to play for however many days. You stay in the barracks, and it's an experience for the kids. And I'm trying to hold off until my little guy can go and play there. I want my first experience to be with him. And I know a lot of people that have done it, and they talk about how for a baseball parent and a baseball fan, it's heaven. To go to Cooperstown. And that is something that I've been holding out hope that we would be able to do together for the longest time. And I can't wait. I got to wait another 10 years, but I can't wait to make that happen.
We got a lot of people that want to join in this conversation on the bucket list athletes that they saw or would like to see. Filmo, Jay, Will, Neighbor Dave, Jay, all of you. We'll get to you in just a second. No Little League World Series for you, Williamsport?
You know my thoughts on Little League.
No. Enlighten me.
Well, they're two different sports. Okay, so pony baseball, is it?
It's baseball.
Okay. If we want to get into the minutia of it.
It's not basketball.
Little League has smaller dimensions. Okay. It's very well organized. I don't deny that. You don't hold runners on. Okay. You throw from a very short distance on the mound. You're allowed to use bats that are hotter than heck, the hype fires. Okay. In pony, the field's slightly bigger. Okay. All right. And so the dimensions are bigger, and you also are able to steal bases and hold runners on. There's just a whole nother nuance. Little League, as you get into it, you'll understand they're two different leagues. It's just different kinds. It's like not being able to press, and there's just a lot different. The free throw line being shorter, if you will, at different ages. It's a totally different type of a game.
I'm looking at it right now. Little League World Series, stealing is allowed, but there are specific
rules. The ball has
rules.
to cross the plate.
Got it.
That's not real baseball.
All right, fair enough.
I'm just telling you, there's a difference.
No, I'm just saying for some people, maybe it was that as a parent to watch their kid play.
Each county is different.
Series.
Some counties have one or the other. Some counties have both leagues participating at once. San Francisco is the largest pony league in all the country.
We used to have, where I grew up in Monterey for the longest time, they held the Bronco World Series,
which is pony.
So
that's
they would
pony.
we'd have like, we
went down there 3 years ago, down into Monterey, and that's where we played. We actually ended up being the runner-up in that area.
They're pretty good down there.
They're really good. Carmel has a team.
Yep. Monterey,
Marina. Yeah, there's a bunch of teams down there. Sure. They're very good.
Jay is in Oakland, wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. We're talking about bucket list athletes that you have seen, would like to see, and also the venue that maybe you've gone to or haven't been able to go to that you'd like to see. Jay, what's up, man? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, it was actually two players that I seen that just stood out. I lived like maybe 5 minutes away from the Coliseum growing up. So as a kid, man, for me, it was Ricky Henderson. Ricky made baseball cool for all kids, especially on the East Bay. Like I can't even tell you how many throwback A's jerseys and the yellow jerseys and the green hats was being worn on a baseball field as a kid because of Ricky. So Ricky was great, man. I got to see him many, many times, and he's one that will always stick out. And then the second one, I went to college out on the East Coast in the D.C. area. And it was Allen Iverson, man. Allen Iverson, seeing him in person, bro, he just, like, transcended basketball, where, again, it was just more of a culture change. When he came into the league, like, everything kind of, like, centered around Allen Iverson. And just seeing Ricky and Allen Iverson be able to do what they both did, and they were both short in stature, also was super relatable as well.
No, that's a great call, Jay, and I want to piggyback off that. AI in particular, because I was like 7, 8 years old when he started becoming like that dude, going to the finals, right, with the Sixers, taking on the Lakers. Like, no, he was my favorite player. He was my friend's favorite player, black, white, Latino, Asian. Like, everyone loved AI because the stature was important, and he was crossing up everyone, right? It was how he was doing it. It was the flair. It was the style, the braids, all. He just was cool. Even at 7 years old, I knew it was cool. When I was wearing glasses, I looked like Harry Potter. I was uncool, but I got his shoes at the Reebok outlet, and I felt cool.
Well, and he was also a bad boy.
Well, that was part of it. That's why he was cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think whatever you feel about AI, that's how a lot of people, and I know this sounds crazy now, that's how big Griffey was in the 90s, but fully smile and not the bad boy stuff.
Exactly. We ain't talking about practice. He wasn't doing that.
He was Superman, you know? And no, I'm not saying he was better than Bonds. What I'm saying to you is he was a bigger cultural phenomenon than Bonds. And it's difficult to kind of understand that today, but Griffey was the man.
No.
He had a video game.
Absolutely. I'm getting some college ones here on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Johnny Manziel at Texas A&M.
I think Tebow was way bigger than Manziel.
That's not bad, but Johnny Football was big.
What about Vince Young?
Yeah, Vince Young. Yeah.
Well, one of my buddies, Dave, was texting in.
Reggie Bush I got.
My buddy Dave Phelan, he was basically saying that he got to watch Vince Young at Texas and went to both Rose Bowl games. And to see Vince Young do that, I mean, against USC, is probably one of the greatest sports moments maybe in college football history.
100%.
Right. There's that's
I still don't understand why Pete Carroll didn't go QB spy.
It's one of the greatest endings. I think we were talking about this a couple weeks ago, right? The walk-off that Tua had when he came in and just throwing who was that to? Devontae Smith? Jerry Judy was someone. I mean, God, there's so many NFL players on that team receiving-wise, which is insane. So those are some good college ones. I'd love to hear some collegiate athletes. Absolutely.
And I know Johnny Manziel was huge. Tebow was because you bring religion in.
Well, I know, but was Johnny the first? He was a redshirt freshman, I think, technically. Maybe he wasn't. First freshman to win the Heisman? It was like a big deal. Yeah. I think he was. Yeah, it was a big deal.
I thought a running back did too.
I think Johnny was, but I'll look it up.
Yeah,
because I know Maurice Clarett was a freshman. I don't believe he won the Heisman that year. Maurice Clarett tried to go straight from freshman year into the NFL. I thought he was ready.
Jameis was a red shirt to do it, but Johnny was the first to be the freshman.
There you go.
So it was a big deal. 2012, yeah, I just graduated high school. It was a big deal. Johnny football, the money and everything. Now he flamed out, so with collegiate it's different because they might not translate to the NFL, but they had their moment in college, and it was just like the way he came back against Alabama and torched them in a Saban defense. We had never seen it.
Evans.
Mike Evans. Oh, I mean,
To this day, I was like, everyone's like, Johnny Manziel. I'm like, that wide receiver. Get me that wide receiver.
And he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Not a doubt in my mind.
Will in Marin wants to join the conversation. Will, who is that bucket list athlete that you saw or would like to see?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. So the bucket. So first I want to say, Joe, you're absolutely right about Jeremy Shockey. He reminded me of like an evil George Kittle with the long hair.
Dude,
and just had this like aura and presence about him. And he was an extremely sick physical athlete, would make one-handed catches, mow people over while blocking. And he had the attitude. He walked the walk and talked the talk. But since we're talking about larger than life athletes, the coolest thing I probably ever saw live, I was in New York for UFC 205 when Conor McGregor beat Eddie Alvarez to become the first champ in UFC history. And I know that, he's not the best MMA fighter ever, but he probably went on one of the sickest runs of all time. I mean, his nickname was Mystic Mac. He called his shot and delivered. He would dust people like coffee tables and would win fights he was supposed to lose. And he was just absolutely insane. And you want to talk about, I know that people always talk about how New York fans and Boston fans travel well. The Irish travel well. When I was there at Madison Square Garden, I've never seen so many Irish people in one location. I thought I was in mini Ireland. It was insane. Like the ole is going across the stadium, just the vibe, like the goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it, just reliving the moment in my imagination. It was unbelievable and it was crazy. It was almost like watching a UFC fight in Japan where when they're fighting, a lot of the times they show the fighters respect and they're silent. Like when Conor McGregor was fighting, it was silent. When he would land a blow or when he dropped Eddie for the first time, just the rumble reminded you of that like big explosion of a football game where it goes in your ear and through the entire core of your body. It was insane. And then how he won it and how he's up on the thing, holding both the belts, everyone cheering. It was just something I'd never, ever, ever forget in my life. It was crazy. One of the sickest experiences.
McGregor was a phenomenon. And Will, I guess you've never been to the Irish Center's Wawona Gates on a Saturday afternoon to see that many Irish people all at one plot.
Yeah, I just think when I think Conor McGregor, I think Khabib just absolutely destroying him.
No, but McGregor was a moment in time.
He had his moment. I'm just thinking towards the end there, he got absolutely humbled and was never seen from again.
McGregor is one of like the great, in terms of like showmans and hype guys.
I'm not
he
saying
was
he
a moment in time.
He also snapped his leg.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Right.
That doesn't take away from the aura, dude.
It does take away from the aura.
Had crazy aura.
But he's also taken away from his own aura with some of his off the mat
but
stuff.
He's talking about that again. A moment in time.
I know. I'm not saying you can't say that. Like John Jones for a lot of people's like that. Anderson Silva for going UFC. Hell, Brock Lesnar was must-see, dude. He was a beast at one point as a heavyweight.
He was must-see.
He was must-see. Brock Lesnar. He was sweet.
I do love Brock Lesnar.
Off the mat stuff now, but yeah, and he was obviously the WWE. Hell, he tried to play football for the Vikings. He was on the practice squad for he was legit playing in preseason games there. I don't scoff at that. He was getting a check.
His daughter is the national champion, too, for shot put in NCAA.
Looks exactly like him, too. Philmo Mike wants to join the conversation. Philmo Mike, who are those bucket list athletes that you've seen or wish you've seen or you want to see still? What's up, man?
Hey, man, I'm not Philmo. I'm actually Carter. Her daughter's a national output champion. No, I'm joking. I tried my Carter. Not good. Anyway.
Hey, no. Hey, Philmo, real quick. The cadence on the Carter, the voice, whatever. The cadence, not bad.
I try. But nah, listen. Listen. I mess with Carter. Serena and Venus Williams.
Good call.
I would have loved to see that at the U.S. Open. If you want to talk venues, I'm not too much into venues anymore because they be changing the name.
Yeah.
I'm simple, though. I would have loved to see like the Seco Fieldhouse, Reggie Miller type stuff because they always say Indiana got good backdrops. Also, I would have loved to have been in the crowd. This is going to sound kind of crazy. When Jackie Robinson was around back in the day, Ebbsfield, I would have loved to just been in the crowd, just see how people were like treating them, reacting to them, how the players were interacting. I would have loved to see that live. Nah, man.
Great call.
That's good stuff. That's Philmo Mike. And that's like a historical one too about the time. And that it would have been rough. Like it would have been uncomfortable at time, but like just to feel the history of it, like I could feel Philmo on that one. Like that's Jackie Robinson, to watch him play, that would have been an experience, right? The movie's incredible. Yeah, 42, right?
Okay, you've seen it?
Yeah,
I probably watch it once every 6 months.
R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman, man.
It's an all-time movie. I love it. It's one of my favorite movies for baseball and just general. I truly love that movie. And the acting in it, the legitimate racism needed to be displayed so that people understand a little bit of what that man went through.
It was even worse probably than what they showed. It was 1,000% worse.
You think?
Yeah, it was
way worse.
It was a PG-13 movie. It could have been rated R.
I think like the whole point was you needed to feel the uncomfortableness to even have a semblance of what this man went through, just a little bit.
Oh, are you kidding me? There's a really good movie too. I've seen bits and pieces of it. It's about Jesse Owens and what he had to deal with. And him obviously being in the Olympics, and it was at Berlin during Nazi Germany era, and how he even said that he was better treated in Nazi and fascism Germany than when he came back home to America. Like perspective of things, like that's insane that he had to even say that and feel that way. And for him, another guy like Jesse Owens, are you kidding me? I would have loved to see him doing that in that venue.
Have you seen the Dave Chappelle stand-up on that?
Yeah, like what? No,
well, he was talking about like how ticked off Hitler would have been watching that.
I wanted to watch it.
It was so good.
No, Filmo's saying that right now.
We're done.
Yeah, no, Filmo's saying that right now. I would have loved to be in the stands and watch him react to it.
I think it was Dave Chappelle. I think it was Dave Chappelle that did that stand-up.
Absolutely. Neighbor Dave wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. 10 minutes, we got Dave Fleming. We'll ask Dave about this as well. And also a huge Giants series win already against the Phillies. We'll get back into it. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, in 10 minutes. Neighbor Dave, bucket list athlete you've seen, want to see, or you didn't see?
Well, first I wanted to say I heard my name this morning. I had to call into the #1 sports radio show in Northern California and pay my respects.
What's up, buddy?
And point out that was the worst Philadelphia sports loss since I've been here in '96. I was at Game 4 in 2010 when Blanton started and Uribe hit the sac fly. But you got to remember, Holiday came back and beat Lincecum in Game 5, and then it went back to Philly. And Montana's comeback was in Philly. So that was devastating. And my son's at the game in center field texting me the whole time like, hey, so that hurt even more. Athlete-wise, I'm going to go Darryl Dawkins. You knew him as Chocolate Thunder. I saw him in the 79-80 season. And Darryl was still in pretty good shape then. You got to remember, you see guys like Durant now, all these type guys. Darryl Dawkins was 6'11", 250. And when he drove down the lane and did like a windmill dunk, you never saw anything like it. Later on, you see video of him. He put on a lot of weight and stuff. But that season, he had like 14 points a game. He did a lot of crazy stuff. There was a lot of fights and stuff. But you can't explain to younger people today, if you haven't seen him in person, of just what he could do for that size and that weight. There was just, you didn't see that in the NBA.
It's a great call. That's neighbor Dave in San Francisco, resident Philly fan living here in San Francisco.
I think one of the things that I'm noticing is that it doesn't have to be one of the greatest players of all time.
No.
You know, I've referenced this story a lot, but like I got to see Hideo Nomo at Candlestick, and now it's like Hideo Nomo, but like back then, going to go see Hideo Nomo at Candlestick, Giants-Dodgers, was a moment in time.
I'm going to look back and say I did get to see two of the greatest of all time, like Shohei and Mike Trout play. I get it. It was for the Angels, and they were against the A's, and the A's weren't good at this time. Or maybe they were. I don't even remember. But, like, at the Coliseum, like, I saw Trout and Ohtani. I'll be able to look back and say, like, I saw those two players in their primes playing. I still want to see Shohei pitch again because I didn't get to see a Shohei start. And hopefully, he stays healthy and he does that going forward.
And kind of overrated.
I'm sure. Yeah, thanks, Sam. I'm sure Giants fans hope he's bad doing that, especially when he faces them.
Bet on it.
Yeah, bet on it. There you go. Jay's in San Rafael wants to join in the conversation. Jay, who's that bucket list athlete for you?
Is it me, Jay?
It's you, Jay.
Hi, guys. How's it going? I'm in the hospital at Marin General, so shout out Marin General and shout out my nurse Vivian, who's giving me an IV right now.
Are you okay? What's going on? Real quick, Jay, what's going on? You all right?
Oh, it's awesome. A 10 out of 10 from Marin General. My dad, my son, and I were all born here. This place rocks. They got a view of Mount Tam, penthouse room, best food in the world. Anyway, I got a hip surgery, hip replacement.
Oh, nice.
Did it go really well? And I'm probably going to be released today, right, Vivian? I hope so. She hopes so. Anyway. I'm going to get my drugs right now. So before the drugs...
Is it so you can play some more golf, or what's the hip replacement for?
Actually, I'm a yoga teacher, dirt biker, mountain biker, tennis player, all that stuff.
Oh,
so it's
so
a cumulative effect.
Yeah.
Mr. Worldwide over here.
Well, look where we live. We live in the mecca of best surgery and medical advancement in the world. Even if I had the worst surgeon, but Dr. Barry rocks, I still would have had the best guy in Montana.
Jay, you sound like me when I broke my arm when I was 12 and I had a half of Vicodin. You're flying high right now, buddy.
The perks are hitting.
You got that good stuff.
Woo, yeah.
All right, who's that person for you, that athlete?
Hey, first of all, I resemble that comment. But anyway, Speroni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe. You have such a good, team vibe. That's great. I love hearing you guys every morning. But how great was that walk-off homer, right?
Dude,
So
incredible. Sick, bro. Hey, Jay, get better. How about that? It's Jay in San Rafael.
I love that guy.
We're up against it.
Jay doesn't have a care in the world.
What did he say?
I'm so jealous.
I
You resemble that question.
Not resent it. He resembles
There's
it.
a guy on Instagram that does this thing like, shout out this dude. I think his name's like Cool Chad or something. And his whole motif on Instagram is like, dude, I want to shout out like the check workers out there that are helping me like get my checks cashed so that I can have money in my bank account. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
Dude, I don't know what Alex was talking about.
That's what that call reminded me of.
I'm just, he said yoga, dirt biking. What else was in there? I don't even, he stopped me at yoga. Do you know what he wanted to call in, what the description said?
Liquid Valium is very strong.
Alex Honnold, who was the rock climber guy. I don't know if you've seen the documentary. I forget.
Is that the one where the
name
guy gets stuck?
No, this guy is alive still. He's from Sacramento.
Okay.
But he's like one of those guys that climbs like Half Dome, like those crazy rock climbers that don't have like no help or anything, and then just freehand. I don't know if I want to watch that guy. I'd actually legit that would make me sick to my stomach.
The movie's Free Solo.
Free Solo. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm okay.
It's nuts. You should watch it.
Okay. Haven't seen it yet.
You know he lives through this, so that helps.
Huh.
But I would not want to watch that in person.
Spoiler
Carter.
alert.
By the way, I give Phil a mic a 5 for his Carter for the cadence. Not the voice. He'll work on that. Real quick before we get to Dave Fleming, 5 minutes, voice of the Giants. Eric Oakland, 30 seconds or less, Eric. That bucket list athlete for you.
You guys mentioned movies before.
Yeah.
We just got back. I've got my 2 daughters in the car here. We just got back from a cross-country road trip, and we hit up the Field of Dreams in Iowa. And absolutely mind-blowing to be out there with the cornfield, the White House, the Red Barn, and we stumbled on it, and we didn't even realize, but there was a baseball tournament going on.
No way.
And they were running a home run derby. And so me and the girls and my wife got to hang out in the outfield and run down the homers that these 12-year-olds were kind of knocking over the modified fence. The sun was setting, everything was beautiful orange. It was unbelievable. I couldn't recommend it enough.
Man.
That's awesome. Eric Oakland.
Field of Dreams. One of the 600 movies in my top 5 all time.
Wow, that's incredible. You know what else is incredible? Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, our Giants insider, talking about a crazy walk-off inside the park home run from the catcher who was the worst hitter on the team. How does that happen? Dave's going to tell us next on the Morning Roast.
First of all, I resemble that comment.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Woo, yeah.
That was the guy on Instagram. Chad Goes Deep. It sounds exactly like him.
Alex Sanderfeld, correct?
It's Jay.
Jay, sorry. There's someone. Okay.
Pull up.
Jay
I want to play
Sanderfeld.
them side by side at some point this morning.
Jay was, how many Jays did he have? He was at the hospital.
Jay
My
was
guy
off bong rips, doggy.
My guy was flying high. We're going to be joined by Dave Fleming here shortly, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Voice of the Giants, our Giants insiders. The Giants take 2 out of 3 so far against the Phillies. They can go for the sweep today. Justin Verlander v. Jesus Luzardo. By the way, next week, it's All-Star Week prize blowout. All-Star Week is upon us, and we're giving away prizes every single day right here on 95.7 The Game. You want to be listening 7:30 a.m., 12:30, 4:30, every single day, every show. It starts on Monday. We got Warriors prize packs. We got Giants prize packs. We got a day pass to Outside Lands. We got 4-day passes to Aftershock. Go see Acid Bath.
Oh, my gosh.
And gift cards to the Valkyries merch store and Laughing Monk Brewing. I just like the name Acid Bath. It's just an all-timer.
I mean, bring it on, man.
You think Jana Mountain View is going to see Acid Bath?
No.
You think Jana Mountain View is going to say for her bucket list athlete who she's seen? She's been around. She's seen some of the greats of the greats.
I mean, when you were around watching Moses play, that's when you know. And I'm not talking about Moses Malone.
Oh, not Moses Moody, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
Way I saw him dribble those 2 tablets.
Stop. That was a 2. The way he spoke to that burning bush, I knew I saw greatness in his eyes, brother.
Instead of the black and white Montana and Walsh photo where they're like in the grass, like designing to play, it's Moses with the burning bush.
Well,
black and white photo. Yeah.
A guy
What is going on here?
A guy that's joining us right now on the River Islands guest line.
I love Jan.
One Dave Fleming. He knows a thing or two about great venues, all-time athletes, bucket list athletes. He's seen it all, but I'm sure there's things that even he would still like to do or call in his career. Players he'd like to see call, sports even. As Dave Fleming joins us now on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Dave, good morning. We're going to get into that insane final call yesterday of everyone. Hell, the Phillies announcers were in shambles. They were in awe. Kruk, Kipe, you, everyone. A walk-off inside the park home run by a catcher is not something you see every day. We'll get to that in a second. But what's been dominating our talk this morning has been bucket lists, right? For the longest time, like Bryce Harper has been that guy for some people. It's like, wow, we need to see Bryce Harper. That's a bucket list guy we got to see. And maybe for some still. But right now, I think if you polled most baseball fans, it's probably the Shohei Ohtanis of the world, Paul Skeens, Aaron Judge still. Like some of those players. And it shifts. There's ebbs and flows. Maybe it's Tariq Skubal for some people. But for Dave Fleming, I want to ask you personally, because you've called some of the great players in golf, in football, in baseball. Is there an athlete, current, past, that you would like to call their game? Like, I'm watching Wimbledon right now, Dave, and I'm going to be honest. I would like to hear some Dave Fleming calling some Carlos Alcaraz right now versus Novak Djokovic potentially.
Yeah, here's my tennis. 30 love. That's it. I would go real minimalist on tennis. I think tennis would be fun. I tell you, the guy who when you ask me that, who instantly pops into mind, and call, but really just see. I wish I could have seen in the Olympics Usain Bolt in the 100-meter final. He is, to me, of all of my lifetime, the most exciting, charismatic athlete. I mean, look, there's a lot of them: Bonds and Tiger Woods and Joe Montana, and on and on. But I would have loved to have been able to be in a stadium to watch Bolt run as fast as any human has ever run. And to me, there's been nothing that I've watched on television that's been more breathtaking than him. I really find him just to be like, because there are a lot of fast guys. And look, the 100-meter final in the Olympics, if you just said an event, I could talk myself into that. I would love to do a British Open golf tournament one time because I just love being over there. It's my favorite part of the world. I would really enjoy that. But a 100-meter final in an Olympics, and especially with Bolt running, I would have loved to have been able to see that.
I love that. Let's get into last night's game. Last night's game was, gosh, it was just the ebbs and flows. I mean, I thought the Giants had opportunities late in the game to make something happen with a couple of runners on and, pop-ups, strikeouts. It's just you're getting frustrated, especially after the Kyle Schwarber home run. It just let the air out of the whole building because I thought Robbie Ray pitched well for the most part yesterday. And it's just a well-played game. And then you get to that ninth inning, Casey Schmidt leads it off with a double. I didn't see that coming. And credit Bob Melvin. I mean, look, probably Wilmer Flores scores in that situation, but he goes with the pinch runner after Wilmer gets on, and he puts Brett Wisely in there. And if there was ever a guy that needed a multi-hit game, only his second multi-hit game in like the last month and a half, it was Pat Bailey. And that's like one of the most exciting plays in the game for me are plays at third, plays at home. A walk-off inside the park home run from that guy in that moment. It's one of the most unbelievable scenes that I've seen in years.
Yeah, crazy. We're going to be talking about that game. We will remember that game. You play all these games in baseball, and there are only a few that carry over like year to year. And that is one that we will remember for a long, long time. Probably forever, as long as baseball's played at Oracle Park. We will remember and talk about that moment. Really cool for Patrick. He does have a knack for the big moment, as frustrating as his season has been for him, for everybody offensively. He has had some big hits for the Giants, and what a time for that. It was just, there were so many things about it. And you mentioned Bob Melvin in there after the game. I was talking about Bob because I thought Bob managed a heck of a game last night. First of all, there was a hit and run early in the game, which we almost never see. Which worked perfectly and set up the first Giants run. Maybe they don't score that run without the hit and run play. So that was one. And then I thought using Ryan Walker in the top of the ninth inning. So, it's 3-1. You're right. The Schwarber home run kind of put everybody into a pessimistic mood in the ballpark. Felt sort of like, okay, well, we're not going to get this one. And you had that chance in the eighth inning, and you didn't cash it in. So then you go to the ninth, and you're still down 3-1. And Scott Alexander comes in to pitch for the first time this year and gets a couple outs, but then gives up the double to Schwarber and walks Bryce Harper. And it would have been very easy. Okay, it's a late night. Our bullpen's taxed. Been very easy just to see what happens with him against the next guy, Bohm. And Bob's thought, no. We still have a chance to win this game, even with the bottom of the order coming up in the bottom of the ninth inning. And he used Ryan Walker. It only took one pitch, but that was a message and a move where you believe in your team's ability to come back. And so, if they get an extra run there, does the whole thing play out the same way? Maybe not. Who knows? But I thought that was a big part of last night's game, and I just want to give him some credit because you don't see a lot of managers do it that way these days, where workload management is so prioritized with your bullpen. To use one of your guys that you rely on when you're down 2 in the top of the ninth inning is pretty rare, and that was a big-time move, I thought. So I'm just crediting the Giants manager. I'll credit – look, everybody's waiting for Devers to look like Devers. And, Ramos has had kind of a quiet couple weeks. But in the eighth inning, those guys putting the pressure on the Phillies forced the closer to come in the eighth inning, and he did a good job. He got through it, right? The Giants didn't score, and everybody's disappointed. But I always believe there's a carryover effect. If that closer has to come in and get 2 outs and then go cool his heels and sit down and it turned into a longer inning, just building that rally in the eighth inning, to me, that's one of the main benefits of a deeper lineup, which they definitely have these days, is it doesn't always manifest itself when those guys are up, but it puts pressure on an opposing pitching staff and can benefit you over the course of a 9-inning game. So Bob Melvin being aggressive, the Giants building a rally even though they didn't cash it in the 8th inning, I thought all those things led to a very memorable moment in the 9th.
It's a great point, and let's bookmark Devers because there's obviously some stuff with Devers we'll get to in a second. You didn't reference first base and the way that he utilized Dom Smith. Dom Smith gets the RBI, makes 2 incredible snags to get them out of multiple jams on the Chapman play, on the Adames, who's played great defensively, by the way, at shortstop. Well, I feel like he's really understood the way the ball is bouncing at our particular ballpark. But I thought Dom Smith defensively gives you your best option at first base. But to have the guts to pinch hit Wilmer, and then you get to reap the benefits of Wilmer being in the game in the 9th inning, and then using the pinch runner. See, I don't know, man. I don't know if this is a question more just talking this out loud. You got Devers, you got Wilmer, you got Dom Smith at first base. Dom Smith is clearly your best defensive first baseman. I'm very conflicted here. I don't know how you work the lineup. I feel like one of these guys is going to be the odd man out, and I feel like I got to get Dom Smith's glove in there. That might be the best defensive infield they've had in years with Chapman, Adames, Casey at second, and Dom at first.
Yeah, I think that's something to think about. I do think Devers is going to be good over there. Now,
okay.
Devers is hurt, and the thing about Devers is he wants to play hurt. He played hurt for a whole year recently with the Red Sox. He had that elbow thing, and he just wouldn't come out of the lineup. And Devers likes to be in there, but it's obvious watching him, he's not healthy. So they need to get him healthy before we can really find out. But I think he's going to be good over there. He has good hands. He should be a good at the stuff that Dom Smith does. But I'm glad you said that about Dom because, when I talked to him when he first joined the Giants, now he's played plenty over there, so I don't want to overblow this. But he told me 100% of his time in the minor leagues with the Yankees this year was in the outfield. He had not played first base this year until the Giants picked him up. Some maybe in spring training a little bit, but you're talking about a guy who hasn't done it much this year. He's got experience over there, but the Yankees had him playing in the outfield exclusively. So for him to be able to show up here and do the job that he's done, he's had some big hits. He's doing a great job over there at first. He does deserve a lot of credit. And there is a spot for him on this team. And, all that stuff that you're talking about there, I think one issue for the Giants at times this year has been a very young bench. It's really hard to have a bench of young guys because young guys just aren't accustomed to sitting around all game and coming in late. That is a skill that gets honed over a longer career typically. And I think you want to have a more experienced bench ideally. And that's what the Giants are working into right now. Some of the younger guys, a lot of young guys are playing on the field. And then you have like Casey Schmidt is much better suited to the job he's doing right now than to be a guy who sits around all game and comes in late in the game as a pinch hitter. And so I think the Giants roster is becoming more functional as the year goes on, and acquiring Devers is a part of that. Like some of the moves that the Giants have made is a part of that, where you have more of a set everyday lineup, and then you can use your experienced guys coming off the bench.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, voice of the Giants, R95.7 The Game Giants Insider. And yeah, we mentioned Rafi Devers. Your brother Will made the rounds yesterday on WEEI with some comments about that. We're not going to ask you about that, but I'm glad you brought up the Devers, injury concerns, because that's something I brought up, and he's clearly laboring out there when he's on the bases. The power really hasn't been there as a Giant. Is there a point if he continues to struggle, Dave? I know we got a week coming off here. We got the All-Star break. Do you protect him from himself, though? He's the highest paid player now in the history of the organization going forward. You got to protect your asset. Will they ever get to a point if he continues to struggle and they're seeing him labor out there? It's like, hey, no, this guy needs some time. Maybe an IL stint is strong, but picking and choosing more spots going forward to get him some days off.
Yeah, you could consider it. I mean, I think I think they're going to take a closer look at what's going on, because the back part of it, he's had this little groin thing, and now it's creeping into his back. And you can tell, like, he swings pretty free and easy. Like, he's not getting cheated with his swings, but he is missing some pitches that normally he would hit. And it's obviously affecting him when he runs the bases. I mean, you see it. He just got an awkward gait because he's hurting. And he's not faking it. I think Devers, one thing about Devers is you watch him, he's got a smile on his face. He is happy to be here. Devers is going to be a huge part of this team for a long time to come. But, yeah, you do have to consider that at some point. Is he at the point yet? I don't know. And I don't know exactly how he's feeling. But you probably at least have to think about it. For now, though, he's finding ways to contribute. He's getting on base, and you're winning games. So it's kind of hard to argue with the results right now, even if, ultimately you think you're going to get more actual production out of him, which you undoubtedly will.
It feels like this break might be coming at a horrible time for a couple guys. Like, you referenced Devers maybe needing the break, clearly, because of the physical stuff. And then Ramos has kind of hit a wall a little here. Jung-Hoo Lee's just, playing better now, but maybe he doesn't want to see the break. Maybe Chapman doesn't want to see the break. Maybe Adames, who, even though he goes 0 for yesterday, I thought had 3 great at-bats. I really did. I think you can't box score watch. You got to watch the ABs. I thought he's seeing the ball really well. Could this be coming at kind of a crummy time? I mean, for the hitters? I don't know. I feel like Adames is playing great ball right now.
Yeah, I agree with you about Adames and his at-bats yesterday. I thought he looked just as good as he's looked during his hot streak. So that's a great sign. Yeah, I mean, I think the everyday guys often don't want the 4 days off. I think for this team, though, it just the mere fact that they've had to push so hard day after day after day. There's just been no easy wins, almost none, where you just get to kind of sit back and enjoy the last few innings without a lot of stress. So I think it's going to be a good refresher. It's always an issue. And some teams come out of the break just firing, and some teams, it takes them a few games to get revved up. And, we'll see with this group that it's not going to be easy because you're going to Toronto, a place where the Blue Jays are really good right now. The Blue Jays are playing some of the best ball in the game right now. But I think for the Giants bullpen, for the starters, for Wilmer Flores, for Ramos and Devers, I think the All-Star break will be a good thing.
Yeah. I'm looking at the pitching right now, and obviously Logan Webb, you guys had him on the broadcast yesterday. I believe it was Kruk and Kipe, and they were talking to him and about just where he's at and how Buster wanted him to use the ball up in the zone way, way more this year, and he's kind of getting back to that. Clearly, Robbie Ray was really good yesterday. Good birdsong start. He really needed that. I thought he was on the ropes at times and then settled in. Roop's been amazing. And then you got Verlander tonight. Walk me through this rotation right now. Where are we at with these guys? And what, are there guys you're more concerned about? Or is there somebody maybe waiting in the wings who could come up? I don't think Wisenhunt's really blowing the doors off in AAA. So I'm a little worried about where our starting pitching's at. What about you?
Yeah, he's just to start at the end there. Wisenhunt's velocity's been a little down. I asked about him the other day. And probably that is a full workload, and you're working in the PCL, all those ballparks, you're pitching at elevation almost every night. So part of that is just the normal wear and tear of a season. I don't think it's like a huge red alert. And Wisenhunt is still in position to be, a guy who can help this team. Carson Seymour is in that position too. We saw him, and he had a rough outing, but I think the Giants still believe he can be a part of a big league pitching staff. They are thin at the starting pitcher spot, and you are right to be concerned, not like worried, bite your fingernails off concerned, but they don't have a big safety net right now at that spot. And part of that is making the deal and trading away Kyle Harrison. Like, Kyle was part of their safety net. Could Spencer Bivens transition if you really needed somebody? Yeah, he probably could. Then you lose a guy who's been important in your bullpen. They don't have as much depth. You came into the season, the three of us talked about it in spring training, like, wow, they have 9 starting pitching candidates. And now here we are. It's middle of July, and it's like, ooh, they've got 5, maybe. It's amazing how a season can take a toll. I believe strongly that the Giants will spend the trade deadline looking for a starting pitcher. And that doesn't mean it's going to be, they're not, trying to pull off a Max Scherzer style deal at the deadline, but somebody to give them a little, the old term that Brian Sabian used to use, a little coverage, like a little bit of a safety net, somebody else who can start games, maybe take some burden off a couple of the young guys. If you have to back off Birdsong and Roop, I think clearly those guys are, their stuff still looks good, but they're going to get tested big time this year with the full workload of a full season for the first time. So I think that's going to be maybe priority number 1 for the Giants here in a couple weeks.
Well, they just saw a guy that is definitely going to be on his way out. And Chaskin, I brought up the name, Luis Severino, who, if you just look at his home and away splits, it's just been unbelievable in that AAA ballpark, obviously. It's just been a house of horrors. Giants are teeing off on him back over the weekend. So that's a name that can be floated out there, obviously. And he's pitched in some big games. So potentially there. But, hey, Dave, great stuff.
Well, no, I got to ask Dave an uncomfortable question.
Oh, what's the uncomfortable question?
Hey, I don't want to go straight at this, but there's times my brother does things online that come back to me, and I have to have a conversation with him, off air, as we like to say, mano a mano. When your brother's making the rounds yesterday, do you hit him up on the side? Like, we don't need to ask you directly if you're uncomfortable talking about it, but do you text him like, come on, dude, what's going on here, man? Like, what the heck?
Well, luckily I'm so clueless and out of touch that I didn't know any of it was going. I was like, what do you mean? So part of it is just blissful ignorance on my part, where I kind of stay out of that stuff. Look, do I think what he said was true? I don't. Do I think what he said was true? It was true because Will Clark said it on his own podcast, and that. So my brother's self-defense was, well, Will said it. I was just parroting what Will Clark said, which is true. Will said that on his podcast. And, but is there an issue? It got painted as like there's a big issue with this bad guy. Not at all. Yeah. Not at all. Devers is happy to be here. He's working. He's taking ground balls every day. He will play first base. The target, if he's healthy, is when they start that road trip after the All-Star break. Yeah. And if he is healthy, he's going to be out there and getting some reps, and he's excited to do it. So I think it's complicated whenever a team trades away a guy like that. Everybody, whether it's broadcasters or executives or whoever, goes into not cover your rear end mode, but you somehow you got to justify how can the Red Sox trade a guy like that without, some form of explanation? Like, this their franchise cornerstone guy.
Totally.
And they trade him away. And, I think so that's where I think, you've seen from that whole organization this incredible campaign to, start floating all the info about all the ways that he was a bad dude and whatnot. All he was doing was hitting and helping them win games. And that's what he wants to do here. And Giants fans are going to be very happy with Devers for a long time.
Who I don't know if you know this. Does he have any tight buddies on the team? Like, is Adames and him close?
For sure, yeah. Okay. I see him. First of all, this is probably talking out of school, but trip 1, he's at the big boy card table on the airplane. So he's diving right into the mix of the social group when we travel. And Adames is his pal, and he and Wilmer get along really well, and others. It's not just the Spanish speaking players. Like, Devers is making a point of trying to get to know everybody. I've seen he and Chapman hanging out and talking a lot. So he has fit in really well with the group. He's got a smile on his face. So I think he's found a nice, comfortable baseball home here.
Hey, Dave, great stuff.
Thanks,
we
Dave.
greatly appreciate your time this morning as the Giants are looking to sweep the Phillies before a massive final home stretch against the Dodgers.
Oh, I can't
Friday.
wait for these bumps.
I'll be in the building.
I can't wait.
I'll be in the building Friday night, Dave. Good luck, man, the rest of the week.
All right, talk to you guys soon.
See you,
Thanks.
Dave.
There he goes, Dave
Love
Fleming,
that guy.
our Giants insider.
Love that guy.
And courtesy of the River Islands guest line there. With some interesting thoughts there, and I'm glad you asked him about Will. You guys are a lot closer, so I'm happy you asked about it.
Look, let me just say this, like, because people are like, Joe, you were crushing Pat Bailey yesterday. Look, there's times where I have to be the reality check guy, and I'm going to say things that may sound harsh, but I'm assessing the reality.
I actually don't think you were crushing him. I just think we were just talking about the reality.
I was
situation.
analyzing where he was at.
He stunk.
Yeah, and he needed that.
He'll tell you that too.
Exactly, and he needed that. What am I going to come on here like, dude, he's been awesome? It's like, no, objectively, he's been one of the worst hitters in the game, and it's great for him to have them on. Again, I told you yesterday, I'm rooting for him.
Yeah.
I want him to be good. I'm a Giants fan. There are times, though, where I have to not put on a journalism hat, but I've got to ask an uncomfortable question, and I also don't want to lose the relationship with Dave Fleming, who I as a buddy, off air, and someone that I value having on air because he gives us great insights and great nuggets. And so I felt compelled to ask him in a roundabout way about it. And I even said, hey, if you don't feel comfortable addressing it, you don't have to. So let me ask it in a goofy way, and maybe he'll open up. And he's been doing this long enough to be able to, like, give us what he wants, like, to give us. And look, I think Dave's a straight shooter. And if Dave doesn't want to answer a question, whether it be about Devers, the Giants, his brother, whatever it is, he'll just, like, not answer it in his own way.
Yeah.
He's a really nice guy. And he understands the game. Like, this is what I get paid to do. He gets paid to do his thing. And his point is a good one. Like, think about it. And I'll defend Bob Fitzgerald, who gets a lot of criticism in this market. Oh, Bob's a homer for the Warriors. Well, duh. He works with those people. He lives with those people. He broadcasts the Golden State Warriors games for the last 25 years. What's he going to do? Crush them every day?
I live with these people.
Exactly.
I love these people. They're part of my family.
Like, what do you expect? Now, so Will Fleming, for example.
You think Joe says that about us when he goes home to Michelle?
I tell her, Sam drives me nuts. He drives me crazy.
What a homer take.
But I love him. But I hate him. But I love him. So, getting back to Will Fleming, like,
he's Draymond Green of the station.
And I'm not even mad at Will Fleming. I'm not mad. What's he supposed to say? He's gonna highlight whatever stuff that is gonna paint the Red Sox in a good way, right?
Yeah.
And I get that, and I'm also not mad at him for doing that. That's what his job is. Yeah. He's a Red Sox employee, right? Now, as a Giants fan, I can have my feelings on it because I saw what WEEI put out in terms of the Will Clark response from the podcast, and they edited and omitted the middle part of the two responses of Will Clark. So Will Clark goes on and says, hey, this is why Devers didn't come out. I think he didn't want to rub it into the Red Sox, who were 20 feet away in the dugout right there after just being traded away from them. And you know what? After hearing that from Will Clark, I was like, that's actually a really smart move by Devers to not be petty and do it that way.
I have the sound. We'll play in just a second as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Great interview with Dave Fleming. If you missed any of that, find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube, where we are streaming all day long. And it's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right. Will Clark, what's this podcast called? This is on...
it's him and Eric Burns, and I follow it on Instagram, and it's the two of them. They're doing the show I'm jealous of.
All right.
I wish I could be as unfiltered and as real as the two of them, but they have the credibility of playing and everything.
This is where I'm being a bad host, Joe, and I have a sound
I think it's
sheet.
called... Is it out? Not out.
I usually have a sound sheet.
No Filter Network?
I don't think I got a
I think it's the No Filter Network.
Behind your computer right in front of you.
Oh, there it is. Thanks, Sam.
Is it the No Filter Network?
Yeah, via No Filter Network. Good
there
job.
You go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey, we did it. Good job. Will Clark on the Devers situation.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston, and now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bullshit through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Just from the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
Now, last part was interesting to me. Eric Burns was still like, yeah, he should have said something, is basically what Eric Burns he was saying. Yeah, he should tell you going forward.
Again, I think there's a variety of
Will
things.
was defending him, and he's a
I think Will's pretty straightforward, because I know this for a fact. Will was persona non grata because he didn't sugarcoat it when it came to Brandon Belt. And him and Brandon Belt's relationship and his frustration with Brandon Belt overall. I think that Will didn't think that Brandon worked hard enough and seeked out his advice.
I think in this case, Will was basically saying, all right, that was your mulligan right there.
Yeah,
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. This happens again. You don't say anything. You don't show up. Then we'll probably have a problem. But he's giving him the benefit of the doubt this time, speaking for him, saying, yeah, he probably felt some type of way. Not that Rafi told him, or Devers as he says it.
I love Will so much.
I love the accent.
I love him so much.
He's hilarious. He's just old school baseball. Whenever you hear his voice, it's great. By the way, we got this or that coming
My wife's
up.
favorite player.
This or that coming up in about 6 or 7 minutes. This or that could be sports related, could be non-sports related. You guys got a good one? Stoking in the back?
I threw it at Carter's like, this is the this or that for today. And he's like, wow, that is a really hard one.
Ooh.
I don't know if I have an answer for that one.
Phones or razors?
Like the scooter?
Or Nokias?
The same thing.
Nokias or Razor?
Yeah, that was going to really, that demographic are you trying to go to right there?
Carter doesn't even know what those phones are. He never had one of those phones.
The brick phone? Of course I had the brick
not a
Nokia.
Brick phone. A Nokia was not a brick
tiny.
phone.
It was just harder than a brick.
Bro, you don't know nothing about Zach Morris and the real brick phone.
You guys don't know what you're talking about.
If you weren't calling it an airstrike with your brick phone, then it wasn't a brick
really
phone.
Quick, this or that is not about phones. I just want to throw that out there right now.
ET phone home. There you go. 888-957-9570.
I hate you young people. Oh, we're so accustomed to being old with our iPhones. You guys.
We had flip phones like at one point.
Oh, I know. You're all spoiled.
My first phone was a flip phone.
Yeah, mine too.
On Singular.
It had flash.
Here was how old school I am. We actually had to go out and meet our friends.
Okay, but cell phones weren't invented yet, so...
Oh, they were around.
We were meeting our friends too, Joe. We were just texting them.
Yeah, I know.
Like, hey, you want to meet up? Sure, let's do
go.
it. Wow, this is so easy. I love being alive.
Shout out Verizon at the time.
If you didn't do pager code, you didn't really live.
Pager?
Pager code, doggy.
You had a beeper?
Everyone, no, it's called a pager.
Well, they call them beepers too.
Yeah, I'm well aware. We called them
clearly
pagers.
You don't, because I knew it and you didn't. So
they're called pagers too.
Yeah, there you go. Continue.
You know who called them beepers? Doctors and lawyers. Okay?
Well, there's a third demographic
Not
too.
people my age.
There's a third demographic.
I do remember the old Carrot Top pay booth AT&T commercials. Remember the Carrot Top? CALL AT&T. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So I remember. All right. Because I used to watch WWF then, not E, and they would have all those Carrot Top call CAL.
Okay, so you had a cell phone at what age?
6th or 7th grade. So I was like,
oh my
13,
God. Carter,
13,
what about you?
Yeah.
5th. It had no color.
Grade?
Yeah.
It had no color. Oh, you poor child.
It sucked.
Sam, what about you?
I got mine in 7th grade. Yeah. I got to read this comment from the YouTube.
7th grade. We had one house phone until I was a senior in high school.
That was for us for a minute, too.
One house phone.
In fairness, Shasky, everyone who I've ever met in your age bracket got their first cell phone around 16, 17 as well. So, I mean, I think it's just younger kids. Like my little brother got his when he was in like 4th grade or something. It's just the younger, like the newer generation gets the phones earlier.
It's not. I would hold off as long as you can.
I'm probably not going to give Benny until like probably 6th or 7th grade. I'll probably hold out. And he'll probably feel peer pressured.
So young.
Well, no, at what point, like when your kid's going off into the world, you want to get a hold of them. So like in 6th, 7th grade.
It's called an Apple Watch. You give them an Apple Watch and then you can figure out where they're at. They could talk like they're Dick Tracy. You don't even know the reference Dick Tracy on their arm and you know where they're at. You could do Find My Phone. They could text. They can make calls, but they're not going to be able to search the internet. It's an Apple Watch. That's what I'm doing. I'm not giving him a screen. I'm holding off as long as I can. Now, that being said,
Dick Tracy's a comic from like the 1930s. What are you talking? You're not even. When were you born? The 80s?
You never heard the Dick Tracy? Like
1880s.
Yes, I know what Dick Tracy is. Stop trying to use that as a reference.
It was
for
a
your
movie
age.
in the 90s.
Yeah, it was also a comic strip from like the 30s.
I look at the remake in the 90s. He talked on a wristwatch. That was the whole point of the wristwatch.
Sammy, this is
all right. Now I'm getting back, and you guys are derailing me here. The only person I knew who had a cell phone in high school at the time was my boy Eric Bellato. And E-Dog, the real E-Dog, E-D-O-O-G, would get angry at us because we would run up his mom's minutes, calling random people, weed dealers, etc. And he would always be at his minutes restriction. He was the only one. My grandmother had one, and she would leave it turned off in the glove box, okay? Turned off at all times because she didn't want to waste the power.
Oh, my God.
That's how people used cell phones back then. It was emergency only.
Oh, my God. Do you use emergency, by the way?
And then my dad got the Nokia, and he never looked back.
Yeah, the Snake game was
He
all
called
time.
it the contractor phone.
I loved Snake on Nokia. Still the GOAT cell phone game.
100%.
Move over Candy Crush. All your other crap games. It's Snake all the
Snake
time.
all day long.
It's so fun. And then like the old school like Windows games were fun, like the Pinball, Minesweeper. Those were fun too. Like those ones? Yeah.
You guys all got cars too at 16, didn't you?
Yeah, I totaled mine.
You
remember?
did? What about you?
Yeah.
And what about you, Sam?
No, I had to wait till I was 17. I didn't actually want to drive, though.
You guys all disgust me.
Okay.
You guys all got cars from your family. You didn't work for them? You didn't save up?
Why do people need to work for them? Because their parents.
You got to earn it.
Well, their parents worked hard enough so that they can provide something nicer for their children. Isn't that how this is?
This is
works?
what's wrong with society. This is why your generation is cooked.
Oh wait,
okay, Boomer.
So the generation prior to us is
Work
blaming
for
the
our
generation.
stuff.
So wait. It's just gonna keep
Saying
blaming
we've
and
worked for
blaming
stuff
and
in our
blaming.
lives.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, let's not blame the generation. We're millennials. We're the same generation.
I'm not a millennial.
Yes, you are.
Nope.
Yes, you are. You literally are.
Nope.
You're embarrassed by it, but you have to own it.
Not
You're
a millennial.
Wait, Shaz, you're like what, 82?
Yep.
Actually, yeah, you might be more Gen X then.
Yeah, I'm not a millennial.
Yeah, we don't claim you.
Yeah.
No, it's between 1981 and
You're beneath
1996.
us.
It's literally
That's
what it is.
ridiculous.
It's literally
81 and
what it is.
96. It's a
Called
mind frame.
millennials. There you
I ain't
go.
no millennial, I'll tell you that. Right?
Too bad you are. What's the this or that today?
Oh, wow, I guess that does kind of go right into this or that. All right, well, today's this or that Carter said was really hard. In honor of Patrick Bailey's walk-off home run last night, walk-off inside the park home run, what is more exciting, a walk-off home run or a game-winning three-pointer?
I think it's a walk-off home run. Game-winning three-pointers. Is the game tied when I take the three-pointer, or are we down?
How about this?
Well,
come from
walk-off
behind walk-off home run, or come from
Last night we were
behind
down two.
three-pointer?
You said that. What? All things being equal, are you tied or are both these situations you're
In
down?
basketball, when I have the ball last and it's a tie game, if I miss, we go to overtime.
Correct.
Okay? So the stakes aren't as high as if I'm down or even tied in the ninth inning in a baseball game. Like, yes, you'll go to the next inning. I understand that. But to me, like being down when taking a three is a different sense of pressure than when the game is tied.
Well, so is in this case a home run situation.
So for this question, what is more exciting then? A come from behind walk-off home run or a come from behind walk-off three-pointer?
Perfectly asked.
Come from
888-957.
behind walk-off home run.
I'll answer mine on the other side. 888-957-9570. That's the number. It's this or that. And coming up next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout. And we have some incredible things to give away. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4-day passes to Aftershock, gift cards to the Valkyries merch store, Laughing Monk Brewing. You got to be listening every single day and every single show starting next Monday, 7:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., 4:30 p.m. So every single show, be listening for your opportunity to win. This or that coming up next, and it's going to be brought to you, Joe, by Life Source Water System.
Did you guys have Metros?
No.
Oh, my God.
Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
Yeah.
Spadoni.
Let's go.
Okay. It's just
T-Pain.
I can't get it off my head. I went over, I talked to Steiny and Guru and Evan, and I go, hey, look, if you didn't have a Metro PCS and change your phone number every 3 to 4 months, did you really live?
Well,
I guess we didn't live, guys. Not live golf. We didn't live.
Dude, it was the $39 a month cell phone plan, and then you would I don't have the $39 a month, and so you'd have to go pay your bill late and then reconnect a new phone, and dude, it was just a whole thing.
How many
you guys had it so
how many
easy?
different phone numbers did you have growing up?
Probably, I don't know, 20, 25?
I've had the same phone number since I was
It's called privilege.
12. Privilege?
It's the millennial privilege. That's the difference between us.
You're a millennial just like me.
I'm not.
Hey, shout out. Hey, dude, I'm so happy we're both millennials. That's something we could both hang our hats on. Your SF, what is that? A flame hat?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there you go. We're both millennials. Does that make you happy?
Right.
You, Michelle, me, Bonte, Carter, Sam, we're all in the same boat. And you hate that so much.
I had a BMW growing up. Bart Muni walk, old school style. Not this, Mom and Dad got me a car.
I don't go to BMW. I go to Ceremony Ford when I think of vehicles. So, how about that? This or that? Are we ready for the open? Do we have it, Carter? 888-957-9570. That's the number. In the meantime, before we hit the open, you got to catch the latest episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Sam Lubman and Steven Risotto have all the good Giants talk, especially Risotto. Hear why you should be ready to believe in Willie Adames and why you shouldn't be panicking about Rafi Devers' performance at the plate. Subscribe today wherever you listen to podcasts, even if it's on a flip phone, right, Carter? All right, the crack staff in the back, they thought this one up. It's a good one. Would you rather, in both situations, in both sports, you are down in this scenario.
Okay.
All right? Would you rather hit the walk-off three-point shot?
What's more exciting?
What's more exciting? Oh, well, what's more exciting, I guess? What's more exciting? Is it
No,
hitting?
it's this or that.
Yeah.
It's not about anything. It's walk-off three-point shot down or walk-off home run
That's
down.
it. Yeah, it doesn't have to be exciting. It doesn't have to be just, those are the
I'm taking the home run.
Okay.
They're far less frequent. That you don't see them every single day.
Ooh, I
And
think
not
far
that
less,
you see it every night in the NBA, but I feel like I see it multiple times a month.
Let's see. Let's get on that in the back. How many walk-off home runs have there been this year compared to walk-off?
Remember, there are
three-point
way
shots
more games
last
in
year, the
baseball,
buzzer
too,
beater?
though.
No, I know.
That's true. So, I have to also...
No, let's see. Let's ask the people.
Twice as many games.
957-9570 is the same number to call or text. Is it the buzzer beater 3 or is it the walk-off homer? 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. You're going homer. I'm going three-point shot because you know what goes in my mind immediately? It's Stephen Curry. It's just him doing the night-night, and that just hits so much more different than anything else around here. I love Patrick Bailey doing the inside the park, which is its own level of craziness in and of itself because he's a catcher, but there's nothing like a Steph Curry three-point night-night, see you later. Whether it's on the road, because that is the difference in this. That there can only be a walk-off at home for the baseball in this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
In basketball, I could do it on the road, and I could silence that crowd. I could do the choke sign if I'm Halliburton. I could do the night-night if I'm Steph. That hits a little bit different, Joe. It does. It's different.
Is the Halliburton three-pointer in the playoffs this year? He did it twice. Is that greater than the Ishikawa walk-off home run? Even though I believe they were tied in that game.
Well, now no.
Against St. Louis to send them to the World Series?
Well, now no, because Pacers didn't win it all.
Well, how about this?
Ishikawa one hits different now in hindsight, but at the time, I would absolutely put the Halliburton one up there.
Can I swap the Ishikawa out? So game one winner by a team that ended up. Wait, no, that doesn't work. Never mind. I had an example. It doesn't work. Never mind.
Well, one was in the NLCS, one was in the championship, to your point, Sammy.
I had a thought. I just punted on my own thought
it's
there.
Okay.
So.
You know what? I appreciated you realizing it halfway through and said, I got nothing. Never mind. Yeah.
So I have some info from ChatGPT here that you both might want to know.
So you know it's correct.
Thanks.
This is just
wait, real quick. As long as it's not Grok. Continue.
Well, this is just the averages of how many happen per season. So they estimate that there's about 20 to 30 walk-off home runs per full MLB season, and there's about 5 to 7 buzzer-beating threes.
So if you do the averages of both of those,
20 to 30?
Not my words, ChatGPT's.
The division of it. All right. So 162, 30. Too many math problems for me. You guys got to calculate that in the back on your iPhone.
I don't know about that. I mean, this Warrior season alone, in the final month, there was a Harrison Barnes 3 to win the game, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What else was there?
3-point. Did the Warriors have any buzzer beater threes?
Well, they had the Kevon Looney putback earlier in the year.
They did. The Jokic one, that was last year.
Chet Holmgren had one last year against them.
So did Jokic.
And
Remember
Jokic did as well. Yes, Jokic did as well.
Sadiq Bey in the past has done it.
You
Remember
know,
that?
I don't think that's right, ChatGPT.
I'm just telling you what it says.
That's fine, and I'm
So I'm taking
thinking
the
that we need to
Joe
audit.
Shasky disagrees.
Yeah.
So you're taking the walk-off. I'm taking the buzzer beater. What's Brett on the Bay Bridge taking for this or that? 888-957-9570. Brett, good morning. This or that. You taking the buzzer beater 3 or the walk-off homer?
Good morning, boys. Can I say something real quick, too? I was born in 1982, and I don't consider myself a millennial either.
Thank you.
Too bad.
Thank you.
Too bad you are.
Sorry.
You don't get to. You don't
Millennials
get
have an
to
entitlement issue
decide.
thing going on. I don't.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Thank
Continue.
you. Preach.
But I'm going to say right now, the walk-off home run, it's a beautiful thing, man. I mean, look at a guy like Patrick Bailey hitting 190 and just lit that ballpark up last night. And I was at the game. I mean, I got goosebumps from that game last night. So for me, it's the walk-off home run. Thanks, guys.
I'm with you.
Brett on the Bay Bridge. In denial, which is a typical millennial thing to do, by the way. Just not letting facts get in the way of feelings. There you go. Continue. What do you got? Why are you so disgruntled right now about being a millennial?
He's realizing it.
I know. It's tough. It's tough.
Truth hurts.
Mm-hmm. It does.
One of us. Google gobble, one of us.
One of us.
One.
Yay! You're so upset right now.
If you've had to swipe to find a date, you are not a millennial. Like you are a millennial. I'm not.
Joe the millennial boy Shasky.
It's never been.
We didn't have Tinder when we were in high school. I'm just letting you know. We did not have that as an option.
And there's a lot of people who are not millennials who are swiping on the apps right now.
Correct. Yes. There's actually older generations before you that are using those apps, Joe. Did you know that? It's crazy. They have this thing called Plenty of Fish that the old people are using. You ever heard of that one? FarmersOnly.com?
Is Jesus there? Feeding everyone, turning water to wine.
Well,
and
it's a great pickup line.
You go back to Moses.
Fish.
Dude, you're using Dick Tracy references. Stop.
The Dick Tracy movie came out in the 90s.
No, the character came out in the 30s.
Yeah, but they didn't have, I don't know if they had the wristwatch. I know they had it in the movie.
What? So it's like Batman came out in the 30s too. Did that not exist till the 80s then when it became a TV show?
1990, the Dick Tracy movie came out with Warren Beatty.
Great. You remember it fondly?
It was a great movie.
888-957-9570.
I think Madonna was in it.
We should have just gone to this or that. Millennials, are you in or out on them? I guess that's what we should have done.
I'll be 100-0
if you're
in favor
born
of no.
in 1981 or 2, do you consider yourself a millennial? 888-957-9570. They're so anti-millennial, which is such a millennial thing to do. It really is. It really is. Sam, what do you want? Buzzer beater or walk-off?
I probably going to go with the walk-off just because it's more unexpected. Like with the buzzer beater 3, there is a level of build-up to where when Steph's dribbling up the court, you're down by 2, you kind of know what's coming. Like the anticipation is more just, is he going to hit it or not? Whereas the walk-off home run, it's like, you just don't know it's coming until it happens.
See, the walk-off it's going to be at home always, hence walk-off. That being said, there is something about the buzzer beater on the road. It's different. Silencing a crowd, like it's the ultimate oxymoron. Actually. Silence is deafening, especially in the playoffs. Like I know Halliburton may never get back to that point. He'll always have that moment in Oklahoma City, just saying the choke. You choked it away. and it'll have that moment, and it'll be synonymous, and it might be the high watermark forever for Indiana Pacers until they win a title. That's pretty special.
You're picking the one like that. Are we going to remember? Like we will, Warrior fans. Are Spurs fans really going to remember the Harrison Barnes walk-off three end of the year for the Spurs to put the Warriors out of a playoff spot? Like, are they going to? I'm serious. You're bringing up the Halliburton. Well, that's a great one to cite. But like, is anyone else going to remember? The regular season type moments, because we kind of forget about them.
What about the double bang shot against the Thunder?
Yeah,
again,
double
that
bang.
is a signature Saturday night moment of Steph's entire career, and it's also the proximity on the floor of where he hit it.
Yep, and it's in Oklahoma City, which was their kind of rival in the West at the time, so it matters.
Does he get less points, though, because there's still, I think, like a second left on the clock, like the Thunder had to just inbound it, like the formality right there. Like, does that take away from it, the fact that it wasn't like a true buzzer beater there, or do you guys still count that?
It's a good question.
Basketball's just different.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, was the Dwight Clark catch the final play of the game? No.
There you go. That's a good
right?
point.
But we still remember it in history, remembers it at the end of the game, even though everyone else knows, oh, actually, Danny White got the ball. They marched down the field. Drew Pearson could have broke free, and Eric Wright had a horse collar tackle, and then a play later, he fumbles in the pocket. Right. But history doesn't remember that.
888-957-9570. What's the most famous walk-off home run ever?
The Giants win the pennant.
Is that it?
I mean, it's one of them.
All time. Like,
it's one of them. I think
Bill Mazeroski.
Bill Mazeroski, yeah.
I mean, but wouldn't you agree the Bobby Thompson home run is up there?
Yeah, no. That's why I asked you. You're a historian of the game. Dick Tracy's 1930s.
I hate bringing this one up, but probably Kirk Gibson.
Yeah, no. Don't hate to bring it up. That's one of the Dennis
No, we can
Eckersley
hate to bring it up.
Coined the term walk-off. So, yeah, we need to bring it up. Like, that is a moment in time that's etched in history. Yeah, Kirk Gibson's up there.
I mean, Luis Gonzalez, Game 7 of the World Series against the Yankees.
Wasn't a home run.
But it was a walk-off base hit. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Oh, Joe Carter.
Joe Carter walk-off home run to win the World Series.
Joe. That's a great
classic. I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's been some amazing ones. The Sid Bream play is the one that's etched in my mind in the NLCS between Pirates and Braves, early 90s. Bonds not being able to throw out Sid Bream, who was a Pirate.
I think of one of the craziest ones in baseball. It was in the World Series, but it didn't win them the game, but it felt like it shifted everything. It was David Freese, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's another one right there. If Nelson Cruz just wasn't playing in right field, Neftali Feliz, 2 strikes away, 2 different times. Mm-hmm. Oh, I still feel for Ron Washington.
The Aaron Boone walk-off against the Red Sox, Game 7 in extra innings.
Boom.
Off Mariano Rivera, I believe.
Yep. Huge. And then buzzer beaters.
Or not off Mariano Rivera, off. Who was it off?
I mean,
it was someone for the Sox. I forget who it was off. Mariano Rivera, I believe, pitched like 2 or 3 innings late in that game for the Yankees.
Game 1.
Was it Derek Lowe?
Bucky Dent, Yastrzemski's home run, or Carlton Fisk's home run, Red Sox, Reds, Game 6 or whatever that was.
And you go buzzer
75.
Go buzzer beaters. And I know we said 3-point shot, but we can just stick it to buzzer beaters and walk-offs.
Well, like one of the more famous ones that no one remembers to this day is the Jared Jack, Draymond Green down in South Beach against the Heatles, which kind of like sparked the whole run for the Warriors. No one ever brings that up.
Jim Barnett's, don't talk about
it's
that.
It's one of the all-time great moments because
Floyd Mayweather was there,
sitting
right?
sidelines and Jared Jack said, you bet against us, so I bet against ourselves. And it's like Jared Jack would be investigated for gambling today if he said that.
I have that as a drop here somewhere. I don't know where it is, but that's an all-timer JB right there. Christian Laettner, we're getting
all-time Christian Laettner
buzzer beater,
and then
there.
Hill going like this. Yeah. Oh my God!
Michael Jordan, right?
Yeah, I mean, which one?
Right, not 5, not 6, not 7.
Ray Allen in Miami.
Ray Allen in Miami.
Kawhi.
But that wasn't the end of the game. I believe that was to send it to overtime.
Correct.
That was to send it to overtime. Ray Allen,
because Kawhi missed free throws prior to that would have iced the game.
Tim Duncan off the floor for a rebounding situation because they were worried about something else.
Well, Kawhi's buzzer beater in 2019 against the Sixers
was incredible.
4 bounces. That might be one of the most, just because of all the bounces it had.
It was insane. And the silence, too, while it was bouncing around, everyone's like, oh, what's going to happen?
But I would say this to you guys.
The most emotion I've ever seen.
We're nailing a lot of them. We're nailing a lot of them. Like in baseball, I just feel like it's a little more rare. We've had 2 inside the park walk-off home runs to end games in 12 years, and I can't think of one prior to that for the Giants.
Just
before the Pagan one. I don't know one before that.
No, that's a great point.
They're just very, very rare. Walk off.
And for a catcher to do it, just has another
It's incredible. Like, it's one thing for a center fielder.
I know. Well, that's what I said. If it was like Jung Hoo Lee that did, I was like, yeah, I get it. He's got some speed.
Yeah.
Patrick Bailey?
I know.
Who's, as he said, he's like, for catchers, he's actually kind of fast. But again, for a catcher. 888-957-9570. We could continue to take your calls. And
I actually think the craziest walk-off period was the Iron Bowl. Like, if we're going to go this way, the Iron Bowl
kick
play.
Six?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was one of
the best part of that.
Most iconic plays of all time. I'll never forget that.
The best part of that play.
That works. Yeah.
The best part of that play was how, like, Nick Saban called a timeout with 1 second left. There was no time left.
Yes.
And he pitched a fit to say, no, there's a second left. Let us kick this field goal with my crappy kicker. And it's like, well, Nick, you got what you wanted, you loser.
It's the most winningest coach in the history of NCAA football.
He's a fraud. Even when he's winning championships, he was a fraud.
Oh, thanks, Bonte. Yeah, thank you for that one.
Nick Satan. Little man.
The Reds are frauds to me. I even when they won the damn Super Bowl, they were frauds that year.
See, that's Nick Saban. Nick Saban is the LA Rams of football coaches.
You guys.
Even when they won the Super Bowl, they were frauds. It's one of the greatest lines this show's ever had.
I feel like that's what Sam said last year when the Dodgers won the World Series. Like, even if they won it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything.
I guess we're talking about walk-offs. Freddie Freeman versus Halliburton too, but Freddie Freeman, such an overrated walk-off for an overrated player. No, it was overrated.
I hate the Dodgers, and I can acknowledge how incredible that was. That was incredible. Yankees-Dodgers World Series Game 1, right?
Yep.
God.
I know. Incredible. And then just obviously the symbolism of it was 25 years to that point from Kirk Gibson. That's insane. And Joe Davis having the wherewithal to kind of call it like that. Dave Fleming called it for MLB Network, like their national, international feed. He called that. Dave Fleming did. I'm sure that's up there for him. I know he's a Giants guy probably, but for him, I'd say he's like, wow, that was
Brian Johnson's walk-off homer against the Dodgers to this day lives in infamy.
Hell, we talked about it here. We talked about it with them.
I know.
It was like me, you, and Bonte. As we just played Bonte's right there. 888-957-9570, the number.
It is a trip how these home runs will happen. And like we were talking about closers the other day, just behind the scenes. And I brought up Brad Lidge. And I can't close my eyes and think of Brad Lidge without thinking about Albert Pujols hitting the farthest ball I've ever seen in my life, which still hasn't fallen at Enron or whatever the hell it's called, Minute Maid Field. Whatever the name of that field is.
Oh, yeah, I don't even know what it's called anymore.
In the playoffs.
Yeah.
But
Dyken Park.
I believe they were on the road at the time against the Astros, who were at home. And Brad Lidge was the Astros closer.
All NL West rivals. I know, it sounds so stupid now.
Hey,
Well,
dude,
Matt Cain's perfect game was against them.
Well, the first ever home run for Will Clark was against Nolan Ryan in the Astrodome. You know, like they were in the NL for years, and the Brewers were in the AL, and Bud Selig swapped them out.
I mean, what could have been an incredible home run for one Albert Pujols. Mike Tauchman taking it away from him. I don't think that would have been a walk-off. Was that in the ninth? Or was that in the eighth?
I think it was in the ninth, yeah.
It was in the ninth, so it would have been, right?
Yeah, I think it was in the ninth.
Incredible. Let's get back into, you mentioned Will Clark right there, Joey. He did speak on the whole Devers situation as we talked to Dave Fleming, brother of Will Fleming, who spoke yesterday about Rafi Devers not showing up for a first base, practice with Will Clark, who obviously was, doing a clinic out there. Dom Smith has been taking care of business, but we would like to see Rafi Devers eventually take over that spot, all things being equal. And, a lot was made yesterday. I had my concerns. I was like, wow, he stiffed Will Clark, a legend of this franchise. Really? That early into his tenure as a Giant? Didn't sit right with me. Well, Will Clark talked about it on the podcast yesterday, or was this 2 days ago, Sammy, when he spoke about it? Doesn't really matter.
I think it was yesterday.
Was it? Okay. No Filter Network. He spoke about it. It kind of, piped it down a little bit.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston, and now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bull through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Just from the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
Mispronunciation of the year, Devers. It's a good one.
Put it on the list.
It's one of the false starts of the year, too.
Yeah, that was a false start of the year. That's a flag on you. 5-yard penalty. What'd you make of that? Will Clark, Eric Burns there on the No Filter Network.
What did I make of it? And that's the context I was looking for yesterday, which makes a total ton of sense. I actually think it's a smart tactical move on Devers' part. Not like forget the Giants aspect of it. You don't want to rub it into someone else's face. I do believe like you want to like not burn bridges, right? And I know it went as sour and as burnt of a bridge as you could possibly have when it came to the Boston thing. But then with your new lover, if you will, you also don't want to like parade around town and like French kiss right in front of him.
Kind of did though. Oh, at the presser, he basically did that. And the entire Boston,
but the whole thing,
the entire
about first
Boston
base,
media told us it was
Joe,
a middle finger to them.
Joe, you just traded me away. All right, that's number one. Number two, like I think it's worse when you go like first few days. I'm over at first base, and this is where you said I wasn't going to play, and I'm working with Will Clark after I didn't receive text messages and respond back to David Ortiz.
I mean, in fairness, it's funny because he did take first base practice immediately after the presser. So like,
but that was against
the Cleveland. I know. So it was like whatever. But like at that point, it's like you've already done it, so just keep doing it.
Yeah, but there's something about the anxiety of seeing people 15 feet away.
The players themselves, though, weren't really tripping about it. Remember all the post game comment or all like after the trade happened, the players and like leading up to that weekend, the players were all fine with it.
Yeah, but
Alex Cora seemed like he was fine. Like they were fine. It was more so it was Breslow like that was the problem with and ownership.
I'm sure Alex Cora and the staff and everyone's out on the field and. Look, less is more sometimes.
Fair enough.
I'm just a big believer in like, try to, rise above and try to do something that's, I don't know. I wouldn't have done it either. I'm kind of with him now. What he should have done, and this is the real thing is, hey, Will, here's why I'm not going to be coming out.
You got it exactly. Now, text him.
Well,
like,
we don't know.
Have someone say it.
He told the clubhouse guy, and they just never got the message to Will in time. I mean,
maybe. I feel like we're kind of like caping up for the guy making. Like, I would like him to speak on it, but he's not going to, unless someone asks him about it. But Will Clark seems to be inferring for him, and again, he's protecting him in this point. But don't do it to Will again, or he's not going to protect you. That's kind of what I took away from that. Like, you better next time show up, or there's going to be a problem. And again, hopefully that doesn't happen going forward because then we will be talking about it again on this station. I hope we don't have to because that means things are going swimmingly. And we had Dave on, who's obviously the voice of the team. He's close to the team, close to the players. Everything's going swimmingly. Apparently he's chopping on with Matt Chapman, not just the Spanish speakers. He's trying to get to know everyone on the team as one should if you're the highest paid player on the team. And it looks like the camaraderie is going great. Speaking of which, Matt Chapman's that guy. Like that, just it seems like he is the leader. He's the guy that brings everyone together, and they desperately missed him. Clearly,
is he like their? And I'm going cross sport analogy. Is he kind of like their Justin Smith in the sense that, like, no one ever would talk about Justin Smith until he's out and he's not there. And you're like, oh God, we miss him so much.
Yeah, no,
we miss him so much, and everyone else is able to flourish with him. On the field, and when he's off the field, wow, Alden doesn't look the same, and Bowman and Willis don't have the room to roam. Is there a similar comp there?
No, I actually really like that one because sometimes we've talked about it. It doesn't have to be your best player. Obviously, the Warriors are going to miss Steph Curry when he's not there. Like it's different. Like, yes,
yeah.
Like all things being equal, of course they're going to miss him. Hell, at points last year, the Warriors missed Jonathan Kuminga, who wasn't their best player. But he was important during that stretch in that time.
I thought Bogut was that guy for the beginning run where he wasn't the first guy you thought of. But, man, when he was out, they were totally different.
I think a more apt comparison, if we're just going to stick the baseball and the Giants before, like when Crawford would have to miss some time at shortstop, it was very hard to duplicate that sort of consistency defensively as a shortstop for him and what he meant to that. Or he was a 7, 8, 9 hitter sometimes. Like he wasn't going to be like that.
But he was clutch.
But he was clutch too. He was.
And there's something about the stability of when you have your whole infield intact. Your team typically plays up the middle. If you're strong defensively, your whole team kind of embodies that. And this team has now their strongest infield since the Duffy, Panic, Belt, Crawford days.
Right.
Which I thought was one of the better infields in baseball.
No, absolutely was. Joe Panic, until his back went out on him, he was on the trajectory, man, of being a Gold Glover for time in and time out.
He had what happened to Aaron Judge. Did you see what happened to Aaron Judge last week?
No, what happened?
Aaron Judge jogging off the field. Volpe turns around as the inning's ending and fires the ball. I don't know where he was throwing it to, but he fires the ball and it hit Aaron Judge in the cheekbone.
Damn.
Brandon Belt accidentally threw a ball. I believe it was in Tampa as they were coming off the field. I
know there was a time in Miami where someone threw a ball and it domed Brandon Belt in the head, and he ended up missing a bunch of time.
No, but Panic got hit by one.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I don't remember that one.
I remember the concussion started.
The concussions, but I remember, wasn't his whole thing like a stress fracture in his vertebra or something? He had some really bad back
He
problems.
had a couple of physical things.
Yeah.
And I remember when the Giants took him in the first round, he was a St. Johnny, and everyone's like, they reached the body. And it was like, really? And he ended up being a good Giant.
He was a really good Giant.
Short career.
Well, yeah, he was, but God, he just hit the ball. That's just what I appreciate about him. That batting average was always so high with him. And he never got cheated out there. And of course, one of the most famous plays in the history of Bay Area sports, the flip.
I mean,
Crawford. It was all
he
time.
was a really good player.
Talking about clutch.
Yeah, he was a really good. Again, that Giant infield, they had Duffy, Crawford, and even Panda was a good defensive player.
He was
before that. But second base, they weren't as strong. Freddie wasn't as good of a second baseman.
No,
Scudero was okay second, but I thought Panic was their best defensive second baseman during that era. And Duffy was an underrated, scrappy third baseman, good range, solid arm. Very much reminded me of David Bell and Bill Miller, and put the ball in play. And then Craw. And Brandon Belt, for all the things that I want to, I think he was an above average player. I don't think he was great. He was a good defensive first baseman.
In his career, Joe Panic, All-Star, World Series champion, and a Gold Glover. It's a pretty good career if it's only going to be for 7 years, albeit
he only
short.
played 7 years?
Only 7 seasons, yeah.
Did he even get 1,000 games in?
It's a good question. I'm not sure about that. He ended up 264, 42 home runs, 250 RBIs, but yeah. Do you remember do you know the last team he technically was a member of?
No.
The Miami Marlins.
I remember it was Christian
he played
Arroyo.
53 games for him.
It was Christian Arroyo and Duffy and Panic all at one time with Gary Brown all in their system. Remember those days?
Oh my God. He was
Gary Brown. What could have been?
And what was the other? Who was it? Who was the pitcher in 2016? Was it Tyler Beatty or is it Kyle Crick? Who was the first rounder?
They were both first rounders.
But who was the 2016 first rounder? Was it?
I think that was Crick. Was in 2016.
Got so many draft picks that just didn't hit.
What about my guy Mike Kickham? Where's he at these days? Remember him?
Oh yeah.
Crick ended up on the Dodgers, I think, at one point.
I want to say I was at Mike Kickham's first
Crickets.
ever. Let's see. When was that? 2013?
Kick him to the curb.
Let's see. Where did he debut? I think I was at Mike Kickham's first ever start as a Giants, and he was not very good. Yeah, I was. It was against the A's. That's right. Yeah. 2/3 of an inning, 4 runs, 4 hits, 4 walks. Was not his best stuff. I'm just saying. Dave Fleming joined us earlier. Here's what Dave had to say about Rafi Devers and his relationships with some of the members of the team right now.
Trip 1, he's at the big boy card table on the airplane. So he's diving right into the mix of the social group when we travel. And Adames is his pal, and he and Wilmer get along really well, and others. I mean, it's not just the Spanish speaking players. Devers is making a point of trying to get to know everybody. I've seen Ian Chapman hanging out and talking a lot. So he has fit in really well with the group. He's got a smile on his face. So I think he's found a nice, comfortable baseball home here.
Whenever I hear the poker table, I think of Jock Peterson.
I thought of the word Pasoy as immediately.
I mean, and there is an element of when someone has a lot of money, in the Sopranos.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Yeah. Okay, if we were playing poker here at the station,
ooh, that's good. I like that.
I'm out first because I have zero patience.
What's the game?
I don't want to sit
there. Are
there.
we playing Texas Hold'em?
I don't know. You guys tell me. I'm not a big card player.
Let's call it just Texas Hold'em. Who do you think's lasting the longest at a game of poker here at the station?
Steiny, I bet's folding all the time.
We'll do
just to hold. I don't want to play this hand.
I think Dan Devone's sneakily really good at poker. Like he's been around.
Clean us all
how many
out.
people are at a table? How many people are at a table? I don't know. I'm asking. How many people are normally at a table?
Depends.
Say 8.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, I don't know.
It's like 6.
Is it 6?
It depends. Like
so
World Series, they have like big
here.
tables. Sometimes World Series of Poker, they have some big ones. Yeah, I know. When Covey was here, he was a big poker.
Well, Covey would be my power rank number 1.
Yeah, he was really legit.
He would be my power rank number 1.
Well, he's not here anymore, so you got to pick someone else.
Yeah.
Who's going to go? Not you. You clearly said not you.
I would want to go up against the boss because I just know how fidgety he gets, and when he got a good hand, he'd be smiling, and I'd be able to see it off his glasses. Right, you know what I mean?
Firing off heaters at the table.
Oh, just heaters and power drinks and 7-Eleven coffees. And he'd be in one of those crazy button-down shirts.
Who do you think has the best poker
with his
face
initials on it
at the station? Who's unflappable?
Oh, the Dibley.
Dibs?
He's been doing the same shtick for 30 years, dude. He'd be running material the entire time.
Dan
I'd
Dibley
have
here.
no idea what kind of hand he had.
Yeah.
Guru would be all in on a hand he shouldn't be all in on.
Goo, I'm not. People would underestimate Goo in poker, and I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. He's also the guy who has the Domino's tournaments, and I am not that guy.
I love Domino's.
Yeah, I'm not gonna,
one of my favorites.
Me too. I love their pizza.
No. Real Domino's is a lot of fun.
You know, it's fun. The Bone.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, the Boneyard.
Dude, we playing. How many houses we playing? You guys ready?
Yeah,
you ready?
I'm
Look
not.
at Carter. Carter's like, yeah, where I come from, our Domino's are made out of pure marble.
I love
Cut
Domino's.
from Italy.
Really? Nice. Rome? Florence? You've been, right?
No, I've never been to Europe.
Why not?
Hello? I'm talking to a guy that had like 17 Metro PCSs he couldn't pay the bill on.
You have 2 houses.
Well, real estate is different.
Mike, real estate's different than phone bills. Thanks.
All right, so who's at this table? So let's just go the 6 main hosts.
Let's just do that.
All right. So I'm out
Who's
first.
the dealer?
I'm telling you right now, I'm out
Mahigian's
first.
the dealer.
I already admit, I acknowledge, I'm out first.
You don't play poker at all?
I'm not patient enough. I don't like let's go. I want to play. Let's go. And then I'm ready. I get bored.
Texas Hold'em, so you don't have to be like super.
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay.
I'm out. I'll watch.
Are you in or out on sunglasses at the table when people wear sunglasses and like the headphones?
Well,
and
Guru
stuff?
would have the dark shades on for sure.
Fine. That's cool. That's fine. We'll allow it.
And then Willard and Steiny would be fighting over who would be pouring who the bottle of new. What is it called? New something vodka.
Shout out New Vodka.
New vodka.
Yep. They have their fun little pregame show that they post on social all the time about it.
See, in this scenario, I'll be Tony Soprano running the high profile game. Sam, would you be one of my runners? Make sure you get sandwiches. We're good to go.
Go sweep up that cheese under Silver.
Carter would be the bodyguard. All right, because I told you I'd be out quickly. Who else would be there? The boss is definitely in on this.
The dealer.
I know. No, he's not the dealer. I know he wants action.
Well, who's dealing then? Steven Risotto?
That is so good.
He would have the biggest smile on his face doing that.
I get the biggest smile on my face when
You
you
want-
Fast Five. Yeah, I do.
I think at the end of the day, I think it would be Steiny versus Willard at the end.
I don't think Steiny has the patience for poker. I really don't.
I actually
don't
think he
think he
does.
likes playing poker.
All
I
the
don't.
vaping he does?
No, I don't think he enjoys playing and losing money. I don't think he enjoys that. I think Steiny is not. He's in on the drinking aspect and like having fun at Vegas.
You know what?
Not at losing money though.
Now I've thought about it. I think in August we should do a fundraiser where we do like something and some sort of like a celebrity
Casino Royale.
Just something. What do you guys think?
I'm not mad at that.
I'm workshopping this.
Dress up in like tuxedos and stuff.
Just the station. We'll do like a station. Fun charitable night of doing whatever, cards, dominoes, whatever it is, whatever everyone wants to do. And I'll admit, I'm probably the worst person
Who
here
would
at the
take
station.
it most seriously, you think, at the poker table? Who would be the most serious person?
Well, Goo would be the most hurt once he gets knocked out. Because he'd be hyping up how good he is for weeks.
All in, like Michael Scott in The Office. I'm all in on the first hand.
I love Goo, but I know my man.
It's all in immediately.
I'm out. Like
I lost. I'm out.
I'm out. I lost. I'm out.
Who would be the most likely to cheat?
I'm not going to answer that. That's going to answer.
Ace up the sleeve.
I'm not going to do that. Yeah, no, we're not going to say.
Lucas.
Well, he's the dealer.
Oh,
it's Lucas.
In a cheetah
The director of cards.
Director of cards. In a cheetah print,
I would know.
down.
If Lucas Alexander was my blackjack dealer, I'd be so upset. I'd be
Fight
livid.
on.
I mean, no.
Dude, are you ready to fight
What's wrong
all?
with that, Spadoni? Fight on. I'm gonna deal the cards.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, he's in on Love Island. Me and him, we're both chatting about it. It's great. You on Love Island at you, Michelle?
No, I'm not watching that stuff.
It's good. You'll like it.
I
You'll
don't have
enjoy
time.
it.
I don't have time.
What's your final thought today?
And my final thought is I know I'm the worst card player here at the station. I admit that. I know I am.
But you're good at dominoes?
Oh, I love dominoes. Totally different. It's math.
But there's a betting aspect in it, is there not?
I mean, it's just math. You're playing the games of math. And there's numbers involved because if there's only 28 dominoes out there, I know what all the various hands are. Like, I don't know. There's just something about dominoes that I find.
But you have your own hand, if you will, and like you have to play to that and you have to know your opponent. There is an aspect of that that's
it's a game.
It's poker adjacent.
Well, and you want to lock people out of the board. Like, there's a lot that goes into it. And I grew up playing more dominoes than cards. I don't even really know how to shuffle a deck of cards very well.
He's so full of crap right now.
I'm being real. My wife is a shark.
He's sandbagging all of us right now.
No, dude, I'm being dead serious. I'm not good at I've never been good at poker. My boys are all good at it. I'm not. I'm the first out. You take my money, I'm done. I'm always done. I don't have the patience. I have ADD.
Just wait for a good hand. There you go. Carter, what you got?
Yeah, my final thought of the day is farewell to one Christian Horner, who is the CEO of Red Bull Racing for Formula One. He, after 20 years today, retired. It was kind of a big deal in the Formula One world. He was a very successful CEO. They won 8 titles, I believe.
Wow.
So, yeah, farewell, Christian.
The only Horn I recognize is this kid, Archer Horn, who's at SI right now.
Joe.
He's a stud. Climbing up the ranks of perfect game rankings right now. Junior going to be a senior, I believe. This kid is like crushing it right now. Lefty shortstop who fields right-handed, and he's just a stud. That's the Horn I acknowledge.
Joe Horn, still the greatest interview in the history of 95.7 The Game. It's not even close. I don't know if he's been spoken to.
We've got to find that.
It's somewhere.
We've got
in
to
the archives somewhere.
It's just
Ernie Chavez, get on it. He has it all. He sent me a great Phil Collins thing yesterday. Phil Collins is not doing too well physically.
Now I'm imagining Willard like throwing down a royal flush. I'm smarter than you.
Oh no, Willard's the guy that wears the sunglasses and the headphones.
That's a joke,
World
Mark.
Series
I love
of
you.
Poker, gets his
He's definitely the most locked in at the table. He's like, don't talk to me, brother. I am focused on my hand right now.
No, you guys have him wrong. Mark would be the one like, I made a bunch of...
That was a 4 for your Willard laugh. That was really good.
No, see, Mark would be the one who would have all the snacks. He'd bring a sandwich. He'd have a charcuterie board. We would be fed like kings. I disagree on that.
What's your final thought, Sammy? Is that it?
No, my final thought is I saw a little note on the internet that Pat McAfee show is going to be setting up at the All-Star game next week, which, okay, cool for them. But Carl Ravitch and Eduardo Perez are still doing the broadcast. So my final thought is like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel like I'd rather have Pat McAfee on the Home Run Derby broadcast than Carl Ravitch and Eduardo Perez. Like
Eduardo's just not good.
No, and Ravitch is not a game commentator. I liked him a lot on Baseball Tonight. He's a studio guy, which like that's great. That's your thing. But like, yeah, having the McAfee show at the Home Run Derby, but then not putting them on the Derby broadcast, that feels like ESPN kind of missing a mark there.
I'm not huge on these guys, but I would be open to like some variation of John Boy Media doing something.
Chris Rose doing it, quite frankly. I know he's not MLB Network anymore, and there's probably some bridges burned there. I loved Chris Rose.
No, I'm
doing
with you
stuff
there.
like that. Yeah.
I just think you need to lean into the fun and the social media aspect.
And let's say like Chris Berman, you know, however you felt like the back. I love Chris Berman on the Home Run Derby because he made it fun. Carl Ravitch and Eduardo Perez is just like, oh, look at that one. Oh, look at that one. It's like that gets boring after the second one.
What if it was like Eric Burns? I think he'd be hilarious.
Yeah, that too. Just anyone besides the two they're doing right now.
Dallas Braden and Eric Burns would be a lot of fun.
I love Dallas.
And that one's over the fence.
That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. There were a couple of inside the park home runs yesterday in this vicinity, were there not? Lewis Butler had 2 home runs. The kid from Atlanta, Ken Korak.
My gosh, Vladdy Jr. hit one over. He's going to be your Centurion Silver Slugger of the Week.
Steiny Guru next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Here's Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. What an ending to that Giants game last night, Goo. What an ending. Patrick Bailey inside the park homer. First time it's been done in 762 years. And the Giants win 4-3.
Man. And stay hot.
Yeah, and I just thinking about a week ago again, 2 weeks ago everything was great. Last week it was tough. This week it's good again. You see, the Giants are like Seinfeld, like even Steven.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll give you that, but just if you don't mind,
No, I don't mind.
Forget the fluctuation. It's 162 games. There's going to be tears, there's going to be joy, there's going to be pain, and there's going to be laughter. And last night, man, I'm being honest with all the people as I watched the box on the TV. Steiny, I thought they were dead. They were at the bottom part of their lineup. They had mustered up one run, kind of had something going in the eighth. And I don't think I've ever seen a ball hit off that part of the park on the wall, Steiny, or the brick. And then for Marsh and the Philly, Steiny, I felt like it was cops and robbers. Marsh chasing the baseball, and the baseball like, no, get away from me. And then the endless amount of calls that we're going to play today. I mean, that was a crazy one. And what if I told you I need to get a life, Steiny? It impacted my sleeping pattern last night. Like, I kept rewinding it like, this was incredible. And then they got a game in a few hours, but my gosh.
Should they take today off?
No.
Yesterday was
Verlander, deliver, beat Karl Malone, UPS mail. But I'm just saying, Steiny, sweep their ass after that last night. That was incredible. Seriously.
So you watched the whole game?
The whole game.
Well, let me ask you this. Was there a box?
Yeah, I just told you there was a box.
Oh, okay.
So we'll get to that later. But I had a brain fart, Steiny. The box that bothers me is on MLB The Show, the video game. And they got that same box, but it's bigger and it ruins the game. Guess what? You get the option to take it off. So I take it off, but that box is that little tiny box, and I need some readers. Maybe half the time I don't see it, partner. But anyway, what a win last night, 3-1, down 3-1. Steiny, and I'm being real when I say this. There's a lot. No, there's magic happening on 3rd and King. We've seen it before, and I really feel like oh boy, I'm waiting on football season, because that's been what it is with the Giants baseball here late, outside of winning 107. But now, Steiny, there's going to be activity. It's already starting. We got the break, and we'll see what they do. But I have some concerns on a day of joy that I'll share with you moving forward. And we'll talk about it, because sometimes, and I've told you and Evan this, and I'll pass it back, Steiny, you need to save the athlete from himself. Exhibit A, Ralphie Devers. Steiny, what are we doing? Somebody cuss him out and tell him he can't play and get healthy.
You don't tell. Rafael Devers is Jimmy Butler.
See,
don't tell Rafi Devers how to play or how to prepare for a game.
Okay, I'm going to say
finding that out.
Why?
What do you mean?
Nobody's above reproach.
Butler is. Once you accomplish things in this world, then you
beat to your own drum.
Yes.
The audacity. No, Evan, stop it. Anyway, Patrick Bailey got an inside the park home run.
Well, he also had a line single up the middle. Well, it was a flare, but nevertheless.
It counts.
Yep.
I mean, seriously, I know I watch different. We watch differently. 3-1 after the 8th, where you thought you had something going, you get nothing. Do you have a problem with somebody like myself saying, Philly's going to win this one? Bottom of the lineup.
No, this is where the
Casey Schmidt starts with.
This is where the rules are different for you.
Now, I'm not liking this thing.
Well, then change.
And I feel like Evan started it when I was out. I need some elaboration sensation. But anyway.
Well, for example, the game, it was 3-1 going into the ninth. Okay?
Right.
Which meant the game wasn't going to be over until the home team batted last. So.
Would you just, real quick, can I just step to the bench, Your Honor, and say 8 innings of baseball where the team got 1 run? You could understand where I'm thinking one more frame.
Well,
it might be difficult.
Well, Daryl.
Give me that.
Daryl, the one thing you haven't taken into account, and maybe it's because I don't know why it actually is, but wouldn't you give the benefit of the doubt, Goo, to a team that now has 9 walk-off victories this season?
Most in the league.
So why? Now, I'm just asking you, and I don't want to point the finger at you, but why, if a team leads the league in walk-offs, would you assume they're going to lose?
Because they're playing a first-place team
they stink.
in the Philadelphia Phillies. Oh, you gave up on them, huh? But no, seriously, Steiny, what a win. And they also lead in what? That was their 21st one-run victory of the season. So I'm just saying, you put all that in the blender and make a baseball smoothie, you got playoffs. I mean, they are battle-tested.
They are on about an 89 win pace right now, the San Francisco Giants, which would probably get them into the postseason, you would think. And another big win last night.
It was.
And two late inning wins for the San Francisco Giants. A couple things I noticed, and I hate to harp on it. Oh, hold on. We got a super chat.
All right, give it to early.
From Caleb. Goo saying something magical is going on. All-Star Goo is back. That from Caleb Belts, $4.99.
That's our guy, right, Caleb?
I would
he's in
assume.
Livermore, or the other Caleb's in Livermore, I believe.
Well, this one doesn't say where he's from.
Right. Yep.
And I don't want to harp on the ballpark, but I thought Trey Turner hit a leadoff homer.
Oh, so did the announcers.
I thought Schwarber hit a home run in the first.
He did.
And then, of course, the man with the quintessential warning track power at Oracle Park, Willie Adames.
Yeah, no doubt. He got cheated. You got me thinking. That's why I thought getting 2 runs, Guru, you could score without hitting a homer. I understand that. But, Steiny, I mentioned it yesterday. Those conditions were on fleek. They were on blast yesterday, and that's why I felt a little discouraged for that offense of the Giants getting 2 runs, because I felt like we've watched 4 or 5 balls outside of Schwarber, who got golf one out of there. I'm just like, tonight ain't tonight, and they proved me wrong. And they're only 5 games back from the Dodgers, who are leaking oil. And, this is why baseball is beautiful, Steiny. You got the Dodgers for 3 starting Friday. Evi and 49er Frank will be out there. Lord knows what you could end up being before the break behind the Dodgers. They're leaking oil.
Where are they now?
5 games back.
Well,
and you got a game today, so does the Dodgers.
Okay, so it could be 4 games after today. Then, it could be 5 games after today.
Right.
Or it could be 6 games
let's
after
be
today.
Proactive. So something hard for you.
No,
let's say a sweep and you win today.
No.
Yeah. You're 1 back.
Let's wait to see what happens. Now, do you care at all that Justin Verlander's pitching and he hasn't won a game all season?
I can't wait.
But you're
to
assuming
watch.
a win. And you're assuming it against the guy, Jesus Luzardo.
Been struggling a little bit. 4.44 ERA.
Well, when you give up 15 earned runs in 4 innings like he did in a game earlier this season, he's going to absolutely have
bounce
his ERA.
Back. Yeah, we'll see.
Up there. But, no, we're going to have some fun today. Here's what we got going. First of all, we've got Casey Johnson. Who's he working for? Who he worked for? I'm kidding.
We got to play that, too, when we bring him on.
Of course we will.
Yeah.
Casey Johnson, Chicago Bulls insider, the Chicago Sports Network. He covers the Bulls, and the Bulls have a player who is in the exact same boat as Jonathan Kuminga, and his name's Josh Giddey. And he's a player with the experience of Kuminga, but hasn't gotten a contract extension. We're going to talk to him to see if there's similarities. Chris Rose, John Boy Media, NFL Network. He's coming on at 1:30. At 1:30, talk some baseball and maybe some football. But here's what we're doing the next segment. This is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
On the first pitch of the A's game last night, Lawrence Butler hit an inside-the-park home run on the first pitch of the game.
Yep.
Okay. The Giants, on the last pitch of the game, win on a walk-off inside-the-park homer.
Facts.
We're going to play both calls Okay? And then we're even going to play a call from our main man, Evan Giddings.
Evan!
A walk-off call. And we want the audience to tell us what they liked about all of them, what they maybe didn't like.
Be honest.
Yeah, of course. So
You always are.
We'll have a little fun on the other side because we got some great announcers here in the Bay, and they came through with flying colors last night. All right, next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4-day passes to Aftershock, and gift cards to Valkyries merchandise store and the Laughing Monk Brewery. Here's what you do. Next week, you listen at 7:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and 4:30 p.m. for your chance to win every single day next week, every show, every day. It all starts Monday. That segment brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Steiny and Goo with you. Evan right by our side. And Carter loitering. But that's fine. What's up, Carter? How you doing, my man?
Big C.
Mm-hmm. Yay! All right. Giants win on a walk-off inside the park home run. The A's start their game on the first pitch with a Lawrence Butler inside the park home run. And there were two very, very fascinating calls on both of them. So we're going to play them for you.
All right.
And then we're going to play another highlight of a Santa Clara men's baseball team.
Let's go.
6-run comeback in the 9th inning where they won it on a double, I believe, a walk-off double. And we're going to play all three.
Yeah.
And just get your thoughts on what you like about the call, maybe if you don't like anything. But where are we going to start here? We start with Korak or Dwayne Kuiper? Korak or Dwayne Kuiper? We will start with Okay. Which one? All right. This is Dwayne Kuiper's call from last night. Patrick Bailey inside the park walk-off. Take a listen.
Wow, Steiny, he was like me on the honeymoon night, right out of gas. Wow, Steiny, Bailey's on the move.
Well,
Bailey's on the move. That was great.
Yeah, if you watched the game from the beginning, you knew Kuip was having a little trouble with his voice. But he, like the Giants, with a big rally.
Oh, man.
When needed most. So that was Dwayne Kuiper. The thing I liked about that call, Goo, was, well, you know what? Let's play.
And he kept telling you what was happening, like a video game. They're scoring. The game inside. Yeah, I loved it, man.
All right. Now, the A's played last night, too. And they led off. They Lawrence
murdered
Butler
the Braves, yeah.
Laid first pitch of the game. This is what happened. This is Ken Korak on the call.
The top half, and Butler, Wilson, and Rooker for the A's against Didier Fuentes. He delivers to the Atlanta product, and Butler, it's a deep drive, right center field. Eli White back at the track, turning, and it's off the wall. It's in play. Butler's at second. This might be an inside the park home run. He's at third, turning at third, losing his helmet, comes to the plate. There'll be no throw, and the kid from Atlanta on the first pitch of the bottom of the first inning hits an inside the park home run. How do you like that? 1-0 A's.
I love that. Wow, man.
I love that.
We are
one.
spoiled, man. That was awesome.
All right.
The kid from Atlanta.
We can talk more about it. Okay, now, those are two professional announcers.
Yeah. Big time franchise.
We have a third professional announcer that we work with, and his name's Evan Giddings. And this was last spring, Santa Clara baseball. They were playing
LMU.
LMU, and they're down 6 in the 9th or 5?
They were down 5.
Okay. So Santa Clara down 5.
That game's over, right?
They got ducks on the pond, and this is our very own Evan Giddings.
8th pitch of the at-bat. And Brigman lines it down the left field line. Here comes one. Here comes two. Lewis is rounding third, and he's going to come in and score as Santa Clara walks it off with a 6-run 9th inning. A miraculous comeback against LMU as the Broncos steal game 1 of the series.
Evan on his way, baby. That's all you can say.
Now, a couple things on each of those calls. One is, you know, the crowd in Kuip's voice, or the crowd in the Kuip call, you know, made the audio a little difficult, but you could hear the excitement. And on Evans, what do they call that? The microphone peaked a little bit.
Yeah, he almost broke the woofers.
That's not him.
Yeah.
So We just played 3 great calls.
No doubt.
All right, here's
Dibs on the Pawnee. I love that.
888-957-9570. We'll have a little fun. What's the best part of a call like that? All right, here's a couple of my thoughts. So Korak, you could tell when the ball hit off the wall, and right after he said it's in play, his voice just completely picked up, and he created just such a sense of, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then clearly when he said the ball's in play, this might be in it. That gets exciting. I also...
and he described the helmets off. So
exactly.
I love that stuff.
As for Kipe, the one thing I caught this time that I didn't catch last night was he did say off the bricks, which...
I have not seen a ball hit there.
I don't know if I've seen a ball hit there,
at the top,
but I'm sure I've never seen a ball bounce that way. But yeah, and then Evan... line double down, 3-run double, wins it for Santa Clara.
And Evan was phenomenal. And the difference in the A's call is that wasn't for the game. That was the first pitch of the game, and it was a hometown kid playing his team in Butler, Steiny. And the fact that he gave you all the factoids about Butler, I felt like, and then the next pitch, all that came and all that happened was awesome. But Evan's call and Kipe's was the finish, Steiny. It was it was over.
The thing about the Korak one, it happened when he was still setting up the start of the game. He was still talking about the battery, the pitchers and the catcher. And you hear the crack of a bat, and he's got to kind of jump to it. Let me ask Evan this, because he's the only one of us who's done play-by-play. But what's the difference between Korak, let's say, getting caught by surprise, or it happening right off the bat? You said it's like when an announcer gets ambushed. And then what happens, how you approach a call when you're one hit away from something exciting happening, even though nobody could imagine it would be that exciting.
Well, you're still getting ambushed by an inside the park walk-off home run. Like, nobody, you might have to assume that Bailey could hit a walk-off homer. So you have to make sure that you're on top of the pitch, ready for the play. But once that ball hits off the brick, literally all hell breaks loose. And for both Kipe as well as Korak to stay on top of it the way that they did, Kipe's voice kind of gave out, which was unfortunate, but it's like riding a mechanical bull and you're just trying not to fall off.
Wow, man.
It's one of the greatest adrenaline rushes you can ever get, and your goal is to just not mess it up. And I thought that Kipe did a really good job. His voice gave out on him, but he was riding it the entire time. He was on top of the play, and then he stuck the landing as best he could. Meanwhile, Korak, it's like your instincts just take over. And that's also on radio compared to television, so it's a little different, where you have to describe every single thing that's happening. But I thought both guys did an incredible job. Because you're also not trying to, you have to keep your voice at a certain level, and you're trying to reach a different octave the more ridiculous the play gets.
Right.
And that's an impossible task to accomplish.
Evan, you got me thinking now. I know I'm #random, Steiny. And Evan, you may have heard it. Have you heard the other side, the Philly call? Like, how does one handle that? When it's like, oh boy, we were up 3-1. A 188 hitter is up. The fourth least productive hitter in the major leagues, and he's sending us home. So Evan, do those principles apply when it's on the other side?
Well, do you want to hear it?
I would love to.
This is from Tom McCarthy on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Quick to the plate. He's been working on it.
And a high fly ball to deep right center field. Castellanos is back, and it's off the top of the wall, and it's rolling along the warning track. The game is tied. Bailey's around third. He's heading for home. This is going to be an inside the park walk-off home run. An inside the park 3-run walk-off home run that went off the top of Triple's alley.
I'll tell you what.
You got it. Wow.
That was a great call from a visiting announcer.
He didn't rob it of what it was, Steiny.
No, that was wow.
It was a hell of man.
That was impressive. That was a really good call. Really good.
I could hear Harry Carey like, "Oh, it's off the brim." You know what I mean? And I get it, but boy, that was special.
We got some announcers, you know. And, LeBron James, 18-footer at the butt. It's good. And the Cavs. I'm just kidding. Now, that was a great call from the visitors.
Professional.
You wouldn't have known what team that guy announces for. Tom McCarthy or McCartney? McCarthy. Great call.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that it reminded Goo of was the Angel Pagan inside the park home run. And I think this one does Kipe a little more justice.
Okay.
Pagan hits one high and deep to right. Kadir back. It is off the bottom of the wall, and it kicks away from everybody. Pagan is being waved in. Here's the throw to the plate. It is not in time, and that is the ball game.
He body slammed that one, Steiny. He body slammed that one.
That was one of his finest hours.
Yeah.
That was a. Hey, I like. You know what? Loving the Giants fans who are saying that Philly guy made a great call.
But it's almost like your job too, though, right, Steiny?
But how many guys don't do it like that?
And some may not even do it on purpose. It's just natural. But I hear you. That was a great call.
I mean, to me,
that was neutral.
I don't know anything about McCarthy, but I got to believe he loves baseball because that was an unbelievable play. Unbelievable call.
Mm-hmm. And it continues a hot. I mean, Steiny, they're going for the sweep today.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Is there any call out there that you will never forget? A call out there that you'll never forget. Can be from anything.
Kirk Gibson, home run against the A's in the World Series. And Vin Scully doing and watching and describing Kirk Gibson coming up limping, who was a pinch hitter, Steiny, and setting the stage for what I thought was an A's win, watching it with Pops in the Yoon in the living room. And that Steiny, that's an all-timer for me.
Yeah, for me, I think the greatest call of all time.
Of all time. Hold on, I'm trying to think.
I'll let you guess.
I'm thinking of
I just think this was among the most iconic of all time. And once I say it, you'll be like, oh, yeah.
Al Michaels.
Yes.
Come on, know your partner, E.
Correct.
Yeah, Al Michaels.
Do you believe in miracles?
There we go.
I remember, that still gets me, gives me some goosebumps. Yeah. Great calls by all those guys. Evan included.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. Okay, yeah. 650. The band is on the field.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I was at Cal this weekend. You know, my daughter got married, and we went.
Nice.
They had the wedding at this place called the Cal Faculty Club, and they have a bar inside the facility with a lot of Cal photos and old photos and stuff, and saw a lot of good pictures from the that call.
Do you remember Steve Young versus the Vikings? And he was just, Steve Young made a scamper down the sideline, and Lon Simmons, the great Lon Simmons, had that call. The voice was doing all that, so that comes to mind because that's a classic too, man.
Oh boy, our buddy Murillo.
Who's he have?
He says on the YouTube chat, blocked by James.
Oh no! Yeah. That is wow.
Oh,
we know what that is. Mike Breen.
Yeah. Anyway, you got a favorite? You can call in with it. Maybe we'll try to find it and gather them up for later in the show. Although Evan's a busy man as it is, but he can multitask with the best of them.
What an outcome.
We got a call here, Carter? Elizabeth? No? Okay. So, yeah, the Giants. All right. Dom Smith. Check swing hit.
Looking like Will Smith over there with the leather.
All right, so let's talk about Devers.
We have to, man.
Go ahead.
We were at the cafeteria, you, Evan, and I. We were having lunch yesterday, and we saw Will Clark's, the video and heard the audio.
We can play it.
And
just tell me when. You want to start with
Let's do it now.
All right.
Hit me.
This is Will Clark on
an icon, a giant icon.
Yes, and he's got a podcast with Eric Burns, and this is what he said about Rafi Devers.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston. And now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bull through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Just from the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
Now, I didn't hear that part of it, Steiny, so I'll let you tell me in today's world in regard to athletes and what am I looking for? What word is it where you have
pride?
Yeah, pride. Like, I don't know if that's the way you do it, Will. And if that was against Boston, then I understand he definitely didn't want to, But, man, Will, I didn't like that last part of it. I'm going to come grab you and do all that stuff. So, yeah, the pride is definitely, boy.
So I'm reading some stuff about Devers, and David Ortiz had some interesting things to say.
Poppy.
And one thing he said about Devers is he needs to communicate better. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking about. All right, so Will Clark, this is the disconnect I don't get. So Will Clark's out there, and he's going to work. He's out there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Devers doesn't show up.
And his manager and third base coach want Devers to be a part of Will's exercise.
So why
Will said that?
Why on Friday doesn't Will Clark go to Devers and say, hey, you want to get some work in at first base? Devers says, I'll be happy to. I just don't want it to be a dog and pony show in front of all the media and then have them write about something that's virtually inconsequential.
I believe because he assumed he would be there.
Okay, then he's not there Friday. So Will Clark he's coming out today. He doesn't. Figure out what's going on.
Yeah. And where's the manager in all this?
I don't know.
But if Big Poppy said that, I love that. Just, forget what we're talking about, who we're talking about. Just better communication is key, right? And it's growth. But for you to just do a no-show and the manager be in on it, that's where I'm like, Melvin, you couldn't have been the middleman. Like, okay, Ralph, we're doing this. So that's where I'm at on that. And Big Poppy kind of stole the thunder for me, Steiny. Better communication. But I'm wondering, Will's playing it off. Do you feel like he was disrespected?
No, I don't. Not after hearing the entire context of what he said. And I'm with David Hernandez, who just texted this on the YouTube chat. And if you want to, jump in to the conversation, you can at 888-957-9570. That's for a phone call. And also you can use that number for the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. And he said something ain't adding up with this story. I kind of agree.
Wow.
Yeah. Something doesn't add up. There was a communication gap somewhere. But
do you think the Giants appreciate Will? And I know some others from the Boston media, has some things to say, but do you appreciate him kind of making this public. Like if I'm Ralphie, I could have a problem with Will. And maybe that's why I didn't go do what I did. But for you to say I'm going to come grab you by the neck, it just hits different. And I know Will had good intention, but I would tell Will Clark, hey, some of these guys don't respond nowadays to stuff like that. You don't own nobody, Will. I'm just saying, Steiny, I know people that would hear that audio and feel like, damn, Will, that's a little strong.
Yeah, something doesn't add up. I'm with David Hernandez. It's almost like,
wow.
Will Clark waited by first base for 3 days. Nobody showed up. But it also feels like nobody told Devers, hey, Will Clark wants to see you out there. I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal. You think something else is more of a big deal, and that's the injury.
Yeah. Look, what do we always say? Say player A from himself. And Devers, the Giants are hot, and he hasn't been the best version of himself in regard to power, has not been bad, but it's not been what we thought, and yet they still are winning ball games. But, Steiny, I'm looking at the big picture. I truly am. And if these reports, and I heard the great Dave Fleming on with the Joes this morning on the Morning Roast, and they're talking about a growing issue, which we know has been there, but now it might be affecting his back. He swings that club like a caveman, and I'm watching him get sent around third base and risk things, lower extremity injuries could pop off. And Steiny, if you're not getting the dividends at the plate and there's a possibility or whispers that he might be, things aren't, why wouldn't you shut him down for a week or an IL stint? I know nobody wants to hear that. And if he's one of these guys that, hey, he's not going to do it, well, you make him do it. This is a major investment. The season, you're going to get a break, but we're talking about growing issues, Steiny. You need more than maybe 4 days. So if they were to just, you got ball games to lose, but what if this dude pulls something or pops something coming around third and the Giants didn't sit him down? I would be sick as a staff and as a manager that I'm letting this dude go out here and now he's struggling. It happens, it's baseball, but is he struggling because his back and his legs aren't right? Just a thought. Is there any player, Steiny, that can tell you, F you, I'm going to play because I can play and I get the gladiator thing, but is there anybody above, hey, we think we need to just shut you down and be safe with it?
I mean, I got to believe that if they felt like they had to shut him down, they would shut him down at least till the, probably through the All-Star break. But, as Evan said, about 5 minutes of action a night. I mean, come on.
I'm like, hey, okay.
4 at-bats. Okay, you're going to strike out once. Good chance you're going to walk once, which means you can walk to first base. Good chance you're going to ground out to second base that you don't have to run out anyway.
But what if it never gets fixed and you're never the best? And Flynn had mentioned he'd played the whole season hurt. And I get it. That's a gamer. But you got to think about the big picture, man.
Yeah, their offense ain't good enough maybe to play without Devers. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 11 o'clock.
Bailey's on the move.
Casey Johnson. He works for the Chicago Sports Network, covers the Bulls, and the Bulls have a player, Josh Giddey, who's also a restricted free agent like Jonathan Kuminga. So we're going to talk to Casey Johnson about what's going on there, if there are any similarities between the situations. He's coming up at 11. We're talking about some great calls from the past, if you're just joining us. 2 inside the park homers last night. 1 a game winner by the Giants, 1 to lead off the game for the A's. 2 great calls. We're having some fun. You remember any great calls? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I got the Giants going 82-75.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Casey Johnson's going to join us in 10 minutes. Let me get this straight, because you guys are going to make a horses behind out of me. I know it.
Well,
That's
you did
fair.
it already. It's in the Hall of Fame.
It's 3 years old.
But Evan is one of the most played ones. Yeah.
I got his number. Yeah, no, I got his number. Go ahead and say it over the air. I don't care. I got his number.
I know you have his number.
Yeah.
I'm the one that has to call him.
Okay.
So I need his number.
Oh, you want me to text it to you?
Yes.
All righty. No problem.
And you bring your tone down. That's my new thing now, Steiny. Street stalking. Put your glasses back on.
All right. Giants.
Gigantes.
Yeah, here it is again.
What?
2 weeks ago, they're great. Last week, Goof said they stunk. This week, they're back to being World Series contenders.
No, the internet said they stunk. I just said the bats were impotent. But I'm just telling you, we talked about Ralphie on the other side, rightfully so. But Steiny, they're kind of doing this, getting hot, playing good ball without, him tearing the cover off the ball because he hadn't been a stiff. But, man, if somehow you can get today, sweep the Phillies, set you up off day tomorrow, and a showdown Friday with Logan Webb on the bump and the Dodgers I don't know, Evan said it yesterday, they're looking forward to the break. I don't know what they got going, but, man, just think about it.
I think it's pretty, I remember somebody was saying, I can't remember exactly when, a little hazy for me, but I'm pretty sure I remember hearing last week when everybody was in a panic. Oh, but Steiny, they've lost series to Chicago and Miami, and if you look ahead, they got Philadelphia and LA, and it's the teams that they handled Philly.
But this,
they can beat good teams.
Was a classic.
You can't rob the Giants of beating a good team. See, here's a mistake. Here's a mistake that you and Evan make sometimes.
Focusing on the
baseball
game that day
is a little bit different in that just because you lose a series to the White Sox or the Marlins, it doesn't mean you're automatically going to lose to the Phillies or to the Dodgers.
But the possibility is there.
It's always there, yeah. It doesn't change one way or the other.
The Giants are with standards, losing to the White Sox and getting swept by the lowly Marlins.
Yeah.
No matter what you do against good teams, is unacceptable.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Now imagine had they handled business against those teams, they might be in first place.
They also might have lost the first two games against Philly because they were complacent after a hot stretch.
Well, I'm still waiting for you to take the other side, which is what you tend to do. So if they're playing poorly, don't worry about it. Look, they play tomorrow. They could always win. As opposed to now, they could lose today.
Sure, they could. They could win or lose today.
Yeah, that's on the table. That's called sports. But the thing that you do is basically downplay everybody's emotion. So I'm actually surprised today that you lean so much into the jubilance of Giants fans because it's your job to typically tell them what they should feel.
Oh, please.
You are the feelings police. Yep.
I'm the feelings police. You can get as excited as you want. I would never take away another person's joy or excitement. The issue is...
That's a lie.
The issue is stop quitting on your team. Stop quitting on your team 9 times a year.
If my kid brings home an F on a test, we're talking about it.
Yeah.
Then you go get an A, then we'll talk about that.
Well,
that's all we're... let's not even look forward. I know they got a game for you. But come on, last night was incredible. 3-1.
Of course it was.
And it was reminiscent of Pagan years ago against the Rockies. We played that sound, that walk-off. But I'm being real, Steiny, and we've been here before, and you can look at the Giant record and back me up on this. This season thus far, there's been more positive than negative in regard to their play.
You wouldn't know it, though.
Well, for this point, just follow me here. And right now, Steiny, that was a moment that I think will define this season. Not that they're going on to win the World Series had they won or lost it, but my point is there's some magic and something special going on. Maybe not 107 wins. What did you say right now? They're trending at 90. That should suffice. But I got this team going to the playoffs and winning a round. Those are my expectations, and it's within their grasp. But I just got to give kudos to Melvin because I've come down his road. They're getting hit, but they handled that part, hit gate, and it's just happenstance now. It's just kind of fluke that they're getting hit. But the bottom line is I was really watching that game in its entirety thinking, okay, bottom of the order, the lineup, I don't know if they're going to pull it out. And the way that they did is, and the word that comes to mind is Irvin Johnson, magical. That's all. That was a magical moment last night. What says you can't even put water on that?
I'd like to, but
Evan checked you.
I won't.
Yeah.
Evan checked me.
Well,
he knows.
He knows you. And
Evan is like the mediator. When he knows somebody's on the verge of getting counted out, then he.
Well, that was you because
he's like
today,
all-star wrestling, like he comes out with a chair.
I get that, but today he was telling you that shit's not working, Jack.
No,
it's all positivity. That's what he was telling you from the Guru computer.
It can't be all positivity.
And we're shocked that you're not like, hey, did you see the video of some fans walking out before the start of the bottom of the ninth? But don't talk about that. But, that was there. There were some fans that I saw leaving.
What's new? Here's the other. Giants fans aren't any better or worse than any other fans.
I hadn't said that.
They leave early just like everybody.
But you leave early when there's doubt. And I sure as hell had it on my sofa.
You had doubt.
It was 3-1. Bailey and
why would you leave if you have doubt?
No, I leave. I'm in my living room, so I have no choice. But I'm just thinking this is going to be a big hill to climb. Yeah. And they went, what's your movie you turned me on to? Hope Solo. Free Solo.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, there you go, E. All right, let's take a couple calls on some great calls. Let's go to Jesse. Jesse's in Livermore. Hey, Jess, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Steiny, good talking to you. Guru, big fan.
All right, thanks, buddy.
One of my calls is this was 2017. This is Raiders versus Chiefs when the Raiders had to win the game 3 times, and Greg Papa on the call. And his excitement when they finally did score that touchdown.
That was a Thursday.
And then,
was it a Thursday game?
I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay,
Let me finish.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, that was a Thursday night football.
Yes, I remember.
Now let me ask you something, Jess. Do you feel like having watched Pop and heard him, more excited for the Raiders call or Niners call?
Raiders call. I'm a Raiders fan, but since I found out Greg Papa was calling games for the Niners, I've been watching more Niners games and listening to the radio call because I just love. That is my childhood right there.
Appreciate the call, Jesse. Yeah. Papa's had numerous calls. Sleepy Floyd is Superman.
That made the movie. Shout out Freaky Tales. That was in there, that audio.
Somebody else wrote, this one's for you, Steiny. Havlicek stole the ball.
You remember that one. That is a great one.
I've seen it on video. I don't remember the call.
Hey, but I wasn't one of them doing that, saying come on now. See,
you're sticking it to me early.
No, I'm not. I'm just like the one I'm about to bring up.
Okay.
Evan won't do it. He'll be like, damn, Goof, for you to bring that up, you and Norm are really in the garage on Queen Anne Drive, and that happened. But it was the Holy Roly game with Chargers, Raiders.
What game?
Remember?
Holy Roly?
Yeah. Okay. You know what I'm talking about, Dave Casper?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. See, I can't even. Evan, just jump in.
Roller.
Hey, but Roly come on, it hits different. But dude,
they changed the rule.
Oh my gosh. But he is
the Holy Roller.
Yeah. But Bill King is Steiny. He's my GOAT. He did all 3 sports.
Yes, he did.
And he was. I can't tell you which one he was better at. Fleming.
Thank you, Murillo. And there's a steal by Bird.
Yeah. That was great.
Where's the ashtray?
Was that Johnny Most?
Oh, dude, that is a great call. The Pistons.
Here's my
I hated the Celtics. Give it to me.
Shot by Bird in the corner. No, hold on.
Not bad.
Rebound by Parrish. He's wearing Malone.
He's wearing. Hey, Steiny, I'm going to give you a 2. That ain't bad.
DJ to Bird. Bird, 18-footer, off the rim. Rebound Parrish. He's wearing Malone. Anything?
Dude,
that's my
not
call.
bad. Yeah.
Okay. Casey Johnson coming up momentarily. Chicago Sports Network. He's a Chicago Bulls insider, and they've got a situation brewing in Chicago, or maybe I should say not brewing, just like the Warriors have something not brewing with Jonathan Kuminga. They have their own restricted free agent.
What do you think of Giddey real quick, Steiny? It's just as a player right now.
I mean, honestly, I'd trade him right now for Kuminga. I just would. Why not? Warriors need a backup point. Somebody on the text line is saying, you got to ask Casey Johnson if the Warriors offered our $14 million exception to Giddey, would it put them on the hot seat? And could it be a way to start the dominoes? Well, here's the problem with that, because I gave that some thought. But I'm pretty sure that if the Warriors have the mid-level to offer, it may mean that they have to rescind the qualifying offer to Kuminga. So if they rescind the qualifying offer to Kuminga and make an offer to Giddey, if the Chicago Bulls match, then the Warriors are kind of stuck. We got him?
It's kind of been that way.
All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game. Well, let me do it this way with KC coming on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, and we do it every time we've got Casey Johnson.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It was the one of my infamous gaffes. I've had a few of them, but this is what the last interview sounded like with Casey Johnson. Let's welcome in Casey Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports Chicago. What's up, Casey? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago.
Oh, man. All right.
Never gets old.
Okay, let me get it right. Let's welcome in Casey Johnson, Chicago Bulls insider for the Chicago Sports Network.
My man, he got it right.
Oh, sweet. What's up, Casey? How you doing, man?
How's life in the Bay Area? One of my favorite places in the country. I love that place.
Yeah, it's doing well. Let me, we got stuff brewing with Jonathan Kuminga, a restricted free agent. He's one of the few that didn't get extended last summer. Josh Giddey of the Bulls also didn't get extended last summer. If I were to just say, hey, KC, what's going on with Josh Giddey? How would you answer that?
I would answer that he was the highest member of that draft class not to get extended last fall, so he beats Jonathan Kuminga in that department. But look, it's a slow, restricted free agency market for a lot of reasons, the biggest of which only the Brooklyn Nets had max salary cap space entering free agency, and they moved right into that with the acquisition of Michael Porter Jr. from the Denver Nuggets. So there's just not any offer sheets to sign out there. Now, obviously, sign and trade discussions can take place with teams, but I've heard very little on that front regarding either Josh Giddey or Jonathan Kuminga. And look, the Bulls are being smart. They recognize they have the power because they have matching rights, and they realize it's a slow-moving marketplace, and they're obviously trying to get him on a team-friendly deal. This is not to say that they don't like Josh Giddey, because they do. They traded Alex Caruso for him. It's to say that they're trying to be prudent and judicious and smart as they enter this offseason.
Casey, always a pleasure to talk to you, man. And I just got to share with you, what are the Bulls trying to do? Where are they at now? And I got a man crush on Kobe White, and I was telling Steiny and the listeners here, is one, your thoughts on Kuminga, and if they were to do some type of crazy sign and trade, how could the Bulls not want Kobe White?
Well, I think the Bulls do want Kobe White. I think, there's been some chatter about him being available. I have not heard that from the people that I talked to. So, he's in an interesting situation because he's outplayed the team-friendly deal that he's on that came out of his own restricted free agency a couple of years ago. And the Bulls would love to extend him this offseason because the CBA rules prohibit Kobe from getting 140% or raised beyond 140%. So that would be another team-friendly deal. Kobe's not going to do that. He's going to hit unrestricted free agency next summer, but the Bulls still can re-sign him then. And everything I've been led to believe is that the Bulls still value him highly internally. The Bulls are going through a change, obviously. It started with last summer with the trade of Caruso for Giddey and then the sign and trade of DeMar DeRozan, and then obviously moved Zach LaVine during the season. So they're trying to kind of retool on the fly, stay competitive, get younger, and rebuild that way. It's hard to do. They're kind of loosely using the Indiana Pacers as their role model, trying to build out a roster 9 or 10 deep. But, Pacers obviously have two dudes in Siakam and Halliburton. All of the latter obviously is in just a really sad situation right now, but I predict he'll come back. So we'll see. I mean, Kobe and Giddey are kind of the faces of the franchises. Modest Buzelis is another nice piece, and then we'll see where it goes.
Casey Johnson joining us on 95.7 The Game, Chicago Bulls insider for the Chicago Sports Network. It feels to me like over the last year or so, Casey, like the Warriors and Bulls have been linked, whether it's, Levine's name came up out here, Lonzo Ball's name came up out here, and the name that's always come up out here is Vucevic. Where are the Bulls with him right now? I know he's got one more year left.
Yeah, so I've been told, because you're absolutely right, Steiny, these teams have been linked quite a bit in the last couple of years. And I was told that before the Warriors moved in on and realized they could get Butler, I heard that they were pretty in some pretty substantive talks with the Bulls regarding LaVine, and that Vucevic might have even been involved in that deal. I've since heard that the Warriors' interest in Vucevic has cooled a little bit. I think he'd be a great fit there. I don't know what kind of, draft capital they have remaining to trade, because that's what the Bulls would be looking for in return. And here's the thing with Vooch, he's like the total pro, so he can handle being part of a competitive team. He can handle being part of a rebuilding team. But I do feel like there's a certain sense of obligation here now within the Bulls franchise to kind of do right by Vooch and try to get him to a better place, because, Vooch is looking around going, wait, Caruso's gone, DeRozan's gone, LaVine's gone. Why am I still here? But I do think, he's available, but they're not just going to give him away because he's a really good player too. So if the right deal comes along, they'll make that move. I just, you guys know how this league is. Everything's fluid, right? But last I heard, when I was talking to people around the draft combine, I heard that the Warriors' interest in Vucevic had cooled a little bit.
Wow. And I think he can play. I'm curious here, Casey, this question I asked you, obviously no right or wrong answer, but I'm a 70s baby, and I tell Steiny all the time, I'm used to players staying put and building something and losing and coming back and trying to extract revenge. But I can't ignore what guys like Shams Charania have told us, just last week. Boy, this is going to be a big free agency class and splash. And I got a lot of friends and fans disappointed. Can you walk us through, hearing those reports and then what you saw, and if you care at all, that has kind of been quiet on the set this year in free agency?
I don't mind it because, look, this league is cyclical and it goes through cycles. And right now, to me, what the cycle is this is the reaction to the new CBA. And I think it's less about the apron. Well, I mean, it's partly about the apron rules. I know Draymond Green recently opined that. What I would say is, to me, most teams are extending their own players, and that's a byproduct of this collective bargaining agreement. You're seeing these guys sign massive extensions with their own teams to stay put. And so I just don't think, the free agency class is as, star-studded, and the days of, ring hunting and star power and big three, those are kind of going by the wayside a little bit. And I also think if you look at the last couple of seasons, huge names have been moved via the trade market. And so to me, that's another reaction to the new CBA. The trade market has kind of become the new free agency. So I mean, some massive names have been moved in the trade market. So that's the way I view it. There's still been some movement, not a lot, but it's mostly been guys signing extensions with their own teams.
Yeah, Casey Johnson joining us on 95.7 The Game, Chicago Bulls insider for the Chicago Sports Network. Yeah, I want to wait to see next summer's free agency because I'm hearing that, teams will have more money and the class is better. So I don't know about you, but I'm willing to say this is a one-year thing until I see it continue for a couple more years.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said before, we all knew going into free agency, only Brooklyn had, massive salary cap space. And the word around the league was that Brooklyn was going to kind of keep their powder dry and try to save some of their cap space for next year. Then they make the Michael Porter Jr. Acquisition that ate up some of that cap space. So they're not really major players anymore. But yeah, we haven't even gotten really to Kuminga yet. I've heard it's slow. I mean, I've all along kind of thought he was going to go back there on a short-term deal. I don't know how much you guys probably talk about it a lot, but what's kind of your guys' thoughts on where Kuminga is going to be?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to it ad nauseum, and it's frustrating, and we have different opinion of him, Casey, but I was just going to ask you that. So the guy fell out the rotation. Curry gets hurt, and we're still sick with that hamstring blue. And here comes Kuminga. They don't win. But, Casey, I'm watching those 3 or 4 games like you're telling me this guy doesn't fit or couldn't help another team. So I feel like with the right toolage and opportunity, Kuminga could be a player. And I know he's not perfect, but that's the frustrating part. It looks like Kerr can't find a role for him. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm telling Steiny and you, I want him to remain here. But how do you see it? How did you take in his playoff performance? Did that change what you thought of him?
My opinion, I mean, he clearly played well, so let's start there. But my opinion on him from afar, and obviously you never know unless you cover a team, you don't know how it works on the inside, right? So this is just my opinion from afar. He's clearly skilled. He's clearly athletic. I don't know if, he's the most instinctive basketball player, and I don't know if he can thrive in a team system. I think he's kind of more like a athlete who, just shines individually. And I don't know. That's just my impression from afar. I don't know if I'm right. And I, again, don't cover him on a daily basis. I don't want to speak ill on the guy. I agree. I think he's clearly skilled in the right opportunity. He might be a very good player. He'd been linked to the Bulls some. I never bought into that. And the offseason moves the Bulls have made, to me, have said that even more strongly. Like they've traded for Isaac Okoro, and they've drafted a young wing in Noah Essengay from France, who's obviously a project at 18 and a half years old. But yeah, I'm curious to see where Kuminga goes. And at this point, I expect him to be back with Golden State, and it's up to them to try to figure out how to make it work there.
Casey Johnson joining us on 95.7 The Game, Bulls insider for the Chicago Sports Network. I mean, having covered the league forever, or for a long time, you and me, what's going to be the impetus? Let's just talk about Giddey. What is going to be the impetus to him either, getting a deal or getting moved? What is going to be the thing that moves this thing? And I would assume it'll work for Kuminga too. The answer. Yeah,
I mean, my feeling is there's that stat Bobby Marks has been touting lately. Only 3 players have signed a qualifying offer and played on the qualifying offer in the last 5 years. I mean, the Bulls have all the leverage here. Right. He's a restricted free agent. So my sense of how the negotiations are going is, it's pretty well documented. Giddey saw the Jalen Suggs deal and wanted $30 million as well because he went 1 pick behind him, and they're not similar players, but have similar, standing within the organization. And I've just never heard that number associated from the Bulls end. So he's not getting $30 million this offseason from the Bulls. I'll tell you that. It would take another team to want to sign him to a $30 million deal for him to get that. And then the Bulls to agree to a sign and trade. The Bulls don't have to do anything. They can say, here's the number. Here's generational wealth for 4 or 5 years. Do you want that, or do you want to play on the qualifying offer of $11 million and risk it? I mean, that's what restricted free agency is all about. I'm assuming the Warriors are having similar conversations with Jonathan Kuminga's representatives. That's just the reality of it, especially in this marketplace, which, as we've talked about on this segment, has been pretty scarce and pretty slow moving. So The Bulls were really proactive in extending Patrick Williams in restricted free agency to a 5-year, $90 million deal. I all along said that even though he's been an underachieving player and a player who's had trouble staying healthy, I was less hung up on $18 million a year. I didn't really mind that, especially with the rising salary cap. I didn't love the 5 years, and now you're in year 2 of that deal, and that contract already can't be moved. So that's kind of why the Bulls are now even more like, all right, we learned from that one. We've got to hold to our guns here and just play hardball. And you don't want to alienate the guy either, because I want to emphasize like the biggest point of this. Like, they traded Alex Caruso for him. They like Josh Giddey. They like how he played the second half of last season, but they also don't want to just go, here's 5 years, $150 million. So, like Kuminga, I think this will stretch out a little bit. It already has, and we'll see where both teams end up.
Is it one of those, Casey, domino effects? We see Giddey sign, and then you see could something happen with Kuminga and the rest of the unrestricted free agents?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know the Warriors' books as well as I know the Bulls' books, but I assume, again, with restricted free agency, that's kind of in general how it goes. Like, a team goes, hey, do you want this much guaranteed money over 4 years? Because this is the number we're not budging from, and if you don't like it, then play on the qualifying offer. Yeah. That's just how teams roll. So, again, I don't know the Warriors' books or tax situation as well as I know the Bulls, but I guarantee you right now the Bulls are not offering $30 million a year to Josh Giddey.
Wow.
And I think we can say the same thing out here about Jonathan Kuminga. Hey, KC,
you're the man.
Really appreciate it, man, and I hope you've forgiven me, and I'll get it right. I'll get it right from here on out.
Yeah, now that I liked you before, but now you got it right. You have me back anytime, man. I'm all yours, man.
There you go.
I wanted to clear something up, but I'll let him go because I know he's busy.
All right, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, thanks for joining
KC.
us. Yeah.
Thanks, you buddy.
Thanks, later.
All right. Casey Johnson, Chicago Sports Network.
Yeah, he's great.
What were you gonna do?
To clear up the myth that you and I have when we're eating the chicken Caesar salad and having one of our great debates about guys like a Michael Jordan or a Bird intimidating possible free agents, coming to that city after. And I mean, a lot of it's bad luck too, and the Bulls have had that, but they haven't landed that guy. But Steiny, it's interesting, his version of the CBA as far as guys on their own team are coming back, but those are the top tier guys. Talk to me about the Giddies and the Kumingas. That's where it seemed. That's what Draymond was talking about. We saw Banchero, all the big dogs are getting their chicken. We're talking about the middle class.
Yeah, they don't deserve it. Maybe some of them don't deserve what they're asking.
Damn.
And, the other thing is if they weren't restricted, I'm sure it would be wrapped up by now. But like I said yesterday, I would never let a client of mine become restricted.
Is that it?
That's just me. Because there's just no motivation for the home team to overpay in that situation. And your idea of overpaying and the teams is usually different. And you just don't have to do it. So why would you do it? But KC brings up a good point about you don't want to alienate the player either.
Yeah, no doubt.
So
where you think Kuminga's at? Alienated or past that, or
I don't know.
Was already alienated before the season even ended?
Is Josh Giddey alienated in Chicago? I'm not sure. I don't know how.
But if you think of what
they
used to get Caruso was a piece, right? I mean, a big piece, and now he's got another ring. Like, if I'm Josh, I know they want me here, but now he's like, show me the money, Tom Cruise.
Well, like, that's the other thing. The Bulls and the Warriors can both say, and the Warriors have multiple times, we want Kuminga here. Well, of course they do. At a number they like, not at a number he likes. So, yeah, in a perfect world, the Warriors would like to keep Kuminga. But they don't have to break the bank for him. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, and again, I got to say this, Donnie. There should be a drop-dead date to where take these two player names out, Giddey and Kuminga, to where you got to you got to get off the pot or you got to use it. You know what I mean? This does nobody any good, the fact that this can just linger.
It's
and I couldn't imagine being one of the players.
Oh.
Now, see, there you go.
I ain't like
you're pro ownership. I mean, I'm saying.
Not pro owner at all, but I do know. I recognize that Kuminga's in a brutal spot, and he and his agent put themselves there. And
I get that.
I would have never put Kuminga in this position if there was something that sounds like was on the table, then he's on his own.
So do you think I'm missing the caveat or the nugget of today's Wednesday, something could pop off for Kuminga and the Warriors Thursday when I feel like everything's dried up? You know what it's reading. Make a decision.
They don't have to. They don't have to. They can, and you know what's funny is, here's a question. When does free agency end? Yeah, the day before the season starts.
See, and that's
year.
What I'm getting at. I don't think that's good.
I mean, then come to an agreement. Like, I don't think I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's that, like, what's happening with Kuminga and Giddey to me is about the system. It's not about either player or either team. That's just me, though. So, yeah, we can talk a little bit more about that, but Casey Johnson of the Chicago Sports Network basically describing in Chicago the same thing that's happening right here in Golden State.
And here I go. I don't want to pit player against player, but we can all look at each other in the face, you and I and Evan, and say that Giddey's a more complete player right now than Kuminga, right?
Huh. I mean, I think Giddey's more polished, obviously.
Which is kind of where I'm getting at.
But I kind of think they're on the same level as a play, in terms of ability. And I get they don't play the same position, but I wouldn't say, oh, Kuminga's got way more value than Giddey, or Giddey's got way more value than Kuminga. I kind of think they're in the same ballpark. What do you think?
I'm gonna piggyback off of what Casey said, because depending on who you talk to, Steiny, you can cross the racial lines when you describe a player and cerebral and all that stuff, or he's athletic. But for Casey Johnson, who's got no dog in the fight, to call Kuminga instinctive and an athlete, I was going to ask you and Evan.
Non-instinctive.
Yeah, non-instinctive.
Yeah.
When you have those gifts of athleticism, but you lack in this area, doesn't that detract from that?
Yes. Yeah.
And I think Kuminga's figured that out or battled it, but it's so frustrating because it's like when he's in the game, he's in a time, like we're just watching him through this scrutiny, like he can't relax. And I wonder if that has something to do with a guy like Casey from another city looking at Kuminga, to where if Kuminga were to get 25 to 30 guaranteed minutes a night, would we see less of that player being non-instinctive?
I think it's a fair question. The one thing I know about KC, and we were joined by Casey Johnson of the Chicago Sports Network, and we've actually talked about this in the past. Go ahead, give me the drop. We both agree that it's hard to talk about a player you only see 5-10 times a year.
Right.
And that's why, to me, I was loving watching Jimmy Butler play for 40 or 50 games, because you learn more about a player in 4 months than you do in 4 years if you don't see him play quite as much. So he was very careful. I know how he is. He's very careful about Kuminga and how he talks about him. But, yeah, it's clear that he thinks he's kind of a one-on-one player, doesn't really fit the system. Great athletically, but maybe not instinctive, like Casey said.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, no, that's exactly what everybody thinks. Not everybody, but that's the dilemma.
Yeah. And if we just, do the autopsy on the 4 years for Kuminga here, Steiny, I'm not handing out scholarships or Hershey Kisses, but the bottom line is it's unfortunate that Jonathan Kuminga had to start his career here with the team that was basically still a dynasty or had the residue of a dynasty. Steiny, this dude's still he's at the embryo stages of his career in regard to the one thing he's missed is how to fit in this calculus type of basketball system. If you go somewhere else and it's general math and it's kind of dumbed down a bit and you can rely more on your natural instincts and gifts, that's what has me. Yeah, I'm not telling you how many games they'll win, but you put Kuminga in Washington or New Orleans, Steiny, those numbers, I'm telling you, are going to be there.
I notice you're talking about individual numbers.
Right.
Because we haven't mentioned anything about the team.
How do you get,
win.
How do you get paid?
Win.
But let's just some of that. But you know what I'm talking about. 90% of how these guys, Banchero and the guy likes, are getting all this money is because they put up numbers.
You know what?
That's what it's about, Steiny. He's a great passer. It's about putting up numbers, and that's what
Kuminga is not in Banchero's league.
I'm not saying
they
that.
made the
he
playoffs.
Wants the opportunity to show you he can.
You think Jonathan Kuminga?
No, he's not. Don't make me say that.
No, what I'm saying is don't compare him to Banchero. Banchero's the best player on the Magic, and they made the playoffs. Kuminga hasn't done anything like that.
Right.
And here's the other thing.
He wants the opportunity.
Okay, but here's the other thing. This is the other incongruity. If the Warriors have this great culture, how can it be unfortunate that Kuminga got drafted here?
It's the same reason Jordan Poole got slapped in the face and got jettisoned out of here.
Okay, so then we can't talk about the
culture not being great. I felt like I was lied to. That culture took a hit for me. Still Warriors on mine, but I've told you this in the same microphone. Miss me with all that. And now Looney's gone for the same bread. Those dudes are never, you're never supposed to put on another uniform. So I'm just telling you, Steiny, people say I'm falling in love or I'm caping up for Kuminga. I'm not. I'm caping up for he just needs he's yearning for the opportunity.
He's had 4 years of opportunity. I'm really yelling at you. I'm just messing around.
I get it. Put your glasses back on.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, I know what you mean.
Right.
But it did hit me. He was just unfortunate that he got drafted here, and I'm thinking, we could look at that two different ways for sure. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, guys, next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. This is next week. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4-day passes to Aftershock, and gift cards to the Valkyries merchandise store and Laughing Monk Brewing. Listen at 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. You can win every single day, every show, every day. It all starts on Monday. Mm-hmm.
Our relationship is on the brink.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Your boy's kind of excited.
Evan?
No, me.
No.
About? I'm in the middle of kind of a whirlwind. It is funny.
Midlife crisis.
No, first of all, I'm too old for a midlife crisis.
The red sports car, Steiny. My bad.
So, 2 weeks ago, I was at my buddy's birthday party this past weekend. There you go. This past weekend, my daughter got married, and that doesn't get one. Thank you. And this weekend, I'm going golfing, and Dibs is a part
Out
of it.
of town.
Yeah, in Tahoe.
Yeah, speak on it.
Oh,
you guys riding up together?
No, he's I think he's off today.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow and Friday. You know
so it's Willard and Grandy.
You know how I am. No, tomorrow I think is Evan.
Oh, yeah?
And Grandy.
Evan leaving
which
us.
he told you before the show, remember? Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. I'm sorry if I forgot that, E.
That's okay.
E is my dog, man.
That's okay.
But, dude, what a win last night from the Giants.
It was all right.
Now, why'd you do the LeBron?
You startled me a little bit.
All right.
You know what? I want to do this again. Because we were just talking about it off the air, and there's a lot of conflicting.
Yeah.
Not conflicting, but we had a good discussion about it. So, first of all, this is Will Fleming, Dave Fleming's brother, the play-by-play man for the Red Sox.
Right.
This is what he said a few days back.
That stuff is real, the stuff that's coming out about, his intransigence and his unwillingness to do some of those things. The only thing I can liken it to is like a broken marriage in a way, where you just hope that it just was poisoned and it was never going to get better in that way. Just the communication and the feelings were hurt on both sides. So I just think if he comes here when he's here now, I think that it has a chance to be a great new start for him. And I don't think he's ever going to be like the face of the franchise of any franchise. He's never going to do a ton of media. He's never going to talk a lot, and that's fine. And by the way, the Red Sox acknowledged that too when they gave him $300+ million. They never asked him to do a lot of that stuff. They said, we just want you to hit. And hit he does.
All right, so that was Will Fleming talking about Devers, but this is the one I want to play because this has us feeling a certain kind of way. This is Will Clark. I played it earlier, but take another listen to it on ostensibly Devers not showing up to a couple appointments with Will Clark.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston, and now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bull through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Just from the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
Man, oh man, Steiny, I'm not trying to make nothing up. I'm just telling you, man.
Real quick, that's the Deuces Wild podcast. Will Clark and Eric Burns. Sorry, go.
No, I'm getting goosebumps of that's not how you. And then Steiny, who was everybody apologizing to Will? And if he didn't come out Friday, why didn't the middleman or the manager go to him Friday and say, hey, you missed the session or nothing to see here. Let's get back at it Saturday. Will's acting like he has all the answers, but I'm just going here, Steiny. You can't talk to today's athlete. I'm going to grab you behind the neck. It just hits different. Tell me if I'm making that up or just hearing that don't even sit well with me if I'm Ralphie Devers.
This is one of those things where, to me, we've got to take ourselves out of the hometown passion. And what I mean by that is Rafael Devers is a great player who's been in Boston his whole career. And he comes to the Bay Area, and Will Clark says this. And we don't even know if Devers is aware of this. However, like that, I'm sorry, Will Clark doesn't mean anything to Devers. He has no idea, who Will Clark is other than an idea of who Will Clark is.
Okay, you're right, but why did Will think he was supposed to get with him Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? And he mentioned Williams and the manager, Bob Melvin.
Because they wanted Will Clark, apparently. I'll take him at his word. Matt Williams and...
No, I get that.
Okay.
But why after Friday's no-show, why was Will expecting Saturday to be different? We were just talking about communication.
I don't know.
Telling you, I'm just saying, Sonny, I could be totally wrong here. Great win last night. But an old school icon, Will Clark, saying, I'm going to grab you by the neck.
No, I'm with you.
Like that,
I'm with you.
That don't sit well with me.
I'm with you. And I know he just, and that's the other thing. Like, he just got to town. He doesn't let him settle in. And I get, if you want to teach him how to play first base, let me ask you this. You think he's going to play any first base this year?
I know Willard Dibs differ. I thought for sure, but now with this injury, Steiny, if they're not going to give him a stint or give him ultra rest, my answer is going to be no.
I'm leaning that way too. But I'm with you. There's something missing to this story.
And who apologized to Will? Well, on behalf of who?
On behalf of Devers, clearly. Like, obviously, if Will Clark was out there and Devers doesn't show up, I'm sure Matt Williams and Melvin were like, sorry, I'm really sorry. We thought, but I'm not convinced Devers knew.
Okay.
And what do I know about the situation? Nothing.
But what if he did,
Only I've heard from Will Clark.
What if he did?
What if he did what?
What if Devers did know and was like, I'm not doing that?
Then the comparison to Jimmy Butler is right on the money. I do think he's got some Butler in him, which I'm not even saying is a good thing or a bad thing.
But I feel like I'm with you because, I'm not trying to be the National Enquirer, but Steiny, there's a disconnect with the communication. And the fact that Will Clark brought up the manager, Melvin's name, and nobody got to Rafi and said, hey, we thought you were going to go out there and get some work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Steiny, I just feel like me being Perry Mason, that's Rafi telling you he ain't coming at all.
I'm not convinced Rafael Devers knew anything. But here's the other thing. I don't want Will Clark working with Devers.
Wow.
I'd rather have Brandon Belt work with Devers. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Just heard Will Clark yelling at some clouds. And,
man,
I mean, if you're Rafi Devers, do you have to feel beholden in a way to a Giants great that you know nothing about? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Zach Manazian on yesterday.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I didn't get that one.
Me neither. Probably a mistake I made. Probably a mistake I made.
Because we didn't have him on. The morning show had him on, and Willard and Dibs had him on.
Right. Right. Talking about Will Clark. Sticking it to Rafi Devers. Will Clark said that Devers didn't show up 3 days in a row to work at first base. Said he understood because he felt like Devers didn't want it to be a dog and pony show in front of the media. Nevertheless, Will Clark, setting a tone. Like, Will Clark can set that tone.
We know. Okay. He's old school, but I would tell Will, hey, I get it. Those were heat rocks. But when you talk about today's player and grabbing him by the neck and all that stuff, thinking it's cute, I don't know. But I will say this. What concerns me or bothers me about this whole thing, Steiny, and hopefully it's a nothing burger, right? They're going for the sweep today, is why was it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? Why Friday, when Will got stood up, was there nobody in command to go tell Ralphie, hey, you were supposed to be there, Will was waiting on you? Or somebody tell Will, hey, Ralphie ain't feeling it because it's his old team. Why was it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? That has me scratching my head. One day I get, hey, Steiny was waiting on you, Goo. What happened? You stood him up at the cafeteria. Oh, my bad. But for me to stand you up 3 times, then something, come on, man.
I'm with you. I don't understand how it happened like that, except there must have been a miscommunication. Let's go to Jan. All Jan's right. In Mountain View.
Our girl.
Hey, Jan, how are you?
I'm fine. How about the two of you?
Hanging in, Jan. Hope you had a happy 4th.
I did. What I want to bring up, and I haven't heard anybody bringing it up, and that is that maybe when Devers was traded, he was already injured, and he didn't want to say that he wanted to play every day, so he just decided, I'm going to keep this inside of me, and nobody has really, spotted it until he starts to run the bases and that he can hardly move. And I think that he was injured when he got traded to us, perfectly honest. What do you guys think? I mean, it's clear to see, and he doesn't want to take any time off, and he's not gonna say anything because he likes it here and he's enjoying everybody around him, but he's not, he doesn't want to take the time off. So I think this All-Star break will do him good, and hopefully it will. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate the call.
And Steiny, let's just say Jan's right. He is a gamer. And they talked about his time in Boston. He will play injured. He is just such a big commodity for this team, their new toy and future toy. This is the epitome to me of save the player from himself. Now, some stuff may be going on with his groin or back, which now I know Fleming had talked to it. I'm paraphrasing with Shasky and Joe this morning about it could be affecting his back now. But, Steiny, I guess, how do you have that conversation to be like, 4 days off for the break? Maybe you need 8. Maybe we just, and I get it. You don't want to not have him in the lineup. But, again, we've seen him rounding third being sent home with growing injuries. And I've been in Texas like, was that the right thing to do? But I guess what I'm saying to you is a bunch of nothing and all you listening. Because, Steiny, if you're out there saying you're ready to go, how do we treat you any differently from combat,
I mean, honestly, again, this is one of those things where should he play? Should he not play? Should they shut him down through the All-Star break? They'll figure. That's for them to determine, and they will. And I can't sit here and say they should do this, they should do that. I felt like the Giants, when they acquired Devers, acknowledged he was a little banged up. They kind of knew it, but obviously it's a temporary thing, so it's not like they wouldn't have made the deal. But no, he does look a little compromised. The one thing I would say is, with all due respect, he's not asked to do a lot. So Ask him to hit and run station to station. Because you didn't get him here to turn a double into a triple. But, again, that's easy for me to say sitting here. Here's the other thing that, Will Clark and this older generation, i.e. me, we need to get it. We need to get it through our heads that we're not in this one anymore. Will Clark was one of the best players in Giants history. He made $50 million over his career. Devers has already made more than twice that.
And I'm not being a smart ass.
And he's set to make another $200+ million.
But what's your point with that?
My point is that it's called FU money. Like Devers doesn't owe anybody anything. Devers is set for the rest of his life. His family's set for the rest of their lives. But generations are. And
I just want to jump in.
I'm just sorry that impacts somebody's attitude, and it should.
But what Will this is the love of the game, and he still loves this team like he's still on it. And I'll just say this, not that, like Steiny, I'm looking past the money. There is a part of respect to this, too. Will's taking his time, trying to get back to his team, and a player that's trying to try a new position for the first time. So I don't think that's outrageous, and I don't think because Devers is making umpteen times more money than Will's ever made in his career that there's no, at the end of the day, it's about respect, and it's about trying to help Rafi get better at a position or even start to know how to play a position.
I gotta disagree.
And Will said, the manager and Matt Williams, a former player, were like, hell yeah on this.
I don't know how you can take money out of the equation. The guy signed a $300 million contract. He's already made $100 million. Now, I get it. Some guys don't change, and I don't know if Devers changed or not. But the reality of the situation, I'm sorry, is if you're making as much money as Rafael Devers, you don't have to take that from Will Clark. Now, it'd be great if you went out there 3 days and worked with him, I guess, but I'm sorry, I don't think Devers knows who Will Clark is. I mean, former Giant, okay, good player, okay, but we heard the way he talked about Bonds. You think he would have stood up Bonds 3 days in a row? It doesn't feel like it.
But what if Jan is right? And like I said, Steiny, again, I'm just everything that I'm talking about, and I'm thinking about with Devers and what I'm seeing him do at the plate, and he swings the bat like it's a tree trunk, like the dude's strong. So if you got something going on with the lower extremity, and now it's starting to impact your bat, I mean, you're playing with dynamite. So I'm just asking you and the listeners, how hard or feasible is it to have a conversation with a guy that might get pissed off? We're going to just sit you down, because I'm starting to think maybe the break is not enough time. And if this lingers throughout the rest of the season and you get minimal returns on your investment.
So what do you want to do? You want to make a decision for the Giants right now to shut Devers down through the All-Star break. It's like you don't think they're talking about all that, how he feels, whether he can make it through, whether they're worried about him damaging.
Tiptoeing around his reaction to that. And now we're just talking about
maybe they'd say, hey, how's your groin? He's like, it's fine. Hey, we're going to give you 3 days off. I'd rather not, but you know what? It's not going to hurt. I mean, I can't make a decision for Devers or the team just based on the fact that the guy's slow as molasses, because I get the feeling he's pretty slow regardless.
And this is just a concern, Steiny. I don't want to be right, but moving forward, what if, let me just ask you.
I mean, what if everybody gets hurt?
What if your aunt could have been, I get it.
I mean, when I say, what if Curry gets hurt, everybody goes, well, everybody gets hurt. So why are we worrying more, why do you worry about Devers and I worry about Curry?
So I was in Texas for that Sunday game. They sent Devers home, and he was out by a mile, right?
Yeah.
So could you imagine had he popped his hammy or something happened to where he was out 3 to 4 months or 6 to 8 weeks, Steiny, wouldn't the Giants be looked upon like, what the hell were you guys doing?
I mean,
Can't you give me on again, I'm giving you worst case scenario, but I'm just telling you how fickle this stuff can get.
I can't. I can't meet you halfway because to my way of thinking, we're dismissing the fact that they have probably talked about it and they are where they are.
All right.
And
nothing to see here then. Do you think it's impacting him at the plate? I'm starting to think so. And again, he's not
I can't
terrible.
answer that.
All right.
I don't know. Probably, maybe.
See, I want to get to the point to where I know that we've gave you ample time to heal. And if we're talking growing and tissue stuff, like Steiny, it might not heal. And maybe that's why he's going out there himself like, man, I'm that dude. I can do it. But I'm just telling you from afar, I'm looking like, man, could they squeeze in a little extra rest for him? And maybe the break will be it.
Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo? How are you?
Dynamite.
Nice.
How are you guys doing?
Hey, Murillo, our guy.
Hey, one of those potpourri days, so a lot of subjects. But before I get to them, I'm going to call your mouth out because you are the flagship of the Valkyries, and your mouths haven't, including you, Evan, haven't said a word about the game that we just put Caitlin Clark in the milk carton again. So shame on you beforehand.
Hey.
Now,
we can't ruin the game while it's going on.
Come on, Murillo.
Come on, Murillo.
We were getting ready for it. Come on.
Veronica Burton, shout out, girl. Nice game. But anyway, guys, Josh for JK, no brainer. Come on. What are we talking about? And I like the Warriors this season because it's always the year after the trade. It's always the year after the trade. So let's bank on that. Maybe outcomes and a couple more moves, and I think we're set. We don't need much more than that. Now, on the Will Clark thing, thank you, Steiny. It's almost like you set my call up here when you look within. I feel like there's some self-serving ego here, and that's something that grows within us as we get older. I feel like Will Clark is being a little butthurt and egocentric here. And I want to extend the question to you guys. Do you feel yourselves more egocentric as you age? Because I'm going towards there. I'm 37, so I want to know, in the ballpark that you are, do you feel yourself more egocentric? Because I think that's what it is. It's a nothing burger. I agree with you, Steiny. The guy makes all that money. He knows how to hit the ball. It's fine. We can make that up later. Doesn't need to be this whole, drama.
Now,
thank
Murillo.
you guys for taking my call. Appreciate y'all.
I love Murillo. I
got you.
The big part of this from Will, just to me, and I didn't like Will, how he conveyed this message, the next stuff. I'm just saying, he said Melvin and Williams asked him to do that and be there. So if that's the case, Steiny, I do understand Will not being egocentric, because the other part, Murillo and you were spot on. But if Bob set it up and Matt set it up, you got to be there. And if you're not, at least show me the respect to double back to where I'm not doing the same thing Saturday.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Do we get more egocentric as we age?
Not me.
Prove it.
I just told you I went to the motherland, listened to the Reverend, but as you get older, I'm putting the phone down. I don't care about clicks. I don't care about what people think of what I'm wearing. I want to do a good show with you, but as you get older, you care about your kids. You care about your future and your 401k. You don't care about I'm not trying to do that. That's me
Well,
I got to let loose. Yeah, but
But I don't know. I just
go ahead, be honest. You're my guy.
You love seeing your name out there on the internet. That's fine. It's fair. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun.
I love seeing my name out. I tweet. I put a picture up of my kids. If that's
sure.
So that doesn't fall into egocentric, does it?
What? That
put pictures of your
you
kids?
Google your name 4 times a day?
No, that was my friend June that did it, and you can do it. But come on, Steiny. This is weird. I can't wait to hear Willard and Randy's take on it.
Let me tell you what happened. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened with these pros, okay? This is what happened. Melvin and Williams go up to Will Clark and say, hey, what do you think about working with Devers at first base?
Makes all sense in the world.
Will goes, okay, sure. Why not? Will Clark shows up to the ballpark. Williams and Melvin are nowhere to be found. He's just standing at first base thinking Devers knows that they told Devers to go work with Will Clark. They didn't. And Will Clark, rather than saying, hey, Bob Melvin, and where's Devers? I thought I was supposed to work with him. At which point they would have said, oh, our bad. We didn't even tell him.
No doubt.
So Will Clark, instead of going to Melvin and Williams, instead waited, wasn't there, and just assumed he got blown off. He comes the next day. Well, now it's almost forgotten. Melvin, I don't believe that at any point during the weekend that Will Clark said to Melvin or Williams, where's Devers? Have you told him we're working out?
And this is not the
That's my opinion.
League. Shout out Butch. This is not James Logan High School baseball
yes, it
varsity.
Is. These guys
That's
don't communicate.
Where that happened.
No, these guys don't talk like that.
That's why I guess I'm just enamored with this. And hopefully we're wrong. But Steiny, that happens in Union City American Little League,
right?
Not the major leagues.
You think these guys? Everybody thinks these guys are so buttoned up, and they're so they know how to run a team, and they know how to coach, and they do everything right, and everybody communicates great. Sorry, that's the difference between great organizations, middling organizations, and bad ones.
Well,
I'm not saying the Giants are a bad one. I'm saying you cannot tell me that Devers knew Will Clark was hanging around first base and said, nah, I'm not doing it.
And help me out, just to take it one step further. The Will Clark I know and I just heard and that I feel like I've known ain't sitting out there, okay, nobody showed, I'm going to bite my tongue. Let me just go get a hot dog. Like, I would have been in the dugout and in the clubhouse, like, hey, Steiny, where you at? Oh, my bad, I didn't know. But for him to just kind of wait for 3 days, that's why I feel like we're missing a big part of this story. But from Will's standpoint, Steiny, if I'm the Giants, I wonder if they're like, damn, Will, you didn't have to do like that. You didn't have to say that.
I mean, and I'll tell you this. I don't know about you, but if I'm Rafael Devers,
oh, man,
I'm saying I ain't working with this guy.
I totally get that.
You got to be kidding me.
I get that there. I get that there.
Let's go to Bruce. Bruce is in Richmond. Hey, Bruce. What's going on, man?
Yeah, so thank you for taking my call. In my opinion, he definitely knew that Will Clark was going to be there, but there's a history with Will Clark, with Jeffrey Leonard and his cousin many years ago, and you cannot erase history. And so if I'm Devers, why would I listen to anything Will Clark has to say? And since when does a Giant employee threaten another player? How can you justify that?
That's a very fair point. I really didn't even think about it like that, Bruce, in Richmond.
Yeah.
But
Bruce went way back with the whole Jeffrey Leonard thing.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is, after you heard it, your first thing was,
oh, my gosh.
You can't tell a guy you're going to grab him by the neck. And I get it's Will Clark, but
it didn't play well.
That's a turnoff.
No, man, what a call. What a call. Steiny, we played it during the break. Like, I didn't hear that part. Man.
Let's go to Jonathan. Jonathan's in San Jose as Ken walks in with his 19th different hat. Okay. Hey, Jonathan.
I might lose you guys. I'm driving through the Caldecott Tunnel right now, so I'm not sure if I'm going to have the best reception.
Yeah, shout out to Rinda.
Yes, Goo. The difference between Goo, people got to remember, Goo, you're one of us. And how you came to be where you are was hard work and dedication, brother. So don't ever feel like you're being something that you're not, Goo. You should be shining a lot more than you like to, but you're a regular guy, so I appreciate your humbleness. However, we're going to get to the other side of the opposite coin of humbleness. You got Will Clark, and boy, was that embarrassing. For the first time in a long time, I thought one of the greats really is embarrassing the fans and the organization. I don't think that was an appropriate way to go about what happened. But again, it's Will Clark. And if anybody knows him and media lately, that's his thing. He's a shock guy. And it's kind of getting old, and now it's going to get us more drama than needed. And I'm with you, Steiny. I got to believe if Devers knew, he wouldn't have just stood up Will Clark. I think Will Clark's making more out of this for his own. I think it only benefits Will for this story to come out like this. And, Goo, don't you ever stop, brother. You're our favorite.
Oh, wow. That's my guy.
What was his name?
He was in the Caldecott Tunnel.
Right, but what was his name?
He's one of the people, Steiny.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And my buddy he just texted me saying the story's gaining traction all over the TV. So I don't know Steiny, I just don't like what Will said at the end. I'm going to grab you by the neck and make sure you're out there.
He left too many details
like
out.
You're the sheriff of something. Yeah.
Well, and you know what? That's the other thing about this. I mean, I got to believe Will Clark is getting paid by the Giants, right? I mean, he's got to be. So would you really could you ever imagine Melvin saying this about Devers or Matt Williams or Buster Posey or Ron Wotus when he's coaching? Like, I don't think it's a great look for Will Clark. I really don't. Especially if and when we find out there was a mix-up. And maybe if we find out Devers was lost on this one or didn't know specifically this was all going on, then Will Clark's going to be
I got to believe if I'm covering this beat, Steiny, the first question I'm asking anybody is Devers.
Of course. So and I got a feeling Devers is going to say, I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody told me. That's my prediction.
Yeah.
That's my prediction on this one.
Can you play it one more time for me, Steiny, the wheel?
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
This is what we're talking about. Will Clark talking about ostensibly Rafi Devers standing him up.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston, and now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bullshit through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Just from the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
All right, so that was Will Clark on the Deuces Wild podcast.
That's an L, Steiny.
Will Clark's a special assistant, by the way, for the San Francisco Giants.
They can fix this and make it mean nothing, but Steiny, that's an L. And I just got to ask you this again, Daryl Mason, shout out Perry. Who the hell came up to you to apologize? I kind of get that might have happened, but then they're walking on eggshells to tell Ralphie, you should have been out here. Why not bring them together and say there was a miscommunication?
I don't know.
But who's apologizing to Will to where he's going public with it, but yet still leaving the whole did Ralphie know or not thing alone?
Yeah, somebody on the Apollo crew saying if Will Clark doesn't say grab him by the neck, this wouldn't be a story. Yes, it would. The story still, to me, is about did Devers actually blow off something that he was told to do, and or was there a misunderstanding? I do think I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world, but there's got to be more to it. 888-957-9570. Feel free to let me know what you guys think. Next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. Warrior prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day to Outside Lands, 4-day passes to Aftershock, gift cards to the Valkyries and Laughing Monk Brewery. All you got to do next week is listen every day, 7:30, 12:30, 4:30 for your chance to win. Again, you can win every single day, 3 times a day, and it all starts Monday.
And that's what life's about.
I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't. I hear you, and it hurts me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we don't have to spend all day on this, but I do disagree with those saying nothing to see here.
Oh, my goodness.
So we're talking about Will Clark, who on his Deuces Wild podcast said that he was at the ballpark on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, supposedly to work with Rafael Devers at first base, and Devers didn't show up any of the 3 days. And then, he said, I'll tell you right now, next time I'm at that ballpark, I'm going to grab him around the neck and make sure he works there or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that the Will Clark part of this is, to me, a little gratuitous, meaning I don't really care that much that Will Clark said what he said because that's who he is, and we kind of know that. I'm more interested in whether or not Rafael Devers truly didn't go work out with Will Clark for whatever reason, but knew about it. And I just can't imagine that. That's all.
Okay. And I've come down Bob Melvin's road many of times for lack of emotion. This is totally different, but tell me what you think, Steiny, because a heavyweight icon in the Bay Area media texts me, who will remain anonymous, and they don't like the Will Clark part of this, how he's handling and what he said on the podcast. But the bottom line is Will Clark mentioned Bob Melvin's name. So, again, is it crazy that I think that Bob was asked before today's game by a media member, did Ralphie know?
It's possible. It's possible.
If I'm Bob, I want to clean this up. Because, Steiny, this is Major League Baseball. Communication is everything. I don't think 3 days can go on, like Will is saying, and nobody knowing what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you address it. I don't know if you don't address it. I don't know if you
Will brought your name up.
I don't know if you address it just in-house. I don't know if you address it to the media.
But you got to.
And Book of Barnett, you've got to hear what I say on the YouTube chat. Also, if you want to jump into the text line at 888-957-9570 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, you can. The Will Clark thing, to me, Book of Barnett, isn't the biggest part of this deal. The biggest part of the deal is that he makes it sound like Devers blew him off and had no interest in working with him at first base. That, I do think, is quite relevant.
Okay, I'm with you. But can I say one more thing? You talked about where his paycheck is coming from, Will Clark's, and forget his chicken. And Steiny, the dude is an icon at first base for the Giants. I'm not arguing that.
In the Bay.
But when I hear him say, I'll come back and drag you, like, Will, you don't run it. I don't know, Steiny, it hits me like, Will, you don't run it like that, Will. You are a dude, but you don't run it like that.
I mean,
do you?
Well, I can't.
Because now you didn't put Melvin's name in it.
I mean, you are obviously, you're free to interpret that part of it.
Okay.
In your own way, because there was a lot going on there. Do I believe he meant it? No, I think that's Will Clark's way of kind of joking around and saying, I'll tell you, you have your ass there when I'm there next. But what I'm like, okay, that's just Will Clark being Will Clark to me. But if other people take it differently, like it's way more of a kind of a slap in the face or an insult, then you've got the reason to think that way. So
I hope that unprovoked that Melvin would know that this is kind of out there and just put it to rest, or Devers for that matter, and Matt Williams.
Yeah, I don't know. I also wonder. Now I do wonder. Somebody's got to go up to Devers and ask him.
Oh my gosh!
Right? It's real simple. Hey, what's the word for stiff? Like,
Stood up.
No. Hey, Rafi, did you stiff Will Clark? What's the word stiff in Spanish?
All I know is your tango, nosotros. Come on.
What's coming?
I flunked.
You know what?
I'm shocked you don't know Spanish. No, so you and Evan.
I need to listen.
No, you know it or you don't.
No, you're wrong. There are various stages in between not speaking a language and speaking it fluently.
Can you give us an example? That's all. You don't need to say any more stuff.
I mean,
you're laughing. I'm like, dude, man.
Here's the thing. I took a lot of Spanish in high school. I've forgotten a lot of it. But you send me to Mexico for 6 weeks, and I'm coming back, and I'm going to be able to communicate in Spanish.
Well, you had your chance.
Maybe not like in English, but you go down there. Let me tell you something about immersing yourself in a culture and language. First of all, don't be afraid to do it. I know it's scary, and I know everybody doesn't like to get out of their comfort zone, Evan and Guru, but don't be afraid every once in a while to make yourself vulnerable.
I do it every day.
Don't be afraid to say, I'm going to put myself
out there
in a different kind of situation, just as a learning experience. And that's what life's about. It's what life's about.
How good your Spanish, Evan?
You also can't be afraid to say these easy 3 words. I don't know.
And that man.
Oh, boy.
That is great.
What specifically do you think?
I was taught by an old wise man. If you don't know,
just say Norm.
People will appreciate you don't know, but I can take you where we can get the answer. And that's why I was so good at sales. I didn't fake it.
So good you wanted out.
Well,
so sales was going so well, you said, I want to be a sports talk radio host.
I'm Batman.
And
what's Buddy doing these
What a
days?
special one you are.
I saved the day.
Great. I miss him.
I want Buddy.
Like, no, seriously, Evan, that put me in a good mood, man.
I want Buddy Healed.
Nice.
I want Buddy Healed to bust Jimmy Butler's you-know-what all season long.
Oh, man.
Because if Buddy does something at the wrong time, when Butler's not feeling it, we're going to have some action.
No doubt about it.
You know it.
Oh,
they
man.
They are a fine line between funny and fighting.
I get it.
I don't know how you can not like Buddy Healed. That's me. Hey, we were talking about something interesting. Well,
we always do.
And it might not be. But I'll just throw it out there. So I don't know how it came up this morning, but we were talking about Freeze. Now, you guys might not know who Freeze is. Freeze is an Atlanta Braves mascot of sorts, but the Braves have this thing where in the 8th inning, Freeze is a sprinter, but he's in a costume like a superhero.
Right.
And he races what's normally a fan. And Freeze lets the fan, they run along, they go from left field to right field, and it's a sprint along the dugout, along the warning track. And Freeze lets the person get a big lead, and then he runs, and there's usually a pretty good finish, but Freeze, I would say he wins most of the time.
I'm watching it right now. It's incredible.
So
man.
I said to Evan and you, I said, let me tell you something. That the Freeze sprint in Atlanta is unbelievable. Like it is one of the best, sideshows to a game that you could have. Like, I just think it's great.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, and we see him at games a lot. There's a lot going on, but this one with Freeze works.
Yeah.
It's just great. So I was saying,
like he's Jesse Owens, Steiny.
He might be. He might be. So anyway, I said to Evan and Goo, what is a part of a game that's adjacent to it at the arena, let's say, that you just love.
Now, I mean what I'm about to answer.
Love.
Okay.
And it enhances the experience rather than takes away from it.
So here's my answer. When we go to an NBA game to watch millionaires basically play ball, right?
Yeah.
There's one opportunity for a regular guy or gal to get their money, and that's that damn half-court shot, Steiny.
Okay.
I am a sucker for it. I've seen guys in the huddle say, block out the coach and just focus on, is Steiny going to win him 10 or 20K, a car, or what have you? And you can't tell me that's not everything. I feel like that's our free throw. Obviously, it's more difficult, but the common man and woman are featured in an NBA game where guys are getting money by the point, by the second. Us regular people got a shot. It's a long shot, but Steiny, I've seen some make it. Bonte got 500 sitting on his ass at the
300.
Stanford game. I thought it was 5.
3.
Look at you counting money.
No,
But anyway,
talked
he
about
got
it for
300.
3 years.
Yeah, but to me, that's the half-court shot.
All right, so couple other ones that I thought of that I love. First of all, shout out Red Panda. She's the greatest halftime entertainer of all time. And
she's on the IL right now.
She can get well soon. What about
you had a good one.
Do you guys all like the parachutes that come down at Chase Center with goodies or tickets that everybody lunges at during a timeout that come down from the rafters?
I'm going to let Evan go, Steiny, but I got to be careful here.
Oh.
As an adult, I look at I see grown-ups turn to kids over a shirt.
Yeah.
Now, I love
the
free
cannon
swag.
shirts?
Yes.
Those are fun.
But I just can't. It's not stooped to a level. It's like the team store's right outside, guys. But watching people just, Evan, like they hit lotto, get a shirt.
It is pretty amazing.
I look the other way, but it's everywhere. That's just me.
Yeah, you really find out who people are when there's something free on the line.
I mean,
I couldn't have said it better.
You got Silicon Valley executives making $13 million a year lunging over their kids to get a ticket
knocking food out their
get
heads.
2 tickets to Gott's Roadside Deli after the game.
Dude, that is great, man. Oh.
Anyway, if you have one of those, we can sprinkle you in at 888-957-9570. Here's another great addition to a game, and Evan brought this one up. College football game day.
Oh, man.
The field goal.
Oh, it just happened that was last year.
Yeah.
God made it.
When they ask a fan to kick a field goal, and if he makes it, he wins.
That's pretty cool.
That might be the best part of game day.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, now especially.
Well, now why would you say it's
Lee Corso retired?
Oh, I thought you were going McAfee.
Well, he's been.
Hey, Evan.
We post. Hey,
Evan.
leave him alone, Evan. That's our guy.
415. This is a good one. I like the dogs catching the Frisbees at 49er halftime shows. I remember those. And those were better those are so much better than the ones at NBA games because you could throw the Frisbee like 70 yards and the dog will run the length
back,
of the field.
man. They're going back with that one.
The freeze is pretty unique, though, because I'm reading about the origin story.
Yeah.
Flash.
Like a lot of these entertainment, you can kind of put them in whatever arena, but apparently the freeze was a part of the grounds crew, and they discovered that he was a former track star. I think he went to like an NAIA school, but he ran like a 10.3 100 meter.
Wow.
And so they just decided to have him start racing one day in 2017. And apparently they're looking for the next freeze right now because, God forbid, this guy loses a step. They got to find someone else to race.
But
true.
That's why last night after Bailey hit it off the bricks, Marsh looked like Freeze to me chasing the baseball.
Freeze might have gotten to the ball in time for them to make a play at the plate.
Marsh was like frantic, and the ball had somewhere to go, Evan. I thought, that's Freeze.
No, he would have caught Marsh. He would have caught Bailey with a 3-base lead.
Yeah, he would have.
Oh, man.
510 saying dot racing.
Oh, I forgot that. At the
So
A's
good.
game. They used to have it at the A's game.
He wants to know if they still do that. That was like the original. That was like the Miss Pac-Man of
look at
sideshow games. That's it. Okay, do it. Here's one. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay. The late great John Curley. Fair foul. The kiss cam. The kiss cam. Yes or no? The kiss cam.
I'm going to be honest. You can determine, Evan, the health of a relationship by how that thing is done. I've seen some stuff where it's like, oh, okay. But, Evan, if it's all good, it's great. But I've seen some things to where I'm like, I don't know how much longer they got.
No, honestly, it is one of the best parts about sporting events because occasionally you see a couple there that's just friends.
Oh!
And you really see which side of things it's leaning towards.
It can be Aukies, as my kids say.
There we go. Oh, man.
Somebody mentioned the sausage races in Milwaukee.
Yeah. Well, they call them something else. The P.O. What is it? It's a P word.
Well, they're like mascot races. Like in D.C., they have presidents that race.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
And the A's used to do it with Ricky Henderson and have all the...
Yeah, but I think they did. I think most teams have bit that from Milwaukee because they race the sausages.
Yeah.
See, when I think of Milwaukee, I think of something else. But
Laverne and Shirley.
No, just as good. Bernie Brewer.
The slide.
The slide into the beer after a home run?
Yeah.
Oh.
But there's only when you, yeah.
I like that one. I like that.
I was thinking of the late, great Bob Uecker. Rest in peace. Just a bit outside. You would call him Mr. Brewer, Milwaukee. Oh, my God.
I'm talking about Bernie Brewer.
Yeah, but I'm giving love to our guy, Uke.
Just like he gave love to Rob Deere.
That was, you got it.
Not Bobby Dernier.
That was great stuff.
Last guy to, I don't know, the last guy to hit a home run, walk off or something or other. I kid. Bob Dernier.
No, 1989, he was on the Phillies and they did that to the Giants.
Don't tell me who's on the Phillies. I know who's on the Phillies. He also played for the Cubs.
Yeah, look at you. But
and then you said, no, he didn't play. Anyway, Rob
he had
Deere.
Power, right? Yeah.
That was Rob Deere.
Yeah, first 2 seasons of his career with the Giants.
Dernier was fast.
Yeah.
Dernier could fly, actually.
Dude,
so
all those old baseball names, Evan wasn't even here yet. Dave Revering?
I'm convinced that half these guys that you talk about did not exist.
Johnny LeMaster, the worst shortstop in Giants history? Come on, Evan.
Some of these names are so outlandish. I just can't believe.
Darrell Evans?
Well, that's a normal one.
Shooty Babbitt, we all know.
You know, I forgot what
Tony
bothered
Armas.
You had a lot. I forgot you had a lot of nerve yesterday.
Uh-oh.
If I remember correctly.
Just yesterday?
What? Like you're like scoffing at one of the greatest reliever seasons of all time.
Oh, this is at the cafeteria.
That's right.
Oh, this got
yes. So, Evan is a Mr. Purist and the game was never as good as it is now. We're talking about relievers, and I said, Sparky Lyle, in the mid-'70s, it was unbelievable. He won the Cy Young as a reliever.
Yeah.
And I said, Evan, here's the thing again. It's just, I don't know why, but I remember some numbers, and he was 13-5, which he was. But how many saves did he have? 26.
Yeah, you memorizing numbers does not make something more impressive.
Yes, it does. Because the numbers...
It does to you.
So, okay. So, what was the ERA? 2.17?
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
13-5, 26 saves, and a 2.17 ERA. How many games did he pitch in? How many innings did he pitch?
He threw 137.
Oh my goodness. That would be that would rank among the leaders in starters probably these days.
Yeah, Steiny, the thing is, he didn't pitch today. He pitched in 1978.
That's right.
And my point was simply, there's about 4 guys on this list that deserve to win the Cy Young over him.
And he hit me with that, Steiny.
Who?
Give him one.
Frank Tanana. Threw 7 shutouts that season and nearly 300 innings.
They didn't win. The Angels didn't win.
You do realize, and you use this all the time now, but it doesn't seem to apply to when you watch baseball. The pitcher doesn't do everything. He also won 15 games and led the league in ERA.
Tanana?
Yeah.
Hey, look, I got news for you. In 78 or 79, 15 wins didn't cut it.
What about 20?
Okay, fine. But
There's 3 guys who won 20 games.
Okay, who?
This is impressive.
Jim Palmer.
Oh, my goodness.
Big deal. He won 20 every year.
He threw 320 innings that season.
You know what?
And 22 complete games.
Right. And you know what we used to do back then when those stats came out? We expected it because they were old school horses.
You know what a win means as a reliever? I'm sorry. As a closer.
Okay.
You know what a win means as a closer?
Okay. This is where you need a little bit more history. Because closers back in the day would come in tie games, often in the 8th inning.
It also means you blew it.
5 times. What is the winning percentage of 13-5? If you extrapolate 13-5...
You can blow a game and not lose it.
He didn't.
Okay.
Trust me. Who was the other 20-game winner? I'll tell you all about these guys.
Dennis Leonard.
He was so beatable. He
went 20-12.
You're right. But he was beatable. He was the Royals' #1 pitcher. Him and Paul Splittorff.
Well, how'd he get 20 wins?
He got 20 wins in the regular season. Then the Yankees would shell him in the postseason because you could not throw right. Righties couldn't beat the Yankees back then.
Even Ron Guidry had a better year than your boy.
Ron, 20-9.
No, he went 16-7. He threw 220 innings.
Yikes.
The point was relievers should never win Cy Youngs.
I'm with you, Evan.
Dennis Eckersley on the phone.
Yeah, he won MVP, and that's a joke.
It won't happen in this day,
That was
Evan.
a joke?
Yeah.
It won't happen in this day.
Let me see if I can remember everything here. I know this. He was 7-1. And his ERA, I'm sorry, not his ERA. He had 52 saves. Now his ERA, I don't know. I can't remember.
Well, you should.
But it was in the ones. Okay, what is it?
No, I'm saying that's the important part of whatever pitcher we're talking about, the ERA.
No, it's the saves.
See that now.
And
I'm serious.
Don't castigate me for something you don't know either.
No, I do know.
1 point what?
9-1.
Mm-hmm.
He also had 51 saves.
But they fixed that problem, Steiny.
Who?
Major League Baseball. Like, guys aren't getting that award. Starters are getting it. Horses.
There are no horses anymore. For God's sakes.
What do you mean? You watch one every 5 days for the Giants. He's pitching on Friday.
Who, Ray or Webb?
There.
He's pitching on Friday.
Okay.
Webby, baby.
All right. Do you realize that you just rattled off 5 guys who threw 300 innings, but you're comparing Logan Webb to those guys. That's okay. I just like to know where you're coming from sometimes.
I'd like you to admit that Sparky Lyle was not the best pitcher in 1978.
And I thought we left the cafeteria.
I will not do that.
I know you won't. Because when he was, you were, I don't want to say how old you were, but when you were that age, you were transfixed. You were enraptured by old, just
they weren't
archaic forms of baseball.
And we get
they were in their
what you're
prime
doing.
at that point.
Because I'm not too far. Well,
listen,
I'm a
man,
far
you know what?
you.
I appreciate you guys because here's what you're doing. You are acknowledging your shortcomings, and we all appreciate that. We all have blind spots. And you guys have a blind spot when it comes to 1970s baseball.
Please.
All right.
Valkyries, big win today, 80-61 over
by the way, Murillo, you're banned.
Oh, yeah.
It just started to hit Guru and I, this, I got a mouth. I got to check your mouth. Okay. Chris Rose coming up at 1:30, John Boy Media and NFL Network. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by Safeway.
We haven't role played in a while.
All right, acting.
You're not a man of God.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We have such a generational divide.
Who's this guy?
In this country, it is unbelievable. And this is the thing I don't take part in, because I believe there's greatness in the past, and I believe there's greatness now. Yes. It's just for us to find. And so when I look at today's athlete and see a guy like Cal Raleigh, I give him his prop. This guy's unbelievable.
He hit a home run Sunday, man.
He hit one yesterday, too.
Incredible. No,
Did you see what he said about Aaron Judge?
Uh-oh. No.
He said he got caught on a hot mic after Judge hit a meaningless seventh-inning home run. And he said he's the king of meaningless effing home runs.
Oh,
wow. I haven't heard anything like that. Whoa.
Somebody ought to tell him he needs to assume every mic is hot. We learned that in the business. What I'm getting at is this. Instead of denigrating the past, Evan, you should learn from it. And Sparky Lyle, when he won the Cy Young, was absolutely incredible. And so if you want to talk about the other guy, we can talk about the other guy. And I'll just inform you of a few things, because you picked out a guy. Go ahead, why don't you tell the world who you brought up during the break?
My point is not that Sparky Lyle isn't a great pitcher, but there's no way in hell a reliever should be the best pitcher in baseball. Just like in 1981, Mark Mosley was selected in the National Football League as a kicker, the most valuable player.
That's a stain.
On whom?
The NFL, and why it will never happen again.
It could happen again.
A kicker, 20 of 20. He missed one, Evan.
He missed one kick.
And he still got it.
They only played 9 games that year because it was strike shortened.
Missed the chippy.
He was also the Associated Press MVP.
That is... You know how many kickers, if that's the bar, how many kickers would be MVP since? Jesus Christ. Like, that's, just admit that was an error, and it'll never happen again, so I can move on.
Look at these numbers.
A kicker.
So he was, obviously, he was 10 for 10, 20 to 29.
Let me bet, not even
yards.
A 50-yarder.
He was 8 for 8 from 30 to 39, and he was 5 for 6 outside 40. Automatic. Also, put some respect on his name, because I found at least 2 game-winning field goals that he made in the fourth quarter.
But we're talking MVP.
But
they got their ass kicked against the Raiders in the Super Bowl that year.
I know. You know why?
Marcus Allen.
Because they couldn't get into field goal range.
Lester Hayes and Mike Haynes.
We used to chalk up Mosley's field goals. He was automatic. I mean, he was automatic.
But why am I getting mad that they gave a MVP a kicker the MVP? We fixed it. We've rectified it.
Oh, we took it away from him?
No, that will never happen again in life.
You don't think that there's...
Come on, Stein. If we've seen some incredible kickers, they don't get MVP.
You're right. But what I'm saying is, it's not outside the realm of possibility that a kicker could shatter the scoring record, finish the year 41 for 42, kick 10 field goals over 50 yards, and 3 of them are game winners with the clock expiring. It's possible. See, I always look at, is it within the realm of possibility?
Well, it hasn't happened in 43 years, and I'm willing to bet, and I won't be here. You might. It won't happen in another 43, Steiny.
I'm just saying. You never know.
What were they smoking? It was give it to Mosley.
Not only that, I remember that year.
He had that stupid face mask I hated because I hated the Redskins.
Here's the other thing. He didn't have a kick that went in that was less than 4 feet from either of the uprights.
I could care less.
He literally split the uprights 20 of 21 times that season.
Sonny, honestly, who cares?
Think about that.
You don't get any extra points?
Imagine this. I want you to close your eyes, everybody, and imagine a goalpost. Okay, now I want you to think,
Sonny,
let's move the uprights inward 5 feet, and now imagine the goalpost, and Mosley hit 20 of 21.
Still don't constitute an MVP.
It's almost like when you shoot with a big ball. They have the NBA big balls. And you know what I'm talking about? It's an oversized basketball.
A medicine ball?
It's an oversized. No, it's exactly like a basketball, except it's bigger.
This is truly one of their embarrassing moments in the NFL.
I'm talking about basketball.
Yeah, but I'm tuned out. I'm just telling you.
Wave me off like that again,
no, I'm just
and we're going to have a problem.
Steiny, stop. Evan's right. A reliever will never get the cy, and a kicker will never get the MVP. And everybody's okay with it.
That's fine because they've already gotten it.
But how did I not know he had got it, Evan? How did you find that?
Because look at who came in second. It was a quarterback.
Yes.
It's Dan Fouts.
What? They win a Super Bowl?
No.
It's a regular season award.
And they went 4 and 5.
Thank you, E.
No, they made the playoffs that year.
Did they? They didn't go to it.
I think they lost to they were in Cincinnati. It was cold.
Well, you know what?
Ken Anderson.
If we want to do this, I'm sure we can find other MVPs who.
No, we just want position players and starters.
Well, you can't take it away from them, but you can highlight
an air.
Yeah, just the most wrong awards received in the history of sports.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Mark Mosley's got an MVP trophy sitting on his mantelpiece.
Oh,
I think a lot of people are finding out right now that a kicker did indeed win the Most Valuable Player award, and the reason is because no one would ever think that a kicker would win MVP.
That's how great of a year he had.
Steiny, stop it. And he only was 20 of 21.
Well, okay, I got to be honest.
That is low volume.
No. I'll be honest with you. So when Evan said Mosley won the MVP, I didn't hear the whole thing, and I thought he meant Mosley won the MVP in the Super Bowl.
And
so he was incensed, and I was like, okay, they probably won 21, 14, and Mosley had 5 field goals. But then he did say, no, for the entire season.
Kind of gets me upset, man. Dan Fouts, they took it from him.
Happened 45 years ago, so I think you'll be all right.
Boy. Man, Dan Fouts is good. Still with us, too?
We've had him on in the last year or two.
Yeah.
What about Jeff Bagwell?
Remember, I thought he was
dead.
I got him mixed up with Ken Kaepernick. Now, why would you say it like that? You guys wanted to do a segment. Let's
We did. We actually
didn't tell
did
you
do a
guys how
segment.
much that bothered me on the way home. Like, that was dark humor.
Good.
I want to be
what?
wrong every time. I don't
So
want
what?
anybody gone. I want everybody here.
What's wrong with dark humor?
Yeah.
I love it.
That's what Will was trying to do today. It didn't work, Will Clark.
I love irreverence.
Steiny,
what was the egregious thing about Bagwell? He had some monster years, but did he have them?
I said he wasn't with us.
No, I know, but
that's what he was talking about.
No, I think he means Bagwell won the MVP one year.
He did, yeah.
But you sounded as though
I think he won it in the strike-shortened season.
But Steiny's trying to get to why you brought him up, and I'm right.
Oh, yeah, it's because
I killed
Guru
him.
offed him yesterday.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I got you.
Stick with me, kid. I got you.
I'm not sure why, but that bothered me.
Because you don't know
Don't call
Evan
me
like
kid.
I do.
I'm begging you
That's
not
my
to call
guy.
me kid.
And we'll be out at the yard Friday. Dodgers, Giants. Any better rivalry right now? And
yes,
give it
Padres, Dodgers. I mean,
that is that's the thing. I don't know why I'm mad.
Because you got it wrong.
I got a better rivalry.
Steiny Goo.
Clark versus Devers.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, just kidding.
No, that's the 3. I can't wait till after the game so we can see if somebody.
It's actually the kind
media
of thing.
will have failed us if Devers and Melvin Williams don't get asked.
I actually do remember one. We were talking about this yesterday at the cafeteria. Cannon Curry versus the guy who we squeeped in the locker room. That's a rivalry brewing.
This kid, I look. Go ahead, Steiny. Start off.
Well,
you set it up.
Can we post this thing?
I think it's
out there,
or I can tell you where it is. Maybe
I can post the video, but I need you guys to say something about it.
Okay,
it's incredible.
So if you haven't seen
Oh, my God.
There's a video of Cannon Curry, Steph's son.
5 years old.
5 for a fact.
Yeah.
He's 5 years old, and he looks to be in some locker room.
Gotcha.
And Steph is in the locker room. And Cannon has a bottle of water that looks to be 3/4 filled. And there's a shelf that's about 8 feet high.
Yeah.
And he's, 5 years old. And clearly he was kind of playing this game where he was flipping.
My kids have done it.
The water bottle. And he flips the water bottle up onto this shelf.
Which was high.
And it lands right side up. And
everybody goes crazy.
Yeah, it spun around, and then boom, it lands, and it's just sitting upright in the shelf. And you hear people in the background being like, oh my God, yeah. And there looks to be like some kind of grown ball boy in the room, like a 20-year-old.
This was incredible.
The 20-year-old goes up to Cannon Curry to give him a high five.
Yeah.
And Cannon Curry,
is
Brandon saying he's 7. I don't know how old he is.
The video says 5.
5 to 7. Right. And Cannon Curry, what's that called? Like when you psych.
Yeah, the psych. Danny Murphy. Psych.
He gets ready to hit him, and then he pulls his hand back.
Oh!
The kid.
Yeah, he's a killer. And then
kid.
Dad looks like a proud dad because the camera pans to Steph. And he's looking like, that's my boy. Steiny, it was a water bottle to you all, but to me it was a basketball.
It was a water bottle.
No, it was a basketball. I'm betting on Cannon, Steiny. How do you got an uncle, a grandfather, and your dad that can all shoot? Steiny, the dude flicked it up there and it landed upright.
All right.
Where's he going to school, man?
But what about?
Oh my gosh!
Do you have any feeling about a young, impressionable boy, the son of Steph Curry, getting too big for his britches?
No, I love that's personality. He's already got that. His daddy's got it, and I'm sure his mom and his sisters. But that just, Steiny, we had this discussion. It was creepy early on, like it's in his blood. That I love that saying. It's like gambling was in mine. You know, how'd that work out? But I'm just telling you, E, I'm betting on this kid.
What does that mean?
He's going to be a ball player.
What does that mean?
He could be a doctor. He's going to follow in his dad's footsteps.
I was a ball player. Okay, so I think you're predicting bigger things for him.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay, well, then be more specific, please.
D1 university or straight to the pro.
Straight to the pros.
I would bet that, Steiny.
You know, Michael Jordan has sons that don't play in the NBA.
But why do you say it like that? There's good kids. Well, I think you get a little trouble. But you know what I'm saying? Like, Steiny, that kid, and then had the wherewithal to do the psych with the hand. That let me know he's a killer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Last part. Yeah. So he did that with the hand. Now he's going to cross dudes over. They're going to fall down. He's going to shoot and look and laugh at them. That's where I took it, Steiny. It's on its way.
And you think that's appropriate?
Well, it's this era of hoop now. Steiny, he's got it, man.
He's 5.
No. I saw what I saw.
Settled it.
Nah, I saw it.
And this is what
he looked around like he wasn't even fazed. His daddy's one of the, if not the GOAT. It's rubbing off on him, man.
But here's the bottom line. And I had to bring this up yesterday. And no, I'm not a hater.
Oh, who's calling?
But it's just, these are factual things. One is, all right, I want you to imagine a 12-ounce water bottle that's 3/4 filled.
I
just tweeted the video out, by the way. It's on the 95.7 The Game X channel.
Yeah, so if you want to check it out, it's a fun video. Cannon Curry doing this thing with a water bottle. Now, maybe I shouldn't do it. You know, if a water bottle's 3/4 full and you flip it like that, it's not that hard to land it upright.
If you're 14, 12, or 15, not 5-7. And dude, and for him to get the guy, the coach, whoever it was with the hand gesture, he's letting you know he's bored. Steiny, I'm telling you, all bets on C-Dub, Cannon Curry. And this is what's scary about it in a good way. Curry was looking like a proud papa as well as
I'm going to tell you, and I'll talk to Steph about that when we get him later this summer.
Curry knows. Man, Steiny, just watch out, man.
I'm with you, 510. I thought it was cute. I swear to God, I thought it was cute. But I think the 510 is right. I thought it was cute, but the 510 says, man, some of you old heads for real getting excited about a water bottle flip. Guru getting excited like Cannon's playing in the NBA next year.
No, I've already said that. You don't think he's got the lineage in his family already with Seth,
not what I'm talking
Dale,
about.
Steph? Yeah. It's in his blood.
Not what
Warriors do need shooting.
I'm talking about how excited you are about it.
Dude, I'm just telling you. I told you this before we saw the video. That's a lot. Come on, Steiny, it's in his family. His uncle, his grandpa, and his father. And you know what that lets me...
Who's his uncle?
Seth.
Oh, yeah. I guess so.
Come on, Steiny. It's everywhere. I don't know what happened with Jordan's kids. You don't... When you're that talented, Steiny, it only comes around once.
What if I told you it was the first try? First flip, nails it.
I can't keep the shtick up anymore.
And the way... Oh, thank you, man. Let it out.
I can't.
The way he conducted himself, Evan, like he was the man.
That kid's going to be a problem. I mean, in a good way. He
going to give buckets and try to humiliate the other. I'm telling you, man. I said,
I mean,
whoa.
the best part of it was him leaving that grown-up or that teenager just hanging.
Then double back and look like, I know I got you, man. That was the best part. Oh, boy.
All right. You know what? Maybe here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, we'll get a 3/4 fill bottle, and we'll try to do it.
It's not about us. He's a kid, Steiny and Evan. And like Evan said, it was the first try. We should get him on the show.
Cannon?
Yes. Oh, boy.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. He's ready. If he's doing that to the adults, I'm telling you. Oh, boy.
That's his shimmy.
Like, there's something to that, Steiny. That's his shit.
Austin in San Jose, chill.
What'd he say?
Cannon drawing more interest than Kuminga. All right, let's...
That's a 5, Austin. Oh, man. Oh, boy.
He deserved it.
I agree. That Janine Staley on the YouTube chat, I wonder how much pressure he's going to be under. Cannon.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, okay, you say, oh, my goodness, but we didn't know much about Jordan's kid. I don't feel like. Maybe that was in a different era.
Yeah, or we weren't in that market.
Yeah, I don't know. Spotlight's going to be on him, though, probably at some point.
Well, I know how your daughter used to say your daughter didn't like you coming to her soccer games. Remember that? Or...
No, she doesn't like me cheering.
Okay, cheering in the game. Okay,
games.
I got you.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, I tried to pass down wanting to go pro or be a pro athlete to my kids. I didn't force it on them. And like their dad, they didn't get there. Damn it. But some don't want them to go down. Some pro, hey, pick something else. But I don't know what I'm saying. It's hard, man.
What is?
Making the league and even being
true.
the 11th or 12th man.
Thanks.
You were badass.
No,
somewhere.
You're right. No, you're right. You're right. Not everybody can make the NBA.
Draymond's got a son. Like, you thinking he wants to show him, dude, you come in that locker room and think the kids are just coming with dad to work. You see what it is, and you're going to tell me how old is Cannon going to be, Evan and Steiny, if he doesn't already know my daddy can shoot it.
I think he knows.
That's all.
I'll bet you he knows.
And that water bottle was indicative of, I would love to see him shoot a ball now, Steiny.
Well, if he is indeed 7 years old, then I suggest the Warriors do not trade their 2037 first-round pick.
Could you imagine? We don't need a free agent,
You know what? I wonder if you could secretly declare for the draft and you just draft him when he's 8 years old.
Well, they got seconds. They could stash him.
Now, the Guru computer, I think out loud, no filter. Who is the best father-son tandem in the NBA?
Right now?
Because I know in baseball it was Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. All time. Who is the best father-son tandem in the NBA?
Well, okay, hold on.
I know baseball it was Griffey and Griffey Sr.
Okay, hold on.
Barry and Bobby.
Hold on. Hold on. Is it
over?
You combine both of them? Or
yes.
If one's just great, no,
we got to be fair. Like Evan just said something out. Barry and Bobby is that greater than Ken Griffey Jr. and Sr.? I think Evan might be.
I think they're on this. I think they're similar because Ken,
that is a close one.
In a weird way. I think Bobby Bonds was a great player, but so was Ken Griffey Sr.
Yes, he was. And Ken Griffey Jr. before Barry thought he was a dude.
Basketball. I mean, Rick Barry and Brent. I think Brent was probably the best of the Barry sons. He was pretty good. He was a starter in the NBA.
But who would be a close second?
Well, the Waltons.
Good call.
It's a good call.
That's a good man.
The Currys.
Currys are up there for
the Thompsons.
Sure. Good ones.
Michael Thompson was a number one pick.
And he had a good career before he got hurt. He suffered an injury early in his career.
So Curry, Dell Curry, or Clay and Michael Thompson? I need an answer from you.
I'll take Steph and Dell. Dell
was a shooter.
Longevity.
I played with him on the video game, Hornets.
Well, you're telling me I can get a center and a guard. I might go with Clay and Michael. What about Bron and Bronny?
Oh, my God.
They're there. Listen. Honestly, if you
Why would you change my mood?
Great, Winnie. I'll tell you what. Here's the way I would do it. Okay, Steph Curry and Dell Curry. Scale of 1 to 100. We'll give Curry a 95.
But Dell was a bad dude.
We're giving him a 60.
Okay, all right.
So that's 155.
Yeah, 155.
So LeBron James gets
a 99.
100.
Okay, 100.
And
Bronny gets 1.
Bronny gets a 10. Bronny gets a 10.
I won't argue over 9. He's only there because of his dad.
What about brothers?
Now wow, man.
In baseball, to me, it's easy. The Negros. Of course, look at our baseball expert. He has no idea.
Oh, they were bad. Evan,
Phil and Joe Negro.
Oh, man.
Look them up.
Yeah, they were bad.
Oh, boy.
Brothers. Oh, man.
We can have some fun with that the last segment. Yeah. Greatest father-son, greatest brother combination. And we can do sisters. The Williams sisters got to be there, right?
No doubt.
For tennis.
I'm trying to think NFL, but it's less rare in the NFL.
NFL, I'll tell you who I find interesting is Patrick Mahomes. His dad played in the major leagues, played for the Twins.
I think of Phil Simms. I think of Phil Simms and Chris Simms.
There's got to be somebody better than that.
No, he's not. Chris didn't hold up his end, but I'm with you.
All right. Brothers, great brother combos, great sister combos, great father-son, great
we've left out Gary Payton and Gary Payton Jr.
I'd give Gary Payton Sr. a 90. And I'll give Gary Payton the second a 30.
GP3. Martellus and Michael Bennett, NFL, Spadoni.
No, they're good.
Yeah.
All right, coming up in
my man
20 minutes at 1:30, we're going to have Chris Rose, John Boy Media, NFL Network. Also, next week's going to be a big week for us. It's our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. We have Warriors prize packs. We have Giants prize packs. We have a day pass to Outside Lands. We have a 4-day pass to Aftershock. And I found out a little about Aftershock. That is quite the event. 4-day pass to Aftershock, gift cards to the Valkyries merchandise store, and also the Laughing Monk Brewery has stuff for you. All you got to do is listen next week, 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 for your chance to win every single day of the week, every show, every day. And it starts on Monday.
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How did we miss the Mannings? Oh my God. They have it all. They have brothers, both of whom
father, son,
maybe in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
And how do we miss Dion and, well, we don't know what Shador is yet, but he's there. Well, that's Chris Rose at 130.
What about, this is a good one, the Alou brothers in baseball.
Man, good call.
Matty and Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Let's quick go to Christian in Fairfield wants to jump in here, and then I got something for you. What's up, Christian?
Yeah, I wanted to go with the brothers, the Ball brothers.
Oh,
since high school.
Man, that's a good call.
They called it out, and you know what I'm saying? Since high school, we're going to be in the league, and then, you know, they said we don't know what they're going to be.
Yeah.
But they did what they said they were going to do.
Good one, Christian. I appreciate
call.
that one. Ed and Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, good call. You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
The Wilkins family in basketball. That would be Dominique and
Gerald.
Gerald, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Gerald.
I would feel like Gerald's son was trying to get to the league. When they had a cup of coffee a couple years back.
Hey, we were talking about like fun little additions to games, like specifically freeze, running on the outfield in a sprint, and the parachute's falling.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys ever watched more than a highlight or two of the Savannah Bananas? Have you ever watched?
I'm gonna say no.
Have you ever watched 3 to 5 innings of a Savannah Bananas game? I know we're all familiar with them. Evan?
No, I've had a friend who recently saw them, though. He said it was a really good time.
I watched the game last weekend, or 5 innings of a game. It's pretty cool.
Of what game?
The Savannah Bananas game.
What is that?
You don't even know?
No.
Okay, so the Savannah Bananas are a minor league baseball team, but they go around they're like the baseball equivalent of the Harlem Globetrotters.
Wow.
So they're players. They're legitimate players, but they put on a show. For example, and I couldn't believe how much I was entertained. For example, do you ever see when somebody uses stilts and they put pants on over the stilts and they look like they're 9 feet tall?
Right.
So,
pretty funny.
Right. So one inning, a pitcher will come out in stilts. So he's actually throwing from like 9 feet high. Like that's one thing. Here's the other thing. They keep a statistic, like trick plays. So if you're an outfielder and there's a fly ball to you,
all right,
these guys will jump in the air, do a flip, and then catch the ball. And when they catch it, it'll say like trick plays 39. He leads the league. It's pretty fun.
So
it's
is
fun.
on ESPN?
I think that's where it was. It was last
For
weekend.
you to see it? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, we just heard it. We just had it on in the background, and I kept watching it.
And that's a pretty good bit. The steal?
It's great. I mean, it was.
Sorry, they're really doing the somersaults before they catch the ball?
And here's the other thing. I wish I could remember. They were playing it somewhere in the South at one of the college football stadiums, and they must have had 90,000 people there. It was packed. The Savannah
I'm going to check
Bananas.
it out this evening, man.
Well,
Steiny, not 90K. Yeah, I want to see what it looks like. I can do it now, but
it sure looked like a SEC football stadium last weekend.
But they've never come to the Bay. If they had, I would have heard of them.
Well, when sometimes, it was at Clemson, I believe. Thank you, Mo Vids.
Oh, what about Doc in Austin Rivers?
Sure.
Yeah.
Like the Savannah. Here's one. If a fan catches a home run ball, the batter is out.
That is just.
I don't know all of them, but
I ain't mad at any of that.
I love some. I love some of the gimmicks.
Learn something new every day.
Let's see. They sold out 7 straight football stadiums, according to Uncle Looney. And tickets are expensive, but the concessions stay the same.
I guess MTV had. Oh no, that was.
It's a foul ball. not a home run.
Okay.
If you catch a foul ball. And, of course.
And they got announcers on, announcing the game?
Yeah, and apparently, and this shouldn't come as a big surprise to anybody, apparently they have come to the Bay.
Yeah. Austin and San Jose, they played in Oakland.
Yeah, that's the Bay.
But you didn't know until Austin and San Jose said.
Well, no, I just didn't believe that you knew for sure they definitely hadn't been here.
Well, I didn't even know they existed.
Yeah.
Like, this is awesome.
Yeah, seriously, check them out. They're fun.
Last thing, how far they go back? Not as far as the Globetrotters.
No.
How long have I not been in the know?
They're relatively new.
Okay.
I think they were originally maybe a legitimate minor league team, and then they went to this Tel Guru. They were at San Jose Municipal Stadium last summer. That's from Mark.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fun. A lot of fun. We got Chris Rose coming up in 5 minutes. John Boy Media, NFL Network. We're going to talk to him about the Giants, what's going on with the Giants. And we also, I think I'm going to throw that football question to him. Who's the fifth quarterback?
You think anybody would put Purdy in there? There was not being just a diehard,
I got to remember who. So it was Mahomes,
Jackson, Allen, Burrow, and the fifth.
And here's the beauty of this question.
My mind hurts, man. I'm tired of hating.
The beauty of this question is, if you don't think those are the top 4 quarterbacks,
oh my God,
well then put somebody else in there.
No doubt. And there's some.
Who did I say? Oh, Jaden Daniels.
I'm not mad at that, but RG3 had a great rookie year too. One rookie of the year, he got hurt, but I'm just saying they make the adjustment to the. Let's see, Daniels, Steiny, he was cool hand Luke. It was uncanny.
I think
that was crazy what we saw, man. Dude, man.
Hey, real quick before we get Chris Rose, did you see that Nikola Jokic is not going to sign an extension this summer?
Yeah, we talked about that, us three. You don't remember in the cafeteria.
Of course I do. This is called setting you up.
Yeah, I got you.
So that you can say, well, Steiny,
I'll let you.
If he waits, he can make like 100 more million. Like I'm setting you up.
I didn't want it like that. But I asked Devin, just like I asked you yesterday, does that have anything to do with the president of basketball ops or the owner, whoever slipped up and said, we don't ever want to trade Nikola, but, that didn't go over well for me if I was Jokic, and it could have been just misspeak, but I'm wondering if that's a rebuttal to that.
One of the things I saw in the story was that after Kroenke said that, he was asked about it a couple days later, and what he clarified was, listen, we are going to offer him a contract this offseason, but I don't think he's going to take it.
All right.
And the reason he's not going to take it is because with all our players, we're going to explain, and their agent knows that they can do it now or they can do it next year.
Right, nothing to see here.
And yeah, so I do feel like there's nothing to see here unless, I don't know, everything falls apart in Denver.
Well, it doesn't look like it in regard to them being active and making some good acquisitions during free agency and the draft, so we'll see.
But there's another one that the Warrior fans can monitor in addition to Giannis.
When's he making a decision? He already has?
I think he has. I think he's staying. I definitely think he's
What's
staying.
wrong with just saying it? Hey, Milwaukee, I'm staying. But that
because he
goes
probably
back to-
did. He's told Milwaukee already.
Well, I'm talking about the fans because then you're not on First Take and all these shows. I think some of these guys get off on them being the subject matter on some of the shit. You know what? I could quell it, but what's wrong with me being the talk of the town?
I saw a video of Giannis, and he was like in the middle of an ocean on a boat. It's like you don't have to. He's not doing any media right now.
They call that, Steiny, living your best life.
Yeah, it's real tough when you're making $80 million a year. It's so tough to live your best life.
Who would you
what a gamer.
Who would you not leave behind if you had that much cash?
Oh, I'd leave people behind.
Like my gardener's life would be changed. Hey, look, just put it up, man.
I mean, I would hand out a lot, but certain people wouldn't get a thing.
That's a wow.
Not a dang
I know I'm
thing.
not on that list. I'm on the give it to Goo.
If I had an NBA salary, like Steph Curry, rest assured, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, you or Evan would never, ever have to pay at the cafeteria. Never.
Well, I would hope you wouldn't frequent the cafe. Like, I would hope you would be gone
frequent it
somewhere.
more.
No.
You tell me I'm making $80 million? That's where I'll be.
Man.
I'll change my address
Evan,
to the end of Battery.
Boy, you should have a cruise ship with the cafeteria on it. Like Magic Johnson was working out on the treadmill on the yacht. That was pretty damn good.
And that was like a drone, wasn't it? That was pretty
going-
cool. That was absolutely pretty cool.
But that's when you're showing off.
Sure. Why not?
Right.
Why
Look
not?
at me, and I'm exercising. Oh, boy.
925 wants to know how much you pay your gardener.
We got a good thing going.
Guru has a gardener. Drip?
Not like.
So you don't like to do yard work?
This has been a part of counseling, but there's something about turning the corner when you're coming home from work and your grass looks like the Coliseum grass, and it doesn't feel that way when I cut it.
No, because you're good at that. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Chris Rose, John Boy Media, NFL Network. Chris, how you doing, man? Thanks for popping on.
Absolutely, guys. How are you? Has everybody settled down after last night's huge Giants win?
Oh, my. Well, get this.
It's incredible,
And
Chris.
This probably crossed your radar, but I'll just mention it again. We used to have a team here, the Oakland A's. Lawrence Butler hit the first pitch for an inside the park homer, and then the Giants last night with Patrick Bailey on the last pitch of the game win it on a walk-off inside the park homer. You ever seen anything like that you can remember?
Well, no. It's the first time we've ever seen that where somebody, led off a game and then somebody ended a game with an inside the park home run. So that was fun. But I was watching the Giants game live, and boy, he hit the hell out of that baseball. I was like, man, I guess 3-run walk-off homer, but it was so much better when it's a 3-run sprint-off homer. Like, I love that. I was in San Francisco for Ichiro's inside the park. Hold on, my dog's about to get really excited because people are here. Either that or she loves inside the park home runs, one of the two.
Oh, maybe both.
Yeah, but I was there in San Francisco, and Ichiro, I think, hit the first and only, if I'm not mistaken, all-star game inside the park homer. It's one of the many reasons that is my favorite ballpark. I always put kind of Fenway and Wrigley in their own category. But I love watching the game there because the ball can literally bounce any direction. You never know which way it's going to go. And the Giants have played great, great baseball this year, so it's good to see that joint rocking again.
No, I'm with you, Chris, and hopefully it'll culminate in a playoff berth. They made the big trade for Devers. What have you made from him since he's joined the Giants? And they've kind of gotten hot without him tearing the cover off the ball.
Forget about tearing the cover off the ball. It doesn't feel like he's hitting it out of the infield much. And so I suppose that's the good news, is because he can go on streaks where he will carry you. He's that good a player. People can say whatever they want about his defense, which has been shoddy at best since he's come up. They can say whatever he wants about his lack of interest in maybe moving across the diamond to first base, and who knows where that sits. The Red Sox paid him over $300 million, and now the Giants are picking up the tab to have him hit baseballs into the bay. And that's what he is designed to do. He hasn't done it yet, but like I said, he can change the entire complexion of a team. So as far as guys I like watch hitting, he's one of them. His strikeout rate has been alarmingly high since he got to San Francisco, but I don't always think it's the easiest thing to move across the country in the middle of a season either. So maybe the second half, that'll give him a little bit of a breather to see what's going on and go from there.
Chris Rose joining us on 95.7 The Game, John Boy Media, and the NFL Network. Let me ask you this. Obviously, like we said, the Giants added a bat a few weeks back with Devers, and I know you pay particular attention to the Giants. If they were to acquire another player right now, what position would you like it to be? What do you think they're most in need of right now and heading into the second half of the season?
I think I would try to still figure out first base without moving Devers there. There are some guys that are available. I don't know if Dom Smith is the answer there. I've always liked Dom. I think he's actually a really good glove. But I still want a little more pop there if I could find it. I don't know. I mean, other than that, it's not like you're going to get catchers that are available, right? I mean, that's just, everybody would say, yeah, let's go find a catcher. Well, there's a lot there. Half the teams in the league are saying the same thing. So, and the teams that have them aren't giving them up. The best first baseman that could be available via trade, unfortunately, is in the division in Josh Naylor. So I would doubt that that's going to happen. I think other than that, you kind of got to live with what they've got. I don't know. Maybe somebody's available for second base. So I would say the right side of the infield, I guess. That's kind of where I'd sit.
Hey, Chris, let me ask you this, because you started the conversation, and it's euphoria out here after last night's win. Just a walk-off, incredible. And, we're trying to keep the party going, but Will Clark made some comments on a podcast about he was waiting for Devers to come out and take some balls at first base, when they played the Red Sox and Rafi didn't come out. And, he doesn't coach for the Giants, but I don't know if you're familiar with this story. And where do you stand on it? Because my partner and I'm kind of perplexed that, I'm going to grab him by the neck and bring him out there. But I'm wondering, how could there not be communication for Will to be thinking he was going to help Devers at a new position for 3 straight days?
Well, I don't know how much you guys paid attention to the Devers stuff in Boston, but I think it really got off the tracks because of a lack of communication from management, from manager, and from player. And then eventually it got to the point where, they're all living in the same house and nobody's talking to each other. I thought that the Giants, I don't think this is as big a story as some people are portraying it. I really don't.
All right.
Because this happened when he just got to San Francisco. It was against Boston, and Will actually came out. If you watch the whole clip, he said, I kind of get it. I understand it in a Will Clark sort of tone where he said, I'm going to grab him by the neck and make sure that he does it. Maybe he was joking, but maybe he isn't, because we all know Will Clark really well. But once again, it's just a communication thing. I do think that management should have sat down with Rafael Devers. Hey, we'd like you to try first base. We've got a guy here who is a great great all-around first baseman, but really great defensively, since that's what we're talking about. When do you want to do this? We'd like to have it done in the next 3 weeks. We understand if you don't want to do it when your old team's in town. Great. Let's pick a few days. He'll come here. You'll be there. You'll show up early. Let's knock it out. I just solved all the problems in about 37 seconds. I'm going to guess that's not the way it was all done. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, it feels like there's something missing from the story, Chris. Chris Rose joining us on 95.7 The Game, John Boy Media, NFL Network. Let me ask you this. You know baseball. A couple weeks ago, the Giants were rolling. Last week, not so much. This week, they got it going again. I think they're 5 behind the Dodgers. Do you view the Giants as a realistic realistic team that could win the NL West division?
No, but I don't think that's a shot at the Giants or the Padres. I just think that the Dodgers have hit a major slide, and they're still 5 games up, right? They have tied for their longest losing streak in the last 6 years. They're in the midst of it right now. If they hang on and the Dodgers are up 2-1 in the 8th and the Giants are down 2-0 in the 4th, so, it could be 6 games when we get there this weekend. I just don't see with as much depth as the Dodgers have, and their willingness to go out and add, right? I mean, Michael Kopech, one of their ace relievers from last year's World Series run, just got put on the 60-day IL. It wouldn't surprise me if they go and get help. And they're not afraid to do it. They're not afraid to give up young pieces to continue their run. And I think that maybe the Giants shot their shot already with Devers. I don't know how much more Buster Posey would do before the deadline. So I think that, but there's nothing wrong with making it as a wild card. We've seen plenty of wild card teams make the World Series in recent years.
Yeah, Arizona Diamondbacks, one of them. Chris, we love having you on because you do it all. If you don't mind, I'd like to get your answer to this question. Randy Moss asked his son, they were having a conversation about the fifth best quarterback, and the four they had was Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, and Lamar. We don't have you all day. I got an issue with that. But who would be the fifth quarterback for Chris Rose? And how far is Brock Purdy, if he's not the fifth, being slotted in there, would you have a problem with?
Yeah, so I think that those four are definitely, I think there's a gap between 4 and 5.
Okay.
And I don't know how sizable it is, but I think it's sizable enough. So I think Jalen Hurts is right there.
Yeah.
I think based on what he did last year, that was big time. I want to see one more year of Brock Purdy when maybe not everything's in place for if I'm going to consider him up there. I think he's in the next tier, which is fine. I mean, I would put Hurts, Herbert, Brock Purdy, Dak, whom I've always liked. I think Jaden Daniels is going to get there.
Yeah, that was
that whole group.
Yeah, that was my guy, Jaden Daniels, even knowing that he's only had, one year on his resume. But it's a fun exercise.
I'll throw in there.
Sure.
I'll tell you who else I'll throw in there. I would put Baker in there too, and Jared Goff at the back end.
Wow.
But
yeah,
Baker has been great the last 2 years. Really, really good.
Hey, Chris, great stuff. We really like having you on, and appreciate your time, man.
Always my pleasure, guys. Take care.
Yes, sir. That's Chris Rose, John Boy Media, NFL Network. And coming up on the other side, it will be crossover time with Willard and Dibs, and we'll see which one of them. It's going to be Willard and somebody.
Brandy.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
Perhaps. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, crossover time here at 95.7 The Game. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Mark Grandy. Mark Grandy today,
the Mark brothers.
in for Dan Dibley. Hey, gentlemen.
What's
How are
up?
you?
How's it going?
How we
Yeah.
doing? Going well. Unbelievable game last night.
Unbelievable. Magical. Am I the only one that's going to be honest and say I thought it was over with the bottom part of the line?
Of course.
Well,
it was over.
Oh, Grandy, I love you.
You always think it's over when someone else gets to 3 runs first. That's the rule at Oracle Park.
Literally the pitch.
Steiny, it wasn't just me.
Literally the pitch before the walk-off inside the park home run, I said out loud, all right, strikeout or double play coming up here. What do we think?
That is scorned right there.
I mean, Pat Bailey? Pat Bailey.
188.
Wow. That's what I wrote after I had about 10 minutes to let this one sink in. I'm like, I think that was the unlikeliest finish to a game I've ever seen in my entire life. If you really dive into a player not hitting 200, he's a catcher. He hit it 414 feet.
The ballpark you're playing in.
He watched it for 2 seconds and then started running and then scored standing up. We still don't know where the ball ended up. The shortstop turned around and hucked it somewhere in the general direction of the dugouts. I like that scenario is not possible. It's not possible.
Yeah, Mark Grandy. And this is where I've got, I come down Guru's Road occasionally. Infrequently.
Occasionally.
But Mark,
6 minutes.
4 hours.
No, you know what? I'll do it this way. Okay. Mark Willard.
Hi, Steiny.
Isn't it somewhat of an indictment on Mark Grandy's fandom that he thought the Giants were going to lose despite they've won more walk-off games this year than any team in all of baseball? So my question to you guys, what do they have to do to keep you interested until it's over?
I mean, I was interested. I watched the whole game.
I'll answer this one.
We were interested.
This is an indictment on your fandom that you're asking.
Please.
Because that's how a fan operates.
Willard.
That's how a fan operates. I don't know any fan. Like, you're a fan. This is how Yankee fans feel.
Some are leaving, if you want to be real.
There's a guy I used to work with who tweeted, this was like 5 weeks ago, and he's a Dodger fan, and he's just like, we just cannot get the big hit. And I'm like, I hit him back. I'm like, is it hard being a Dodger fan, the offensive frustration that you must feel on a nightly basis? I can't even deal with how hard your life must be. But that's how fan thinks, man. You always, you're like, this guy.
You're conditioned.
This guy's going to strike out. He's going to ground into a double play. That's how it works.
And that's what I tell him he's missing, man. Grandy, I try to tell him.
You got to keep the faith.
But if you expected it, how much less fun would that have been?
That's it.
That moment last night made people run laps around their neighborhood.
You don't have to expect it, but you can be anticipatory.
Well, you can be open to it.
And I have an example of where you're wrong. During that 73-9 Warrior season, they were down 1,000,000 times with 6 minutes left in the game. And we all knew they were going to win.
Well, that's different.
It's a little different. Yeah. This ain't that.
Yeah. This ain't that.
And almost nothing ever has been that.
So Steiny brought up, you guys familiar with the mascot Freeze?
No, I heard you guys talking about this.
He wears the superhero outfit, and then he gives you a head start to run around the outfield, and then he catches everybody. Why did I feel like that was the baseball in Marsh and Company? And the ball was like, nope. That's how bonkers that play was, man. Inside the park, and he watched it for 2 seconds.
He watched it.
I've never seen a ball hit off.
Well, that's what I was going to ask Mark. Have you ever seen a ball?
I have not.
Hit like that high,
not at that angle.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, now that we've gotten the positivity out, can I say something I told Grandy in the other room? Do you want to know? That's why no left-handed power hitter will come here.
Wow.
It's not the tenderloin.
That ball.
And it's not the platooning. Yeah. Wow. It's the fact that if you hit a ball 415 feet into a power alley as a left-handed hitter, you need to run.
Yeah, that was
you need to sprint.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of fun the way that it ended, but good God, that's a home run.
Which ball do you guys think went further? Schwarber's into the cove or Bailey's that didn't get out?
Bailey's that didn't get out.
That was hit like 10 or 15 feet further.
I mean, did you guys watch the first inning?
Yeah.
I thought Trey Turner had hit a homer. I thought Schwarber had hit a homer. And then I thought Adames hit a homer.
I thought Adames hit another one later.
He did it again.
Yeah.
He did it again 2 innings later.
Incredible.
And he slammed his helmet in the dugout in frustration.
I'm telling you, like big league ball players, I promise you that came up in the clubhouse. Tons of fun. Everybody's pouring drinks all over each other. But at a certain point in the conversation, they're like, can you believe that's not over the fence?
Now,
what are we doing here?
No, it's real. And I got to give Steiny not even the victory lap. He's been talking about hitters or free agents not wanting to come here. And I don't know what it's been these last couple of nights, but the wind's been blowing and the uniforms blowing. And I'm like, okay, it's cold here in the Bay. And I thought to myself, I just kept hearing Steiny's voice like, Willard, they're down 3-1, Grandy. I'm like, it's really 5-1 because I felt like the Hank Aaron couldn't have hit it out of the park because of the conditions. They got it done, but I'm starting to just like, that's a bear to get it out of there, I guess is all that I'm saying. On nights like, I'm thinking of September, pennant race baseball, their home game, like, yikes. It ain't Wrigley.
Dude, he got all of it.
He had to
run. And then they're like, run, dummy.
He's probably never hit a ball harder than that in his life.
Seriously.
And might not ever again.
I mean,
wow.
Steiny, you're a golfer.
Yes.
Can you imagine you standing over a par 3 over water and you absolutely, like one of those swings where you don't even feel the ball. Whoosh, and then a gust of wind just shoves it into the water.
That's got to stink, man.
And you know what I mean? That's what, and now you're hitting 3.
The funny thing is, I'm just looking at the text line. Kyle Kelly says, should we shorten Triple's alley? How? You got to remove Brick.
No, they already did once.
No doubt.
They already did once. And,
they did?
Yeah, they moved the fence in.
The center field fence, so they cut it off shorter.
COVID, yeah.
They cut Triple's alley off a little, like that point. The triangle out there is shorter than it used to be.
Okay, I'm
But it's
thinking of
still
when they
there.
opened up the gates or something.
Yeah, the arcade.
Okay. Yeah, at the arcade. Gotcha.
Yeah, but that area where that hit, you're right. There's no way to turn that into. I mean, yeah, you could totally wall the fence off and make most of the bricks a home run, but that takes them.
I got you.
That takes the romanticism out of all of it.
I agree.
Yeah, it's just it is what it is.
Yeah. So there's always going to be one park that's the hardest to hit in. You know, if you rank them, there's always going to be and
the best at pitching.
Yeah,
there you
just
go right there.
I mean, you start messing with doing more to that stadium, then you're diminishing returns. That's what's great about that stadium.
Can I share something with you guys? We just had the great Chris Rose on.
I love Chris.
Yeah,
Chris
we
is
all
awesome.
do.
Yeah.
And he talked about Devers. And I'm not where he's at, but I've noticed something I'm going to share. But he says he's getting paid to put the ball in the Bay. And that we can all agree hasn't happened as much as we would like it. But since he's gotten here, I've heard of a growing injury. I've heard Fleming this morning with the Joes talk about maybe it's affecting his back. And I'm seeing him run around the bases. I know he doesn't play the field. And I'm being real with this take. At what point do we say, and I know the break's coming up, he's so important, do we save the athlete from himself and maybe give him a little, like maybe a couple days off to go with the rest? But he strikes me as the type, hey, Rafi, we want to sit you for a little. I'm going out there, which I commend him for, but I'm wondering, dude, one popped hammy or something, 6 to 8 weeks, and then it's like, what are we doing here? So I'm like, does that sound crazy to you, Steiny's like, he's got 4 days. I'm like, maybe he needs 8. I don't know, but I'm wondering how much of that is affecting him at the plate. Not making excuses.
Well, I mean, he and Adames are built the same way that way, and they had to work really hard to get Adames to take a day off, which I feel like that I'm not even remembering. Grandy, you can help me with this. It helped for a moment, and then it didn't, and then Devers arrived, and Adames finally clicked. I don't know, man. It's also been what 20 to 21 games.
In 21, yeah.
It's baseball. And so
he's not bad.
Yeah,
but
I'm not. I don't know that you freak out about it yet. Chris is not wrong, but 20 games is not time to start like changing your approach. I mean,
mine is just health. Do we like soft tissue injuries, guys? They don't just. Yeah. It's not one day. Like, do you just like, Grandy? Just let us give you a week off and see if it heals. Like, when's he going to heal?
Yeah, I mean,
is he not?
I feel like if they were concerned that it was danger of him, other than just normal danger, every time you go out there, you have a chance to get hurt. And I feel like if they're not going to take a major risk with him in that regard. But then you also have the added question of when he's going to be able to play first base. And Bob Melvin said pregame yesterday that it's not going to happen until after the All-Star break, and part of that reason might be because the back is bothering him.
Did you hear JT Snow say yesterday he does not buy that he's ever going to play first base?
We just had that look at it. Steiny and I said the same thing.
If in theory, whether it's an injury or maybe he goes over there and you don't like the way he's playing. Like, remember, they're in a pennant race.
Oh, yeah.
You just stick any old glove out there.
Dom Smith's pretty good at first.
Dom Smith is really good at first base.
Last night he was good.
Man.
He saved a run or two for sure. So there's that aspect of it. And then in theory, you'd like Bryce Eldridge to start at first base next year. So I don't know, but I don't think JT is correct yet. I think they're going to put him over there. I think there's a scenario where they do that and then they don't like how it looks and they take him back out. That's possible.
Do you think Melvin's asked about him, quote unquote, standing like this whole Will Clark thing? Do you think they were asked that today, or that's a nothing burger? Like, hey, coach, because Will mentioned, hey, Matt Williams and the coach wanted me to get working with him. I was just asking Steiny, do you think somebody tries to get some clarification?
I would hope so. But then again, I mean, put it this way. I bet when that started percolating yesterday, because it kind of started softly with Will Fleming on WEI, and then everyone went and grabbed Will's response, which I think might have even been before.
It was a week ago.
It was a week ago.
Right.
Yeah.
And everyone started to put the puzzle together, and I'm sure the Giants rolled their eyes. I'm sure the PR staff was like, great. Awesome.
Will, please.
Everybody named Will. Shush. Shush. So it'll come up.
The communication's weird, though. If it happened all three games of the series, Will was out there waiting.
There's something missing from the story.
He keeps saying that.
Yeah, but then again, Will was the one to say, I get why he's not coming out here. And he's probably right.
Right.
Like, how would you have felt as a Giants fan, even just as a Giants fan, if Will's out there to work with him and Devers goes out to work out at first base 20 feet from all the teammates that he wouldn't go play first base with? I don't think the Giants need that even. You know what I mean?
And let alone the media.
Evan had a good point too, though. His problem with his peers, it was more so with the management. From them watching him take ground balls at first, or basically just doing something for a new team.
Probably.
I kind of would have flaunted it in your face.
Probably.
I'll do it for you because I didn't like, you know what I mean? You guys
put yourself in a Red Sox teammate's shoes, though. That probably doesn't feel very good. Whether or not you were to blame or not, he wouldn't play there with you, and then he goes somewhere else and he practices there right in front of you. That's probably not the easiest thing to take.
But the damage has been done. You guys ship me off.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Valkyries have Caitlin Clark's number.
What's going on?
They have her number.
Wow.
19-point win today?
Man.
She can't shoot against the Valkyries. They lock her up.
She's not having a good season at all.
And I'm starting to think, what's the big girl down low? Is she their best player? Boston. Aaliyah Boston, yeah. But they had some WNBA pundit, I forget her name, but she's going viral because she was making the case that the FIFA are better when Caitlin doesn't play.
Oh, here we go.
We know that's crazy. But I'm like, man,
Valkyries 10-9, Fever 9-10.
This is great.
Moved ahead of them in the standings.
I didn't realize we had reached the John Morant level of the Indiana Fever.
That's Evan's example. He used that with the Memphis Grizzlies.
Every time someone
he goes, forget numbers.
We've done that with Steph.
He said
or
it.
Steiny has at least. Warriors are better than Steph.
Look at it. He like
the look on Steiny's face.
No doubt.
I've never said
Says
that.
it all. Oh.
I've never said that.
You've insinuated it.
The ball moved.
Yep.
No, I'm not. I'm locked in on Cannon right now.
Did you guys see that video?
You guys see the video?
Which one?
Flipping the bottle.
Oh no, I haven't seen it.
Oh, we got to check in with you tomorrow.
Every kid
we'll send
does
it to
that
you.
though. Like, I don't know what that is. It's like a Dude Perfect thing. You'll know what Dude Perfect is? You don't know the YouTube group Dude Perfect?
No.
I do.
Okay, thank you. It's because I have kids a certain age. But anyway, it's a group of kids. Well, they're not kids anymore. They were at a group of college kids at Texas A&M. And I think, they've become a humongous YouTube franchise.
It started off as like just trick shots.
Trick shots.
That sort of
now they're like sports challenges. Sometimes it's even food, different things.
But they're grown now.
Oh, yeah. They're adults now.
This is incredible.
These are grown men with families now. But it started out, I think they were all friends at Texas A&M. And the first thing that they did was they got themselves like up on a crane and put a hoop in the middle of the football field. And they were up above the field on a crane, and they shot a basketball off of the crane to see if they could make the shot down on the field. And the story goes they only tried like a couple times. And
that sounds dangerous.
And they got one. They nailed it. And everyone was like, that's fake. It's, that's all editing. And they're like, no, that actually happened. It went viral. It's become a huge franchise. But I bring it up because that's the kind of stuff they used to do, like flip a bottle, see if you could get it to land. And this is like any teenage boy right now. That is their goal for the day. Can we flip a bottle and have it land?
So
and
he's already ahead of the curve. He's 5 to 7. Steiny, explain what you saw. Because
they don't play basketball with a bottle.
No,
so we'll find out how he can adjust to the round ball.
It was a basketball in his hand that he successfully. It wasn't just about tall as a refrigerator, a little taller, and he flipped it up in the locker room wherever they're at, and Steph's in the background. I'm butchering this. Well, tell him, Steiny. Tell him what happened.
Tell him, Steiny.
Come on.
Just, he flipped this thing up on a shelf, and there was a ball boy in the locker room beside him. It looked like he was about 20. And so the ball boy goes up to Cannon like he's going to give him 5, and Cannon goes to give him 5 and then just pulls his hand away like.
And everybody
and then runs it through his hair.
Yeah.
But too slow.
The camera pans to his dad, the chef, and he's just beaming with pride. Like, I said, oh, my God. That was a water bottle, but in my mind, guys, that was a basketball. Like, watch out. And he got the guy psyched. It was pretty good.
Watch out, but I also, and I'm sure he's going to have a great life, but I feel bad for the athletic version of kids of stars that level. Do you realize what it's like for them when they arrive at college or at a professional program and their last name is Curry? The expectation that is on their shoulders from the jump. Jerry Rice Jr. was a wide receiver.
Yeah, Terrell Owens had a son.
Yeah, well, and he's actually
Niners practice squad.
He might be on the team this year.
Yeah,
but anyway, it's a lot. It's a lot to follow.
Real quick with that, do you have a problem? Because we just kind of discussed it. I guess that's why I'm bothered by Bronny James. Not the young man. He's a great young man. Did he really get there on his own merit? Let's just be real. I'm looking around. Come on.
I mean, no, not really.
Okay, that's how I feel, but I don't feel like he has that pressure that normal guys, like Ken Griffey Jr., his dad was a stud. Barry Bonds, they got there on their own merit. I just feel like James
they were better than their dads.
And that's what
they were better than their dads.
What I don't understand, and I never have, is the NBA has a draft every year, and every year we acknowledge that a team drafts a project. Why can't we assume that because LeBron James is who he is,
right?
But Bronny James is not quite there yet. But that Bronny James as a project could turn into somebody unbelievable because his dad. Period. And I know people are going to say, "Well, this guy was the second pick," but to me, I do not see a difference between James Wiseman and Bronny James. I just don't. I think it's two teams who took a flyer on a guy, and the Warriors were hoping Wiseman would pan out as a 7-footer, and the Lakers are hoping that somehow Bronny James probably hits a big growth spurt and continues to get better and can be a good role player or a good part of a rotation.
But real quick before you guys chime in, I think they did Bron a solid of a favor more so than them believing Bronny would pan out.
Of course.
Okay.
that's
you could
the
totally
answer.
be right.
Like if Bob Wiseman was the best player on the Warriors when they got James, then I would agree with you, or whatever his dad's name is. But that concept you're bringing up is like failing to read between the obvious lines.
Wow,
you don't buy that. You don't think the Lakers thought that.
I think the Lakers believe there's a chance that Bronny could emerge in a few years.
Sure, but that's not why they drafted him. Everybody knew they were going to draft him in the second round before the draft even started. Which, I mean, if we're told drafts go the way they go, you're supposed to be monitoring how things go and who's available and on the phone with agents. But this was happening 2 weeks before the draft even started.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here because I don't disagree with you. They probably knew they were going to draft Bronny James. But I don't know. It's almost like the Warriors, second round starts, and they're saying, if Draymond Green's there, we're taking him. And he's there, and they took him. But I get it. It's Bronny James, and he's LeBron's son. But I've never really had a big problem with it.
I don't watch a ton of G League, but he was all right in the G League last year, wasn't he?
I thought he was awful in the G League.
Oh, okay,
no, seriously. But he's playing way better this year in the G League. Just a couple games, but you could see the confidence. But to that point, Grandy, that's when it felt like
here's my question.
He ain't even ready for the G League.
Here's my question, and I have the same feeling about women's basketball. What's going to be enough for Bronny James? What's going to be enough?
Just have a career. Just have a career.
Rotation guy?
Yeah. Be be an NBA player. How about whatever his current agreement is up, somebody else wants him.
Okay. That's
and
fair.
if he outperforms that, Steiny, a guy like me would come in here and be like, dude, got it.
But it's not going to make up for 7 years of bashing.
Well, you kind of hope it's not 7. You know what I mean, Grant?
I also hate to take Steiny's side, but a second-round pick like Bronny James failing, that's not like that is new. Like a lot of second-round picks picked around that area fail and don't really make it in the NBA.
But, Gu, here's what I'll have your back. Like, you're not bashing, and I don't think anybody is. Nobody's bashing Bronny.
Not at all.
You're bashing the situation.
That's all.
And the scenario and how it came together.
And you guys are going to laugh at me. And you got 2 beautiful sons. I do too. I would feel some type of way of knowing I kind of manipulated the natural, organic part of my son made it on his merit, and so did I. Cheese, look at us.
Yep.
And it's like, son, you kind of know.
I wonder
what I mean
I wonder if
before
Kirk,
bed. Randy, you know why you're
you
there.
think Kirk Lacob feels the same way?
Now,
I wonder.
You're going to have a problem with this. I always feel like
he made it on his merit.
No. I feel like corporate, I'm okay with all day as opposed to what the blood, sweat, and tears that guys that go to Europe, China, overseas to sacrifice to get that jersey. I feel like that's way more than, hey, you know what? You're the president of sales, Grandy. That's what I would do. But you don't got guys going over to Europe and getting
you have other people who are studying and learning and trying to be Dean's List and wanting to get into management, and somebody doesn't even have a crack at that job, just like the 58th pick didn't have a crack of getting drafted from the Lakers.
I'm a bad guy to have a nepotism conversation with, because I think it's hilarious that we act like this isn't what makes every job happen.
No, wow.
And it's not just nepotism, but how, like, we'll sit here and get mad at this, and then you go to a college classroom and they'll literally say out loud, it's who you know, not what you know.
Oh, man.
I was having a conversation over the July 4th weekend with my sister, and she started recounting all of the jobs in her life. She's 53. And she said, I don't know that I've ever gotten a job where it wasn't because I knew somebody.
And that's, I tell my kids.
And it's like, so I'm not offended by that.
Relationships are powerful.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I don't think that anybody who's a hiring manager should be forced to sit there in front of their laptop and go through blind resumes and think that that's how they should hire, when out in the world, somebody who they love has a son or a daughter who they can speak and have references, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, you know what I feel real quick before I go is there's no difference between LeBron James and Bronny James and Steve Kerr having Nicholas Kerr on the big staff. On 95.7,
fair.
The Game.
I love that you try to make that a walk-off.
Guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again. Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's get this thing started. Yeah, obviously no Dibs today. No worries. Grandy is here. And, yeah, man, it's kind of got that feel. Ooh. The buzz after last night.
Oh, my God. I've not gotten over that yet.
Well, it was very dramatic. That was a very, very dramatic situation, even just a regular season game. But Buster Posey said that he's in the business of making memories, and they made one. They made one last night.
41,000 people in attendance. It was sold out.
Yep.
On a Tuesday night.
And I hope, shout out to anybody who got to their car early. Whoops.
Well, I saw a video when the bottom of the ninth inning was rolling around. People leaving.
You know who you are.
What are you doing?
You know who you are. Oh, God, I bet it burns.
What are you doing?
Doesn't it burn?
I'll be the first to admit that I have, for very few moments in my life, like gone to games and had to get up super early the next morning. So I haven't really ever felt like the need to leave a game early. I will never leave a game early.
No, I
never.
Ever. I can't stand.
It could be 9-0.
Well, things do change, and you may arrive at this at some point.
Maybe.
Because sometimes, like, as you go into whatever, your 30s, your 40s, there are moments where you do end up having to put other things over your desire to see the end of a game. If you take young kids there and they're losing their mind, or they need to get to bed or whatever, you may have a spouse that gives you that look like, I know you want to stay to the end of the game, but that's a game, and this is our son or daughter.
We're taking 2 cars, honey.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so you may get there, but it made me think. I wonder, have you ever left a game too early and then really, really regretted it? I've never had that feeling, but I would. And was I sitting with you, or was it with Dibs, or both of you? The Klay Thompson return game.
Oh.
I almost left. I came this freaking close. Remember, Steph?
Yeah.
You better stay here.
Yep.
You better. I almost left, and I think he might have been talking to me because I walked down the stairs.
Don't you dare leave, Willard.
I walked down the stairs from the media seats, and I was going to take a right turn and go into the tunnel. And I kind of I remember I had to lean with my right shoulders about to leave. And a name that's been in the news.
Anthony Melton hit a 3.
Anthony Melton hit a 3.
I just watched that highlight today.
And I go, you know what? I better stay here. And then about 2 minutes later, Steph is about 10 feet
pounding
from
on
me,
his chest,
yelling, "You better stay here!"
Right into the camera.
And I'm like, "I'll stay here." I almost left that game, but yeah, I'm like you. I've kind of had that as a rule. Like, do not.
Yep.
I mean, if it's 18-1, okay, let's ride. But don't leave a game early.
Nah, if you're within, for baseball, you're within 5 runs. No, don't leave.
No, because it's very unlikely. But if and when it ever happens, you just left like what might be one of the most memorable games that you ever attended. Shout out to everybody who got to see that last night if you were in the building.
Well, we actually just got a text, not on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, but from our good buddy, Dan Dibley, who must be listening on his way up to Reno,
Hi, Dan.
wherever he's headed. He said he left the pick at the stick early. The last game at Candlestick, the Navarro Bowman
Come on, man.
walk-off, interception, pick 6.
Why, Dibs?
You left that early?
Give him his favorite thing. Give him his Nancy Kerrigan. Why? Why would you do that?
If I left that game early, I would be heartbroken for the rest of my life.
Absolutely.
It's one of the greatest moments in Niners history.
I can honestly say, and I'm not going to finish that by saying I'm sort of built for this. I can honestly say I don't think I've ever left a game early and regretted it.
How many times have you left a game early?
God. Very few. But when I do now, it's always been more in sort of a work capacity. As a fan, I'm sort of just against it.
Yeah.
Like on multiple levels. And yes, it's I don't want to miss something that may be miraculous and fun. And then there's also just the old gruff dude in me. I'm like, I paid for this. I'm getting all of this.
Yeah.
Like when I'm not leaving, we paid for this.
Getting my money's worth.
Yeah. Get your butt back in the seat. You got nowhere to be. It's all okay. Yeah, very, very rarely.
Well, you just unlocked a memory for me because maybe the closest I ever came to leaving early or missing something crazy was when I was a student at Oregon and we were calling Oregon football games. And that year I wasn't doing the play-by-play. I was doing like producing stuff. And then you go down into the locker room afterwards and you interview all the guys. And for Oregon... For Oregon, those interviews happen like immediately when the game ends. And, you broadcast football games, you're way up high. So you got to get all the way down to the locker room. So generally, in that role, I would leave our broadcast view early before the game ended. And we were in Utah. Oregon was going through it was Justin Herbert's freshman year.
Okay.
Oregon sucked. They were terrible that year. Utah was a top 10 team, and it was coming down to the wire. And I had to leave early. And as I'm heading down the elevator to get to the location to do all the interviews, Justin Herbert throws a final second game-winning touchdown pass. I only get to watch it on the TV. I don't get to see it. Yep. And I hear the crowd go quiet because we're in Utah. I was still in the building, but I didn't see it like live. That's the closest I guess I ever came to missing out on an experience.
Every year in the broadcast class that I do, because Vin Scully, may he rest in peace, even for a Giants fan, this is the one thing for me that I can accept about the Dodgers, and it's Vin Scully. Just true, absolute greatness.
Absolutely.
The greatest at his craft. And so when we do play-by-play stuff in the class, I always show them the full inning of Kirk Gibson's home run because it is a master class the way that Vin, and I think it was Joe Garagiola was his color analyst at the time, the way they handled that inning, because it's a slow build, absolute master class. But I bring it up to say, I always pause the video and show the class as that home run flies deep into the right field night. Take a look. Look above the fence there. Look at all those people. And I wonder if any of them have ever admitted it out loud.
Oh, no. They all say they were there.
That was my Chevrolet. I was leaving one of the greatest moments in the history of the game. I didn't see it. You know damn well they went to work the next moment. And I was there. I was there. No, you weren't.
You were listening to Vin on the radio.
Exactly.
We know.
You were in the parking lot beyond the right field fence.
And not moving, by the way, in the parking lot.
Of course not. Yes.
What did you actually gain?
You didn't even beat anyone. You want to beat traffic? Just pretend it's fireworks night. And when the game ends, just sit there for 12 minutes. Just do something with your life. Respond to some emails or something. You'd be shocked. That's a much easier way to get out of a ball game quickly. Let everybody else go first.
Oh, it's the best thing about doing Warriors postgame shows. You hang out for 2 hours after a game ends. By the time you leave, one, Ubers are $7 instead of $55. Exactly. And two, you don't have to wait for an Uber.
Let's go to Meredith in Walnut Creek. I think she wants to say something about leaving games early. Hey, Meredith, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So back in summer 2012, my friends and I, after work one day, decided to go grab some bleacher seats, went to Red's Java House for some wine before, go to the game. You know, no one's really leaving. We figure we're going to beat the bus crowd leaving. So we leave the game, probably seventh inning. Text my friend. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, I just left the game. He's like, you left the game? It was Matt Caden's perfect game.
Oh, no.
And
wait a minute, but that one, but you knew that one was advertising itself.
How early did you leave?
Like seventh inning.
Oh, Meredith. Oh,
I know.
Oh.
I know, and I I have so many friends, like, over the years that I meet. They're like, oh, I was at that game. I'm like, well, I sort of was, too. But,
oh,
yeah.
gosh, that one hurts. But you know what? I give you a lot of credit for calling us and admitting it. That's amazing, because I bet you weren't the only one, but you might be the only one admitting it.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably tell the color of my hair by that story, but my friend's husband gets the most flack because he was with us too. So
not okay.
Yeah,
not okay, Meredith. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for your pain.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, thanks for the call, Meredith. Yeah,
I could not imagine
that
that.
one, you don't leave a no hitter or a perfect game because it's advertising
Especially
itself.
not as late as the 7th inning.
Like last night didn't advertise itself.
No, that was completely normal. Honestly, really frustrating Giants game, but kind of ho-hum of late.
It was a normal, they're not getting any hits Tuesday night in their City Connects.
That's infinitely more acceptable leaving that game than leaving a perfect game in the 7th inning.
I could even see when it's runners at first and third and only one out, and they're like, yeah, but honey, Patrick Bailey's up. So let's leave.
And we're forgetting the inning prior, it was first and second, nobody out, and nobody scored. No one even got past second base.
God, that one hurt me just to listen to.
Leaving the
Matt came, so you didn't even see.
Did they? I wonder if she saw that. When was the Blanco catch?
Blanco,
was
that
it
was
7th
late.
inning? 8th
I think
inning?
it was at least 7th. I want to say 8th. I think. What's he doing out there in right center field? Oh,
that's terrible.
That's rough. But you know, some people go to games, and that's like their goal is not the game. I watched this with and I don't want please don't let this. I don't want this to come off like I'm painting with a broad brush. My daughter's 16 years old, and so they last year they were sophomores in high school, and it became like when you get to be that age, 16, 15, 16, 17, parents will start letting you kind of venture out into bigger outings on your own. And they did this a few times. Like they'll go take the ferry as a group. Like one of them has their license. And, the three, it's okay, we're going to go drive over to the ferry. And they're going to ferry out to the ball game and go by themselves. They almost never stay to the end because they're 16-year-old girls.
Yeah,
they're
more of a social event than watching baseball.
We're just going out there for whatever. I remember years ago, you'll love this as a Pac-10 and Pac-12 football fan that you are. Years ago, and Lucas, you too, this was a USC-UCLA game. I can't remember the year, but it was a year that this was like they were both really good.
So we're talking about a long time ago.
Yes, it was a while ago. They were both really good, and this was a hot, expensive, impossible ticket to get.
At the Rose Bowl or the Coliseum?
It's at the Coliseum. But I was working with the USC broadcast, so I had access to a few tickets, and so grabbed a handful of people. And always when you grab a handful of people, there's somebody who invited somebody who's just kind of like, we're going to have some beers. Like they don't even know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Girl hops in the car, and I haven't driven 3 blocks. Remember, we're going to a USC-UCLA football game.
Uh-oh.
And she looks at the group and goes, okay, so what's the plan? Are we staying for all 4 innings?
Get out the car now!
Spoiler alert, they did not stay for all 4 innings. She didn't even make the first inning. She ended up on someone's party bus, and I don't know where, and I don't know how she got home. But some people are not going to the game for the game.
Yeah.
So there's that.
You probably weren't terribly offended that she didn't hang out with you guys the rest of the way.
I never saw her the rest. I got to this game. I'm like, I got to go do my work, and I'll maybe see you after. And I did not see you after.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so anyway, there's a bunch of people want to weigh in on this. Have you ever left a game too early? 888-957-9570. Grandy's in for Dibs. Next week, our All-Star Week prize blowout. And we got some incredible things to give away. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, day pass to Outside Lands. God, my kids are going to flip out if they they've already spent $8 billion on their tickets. But anyway.
That's a big prize.
Dude, my son is waiting for Big X the Plug like it's Christmas, okay? 4-day passes to Aftershock, gift cards to the Valkyries for merch, Laughing Monk Brewing. Listen at 7:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., 4:30 p.m. with us for your chance to win every single day next week. Every show, every day. It all starts Monday. 888-957-9570. Grandy's here. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's the voice of Hunter Pence. You'll hear him on this radio show later on this afternoon.
Woo, what, 4:15?
I think 4:15 is the plan, Lucas. Yep. All right. Hunter Pence. Hunter Pence. He's going to be all ready to go and fired up. It's Hunter Pence. It's Hunter Pence. Let's go out to the phones, but real quick, speaking of being fired up. So you know what's happening right now as we speak up in Tahoe? The practice round for the ACC championship. Okay, Steph is one of the co-favorites. So this is an interesting day, so I'm told. I've never been up there for the practice round, but this is when there are even fewer fans, and the players, I think, are even more relaxed because they're not worried about their score or whatever. A lot of them don't worry about their score anyway, but some do.
Just getting their swings in today.
Yeah. So my daughter is up there with her cousin. They went up this year, and they're running around on the grounds, having a great time. And she just sent me a picture of her and her cousin with one of the players. And I glanced at it really quickly because, you know, we're doing a radio show. But I look down at my phone, and I see this pic pop up, and I'm like, oh, God, is that Fred Warner?
Whoa.
Before it dawned on me that I don't think Fred is in the event. Fred is not playing in this, is he?
I can see if a quick Google search will help us out.
Kittle is, right? Kittle is and Curry is. I don't think Fred is. Juszczyk is. And I'm sure, by the way, that's who, because my daughter has adopted the 49ers like no other team, like not even the Giants or the Warriors. Like, she is 49ers crazy, and Fred is by far and away her favorite. She is obsessed with Fred Warner.
And Fred is not competing.
Okay. So I glanced at it, and I'm like, oh, my God, is that Fred? So then I had to, during the break, I click on it, enlarge it a little bit. Who is that? I'm like, oh, wow, that's not Fred Warner.
Who is it?
That's Davante Adams.
Oh, okay.
We watched the receiver doc together, so she's abundantly clear on who Davante is and
how much he hates Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right, and the dinosaur parties that he throws for his kids and all of those things. So you zoom in on her, and have you ever seen these pictures of people where they're doing this, like, I'm smiling for the camera, but also like the, don't freak out,
keep it cool.
Oh, God, I'm next to Davante Adams. Like, she's kind of got that look on her face right now. So anyway, I just texted her, and I said, you know, wow, what a great pick, but I hope you said go Niners. And she said, yeah, me and this lady were telling him he made the wrong choice. He should have come to the San Francisco 49ers.
Did he say anything back?
Actually, she just responded to this. I wrote exactly, I'm glad that's what you said. That's my girl. Are you ready for this response?
Oh, whoa.
I hope he's kidding. Davante apparently said to my daughter, nah, the Niners said I'm old and washed.
That's hilarious.
This is incredible. Nah,
we got some good reporting from your daughter.
Niners said I was old and
That's
washed.
breaking news. Niners not interested in Davante Adams because he's, quote, old and washed. Are they wrong?
We'll find out. I'm about to find out. He wasn't bad in fantasy last year with Aaron Rodgers.
Better quarterback throwing him the ball now.
Yeah,
more competition for targets.
Stafford, he's got to go up against, but maybe that's good for him. He's not going to be the number one. He's got Puka over there on the other side, screaming about Brock Purdy's contract as he runs routes. Anyway, so my daughter is reporting live from Tahoe that Davante Adams says that the Niners told him he was old and washed.
Keep us in the loop. Keep the reports coming.
Can you imagine John Lynch just like, we're interested, but not really.
You're a little too old for us.
Kind of old and washed.
We prefer Trent Williams at however old he is, 35, 36.
That's funny. All right, 888-957-9570. After what happened at Oracle Park last night, we're asking people, you've ever left a game too early and then went, whoops, one of the greatest things ever happened after I left? Let's go to Josh in San Jose. Hi, Josh. What's good? What's going on?
You know, so I've been mad about this ever since I was a kid, and maybe you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys remember that game when Dion Sanders did the high step and candlestick? I think it was against a candlestick.
Absolutely. Wait. You mean against the Niners or for the Niners?
For the Niners. Whenever he came up with the high step,
yeah.
I was at that game at Candlestick. It was at Candlestick, right?
I'm sure that it was, yes.
Okay, so my dad, God bless my dad. My dad is my favorite person in the whole world. He's my hero. But I was a kid. I probably could have been no more than 8 or 9 years old, and we had to leave. And, to this day, I'm so sad about that moment. Because I heard the crowd when we were in the parking lot, sitting in the whole line and all that stuff.
But why did you have to leave? Do you remember why? What was the reason they gave you, Josh?
It probably, like you were saying earlier, because I was a kid at that time. I have a daughter at the same age now. But I think it's because my dad was trying to beat the crowd. Because remember, at that time at Candlestick, there was always a crowd trying to get out of the parking lot.
Yeah, but also, I would, if I had the opportunity to talk to your dad, I'm pretty sure that a Niner home game was at 1 o'clock on a Sunday. Where are you trying to be? Where do you need to be?
You know what's sad about it, too? I'm actually a Raider fan. My dad's a Niner fan. I'm a Raider fan. God bless them, too. They're in Las Vegas or whatever. But I'm here still in San Jose and all this. But, yes, that is one of my memories that I will never, ever forget of leaving the game. I swear to God.
Yeah, I got it. Don't do it. Josh, thanks very much. Oh, and by the way, if you're a Raider fan, and if you ever go to a Raider game in Vegas, you will be tempted to leave early because I've told you guys a bunch of times I thought that stadium experience was wonderful, except for one thing.
What's that?
Leaving. Oh. Holy hell, to try to get an Uber or anything. Not even just to get an Uber, just to physically get out. The body to body just jams up. And maybe it's because it was New Year's Day in Vegas. I don't know. But you physically could not leave. If you have kind of spatial issues, if you're claustrophobic at all,
not for you, huh?
Just stay in your seat and give it an hour. Because at a certain point, we're let's just walk over the freeway back to the Strip. And it took, oh my God, it took forever to get out of there. So that was the only thing.
Real quick, I think I might have found the game that our caller was talking about where Dion high-stepped. We're assuming that it was on the Niners and at Candlestick. He had essentially what was a game-sealing pick six in the fourth quarter to beat the Saints 24-13 in week number 4, September 25th, 1994.
Damn.
74-yard pick six. And I would imagine towards the end he was high-stepping into the end zone.
But Josh got a good night's sleep because he left early. Let's go to Anthony in San Francisco. Anthony, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
So I was actually at the game last night.
Oh.
And I was sitting in the bleachers. The ninth inning comes around, and I look at my date, and I'm like, hey, it's probably time to take the walk of shame. We're sitting next to a bunch of Philly fans, and I was like, it's probably, let's head out towards the front so we can be the first ones out. And so we took the long way around towards the cable cars, and we kept stopping because the crowd kept yelling. So it was like, okay, what's going on? And about time we made it to the cable cars, I look up, and I see Patrick Bailey. He smacks the ball, and the ball is coming straight towards me. I see it in the air. I'm like, oh, this is it. This is it. And, it didn't make it all the way, but the crowd was roaring, and it went from the walk of shame to high fives all the way out. It was great.
Anthony, you got lucky. You got lucky. By the way, I don't think I need a name or whatever, but was this your first date? Was this a 10th date? What's going on?
It was the first date.
First date. Because I was about to say you need to propose to this person because the way your story was going, it sounded like the date looked at you and went, we're not leaving early. Patrick Bailey's about to hit. But it sounds like your date just agreed with you and you started walking.
We did, but we kept stopping because who got on base. Casey hit the double, and we was like, oh, snaps, there's hope. There's hope. And I just started singing, don't stop believing.
There we go.
So, Anthony, did the date, other than the Giants, did the date go well?
It did. It wasn't too bad.
Oh, that was kind of you kind of just Steve Kerr'd us. I don't know how well you know our show, but you did a little bit of like, did you like the date? And
I
did.
do, but
I did. I was just thinking because someday if y'all are married, that'd be a hell of a story if that was your first date.
That's fair. I don't know about all that, but
I do.
The game
But
was good.
Is there going to be a second date? What about that?
I think we definitely need to see another Giants game.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. I think at this rate, the Giants. Thank you, Anthony. They might buy you tickets.
And
to
they
another
need
game.
you in attendance, I think.
Good luck, charm. Yeah. Let's go to Dave and Hayward next. Hi, Dave. You're on with Willard and Grandy. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Willard and Grandy? How you guys doing today?
Good, man.
Good. Yeah, so I'm not going to lie. I took the screener a little bit. I told him that I left the game early, but truthfully, I didn't. Back in 2022, when the Rams and Raiders played that Thursday night game, me and my dad went down there. I'm a Raider fan. He's a Rams fan.
Okay.
And it was about 2 minutes left. The Raiders were up by 2 touchdowns. And my dad looks at me and says, let's go. I said, let's just sit down and wait. Let's watch the rest of the game. Might as well. And he will thank me for the rest of his life. Like I said, he's a Rams fan.
Yep.
Yeah, so to me, that's just, always a core and special memory to me.
Well, and that's even though it was your team who blew it.
Yeah, I mean, but, I'm a Raider fan, so I was already used to that. And it's funny because that was Baker Mayfield signed with the Rams the day before, during lunchtime. And he had no faith in the Rams. And I told him, I'm a Raider fan. I've seen this happen time and time again. Just wait, Dad.
I actually remember this game now. Dave, thank you. Now that he mentions Baker Mayfield, I'm like, oh, right, that game. I remember that now.
It was 16-3 Raiders. They got a field goal to go up by 13 with 12.5 left in the fourth. Rams score a touchdown with 3:19 left to get within 6. And then they get the ball right back, and with 9 seconds left, Baker to Van Jefferson, 23 yards, touchdown to win the game by a point.
Beautiful.
Classic Raiders, as our caller said.
Well, and that goes back to the question that Steiny kind of threw at us, and mainly threw at you about having negative assumptions about what's about to happen to your team. I'm like, that's the definition of being a fan of a team.
Even if you're a fan of the best team in the world.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. You always think your team messes it up.
Absolutely.
It's kind of like every fan has a list of the players that have left their team to go somewhere else and be really good. The Zach Wheelers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Who's my man? Reynolds with the Pirates. Ryan Reynolds. All that. Everybody has that list, and they think it only happens to them. But that's what it.
Speaking of Brian Reynolds, did you see he has a no trade clause with the Pirates? And he's reportedly being shopped because the Pirates are a terrible organization.
The Pirates, yeah.
He can refuse a trade to a bunch of different teams, and he has chosen to refuse being traded to the Yankees, the Mets, the Blue Jays, the Dodgers, the Giants, and the Padres.
Oh.
So he is not interested in winning baseball games.
Brian's not interested in winning.
He just wants money, apparently.
He doesn't want pressure. That's
crazy.
I get it if a guy's like, New York is not for me. That I understand. But if you then eliminate the good teams on the other coast too, now I'm just confused.
What are we doing? I don't get it.
Yeah, maybe he does not want to be a coastal elite.
Normally,
I don't know.
I've heard no trade clauses used to avoid being traded to a bottom dweller.
Seriously.
Get me to the good teams.
No, he put all the California teams in, but he left the Angels off.
And the A's.
Yeah, he's like, no, you can send me there.
Send me to Sacramento.
Oh, my God. How about Jimmy in Belmont here on Willard and Dibs? Grandy in for Dibs. What's up, Jimmy? Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, guys? First-time caller.
Thanks for doing it.
This will be my first-time call, but I left the '88 game against the Vikings, and I missed Steve Young's run.
Oh.
Jimmy, I was at that game. That's literally one of the games that came to my mind when we started talking about this as a game that I'm proud that my dad did not make me leave early from that. When you left that game early, Jimmy?
I was with my aunt. I was 12 years old. We didn't have anywhere better to go. It was about 5 minutes left. It was a rough game. And she was like, you know what? Let's just beat the traffic. Like, okay. And we weren't the only ones walking out. That's for sure.
No, of course not.
There was a crowd of us going. There was a bunch of us heading out, and then we just heard the stadium roar, and we're like, "What's going on?" There's no cell phone, so someone who had a headphone radio was like, "Dion just scored."
Oh, so
and you get to see it till later.
Jimmy, you and I are about the same age. You said you were 12 years old at that game was in 1988, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Sir.
I was there too. I was 13. Yeah, Jimmy, thanks, man. And again, sorry for your pain.
That's painful.
Yeah, that's brutal. That was probably my favorite in attendance 49er moment of my life. Is that play?
We have a text on the Boxer and Gersten work injury attorneys text line from the 415. I left the Vikings game and missed Steve Young's run. That's a popular one.
Walking right next to Jimmy. Unless Jimmy texted it before he called.
Maybe
there's that. I don't know. Yeah, he's right. He's not the only one. But man, that was an electric moment. Where are you all going? I hate that phrase, beat the traffic. What are you even doing? Like, by the way, first of all, probably not. How often have you tried to beat the traffic and as soon as you get to your car, they're like, oh, damn it, there's traffic.
Half the building had the same idea as we did.
Can't believe everybody thought of that.
Dang it.
Oh, gosh. BJ in San Mateo. Hi, BJ. What's up?
Nothing much. What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
Just wanted to tell you a time where I almost had a mishap because I almost missed the 20th game in a row, like the pinnacle of Moneyball. Was at that game. It was $1 Wednesday, if I remember. And I remember I got scalped for like $20 a ticket there. Me and my buddy went in, and it was like A's were losing 8-0. We sat through like the 4th, 5th inning, and we just said, the heck with it. They're not going to pull this one out. So we left, and we were literally right at the BART station, started hearing some noise, and we're like, you know what? Let's see if we can go back in. So we ended up going back in and watching the end of it, and I think if I remember right, they came back in the 8th, 9th inning and continued the streak. But that was an unbelievable game. One of the best games I think I've ever witnessed live.
Now, how'd you get back in? Because usually they don't let you do that at a ball game, BJ.
No, they didn't, but they helped me out. So, and I still tell my kids to this day, every time we watch Moneyball, I was like, I was at that game. And luckily, I could say it wasn't one of those times where you had one of the biggest regrets of not seeing one of those endings.
Ooh, close call. BJ, thanks. And shout out to whoever was working at the Oakland Coliseum who let BJ back in against the rules.
That was the Scott Hatterberg game. I forgot that this game went this way. The A's got out to a gigantic lead. They led 11-0 after 3 innings. Then the Royals came all the way back and took a lead late, and then Scott Hatterberg walked it off.
Oh, is that? I thought he was saying the A's were down 8-0.
No.
So they were
in
way
this
off.
game, it was 11-0 A's after 3. The Scott Hatterberg walk-off to win the 20th straight game of the year.
Damn.
They were up big, they blew it, and then they won it at the end.
Okay, brace yourselves. I'm told this is a big one. Chevy Mo in the city. Chevy, thanks for calling. What happened?
What's up, fellas? Man, I couldn't wait, and I had to medicate and meditate after watching too many misses from Barry Bonds. Then that guy decided to break the record. As I heard the crowd erupt, I run to which is now the 415 Club to see that lucky fella crowd surfing police up out of there as I climbed the fence telling him to throw the ball jokingly.
So wait, you did see it or you missed it?
I missed it. I walked outside to where the ferry is to go medicate and meditate.
Oh, see? Now that's
no. Do it after Bonds is at bat.
Yeah, Chevy Mo, that's called addiction. That's what that is. Like, I mean, you know, if you can't even wait like 10 more minutes, like you want to go do that, it's fine. But it's like,
Maybe we should wait until after Barry.
We're talking about 07 Giants. There's nothing really interesting about that team other than Bonds and the home run chase. Wait until after Bonds is at bat. You have an extra 45 minutes until he comes up again.
Whatever that ticket cost you, it was solely for that at bat. That's the only reason that ticket cost any money at all.
And it was expensive. Very expensive.
Exactly.
That's a rough one.
Let's see. This is Dan in the East Bay. Hi, Dan. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Oh, it's a Dan day now? What I'm doing is I'm catching strays out here. I try to offer content, and great, I'm open for mockery because I blew it, and then I get back in the car after a quick reset, and I'm still catching strays.
I don't even. When were you catching strays?
I just tuned back in and I heard something about, traffic. Traffic should never be the reason. Traffic, dude, the Candlestick traffic was such a problem that, I was watching that game, the pick at the stick, and things didn't look good, and I was making my way toward the car and making my way, and I was like, you know what? I'm out. Like our boss famously said, and about one escalator ride and 20 yards later, you hear the, and I thought, and Casey Schmidt was in high school, but I thought, Schmidt.
Yeah.
And then, you by the time you get to the car and you hear the post game, it's like, double Schmidt, Casey and Mike. I missed a big one, but I'm an open book, and I'll admit to it, and it was a bad beat for your boy.
Well, Dibs, you know how this works, and if you're going to be on 95.7 the game at 2:54 in the afternoon on a Wednesday, you're going to have to explain to people why you decided to not be sitting here talking to me live in person.
Because it's a Mila day, and I'm about to pick her up from daycare, and it's a 3:00 pickup, and I'm getting set for what I thought was a golf tournament for me in Truckee, but I'll just tease it for what happens when I come back to work on Monday, and Grandy sees me in the airport in crutches.
Dude, that's
it's
terrible.
Called tease, people.
No,
terrible.
I'm devastated for you. I'm devastated for you.
Oh, you're devastated for me?
Yes.
How do you think I feel? So I'm currently at her preschool, and I'm that guy. I'm officially a grandpa daddy because I'm here to pick up my daughter, but I am not one crutch, but two.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Well, but I do have this. If it makes you feel any better, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Yeah, full-service banking with no compromises, and I encourage you to go into one of the 21 branches, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's the best. Grandy, when I see you, I'm going to need you to push me in a wheelchair.
I'll begrudgingly help you.
All right,
buddy. Thanks. And yes, they have made all of those casinos in Vegas wheelchair accessible. So, best of luck.
I'm just an oxygen tank away from being that old guy.
Oh, my God. All right, buddy.
Feel better, Dibs.
Yeah, be well.
I'm all right, Sam.
All right.
Keep it up. You guys are doing great.
All
See
right,
ya.
Thanks. That's Dan Dibley. Wow. That's not what he was supposed to be doing today.
Not at all.
Oh, crap. Okay, a bunch more people want to weigh in on this. I'll also let you know that coming up around the bend, George Kittle said something on the Rich Eisen show recently that kind of got tucked under the covers, but we would like to talk about it. And so we'll do that. We'll keep taking your calls on, did you leave a game too early? 888-957-9570. Or did you ever snap a ligament when you were about to go on a boys' weekend? Did that
soon.
ever? No, it's just I'm hypotheticals on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, in honor of Bailey's on the move, Bailey's on the move, and I would love to shout out because both of them, they're legends. They will forever be legends. I don't care what their voices do for however long they want to do this. They get to do it. But shout out to Kuiper. I don't know how many people, I know you guys were talking about this, like when this happened, a lot of people didn't hear Kuiper at all because he just started running around the room.
And screaming.
Or screaming. If you're with someone, you're high-fiving. And his voice, the crowd was so loud, his voice was getting a little drowned out anyway, but then he got a tickle in his throat, and he started coughing as Bailey's coming around third. And the beauty of Kruk and Kuiper, which is once the crowd finally starts to calm down, I don't know how many of y'all heard this. Kruk goes, I did not see that coming. And Kuiper goes, neither did my voice. And that's how they ended, and that's it. Well, that's the end of the inning.
He's been dealing with something in his voice. Yeah. I don't know if they call it laryngitis or whatever for this whole series.
Right.
And I don't think it was last night. I think it was before game 1 on Monday. And it was pregame, and Kuiper's talking to Kruk and saying, I hope you have your home run call ready, partner, because I might need it today.
Exactly.
Because my voice I'm kind of working through something right now.
Well,
he managed to get through it with a little bit of a hiccup, but he got through it.
The great Giant broadcasters, if you really look through history, when their voice goes bad, the Giants go good. Go on! I mean, right? Like, it's actually, I think it's a good sign when these guys start losing their voice. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. If you didn't hear Kuiper's call last night, Bailey's on the move!
It's a high drive. Way out into right field. It is off the bricks. This game is tied. Bailey's on the move. Bailey's on the move. And this game is over.
Woo! That's on NBC Sports Bay Area. And that just makes me all kinds of happy. First of all, listen to that crowd.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a Tuesday night crowd. Holy smokes. And yeah, he gave 2 Baileys on the moves, and then he started coughing. And as a broadcaster, let me tell you, when that happens, the fact that he was able to muscle through this game is over is unbelievable. I can't believe he got anything out. And then, of course, they, become self-deprecating and don't take it too seriously and all of that stuff. Just.
That's a hell of a call, too. Off the bricks.
Off the bricks. Bailey's on the move. And I mean, I'm both mad at you and feel for you if you were on third and king or out at the statue because you're like, honey, high five. We beat most of the traffic.
Congrats.
Hey.
Yeah, you got home 20 minutes earlier.
Yay, you got home on a Tuesday.
This kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Steiny when Steiny came down my road during the crossover, me expecting the Giants not to win that game. Does it make me a bad fan if the reason why I stay is to make sure I don't have a situation where I miss an amazing moment as opposed to me believing an amazing moment is going to happen?
No, I think that makes you normal. You know what I mean? Like, somewhere tucked in there, if you're the eternal optimist, and I kind of am, you go into those moments with a, man, what if? But you're also
you don't expect it to happen.
When Patrick Bailey comes to the plate, I'm looking at this like, oh.
But my decision to stay for the ninth when it's a 5-1 game is more so out of fear of the what if as opposed to belief.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yes. There's always someone in your section that's like, come on, they're going to do it.
They turn their hat inside out.
Yeah, one of these people. And that's not me. But
when the Jumbotron says make noise, they get on their feet and try to get everybody else up.
I mean, my daughter's having a good show. She's already sent the news about Devontae Adams and Tahoe. I'll share another story that she loves to bring up, which is she was at home and we were over at the lovely Christie's watching the Niner Lions NFC title game. And my daughter was like, I have a bunch of stuff to do because it's a Sunday and I got to get ready for school tomorrow. Got a bunch of stuff to do, but will you come get me at halftime? and I'll come over and watch the second half. And I went and picked her up, and it's 24-7 Lions, and she hops in the car, and she's like, we're going to watch the Niners. And she knew the score, but I kind of like, we were all expecting the Niners were going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget, I drive 2 blocks from my house, and I looked at her and I said, I think we need to get ready for the possibility that it's not going to happen. And she wagged her finger at me.
Dad.
She's like, don't you do that. They can do this. They can come back. We're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
She came over, and her energy changed the room, and we give her all the credit for the Niner victory that day.
If she was less busy in the first half, maybe it wouldn't have gotten to that point in the
maybe the
first
Niners
place.
would have been up 42-0. I don't know. All right, did you ever leave a game too early? Let's go to one of our favorites, our friend Skills in Vallejo. What's up, Skills? Thanks for calling.
Well, thanks for answering. Hello, Mark and Mark. 2 marks for the price of 1. I want to talk about a game my buddy and I and our kids attended. It must have been in 2019. I thought it was sooner than that, but the Francisco Lindor was still in the Indians, so it must have been 2019 at the Coliseum. And we originally went for root beer float day, so we got there early, knowing that we were going to have to leave after the 4th inning. So I got even fatter than I already am. We sat at our seats, enjoyed the game, good game for the first 4 innings, then we had to bounce. And I listened on the radio, and about an inning or 2 after we get in the car, Francisco Lindor of the Indians, as they were then called, hit a home run to right field. And I'm thinking, I could have hit it to right field where we were sitting. I get home about an hour later, turn on the replay, hit home run right to where we were sitting. I could have had the first ever ball. I never, in my 45 years, caught a ball at any ball game, and I thought that could have been my chance. It could have been my only chance I'll ever have. Oh well, it's still a fun time. Thanks, guys.
and Skills. I mean, not to be negative, Nelly, but you would have dropped it. I don't say that because of your athletic ability, but do you know how? Like, have you ever been in reach of a home run, dude? Like, I hope you brought a glove, because those things are incredibly intimidating. Those things came off the bat at 110 miles an hour, and they're flying at you, 400 feet. Like, that is a hard thing to catch.
I did indeed have a glove on. I've played baseball since I was 10 years old. I think I would have had a good chance Willard. As long as no one interfered.
Never mind then. You would have had it. Skills, I stand corrected. Thanks for calling,
Thanks,
bud.
Skills.
Yeah, always good to hear from you. I'll tell you what.
That's a unique one.
Yeah.
You didn't miss like a crazy game, but you missed your opportunity to catch a ball.
You ever get a ball?
I have.
Foul ball?
Yeah.
Not a home run ball.
Not a home run ball.
Where was it?
At Oracle, then AT&T, down the right field line, back when the bullpens were still on the field, in foul territory.
Okay.
It was a liner off of Belt's bat foul, and it hit off the mound and kind of skipped up into the air. And I was on the aisle of one of those seats right in front of the arcade in foul territory, and it just skipped up right to me, and I gloved it.
And you caught it?
Yeah,
with a glove. With a glove. Okay.
Yeah.
I had a weird thing when I was a kid where it was like I would bring a glove to a game, and then somewhere along the road I decided that was cheating. I was like, no, I want to do this the hard way. I'm doing it barehanded.
Have you ever barehanded one?
Yes, but not in an impressive way at all, and not when I was a kid. It was just 3 years ago, I think. Christy and I brought one of her daughters and one of her daughter's friends to a game. Late season, Giants and Rockies. I think everybody had been eliminated, and it was one of these where we're down on the bottom deck, and it pops up to the middle deck, but I was the only one who didn't give up on it. Because it was like way back in the deck, and I just kind of turned around and kept my eye on it. And you wait about a 3 count, and then it's like, oh, here it comes, and everybody else had already moved on with their lives, and it went bounce, bounce, and it landed like I was right in the aisle, and it was just a candy hop.
That's a dream
that you could not miss.
That's a dream.
Bare hand, and the good thing is we had brought some kids with us, so I didn't have to go through the whole. Like, don't be a jerk. Give it to a kid. Like, I gave it to her. And so she still has it right there in her bedroom.
That's awesome.
Somewhere. All right. Glad you're all with us. We can keep taking some calls on this, 888-957-9570. You ever left a sporting event too early? And we'll get to the Kittle on Rich Eisen stuff as well. Next week, we're having a great week here at 95.7 The Game. All-Star Week prize blowout. Incredible things to give away all week long, every day, every show. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, day pass to Outside Lands, 4-day passes to Aftershock, gift cards for Valkyries merch and Laughing Monk Brewery. 7:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., 4:30 p.m. every day, every show. It all starts on Monday. Grandy is in for Dibs, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Hello, Mark and Mark. 2 marks for the price of 1.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. Grandy's here for Dibs. And we just sort of stumbled into this, but we're all sitting here talking out after last night. A little bit of a finger wag at anybody who might have left that one a little bit too early.
We have a lot of people calling and texting.
A lot of stories.
That's not a good thing.
No. No, but
this
happens.
is all pain.
I like that. Was it you that just said, like, or was it one of the callers? I'm blanking, but someone said, I think it was actually Skills, who said it's only happened once, but I knew going in. Like, you've ever gone to a game where you're like...
Skills said we were going for whatever, it was some promotion night, but we had to leave after the 4th inning.
I'll tell you a story right now of where this very easily could have happened and would have been the thing that I'm talking, and it's never been more appropriate than today. So I think this was, you guys can look up the game. It was either 2 seasons ago or 3 seasons ago. I want to say probably 2 seasons ago. And you guys know that I do the Fox show on Sunday night. It starts at 5. Thank you, Pitch Clock, because the Pitch Clock has allowed that I might be able to sneak in a Sunday Giants game.
Ooh, that's tight.
And get home. Because the games tend to start at what, like 12:30 or 1. And if they're over in 2.5 hours, right, if they're over by like 3, even 3:30, we can get over to the car and get back in time for me to do my show. So it's Little League Day out at the Giants game. So the Little League that Jude is in, my 11-year-old, I think then 8 or 9, all of his buddies are going, and they do this thing where you come up there early, you get into the park early, and you get to meet with some of the players and all of this stuff. So I'm like, we got to go. But I told him.
We might have to leave.
I go, we're on an agreement here. If the clock strikes 3:30 and this game's not over, son, we gone.
Out of here.
And this is non-negotiable. He's like, no problem. Now, the other thing the Giants do really well is make outs. And therefore, the games tend to go quickly.
And quick outs.
Right. So when you play all of these 1-0, 2-1 games, you're busting right through there pretty quick. So that happens, and then it goes to extra innings.
Oh.
It goes to extra innings. And I'm like, I looked at him and I go, we got 1 inning. We can watch the 10th because this went quick. And we can watch the 10th, and then that's it. And I don't even remember who they were playing, but the other team got the run in from second base. And so I think they were up 2-1 or whatever it was, something like that. And then the Giants ended up in a situation where I think their runner at second got like cut down on the bases. So this was 2 outs, runner at first, nothing cooking. And guess who's at the plate? Patrick Bailey. Hitting right-handed. And Bailey gets into one, line drive down the left field line that went over the fence by about 3 feet.
Wow.
Walk-off home run, and I almost fainted. I started yelling so loud, celebrating with my son so loud, I got a head rush and almost fainted. But that could have been the day. That could have been the big moment that I missed because we were about to leave. But thankfully, the Giants, again, moved quickly, and so I didn't miss it.
And, yeah, thank God for the pitch clock.
Exactly.
Made quick work of it. Because otherwise, even a 3-2, 2-1 game, whatever it is with the pitch clock, that's at least 3.5 hours.
Anything going 10 innings,
to the 10
for
innings.
sure.
Yeah.
For sure we would have missed the end. Yeah. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Hunter Pence going to be on with us in about 45 minutes to an hour. Let's go to Michael in Fairfield. Hi, Michael. Thanks for calling. What's going on?
Hey, going good. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Not much. So, I got a good one for a game. Me and my grandfather went to the Niners versus the Giants for the comeback game when I was probably like 14 years old. And early third quarter, I think Giants scored again, and he had enough. And he goes, "Come on, kid, we're leaving." So I was pretty sad, and we left. And we parked on the outside of the parking lot, and I heard the roar of the crowd, so I go, okay, we scored one. And then we get to the car, I turn on the radio, and we're just listening to on the way home, and he lived in San Bruno at the time. And I started realizing, okay, we scored again. Then when we get to the house, I was able to watch the remainder of the comeback on TV.
Oh, my gosh, you got home so early that the game wasn't even over yet when you got home?
No, the game wasn't even over yet by the time we got home. I got to make it home in time to watch the snapper for the Giants fumble that ball.
Oh, wow. 39-38, is that the correct final score, Michael?
I don't remember the correct final score, but I was a kid, so I definitely was happy that we ended up winning, but that was always a good story to tell of how that was one of the greatest comebacks in football history, especially Niner playoff history, and I had to leave the third quarter.
Oh, man.
Yep, 39-38
Michael,
final.
thanks. That's the Jeff Garcia game.
Yep.
Got their butts kicked by Tampa the next week.
It was 38-14, 4.5 to go in the third.
I mean, it's not unreasonable to think that game's over. 38-14.
Yeah, down by 24 with about, 19 minutes left?
Yeah. I mean, I will say this, especially in the NFL, as the rules have sort of changed to kind of like help the offense, bro, NFL games are not over.
Oh, you're just talking about
the comebacks are unbelievable.
The NFC Championship game against the Lions.
Right.
And you shared your story, how your daughter helped change the mojo and maybe swing that game. We had a texter on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line who actually stayed, but at halftime he said his brother tried to convince him to leave to beat the traffic. Kudos to our texter. It was a while ago. I can't find it right now. Who convinced his brother, no, we're staying, and they ended up watching one of the best Niner comebacks.
Back to the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. This one hit my heart a little bit. Someone in the 510 said, I never made it to a no-hitter at Coors Field by Hideo Nomo.
Oh.
On my birthday, my dad still has my unused ticket. My mom guilted me into spending my birthday with her.
Oh, that's some family drama. So did Dad still go by himself?
Oh God.
What did your mom say to you after the no-hitter happened? Also, a no-hitter at Coors, is that the only one? Has there been any others?
It's got to be. Yeah, to me, that's the most impressive pitching performance of all time. To have a no-hitter at Coors Field. That's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
We're just going to ignore that it was done by a Dodger, but still, that's a terrible one to miss.
No. And Mom probably said one of those things that people who don't understand sports say. Oh, well, there'll be another game tomorrow.
Happened in 1996, and there has never been another no-hitter at Coors Field since.
Oh, that's okay. You missed the only one that's ever going to happen ever. It's okay.
The 510 has shined back in. Yes, Dad went. And yes, the only no-hitter there.
I'm so sorry. You got to tell your mom that's your birthday. She gets to choose what to do on her birthday.
That's right.
You get to choose what you do on your birthday. But I also understand. I understand the family dynamics, and that can be tough sometimes. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Max in Napa. Hi, Max. What are you doing today?
How's it going? I have some music I'm playing a little later, which is going to be fun. But I got a good story. Also, it's actually happened to me enough times that I kind of feel like I should leave early so they can win sometimes. But it's happened at least twice in the past, 10 years that I can recall. But I had one last year that I can remember the details. I was out in Chicago for a family thing, and I had one day that I could go to a baseball game, and I hadn't really planned it out, and I looked it up, and I was like, oh, they're playing the Giants. That's great. So took my wife. My parents were babysitting our 2-year-old. So there's, it was at night there, so there's a clock there. And by the way, both teams were obviously very bad last year, so we got 9 rows behind home plate for $100 each. It was amazing. And as soon as the guy next to me realized I was rooting for the Giants, he did not want anything to do with me. Immediately turned. He was like, we were like good buddies, and then he's like, "What? You cheering for the Giants?" And he hated me. But it was a crazy game. It was like Chapman hit a home run, Ramos hit a home run, and it was like Giants 1-0, Cubs 2-1, then Giants 3-2, and then in the seventh inning, it like starts to go all bad. The Giants have like a miscommunication and drop an easy infield pop fly, turns into a 4-run inning off a Happ 3-run homer, and then Bailey hits a solo shot in the eighth inning, so it's 3-6, and we're like, we gotta go, we gotta get back. And I'm watching the scores in the car, and top of the ninth inning, I think it's 4-6, and then Giants Estrada 3-run homer in the top of the ninth, and game's over. And in that one, I was kind of glad we weren't there, because I'm like, this guy next to me already hates me so much. If they win and I'm sitting there and he knows I wanted that to happen, you know, Cubs fans are kind of extreme. So I may have gotten out of there safely. My wife was pregnant at the time, so it was maybe for the best. But again, if I didn't leave, I kind of have this feeling they would have lost. So
Max,
I kind of need to leave for the sake of Giants fans everywhere.
I want to get you an appointment with a therapist, Max. I really do. And thank you for calling. I want you to puff your chest out a little bit more at the game. You are not the bad luck charm, number one, and you can handle opposing fans. You handle them. You tell them how it works. You don't let them, oh, well, that guy didn't like me. Well, you don't like him. And I'm not saying anybody fight anybody at the game. That's lame. But, you know, if somebody wants to jaw, you can jaw a little bit.
There are also fan bases that are a whole lot worse than Cubs fans.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, was he saying that was here or at Wrigley?
At Wrigley.
At Wrigley, okay.
I found the game that he's talking about, yeah.
Okay.
Last
Actually,
year,
I know I remember that game. I remember
Tyro hit the go-ahead 3-run homer.
The Tyro home run. I do remember that. Now, sometimes you get, as long as you keep it in good fun, you give those opposing fans a little bit of business.
Of course.
Give them the business. I'll never forget plopping down. I don't even remember how much we all plopped down, but we were so lucky to get tickets to Game 1 of the 2010 World Series, Game 1 and Game 2, when the Rangers were here.
I'm so jealous.
And we plopped right down. We were on third base side in the upper deck and sat down, and we had a group of like 6 of us, and I was sitting on the end, which means you don't know what you're going to get on the other side of you. And there's this guy in his Ranger jersey, and I'm like, all right, here we go. We're going to do this. And he's giving me the whole pregame Cliff Lee deal.
Unhittable.
Nobody's going to hit Cliff Lee. So I don't even know why y'all are here.
And Giants scored, what, 12 runs that game or something?
Blew them out. It was 11 or 12 runs. And as soon as – and remember, it got off to an awful start where Lincecum made that mistake and lost track of where he was and how many outs there were. So they're down right away, and then here they come, coming back, and I was in him. Every hit the Giants got, I looked at him and went, you can't hit Cliff Lee. You can't hit him. But we kept it in a good space, and he would laugh, and I would laugh, and, you know, we went on about our day.
Cliff Lee that day, 4 2/3, 8 hits, 7 runs, 6 were earned.
Apparently you can hit Cliff Lee. It's not against the rules. Let's go to Mark in Green Bay. Hi, Mark. What are you doing today?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Just waiting to pick up the kids from camp here, and thought I'd call and give you my story. And Dad had always instilled we sit till the game ends because, we spend a lot of money on these tickets. So always had that going through, and to the point where I even had made some coworkers stay 14 innings for a Reds-Cardinals game. But my story has to do with a Yankee game 14 years ago. I know it because it was a month into dating my wife. And it's a, April game, cold, and about the 7th inning, she looks at me and she's like, I'm kind of cold. You mind if we head out early? And, every fiber of my body is screaming no, but we were only dating a month at that point, so I said, sure. Well, about 2 weeks later, I'm watching SportsCenter, and in the 9th inning of that game, not one but 2 diving catches make it for plays of the month. And I always have to give it back to her and say, you made me miss 2 amazing plays, but hey, ended up with the girl, so what can you say?
Yeah, you got a wife out of it. I mean, that's a fair trade. And diving catches are great, but at least it wasn't like some sort of an amazing comeback. Mark, thanks very much. By the way, this entire conversation has been happening during one of the few games you are allowed to leave.
Although
the Giants have officially lost today by a final of 13-0.
Ooh.
If you left early, you missed Yaz pitching in the top of the ninth.
That's what I was going to say. That's worth staying and hanging around for, in my mind.
He also threw a fastball right at Kyle Schwarber's head, not on purpose. He's not a pitcher, and he has no idea where the ball is going. Plus, his fastball is about 62 miles an hour, so it's okay. But he did hit Kyle Schwarber in the right shoulder blade. So there's that.
I'm being told it was a knuckleball that he hit him with.
Oh, it was a knuckler.
Yeah.
All right. No, they were both laughing. Like, Yaz dropped his head like, oh, crap, and Schwarber looked at him and was like, you're good, dude.
The funny thing when position players pitch, and I was watching it here on the studio on NBC Sports Bay Area, just in and out as we're talking, and obviously it has the mile per hour that shows up on the scorebook, and then it has the pitch type that shows up. And as far as I could tell, I didn't watch every single pitch, but as far as I could tell, they kept showing up as changeups. They were like 55 miles an hour.
AI doesn't know what else to do with that pitch, so like that's I hope that's a changeup.
Yeah, it's like, that's supposed to be my fastball, but whatever.
He's like, I got one pitch. I'm just throwing the ball. That's all I'm doing here. All right, 888-957-9570. Oli in Pleasanton, or Ollie. What's up, Ollie? How you doing?
Yeah, hello. This is Oli from Pleasanton.
Hi, Oli.
This didn't happen to me. Yeah, this didn't happen to me. This is from my ex-colleague from Memphis.
Okay.
So he saw almost all the game except the last part. He prioritized beating the traffic against the Music City Miracle.
The Music City Miracle? Oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
In lunchtime. No, in lunchtime in my office, I was actually, I think it was the same day, Lorenzo Neal was there and on the radio, and it was that day. So he was actually recounting. So I heard it, I went to the office colleagues and I was explaining, this one's the blah, 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 right? Then he finally, I was at the game. Then I said, I'm from Memphis. I missed that portion, is what he said. I was I cannot even believe
portion. That's the only portion that we care about. Oh my gosh, that's brutal.
The Music City Miracle.
That's one of the greatest
moments in sports history.
We referenced the people who were leaving the Kirk Gibson home run. That is absolutely at that level.
That's up there.
That's absolutely at that level. And again, if you're just joining us, this conversation is born out of the idea of somebody maybe leaving last night too early when Patrick Bailey hit what I find to be, if you really dive into the analytics of it, maybe one of the most unlikely finishes in the history of sports. A catcher hitting below 200 to hit a 414-foot walk-off inside the park. I stared and watched it for 2 seconds and then scored standing up with ease, home run to win the game 4-3.
And, oh, by the way, I know Lucas caught this. I did too. But he barely touched home plate.
Yes, he
did. He
almost missed home.
Could you imagine if he missed home and he got tagged out and the game went to extra kept going on?
Yeah.
Would have been crazy. We got a great submission from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line from the 310. The 310 writes, I left Game 4 during the second intermission of the 2001 NHL playoffs, Kings versus Red Wings, because my wife got a page that her sister's water broke. It was 16 hours of labor. My nephew will never live it down. And I looked up the game. The Kings were down 3 going into the third period. They scored 3 to force overtime and won in overtime.
Oh, that's rough.
To tie the series up in 2 games apiece.
Playoff hockey's incredible, by the way. And I'm not going to get into the whole, the water broke. Well, I don't know what the family dynamics are. I'm like, why does the sister need to be there? You got a husband? The sister comes when it's like,
all right, baby's coming.
Yeah, baby's here. Come on over to the hospital. I'm going to be there for 16 hours. I don't know what was going on, though, so I don't want to get into it. We'll keep going with this. A lot of people want to share their stories. Danny G in Oakland. Hi, Danny G. What's up?
Hey, how we doing, guys? So I was there last night. I was laughing at the people that were walking out the door. It was just hilarious. So you guys go. You guys go. Just leave. We don't need you here for this. I'm not even an A's fan. I was wearing my Bad News Bears jersey. Let freedom ring. Chico's bail bonds. But I'm a recovering A's fan, so I have to wear something. I have to wear some kind of gear.
Okay,
but anyway,
fair.
so here's my story. At the A's game in Oakland, I think it was 2 years ago, and we're out in the parking lot, just before the game, throwing back a few, having a good time. All of a sudden, we hear this crowd roaring. We're like, "What the hell? What the hell's going on?" Turn on the speaker. I mean the game on the speaker, and first inning grand slam. We missed it.
Oh.
Why do we going in? Now we already missed the best thing. We didn't even go in the rest of the game. We just stayed in the parking lot the rest of the game.
Yeah, at that point, might as well just start drinking, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But here's a golden one. At the Coliseum for the Raiders Sunday night game against Kansas City. All right, Derek Carr, quarterback, not my favorite, but he had a hell of a game that game. And so I had season tickets. We're like the third deck, 15-yard line, and my buddy I was with, his family down on the 50-yard line. We're like, hey, let's go say hi to them before they leave. We get down there, they're already gone. They think the game's over. We get to watch the last 3 or 4 minutes of the game from the 50-yard line on the first deck, just to watch the Raiders charge all the way downfield. You guys remember this, right? They charge downfield, and the clock runs out. There's a penalty. The game can't end on a defensive penalty, right? Even though there's no time clock. And Derek Carr throws one that threads the needle. And I can't remember who the hell it was who caught it, but it was touchdown Raiders. Game over. It was huge victory. The place was just lit.
Oh, man. Danny G, thanks. I do remember the game. I also don't remember the receiver. But I do remember once he got to that point where he's like, yeah, extra play because of a defensive penalty, and the Raiders won that game. And, yeah, your friends missed it. But you got a better view out of it. I tell you what, there's one event. There's one event that I left early. Wasn't a sporting event, though. I'll tell you about next. And then we'll keep taking calls on this, 888-957-9570. If you ever left something too early and then lived to regret it, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Grandy is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
strokes it into left field, a base hit.
So the air has come back to haunt the Giants.
Wrap to left. It's going to carry and gone. Harper's 10th of the year. And a line drive to left. That'll be a base hit. Goes the other way. Ramos looking up, and it's gone. So Schwarber hits another one. So he hit, and that's going to end the ball game. Well, the good news, the Giants take 2 out of 3. I mean, the bad news is they had a shot to go for the sweep today, but we're not talking about just any old team that they're playing. This is the Phillies, and they're good.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Phillies are on the move. The Phillies are on the move. 13-0. The Phillies absolutely smacked the Giants today.
Is that a football game? 13-0?
Right? Feel like I don't know why this just popped in my head when you said that. Was that the final score of like the last Niner win before Christian McCaffrey came? I feel like they beat the Saints right before McCaffrey came.
I'll find out for you.
13-0? That's in my head. I don't know if memory does funny things to you, though.
That was what, 2022?
Yeah. The game before McCaffrey arrived and played against the Chiefs.
That was, they did beat the Niners 13-0, and that was right before McCaffrey.
Okay. Or the Niners beat the Saints 13-0.
Niners beat the Saints,
Yeah,
sorry.
Niners beat the Saints 13-0. Yeah. Saints had a chance to go down and score. Somebody fumbled right near the goal line. Niners got it. Got a shutout. Anyway, I don't know why that just popped in my head, but anyway, same final score as today. Phillies beat the Giants 13-0. Yes, the Giants take 2 out of 3.
Oh, that was actually not McCaffrey. McCaffrey was on the team.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was right after they got McCaffrey.
It was that same year.
Okay. All right. So it was maybe right after they got McCaffrey.
Yeah,
so,
a couple games after.
Yeah, it was still Garoppolo.
Yes. That was Garoppolo's final full game as Niners quarterback. He got hurt early the next week versus the Dolphins.
And in comes
Purdy, and he saved the day, and they never lost in the regular season.
And there you go. There you go. So we're having some fun with the idea of leaving a game early, and it was all based on the incredible finish to the baseball game last night at Oracle Park, the Giants winning 4-3 on, yes, an inside-the-park 3-run, 414-foot walk-off home run from their $190 hitting, switch-hitting catcher, Patrick Bailey.
You're giving him a couple of points by saying $190.
Well, he was $188, I think. Yeah. But probably $190 after that.
Maybe. I read,
anyway.
I think Andy Baggerly in The Athletic wrote he was like 2 feet per second faster, his sprint speed, than normal. He ran
really well.
He was moving.
Yeah, I mean, for a catcher, he runs well.
Yeah, but he was even, I mean, you get in moments like that and you can taste that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, you turned to an extra gear that you didn't know you had.
Well, and he watched the ball for a second, and then he remembered, oh, yeah, that's Triple's alley.
This is Oracle Park.
Right, I better move. And I actually was interested to know, where was he when the ball hit the fence? Because then, and he, he said after the game, he goes, I knew right away I better at least get to third. But he was just right around at first base when that ball hit the fence. And you could tell when he sees it fly by the center fielder, he immediately was like, oh, we got a shot at this. So he's like, I'm going to start running real hard. And then they asked him, they're like, did you pick up Matt Williams? Which you don't need to, because he sends everyone, so it doesn't matter. But he's like, I did pick up Matt Williams, but sorry. But anyway.
Imagine Matt Williams held him.
Right? He's like.
The one guy he holds.
He goes, as soon as I hit second base and I saw where the ball was, I had a pretty good idea that I was going.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to win that game.
Yeah.
Right there.
Did you see, you could see Matt Williams the whole time? Because first, who was it? First it was Schmidt that scored. He was on third, so Matt Williams doesn't do anything there.
Right.
And then it was Wisely who pinch ran for Flores.
Yep.
And it's Matt Williams is like a third of the way down the third base line towards home plate and just endlessly waving his arm. Like for 20 straight seconds, I swear to God. Standing still and just waving his arm.
I think the Giants put together a social media post on Instagram or something like that where they synced up Matt Williams to that song, "You Spin Me Right Round, Baby, Right Round,
like a record, baby.
Right round, round, round." And it just like, he's just sitting there like, oh my gosh, just round, 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 round. Yeah, I'm surprised his arm doesn't hurt. Maybe it does today, but
well, he didn't send anybody today.
No, he did not.
I don't think he had the opportunity.
Giants lose 13-0. And by the way, if you didn't watch any of the game, here's the good news. If you're a Giants fan and you were at work and you're like, oh, crap, Verlander again, this one was actually not on Justin.
He was pretty good.
He was pretty good. The defense was bad behind him. And when he left, it was still kind of a ball game-ish.
Yeah, was it 4-0 when he left?
Yeah, and then it was just like, then the floodgates opened and people stopped caring. Yeah, what's up, Lucas? What were you going to say?
Tell Granny it was only 2 earned runs.
Yeah, well, and that's right. Yeah, the Giants defense.
3 errors.
And 2 of them were on Chapman, understandable kind of errors, like trying to make, really great throws on dribblers down the line, and then they would get away and runner goes over to second, so you got to give him an error or whatnot. But anyway, Justin actually looked really good, I thought. I thought he looked good today.
Yeah.
Even though the score will not make it look like that.
I think he struck out 7. I mean, he had his stuff working.
Yeah.
And I know you were a little confused by his post-game comments in Sacramento after what he said after that start.
Yeah, he sounded like he was lost, so he's like, well, I'm just going to start trying stuff now.
Seemed like he found his stuff.
Yeah, whatever he did.
For the most part.
Yeah, do that again. And now you got the All-Star break to think about it. The Giants will have their top 3 starters going against the Dodgers after a day off tomorrow. They're going to skip Birdsong, let him think a little bit about it, let him maybe try to find the strike zone again, and they will go in this order with Webb, Roop, and Ray against the Dodgers. That does mean Robbie Ray will not be on the All-Star team on the field anymore because he'll pitch Sunday, rendering him ineligible for next week.
The Giants did say, I think Bob Melvin pregame, that they are trying to get the MLB to replace Robbie Ray on the All-Star roster with Tyler Rogers.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
He's been amazing. Could you imagine the Giants getting 2 non-closers in the All-Star game?
That'd be wild.
Has that ever happened before? A single team with 2 non-closers?
I would think not. I mean, it's really hard because of the lack of stats to get those 7th and 8th inning guys into the All-Star game. But they've had 2 who have just been unbelievable, and the cornerstones for why their bullpen is so good.
And Rogers has just been one of the best relievers in baseball for 5 years now.
Totally.
It's been amazing.
I'm glad he's having such a dominant year because I feel like he's caught a lot of flack over the last few years, people just ignoring the stats. The only thing I didn't love about Tyler Rogers is when you bring him in extra innings. Because of this, and I don't love the rule, but because you're getting an extra runner over there at second base, Rogers doesn't necessarily have the same strikeout stuff. So
weak ground ball moves a runner over.
Weak ground ball, and it's easier to get bunts down and different things like that, get a fly ball. But if you look at the numbers, Tyler Rogers has been underappreciated the last few years. There's no 2 ways about it.
No doubt. I remember thinking, when he first broke into the scene, it was, all right, for a year or 2, maybe he'll be effective until everyone out there has seen him and kind of has an idea of what's coming and what it's like to hit against a dude that throws submarine like that. But, I mean, he's been good for 5 years now. I don't think it's ever going to happen where he's not good. No, it doesn't seem like it.
No, he knows what he's doing, and he's a great story. I remember he talked to us one time about he was just a few days away from quitting baseball and becoming a firefighter. A few days.
That's crazy.
And then something happened, and they're give it another shot, and then he got a call up and a cup of coffee and blah, 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 and now here we are. Potentially he's going to be an all-star. It's awesome. It's an awesome story. Anyway, so we've been talking with all of you all day long about, the whoopsie daisies, those times where you left a game a little bit too early and something amazing happened, or anything related to that. Andy in Walnut Creek is next. Hi, Andy. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks, guys. I got a couple big ones. When I was younger, I was working at a pizza joint, and my boss offered me tickets to a Giants game. And at the time, I was kind of suffering from some anxiety, and I couldn't really handle big crowds and travel. And that game ended up being Bonds' 756.
Oh, ooh!
And I had those tickets in my hand, and I said, you know what? No, I don't think I'm going to make it. You can have them.
Oh. Oh, man. Well, I mean, look, it sounds like you had a pretty good reason, though, Andy.
Yeah, I was suffering, but I immediately went and got therapy after that.
Okay, good. You can thank Barry Bonds for you it being in a better state of mental health. I like that.
It triggered something in me, and I went and got some help immediately. That's what made me call in, is when you said that to the other caller that at the Phillies game, the Cubs game that was getting razzed. It was like, you need therapy. I was like, yep, I did.
Yeah, everybody needs therapy.
And the other one was, and the other one was I had an opportunity to go to Kane's perfect game with a group, and I just couldn't make it. I didn't have the courage to call out of work to go with a group, and it ended up being Kane's perfect game.
That one, that's hard too. That's hard too. Well.
And bad luck, Charlie, with that.
Yeah, but at least, Andy, like, I love that neither of your stories are like I was there and then I decided that I wanted to be, like, I hate beat traffic. I think I might, like, I don't know. The next time I have a fantasy team that's eliminated by week 9, that's what I'm going to call. I'm going to change the name to Let's Beat Traffic. I hate that. So, Andy, at least you don't have one of those stories. Thanks for calling. I was mentioning before the break, the one event that I have actually left early. First, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I do think this is when the lovely Christy knew for sure that I was fully committed to her for as long as I'm going to live. Because, again, to me, it's different if you go to an event and you know, like, it's already in the cards, we have to leave early for a certain reason, whether it's work-related, whatever it is. Well, we ended up with tickets to Bottle Rock a couple of years ago.
Okay.
And my absolute favorite band on planet Earth, Pearl Jam, is playing. However, when I told her, I said, hey, we can go out to, you want to go out to Bottle Rock? She's like, sure, we can go out to Bottle Rock, just one thing. And I knew this, by the way, even when I was asking her, because it would have been bad for me to not know this. It was one of her daughter's birthdays that day. So she's like, let's talk to my daughter and see what she wants to do that day. I don't know what she wants to do with her day. If she wants to be out with her friends all day,
then sure,
we'll go out to Bottle Rock. And that is what she opted to do. However, at a certain point, we got to go, like, celebrate dinner and do gifts and all of those things. And so I was like, let's go to Bottle Rock. Let's have a day. We'll have some fun. And we'll stay for as long as we can. But we're going to have to be back for dinner. And the Bottle Rock thing is all afternoon, obviously.
Yeah.
And we're sitting out there, and the lovely folks here at Odyssey, we're like over there in the Odyssey suite. So we're like, look, we're in a good spot. And here comes the band, and they're getting started. And I think they played 2 songs.
And then Christy's like, all right, time to go.
You saw them. Let's go. And I looked at her, and I gave her that grin.
You're like,
and
all right.
I hope you know what this means.
This is really difficult for me.
How much I love y'all. Let's walk to the car. We out. And then, of course, what you do in 2025, which is you go to Instagram and you see all of the videos of all of your friends who are out there at Bottle Rock and saw the rest of the concert through the rest of the evening that you heard as you walked to the car. But anyway, so that's pretty much the only thing that I loved that I left early.
I have maybe the closest I've been to a story similar to that, and it's actually very similar to what our caller just said. I remember when Bonds broke the home run record. It was, August 2007, yep. I think. My dad was offered tickets to the game, and this was not like the day of. It was like at least a couple of weeks in advance. So we didn't know that it was going to fall on that day, like Bonds breaking the record, or that there was even a chance that he could break it on that day.
Got it.
He could have broken it earlier. He could have broken it a week after. Like, you didn't really know. But my dad, being the hardworking guy that he was, didn't want to take a day off work. So he's like, no, I'll decline the tickets. No thanks. And I remember we found out where the tickets were going to be. And right before Bonds hit the record-breaking home run, a foul ball went right to those seats. Like, right to those seats. And then I think the next pitch, or in the same at-bat, Later that at bat, he hits the record-breaking home run, and I was so mad at my dad for so long for just not taking, or even just a half day. Take a half day off of work and let's go.
We could have seen the home run and gotten a foul ball.
Yes, right before the home run.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we weren't there and left early. We just declined the opportunity to go in the first place.
Dude, the chase for a foul ball is a completely different documentary in and of itself. I don't know why that matters so much to us, but it is like it's a life goal, isn't it?
Oh, it's so fun.
Dude, it's a life goal to get that foul ball. And I had been like, the only thing I had ever gotten was a couple of batting practice balls.
Yeah.
I went to a game in Oakland as a kid, and this probably, you won't remember the name, Mike Benjamin. He was like a utility infielder for the Giants. He'd hit like 5 or 6 home runs a year, but he could hit them in batting practice. And I caught one off of his bat in batting practice, and then like 10 minutes later, one of the outfielders just was shagging balls and turned around and threw them out into the crowd, and then I caught one of those too.
Wow.
My friend's like, what's the matter with you tonight? You got 2 balls, and like within 10 minutes, but that was literally the only thing I had ever gotten, and there's something different about a ball that's actually in play, in game, that ends up in your spot. And it was a lifelong goal. And then when you finally get one, it's just like, okay, box checked.
Oh, no doubt.
I'm good, you know?
And when I was, I don't remember how old I must have been, maybe like 8 or something. And I was the beneficiary of an older gentleman catching a ball and then giving it to me.
Oh, I like that.
And that's nice, but nothing compares to catching it yourself. It's like, oh, this was an in-game used ball by, I don't remember who the Giants pitcher was. Like, oh, he threw this ball to home plate. This is cool, but I didn't catch it.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
No.
It's not. That's why my mind even went at one point in my life to, I'm not bringing a glove. Like, there were moments where I'm like, should I bring a glove? And then that's what would go through my head. I'd be like, nah, I want to be tough.
I want to get the standing ovation from my section when I just bare hand snag it.
Yep. I want the bruise on my hand that I can show to my friends.
Beer in one hand, ball in the
other. Rich in Fremont next up. Grandy's in for Dibs. What's up, Rich? How you doing?
Taking my call. Now, I have to admit, Grandy, I feel for you. I heard your story, man. That's crushing.
Yeah, that's rough.
Crushing. I think I'd have been upset with my dad. I've been upset with my dad, too, if he did that. Mine isn't as that, but it actually does have a happy ending. There's this friend of mine. I got tickets because I had a friend of mine who was a Warrior season ticket holder, and he would give me tickets when he couldn't go to the game. So what happened was he gave me some tickets. I asked this guy who I knew to come with me, and he was not into sports on any level whatsoever. Never watched a game, period, in his life. So I said, hey, you want to go with me to the Warriors game? So I finally talked him into it. He said, okay. So we get up there. We go to the game, okay, and they're playing against the Orlando Magic. It comes down to the fourth quarter. There's like 8 seconds left. Classic situation. Steph Curry's got the ball. He's bringing the ball up, and as he's getting covered, he does the crossover, and they're down by, I think, 2 points. He does a crossover, brings it around his left side, brings the ball up, shoots it. It goes in. The whole place goes electric. My friend loses it. He's like, my God, what just happened? And I looked at him. I said, you just got the dub experience. And that's it. After that, his wife called me up. She goes, what did you do to my husband? I said, what are you talking about? He's been touting the Warriors. He won't stop talking about it. He's ordering stuff online right now. What did you do to him? And I'm just like, all I did was took him to the game. That was it.
Oh, my
gosh. It was an amazing time. And we had a great time, and I'll never forget that day as long as I live. But thanks for letting me put that out, man.
Is your friend still a fan now to this day?
He is the biggest fan I know, and you ready for this? His dog is a Warriors fan.
That's the best. That's the best. Like, Rich, you got to see a great game, but even better, like you made a Warrior fan.
You converted someone.
You made a Warrior fan. I love that. There's always tells, by the way, to who is and who is not a fan. I don't want this listener to catch a stray at all, but I want to go back to the gentleman who sort of got intimidated by being around fans at Wrigley Field. It's all good, but you know how, like, one thing to me that's a tell that you're not like a huge sports fan, like he's listening to sports radio. He's clearly a sports fan. But did you hear when he was talking about it? And he goes, and then the Giants were down 3-6, and then they were down 4-6, and I'm like, dude, you don't say the score that way. That's not
6-4.
That's not how we talk. Like you don't say the team that's losing first. You just don't do that. Like so, it's a little bit of a flag where you're like, how long you been doing this? Like let me show you a couple things. We don't say 4-6. It's kind of like saying that Patrick Bailey, when he scored last night, the Giants got 3 points on that play. Yeah, it's not wrong.
We're gonna say for all 4 innings.
Right. No, sweetie, we're not.
4 quarters.
Exactly.
3 periods. 9 innings.
888-957-9570. Have you ever left something too early and then regretted it? This has actually been a ton of fun.
Oh, so much fun.
Like listening to all of these stories today from everybody. And I keep racking my brain because I keep thinking to myself, dude, there's got to be one. There has to be something. You know, because when you're a kid, it's out of your control. How many of these people who've called us today were like, this happened because their parents made them? And I'm like, there's got to be something. And maybe I need to call my parents on the way home and thank them because I can't think of a game that we left early against my will and something happened that I regretted.
Was there a moment where 4-year-old Mark Willard was the reason that his parents left a game at Candlestick?
Or maybe
you don't remember?
Or maybe it was 4-year-old Mark Willard was the reason they didn't leave. Because I might look what we're all doing for a living now. Yeah. I might have been that kid that's like, I'm going to throw a fit if we leave this game. Like, I'm going to lay down in this beer-soaked aisle and absolutely pitch a damn fit.
You think you were that into it at 4 years old?
Maybe not at 4, but probably at 6. Probably right around 6.
There's a couple good ones on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The 925, and this came in a bit ago, but the 925 left early, was tired, and tried to beat traffic from Monday Night Football when Jerry Rice broke the touchdown record. It was a blowout, and I thought Rice was done for the night. I heard the cheer in the parking lot.
Oh. Oof.
See,
you don't ever want to hear the cheer in the parking lot.
925, I feel for you, but I think you got to wear this one.
Yeah, what are you doing?
You're a touchdown away from record-breaking territory. Like you gotta play that one out. I don't care how tired you are.
No, you can't do that. The only way that I can relate to this, I've always playfully teased my folks because they, and less so now, they're in their 80s, but they were doers. They liked to be social and go out. And so my mom, who is also a planner, she would buy tickets to things, shows and stuff like that, musicals, movies, whatever, way in advance. And I'd always tease her because I'd be like, Mom, you got to think your way through this. Because she would have show tickets that she bought in October, and then it'd be January, and the Niners are in the playoffs. And she'd be like, well, I didn't know. I'm like, you got to know. Like, you can't.
Saturdays and Sundays in January are dangerous.
For a Sunday in January 5 months ahead of time and then be surprised. And I'll always remember my dad was out at a dinner, during, I think, unless I'm remembering incorrectly, during the catch. I think they were out at dinner.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And this is not when you can DVR things.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
You read about it in the newspaper the next day.
Right.
That's about it.
Come on. You got to think your way through these. All right. I'm going to tell you coming up next about our All-Star Week prize blowout that's happening every day, every show, starting next week. Also, we'll continue to take your calls. And at long last, we want to get to this George Kittle thing. He was on with Rich Eisen recently and talked about something about the Niner offseason that made us think. We hadn't really been thinking about this a little bit. We want to get to it. We will. Coming up next, Grandy's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
I want to be a Niner for my entire career. Love wearing the red and gold. And whatever the front office wants to do, I'm all ears.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Who was that? What was that?
When was that?
After the season.
After the season. And he just said whatever the front office. I didn't even catch everything he said. Whatever the front office wants to do is fine by me.
I want to be a Niner for my entire career. Love wearing the red and gold. And whatever the front office wants to do, I'm all ears.
Okay.
And then he reworked his contract and got an extension.
Yeah. I love that.
He's here to stay.
He wants to be a Niner for life. That's a big deal. It's a big deal when players, I don't know if it's going to work out that way. He had a conversation about retirement earlier this offseason. Not to say that he's getting close, but to say that it is in the back of his mind. And I can't remember how many years is this new deal. I think he wants to run at least this whole new deal, but we could be 3 or 4 years away from George Kittle's retirement. Absolutely, we could be.
Keeps him in San Francisco through the 2029 season.
2029.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good solid 4 years. How old will he be in 2029?
2029 is his age 36 season.
Hey. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. We'll see how long he keeps being productive, though.
He turns 32 in October, so early this season.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, before we get to more on Kittle, I do have, and this I'll explain for those who haven't been here for the whole show, I do have 2 new fresh updates from Edgewood, Tahoe, where we do have sauces on the ground on the golf course for the practice round for the ACC, the American Century Championship, that Steph Curry won.
Do we have eyes on Steph?
I don't think we have eyes on Steph because she would have told me if she had eyes on Steph.
That would have been all caps text.
Yeah, like my 16-year-old daughter is with her cousin and is on the loose on the grounds at Edgewood, Tahoe, and she is 2 things. A, she's a big sports fan. B, she's an even bigger fan of celebrity. She's at that age where it's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
And C, she's unofficially our correspondent for the day.
Is unofficial, close to official, in negotiations as we speak, to being our official correspondent. So she sent a picture earlier today with her cousin with Devontae Adams. So they took a picture with Devontae Adams.
New Rams wide receiver.
And I joked with her that you should have said, go Niners to him. And she said, what I did say was you should have signed with the Niners. And Devontae, according to her, responded by saying, the Niners told me I was old and washed, which is incredible. 2 new updates from my daughter on the scene at Edgewood.
I'm intrigued.
All right. I even checked in with her. I said, hey, keep sending reports. Tell me what's going on down there. She says, number 1, I just met Austin Reeves.
Oh, okay.
And I sort of gave back a not like he's not a big deal, but I'm like, ugh. Can you meet someone who's not on an LA team, please? So anyway, I'm like, how was meeting Austin Reeves? She was like, he was nice. All right. That's the less fun of the 2 updates.
Nothing special there.
Yeah. So then I gave it a beat and just, give the 16-year-old her space. And she just texted again a short time ago. And she says, I just met Josh Allen.
Wow.
Hold on. There's more.
Uh-oh.
He said no to everyone else, but then he took a photo with me.
Wow.
Which is like a whole sort of a weird dynamic. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is Josh Allen saying no to people? And then the dad comes up. Why is he saying yes to you? What the hell's going on out there? But then she sent me the picture, and it's kind of like it's in selfie form. So it's not like a pose.
Yeah.
Like he's posing.
He's walking by.
He's walking by. He let her kind of selfie. So she's right there. He's right over her left shoulder, and he's giving the thumbs up, and he's wearing a Corona baseball cap. Like what? Like these dudes are so on vacation right now.
What a life.
Josh Allen, man. $55 million a year. You're at Tahoe. The sun is shining. Ain't nobody going to hit me for at least, 8 weeks. And he's just out there playing golf. and apparently saying yes to one of every 8 people who ask.
So she's met Devontae Adams, Austin Reeves, and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're moving up the coast.
Yeah.
We got the 2 LA guys, not the Devontae. I mean, Devontae's a Bay Area guy, and Josh Allen is a Northern Californian. Fireball.
Yeah. Both kind of maybe more
it's
central.
Central California, but it's more north than south.
Yeah.
He grew up a Niner fan, so I'm going to give it to him.
He did.
I'm going to give it to him. I like Josh Allen.
Oh, I love Josh Allen.
Did she tell him he should be a 49er as well? Don't do it.
My daughter loves Brock Purdy. She loves Brock Purdy. She's got nothing against Brock Purdy at all. I'm not saying she wouldn't trade him for Josh Allen. She's well aware that Josh Allen, that's the dude. I mean, I know that Mahomes has the resume, but if I asked you, you have any quarterback who's playing in the game today, wouldn't you pick Josh? That's who I'd pick. I don't even hesitate.
I think I'm picking Mahomes just because the track record in the playoffs.
I get it, but
most talented, most impressive. Yeah, it's probably Josh Allen, maybe even Lamar.
Maybe. I'd probably take Josh. The combo platter that guy offers, and I don't even know what the hell's ever been put around him. You know what I mean? Diggs, who's the best receiver that's played with Josh Allen?
Diggs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
it ended poorly, but he was really good for a few years.
Great player, but he's a wackadoodle, it seems like, according to everyone around him. You know?
Oh, he's a wackadoodle for sure.
He's a lot. He's a lot. Anyway, that's the update from Tahoe. We've got an hour and a half to see if anything else happens.
Go find Steph
hang on,
and ask him about Kuminga.
Go find Steph Curry and ask him if he wants
or Horford,
Kuminga traded,
or D'Anthony Melton,
or just about the CBA.
By the way,
are you upset at Mike Dunleavy? Steph, he's done nothing.
Hey, Steph, you guys gonna acquire someone or what? We know you're running the show. I do have a little bit of a Steph Curry at the ACC story from a few years ago.
Okay,
it's pretty funny and it's awesome. And somewhere
it's a high bar.
Well, I'll
be the judge of that.
Here's how the story ends. Somewhere in one of my memorabilia boxes, we have a Steph Curry signed golf ball.
That's cool.
That's how the story ended. This is the greatest thing. So little guy, this must have been 4 or 5 years ago, because little guy who's now 11, so he must have been, 5 or 6 years old. We go out there, and this is actually one of the rounds. This is not a practice round. This was one of the rounds. And we're following that Curry group. And it's Steph, and it's his dad and his brother. And, off they go. So we're following them for a few holes. Well, if you've ever been out there when Steph's playing, that's where the security, that's the group that half the crowd is following. So it's kind of intense security. So they hit, and then what happens is people want to walk along with the crew, and especially if one of the drives is a little bit off the fairway, the security will put 2 security guards on each side, and they'll put up a temporary rope of stop walking, stay right here until they've hit. Well, we get up to one of these temporary ropes, and people are buzzing they're kind of laughing a little bit. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Well, it turns out my son, and he was there with a buddy, and they're only 5 years old, so they go right under the ropes, and they just keep on running. They're gone. So everybody has to stop, but my son and his friend are basically chasing Steph Curry on the golf course at Hedgewood, running down the cart path, and everyone's buzzing about it, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it because I can't go under the rope, and no security guard wants to hear, it's my son, let me go get him. They're just like, no, so whatever. Everybody thinks it's cute and it's funny, but the kids are running around out there, and Steph, as he would normally do, handles it perfectly. They go over to the kids, hey, how you doing? Kids, we need you to go over here, but let me get you a signed ball, and, you're awesome for being here kind of a thing. Well, but the kids turtle up because they're embarrassed. They don't realize that they've broken the rule, right? So security guard or caddy or somebody comes over, and they're like, do you want to get a signed ball, with Steph? And instead of saying yes, the kids are like, yeah, they're just like shake their head and they don't say anything. And they're terrified because they don't even realize they've lost their family. They've run 60 yards ahead. So they turn around and run away. Now, my now 18-year-old son at that time is like 13. And the little guy gets back to us, and 13-year-old is livid. He's like, you just turned down Steph Curry. What's the matter with you, kid? So he's losing his mind. Well, anyway, they hit their shots and move on. And one of the security guards literally sees my two sons yelling at each other about this whole thing and walks over and goes, keep walking with us for another hole or two. I get you taken care of. So we do. We get up to the next tee box, and he goes and tells Steph what's going on.
Signs a quick ball.
Walks over, signs a ball, walks over, hands it to my sons, and then that goes straight into my pocket because, of course, then both of them wanted to claim it. I'm the reason we got the ball. Now they're all fighting with each other. I'm like, give me the ball.
Can you give us two, please?
Definitely. Give me the ball. Ball's going in my pocket. The two of you shut up. Let's keep going, having fun. So that's how that whole thing went down at Edgewood Tahoe.
The lesson that I'm learning is break the rules and get a Steph Curry autographed golf ball. Break the rules and you get rewarded.
Oh, we have a Steph Curry update. I asked her for a Steph Curry update. We have a Steph Curry update. She sent me okay. I said, go find Steph Curry. She just texted back, yes, we did, but he doesn't do photos. So I took a video of Steph basically just walking by. And then she followed up with another text. He ignores everyone, he says, until the round is done.
He's locked in even on a practice round.
Yeah. Wow,
he's trying to win.
He's trying to win.
He's taking this serious. I mean, this is one of his favorite weekends of the whole year.
Devontae Adams is like, whatever, dog. We're playing golf,
He's like, I ain't winning this.
Josh Allen's like, dude.
I'm here to drink Coronas.
Josh Allen's like, I'm so happy to see the sun. Do you know what happens when I start my year? I live in Buffalo. This is amazing. Steph's like, we're here to win.
This is serious.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that she went and she knows what to do. She knows who to find. So, all right. I keep seeing what else I can find because maybe she'll still be there when the round's over, and maybe she can
talk to Steph then.
Yeah, get that Kuminga question in there. Let's go. Do you hate him?
We need some kind of update,
right? So anyway,
does she want to call in? Our guest canceled on us.
Oh, that's right. Hunter Pence. Well, but let everybody know he got his wires crossed.
Yeah,
he's going to join us on Friday. So don't get your dauber down, Lucas. It's okay. You're still going to get credit for the only guest that you've booked this week. It's okay. It's okay. Hunter's going to join us on Friday. Hunter thought that Wednesday was Friday or Friday was something. And so he's in the middle of meetings right now. It's okay.
Cool meetings, too. He's working in the Giants war room, I believe, getting ready for the MLB draft.
Oh.
Yeah. Hunter's like, dude, that guy's like waist deep in like 8 different things.
Oh, I mean, he was in Egypt the other week?
Yeah. Like
teaching baseball to kids in Egypt?
You want to talk about a man about town. Teaching kids baseball, broadcasting, running the Giants draft, coffee houses, or what the hell? I mean,
cleaning up the planet.
Right. Hunter Pence.
What doesn't he do?
I don't know if he sleeps. He's one of these dudes that just wakes up and he's like, what are we about to go do? Like, it's just like, wow.
We're in the freaking bay.
We're in the freaking bay. Let's go lose our voices. Oh, man.
One of my favorite people, Hunter Pence.
He's incredible. He's absolutely incredible.
Sala's not accepting guest spots today.
What's that?
Your daughter's not accepting guest spots today.
I don't know.
She is our insider after
I don't know if she's supposed to, like, I mean, I'm amazed at how much phone work she's getting done on the go. Like, you're not supposed to be out there with like, here we go. Everybody look at my phone. But it is a practice round, so I guess it's okay. I don't know if they need her out there calling Willard and Grandy, though, in the middle of people's backswings.
Have you ever had her on the air on any of your shows?
Yes. There was at the other station one night, I brought, I can't remember if Little Man was too little, but they actually came to the show. They actually came to the show, and we did a whole segment. It was like me and Tolbert and maybe Rod and my kids. And it was incredible. They both wanted to like take over the show. Then they started getting mad at each other because they were talking over each other. And I'm like, yeah, this is how it works.
That's normal.
Yeah. That's everybody fighting for time over here. So, yeah. And then I'm sure they were during COVID. In COVID, I was like sitting in my bedroom, like, you want to say something? I'm like, there haven't been sports in 8 weeks. So what do you want to say, honey?
At the very least, you can hear him in the background.
Completely. Yeah, we're like on air. Stop fighting. I'm trying to do radio. So like, yeah, that was all happening. Anyway, yeah, here, let's play this Kittle thing from the Rich Eisen show. And this was a couple of weeks ago, but it got us thinking about a certain dynamic that is not normally what we think about, especially in this business. So again, this is from the Rich Eisen show, talking about the lack of drama for the Niners offseason.
You're signed, Warner's signed, McCaffrey's healthy, Ayuk's coming back, at some point. Purdy's paid. I don't even know what the hell to ask you. What do I ask you? It's like boring.
Let's see.
It's boring in your world. What's happening?
Yeah.
Last year it was all like, who's not there? Who's there? You going to get signed? Purdy going to get signed? I'm bored. No offense.
I'm so sorry that the 49ers aren't the centerpiece of some drama this year for the NFL media to talk about.
Yeah.
And, the discourse, we're just not doing our jobs of being dramatic enough. Yeah. I'm so sorry for making you have to work a little bit harder and not just to be able to have clickbait and headlines just right out of the locker room. I'm so sorry. I apologize for that. It's actually my first offseason, I think, without some type of quarterback drama.
Yeah.
So it's been fantastic.
So, first of all, thank you for the apology, George, because, yeah, you owe us an apology. Nobody knows what the hell to talk about or say.
A year ago at this time, we were screaming about Ayuk.
Dude, you know what's amazing, though, is for him to say that. This is my first offseason without quarterback drama.
Well, what was the quarterback drama last year is my question.
That was my question, too. Like, I don't think there was any other than what he's talking about. I think what he means is last offseason, the 49ers were coming off of the Super Bowl loss, and we were absolutely at the high levels of, like, Purdy discourse. Is he good? Is he bad? Is he in between? Is he worth $50 million? Is he worth $70 million? Is he worth $10 million?
Yeah, the conversations last offseason were mostly about Ayuk, but then there was also, and keep in mind, you're going to have to pay Purdy in a year.
Right, and he had just lost the Super Bowl, although he's far down the list of people I would blame for that day. But there was always, like, he was such a lightning rod about whether, because again, remember he was also, did he finish in the top 5 in the MVP race?
Yeah.
Or what was it? And so
he finished third, right?
Yeah, I just think that the discourse was kind of on high. And if you're George Kittle, everywhere the Niners went, they were asked about it. Everybody was asked about Brock Purdy. So I think that's what, from his perspective, that's what he means. There's a lot fewer questions this summer about Brock Purdy. Even though some people still have the same opinions, there's a lot fewer questions. So anyway, I hear this from Kittle, and it got me to thinking, okay, here we are in sports media. There you are out there in sports fan land. And I wonder if you have an honest moment, if you actually like this. Like, let's be real. This radio station has never taken more interaction and probably never had as good, last handful of years, our numbers, everything fluctuates, but it's been pretty good run for us last few years.
Oh, yeah.
But I would argue one of the things that really launched all of this is that Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole. There's not a Warrior fan out there that that was really good for the team. No one would say that, but you all locked in. And so I'm thinking about this from the perspective of fans and media, social media, the way we all grab sports. Are you enjoying the drama-free offseason or not?
I think the Niners are. Definitely.
For sure, they are.
But there's also, I don't know, I compare this to the Giants, for example. And, think of what the Warriors have dealt with. Think of what the Niners have dealt with. I mean, you mentioned the pool punch. It even goes back to like KD and Draymond, like butting heads, and then KD leaving. Like that's kind of where the drama starts, right? And then everything else goes on from there, and it results in Poole's extension, and then the punch, and then Poole getting traded away, and then all of this crazy stuff, and then Clay's upset, and he leaves, and now you have this Kuminga question, and that like all stemmed earlier. For the Niners, you've had all the contract disputes. You've had the awkwardness of Lance being drafted, but Jimmy being the starter, but they have the Trey Lance package, and then they try to trade Jimmy, but they can't find a trade partner, so he's off to the side, and then they draft Brock, and Shanahan thinks Brock's the best, but he plays Trey Lance, and then he plays Jimmy, and then he plays Brock, and now Brock leads him to the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. Drama like all over the place for both of those teams.
Right.
But they have been extremely relevant, partly because of the drama. The the Giants have had very little drama, but they haven't been relevant. So maybe like on a day-to-day basis, if you're Steve Kerr or you're Kyle Shanahan or you're John Lynch, you're like, man, it's just nice to have deep breath. Nothing crazy is going on. But at the same time, you almost want to have some drama because it means like you are relevant and you're in the race for doing something meaningful.
No doubt. Like that's the drama that I want my team to be involved of, which is just that organic drama of they're really good. Are they going to win the whole damn thing? Are they a playoff team? Like that is in and of itself drama. And obviously, like the Bay Area shows up for sports when teams are really good. Even if they're just kind of good. You know what I mean? Like attendance for the Giants this year, really, really good. I think that the fan base is active and activated. I'm not saying would you rather have negative drama. Nobody would rather have negative drama over positive drama, but I do wonder if people would actually like a little bit of negative drama versus no drama at all. And we're in the middle of the offseason, and so you're right. I think this is largely, quote, good for the 49ers, but I don't know if you step out of sports for a second and think about it in terms of what it actually is.
Entertainment?
Yeah, it's content. It's entertainment. That's what we're doing here. I mean, what did we always say about the Spurs and the Patriots?
Boring?
You're good, but you're boring as hell. They were drama-free. Bill Belichick, in fact, his goal was to stop the opposition and to stop the drama. Those were the two things he cared about on a daily basis. And he was wonderful at it. And if it turns into a dynasty, then great. But if it turns into even just like, we're kind of good, I don't know, man, people turn it off. I mean, the Giants the last few years have not been god-awful, but they've been boring and just kind of mediocre. And mediocre and boring is the worst thing that you can be in sports.
And that's what the Giants have been for a lot of the last, 5 years.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you. Christy used to joke. She's like, man, they need Gabe Kapler to get into some sort of scandal. Somebody needs to catch somebody doing something and get this thing going.
Instead, they're playing cards in the clubhouse, not caring about the game.
Seriously, that's as far as we could go. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. If your team is drama-free, do you actually like that? Or do you want a little something that helps you sink your teeth into it? We'll take some calls on that. We also need to get into what Monty Poole wrote about yesterday, right after talking to us about it yesterday. Grandy's in for Dibs. This is Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game. Mark Grandy is on the pre and post tonight. Lock in, Dub Nation.
What?
Why? Why are you doing this?
That's probably an accident.
No, probably not an accident. I know Lucas well enough to know that was totally on purpose. The hell are you doing in there, man?
They don't play a game today.
He's also not on the team anymore. He doesn't play. He doesn't play for the Warriors.
Bay Area, it's Kevon Looney. It's game day, Dub Nation.
No, it's
Mark Grandy
not.
is on the pre and post tonight. Get locked in.
What's next? Is Ken going to come in with a Pelicans hat tomorrow? Is that what we're doing now?
Going to come up with a Looney Pelicans jersey.
My God. No, Kevon always eats for free in this town. That's never going to change.
Bay Area is Kyle Anderson. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game. Mark Grandy is on the pre and post tonight. Lock in, Dub Nation.
Oh, lock in. No, Kyle Anderson does not eat for free. You're not here long enough.
Kyle Anderson is now in Utah, I believe. Because he was part of the trade that sent Norman Powell from the Clippers to the Heat, and then John Collins from the Jazz to the Clippers.
I'm betting Kyle is not in Utah. I know he's on Utah.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's still on Utah when the season rolls around.
Utah.
My God, Kyle Anderson and Dennis Schroeder, like that whole thing happened, and I don't know if they know where they are any given day of the week for the rest of the year. They have been on how many rosters?
Dennis Schroeder's been everywhere. He was
he was a Net, then he was a Warrior.
Then he was briefly a Heat, never played for the Heat, and then a Piston.
And then a Piston, and now is a King.
I don't think that trade is officially, or that signing has officially gone through yet.
No. He had a press conference.
Oh, is it? It's official now?
Schroeder had a press conference, and by the way, the press conference came across my timeline, and I'm sure this was just sort of where the video froze, but Schroeder's face literally looked like if I was going to give a thought bubble to Schroeder while he's on the podium, his thought bubble was, dude, are we here again? Like, how many different fan bases do I need to introduce myself to in 12 months? He's like, can you just record my answers from the one we did 2 months ago so that I don't have to do this again?
Just Photoshop me in a King's hat and put that one out.
They're like, yeah, but you signed a 3-year deal. He's like, sure, but they're going to trade me in January. For sure.
He began the 2023-2024 season as a Toronto Raptor, was traded mid-year to the Nets, played the beginning of the following year, this past year with the Nets, then traded twice mid-season.
Right. Warriors/Heat routed to the Pistons, then becomes a free agent and signs with the Kings.
Yeah.
My man is on a tour.
He was also traded mid-season in 2021-2022. So from the beginning of the 2021 season, he's played on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams.
7.
My man. Yeah.
Woo.
And what is that? 21, 22, 23, 24, 4 seasons, 7 teams.
Jeez. No wonder he said what he said, which was not very well received.
No.
About being traded as often as he is. So,
he would like a little more say on where he's going, although he had say on going to the Kings.
He sure did.
Signed a contract there.
Yeah. You get the dough, and that's part of professional sports. We were joking about it yesterday, though, about how unsettling that must be. And Landon Roop was sharing with us, for instance, that Kyle Harrison was crying when he came back into the clubhouse after learning in L.A. that he had been traded to the Red Sox. And I don't know what the source of the tears was. I don't know if it was because his hometown team was moving on from him. I don't know if it was because the friends that he was made are no longer going to be his coworkers. I don't know if it's the ego slap of we don't want you anymore or what have you. I mean, it could be all those things put together.
Yeah.
But I get it, and I know a lot of fans go, they make millions, who cares? I would imagine it, no matter what your salary is, to be very unsettling to get a phone call like all of us do when your boss is like, would you come into the office for a sec?
Your mind immediately goes to the worst case.
Right, and you walk in and you're like, you live across the country now. Bye.
And imagine how much more difficult that is when you have, like, kids who have established a life in a certain place, and then you either have to upend their lives or live without your kids for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Not easy.
No, not at all. Not at all. And again, Kyle had also, I don't know if he knew this yet, but upon arrival with the Red Sox, they sent him to the minors.
He was about to start on Sunday Night Baseball in L.A. versus the Dodgers, Giants-Dodgers, and the next thing you know is he's in, where, Pawtucket?
Worcester, Mass. Yeah, it used to be Pawtucket. Worcester, Mass.
Worcester.
Enjoy your bus ride. Damn. Bunch of texts just came in on this idea of a drama-free offseason for the Niners. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Glad for a drama-free 49ers offseason. Give me a drama-free offseason. They're going to be locked in, fully rested, full training camp, soft schedule. I think we're getting the 1 seed.
Wow, that's a big claim.
I get it, though.
There's a lot of confidence.
I don't think they're the best team, but if you want to play the analytics game, I understand where you're coming from. I don't want to act like we know what every team is going to be this year. There will be teams that we think aren't going to be good that are going to be good, but the facts of the matter are the 49ers are playing a fourth-place schedule. That's a fact, and that's a gift. There's no question about that.
Last time they played a fourth-place schedule, they went to the Super Bowl?
Is that true? Were they playing a fourth-place schedule from which? You're talking about
2018,
the
leading into 2019?
The Garoppolo Super Bowl.
I want to double-check that.
I mean, that's the year that they were, 1-11 when they got him?
And then they ran off like 4 or 5
five
wins.
in a row. Yeah, 5 in a row. But they were
they fourth place in...
I don't know.
2021?
I don't know.
2021, they were third place.
Okay.
2020 they were fourth place in 2020, so I guess the last time they had a fourth place schedule was 2021 when they struggled again. They went 10-7. Oh, they made the playoffs that year, and then they were a play away from beating the Rams in the NFC Championship game and going back to the Super Bowl.
Oh, that was that year.
So they were still, they had a successful year.
They did.
It was a weird way to get to that successful year.
They had to go on a second half run.
Yes.
That was the year where Jimmy was about to lose his gig, and then on Monday Night Football,
they beat the Rams.
Was it the Rams or the Bears?
I think it was the Rams.
Whatever.
On Monday night.
One of those.
So the last 2 times they have played a fourth-place schedule, they've gone to at least the NFC Championship game.
Well, there you go.
The 2019 season and the 2021 season.
And I would argue that this team is more equipped to sort of take advantage of that. I know that the team that you just referenced, that was good. That was a good team that had some expectations. And I know there are plenty of questions, especially on the defensive side of the ball. One other thing that we didn't play for you that Kittle did bring up on this appearance on Rich Eisen was saying that basically one of the most under-discussed things about their offseason that even he sort of found himself forgetting sometimes was the importance of Robert Saleh. And sort of saying, he's like, I kind of can't believe that we convinced him to come back and do this. And now being around him and watching the way that he works with his guys, he's like, I really think that it's going to have a big impact. And I kind of feel the same way, but there is a little bit of a blind faith thing because it's like, yeah, we know Robert. We don't know all of the players that he's going to employ, but we know Robert. So there's some blind faith in there, but if he gets them going like he has in the past, then I could see this team, especially with this schedule, almost being dominant. It's possible.
Yeah, they have question marks on the defense just in terms of who's going to be alongside Fred, who's going to play safeties, both safety spots potentially before you get fully healthy. Let me ask you this. If I were to ask you what was the main reason why last season was so bad, do you blame it on the off-season drama?
No.
On all the Ayuk stuff
That's
and
not
everything
the first
else?
thing that comes to my mind.
It's injuries, right?
Actually, that's not even the first thing that comes to my mind.
What comes to mind for you?
Their defense sucked. People don't see that the inner workings of that defense, their inability to stop the run. And you can, if you want to get mad at Nick Bosa for this or whatever, but the interior of their defensive line was weak. And that's why they got rid of all of it. The interior of their defensive line was not good. Sure, there were some injuries out there. There were things that happened. Charvarius Ward, due to just horrible reasons, was incredibly underperforming. And, there were some other positions that, like, obviously, I know the Devondre Campbell thing, for example, to try to fill in for Dre Greenlaw didn't work. Their defense just was not a good defense. That kills you.
So off-season drama last year was what? In terms of reason for a struggle, like third, fourth, fifth
on
for
the
you?
list, yeah, on the list, somewhere in that neighborhood. On the list, not helpful, but recoverable.
Yeah, you signed Ayuk before the season began. Now, I know there was a lot of probably bad feelings on both sides once they put pen to paper still. The Niners probably regretted it like the second after they signed it.
I mean, the receiving core as a whole, you could look at like sort of what unfolded. So you had Ayuk drama, but then once you got that figured out, yes, there were still some feelings there, but then even worse, his leg blows up.
Yeah.
Your first-round draft pick got shot. Deebo Samuel clearly sort of hit some sort of physical and emotional wall to where his frustration boiled over, his production went down, everybody arrived 18 games later at the idea that he shouldn't be on the team anymore. Juwan Jennings steps forward and shows that he can do all kinds of things you didn't know that he could do, and so that's wonderful, but it just wasn't enough. That core, and add in a McCaffrey injury and all of those things, those are on the list too. Those didn't help. But I still think that the 49ers at least grind out kind of like a 500-ish type season, a 9 or a 10-win season, if their defense was anywhere near what it had been the previous 3 or 4 years.
Maybe. I only bring it up because talking about drama, and if you or I or just fans in general are appreciative of a drama-free offseason, or if you need a little bit of something going on to kind of get your juices flowing, I know the Niners feel some kind of way, and they like it. But if last offseason was so drama-filled, but it's not even like in our top 2 or 3, 4 reasons why the season was so bad, then what even is the benefit of an offseason like this that is so drama-free? Is it just getting off on the right foot, feeling good about yourself? But if it didn't have a big impact on wins and losses,
well, I wouldn't say
what are we really arguing about?
Again, it's not number 1 or 2 on my list, but if it is number 3 or 4, I do think that does have an impact. It's not for me the top thing, maybe not even the second thing, but it is one of those things that when it's there and then other bad stuff starts happening, it turns into a snowball. And last year spiraled for a lot of things that were completely out of the 49ers' control. But the drama thing that stinks is that was in your control. You can't control that Ricky Pearsall gets shot. You can't control what happened to Trent's family and Charvarius' family.
Or McCaffrey's Achilles.
McCaffrey's leg. You can't control any of that stuff.
Well, maybe you could a little bit if you just told him out of practice.
I get it. There's always the usage stuff, and you can get into that. But, like, what sucks about the Brandon Ayuk thing is it just feels like everybody on both sides totally mismanaged that and led it down a road to where, quite frankly, it's still being felt. A lot of people, in fact, again, go right back, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 925, what do you mean drama-free? We still have Brandon Ayuk on the roster. I mean,
he's had some moments, not nearly as much as last year.
Right, like social media, but it's nothing more than a sort of annoyance. And
Cryptic,
I don't even.
What is this?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Well, like, he just still seems mad. And I tend to think that that's where the bad stuff grows. Like, if Brandon is still feeling some sort of a way, Tim Kawakami has said that the 49ers brass still feels some sort of a way. Well, now you're arriving at the party feeling some sort of a way, and then when one bad thing happens, you're already triggered. And that's when relationships can really, really struggle. So I have questions about that one, for sure.
The other thing that Kittle said on that interview with Rich Eisen was, this was a couple of weeks ago, so he said something on the lines of, I just got done with minicamp. We had 99% participation. I haven't had that. We haven't had that since 2019, which was the year that they broke through and went to the Super Bowl the first time.
Yep.
So, I mean, is it correlation, causation? Is it just a coincidence? Is it getting off to a good footing and feeling good about yourself? Or is it just you got dudes that want to be here and they're good at football and they stay healthy for a year, you're going to be good? Because for me, number one reason why they struggled last year was because they couldn't stay healthy. Like almost any of their key guys.
I mean, health is definitely on the list. Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Again, sure, all of those things.
I mean, McCaffrey played what, a game and a half? Did he even play a game and a half?
Well, he played in Buffalo
for part of that game.
I feel like it was more than a game and a half, but you're probably. I mean, it's no more than 3. It was. I don't think it was any more than that. And I don't know how many of them he was. Actually.
He appeared in
effective.
4 games.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 games. Yeah, but he didn't feel very effective in any of them. In fact, that Buffalo game was the only one where for a moment he sort of looked like he had a little zip.
200 rushing yards in 4 games.
Oof.
So 50 per game.
Yeah. No,
Trent Williams was in and out. Kittle was banged up a little bit, although he was largely healthy. Of course, Ayuk blows up his knee. What was that, week 4? Doesn't play the entire rest of the season.
Yep.
Like, you were asking Brock Purdy to go out there without Trent Williams, one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL, without your number 1 receiver, with a great tight end and a receiver in Juwan Jennings who kind of came out of nowhere and turned into be pretty darn good. But that was... And no running back, no real established running back.
Right, and then eventually no second running back.
Yeah.
Like you ended up with rookie Garendo as the running back. So all of that. I mean, I think it's interesting sort of juxtapose this with what we're all experiencing with the Warriors right now. Let me ask you this first. Would you consider this a drama-filled offseason?
I don't think the Warriors feel it that way. Everyone on the outside does.
Agreed. But the drama, I don't know, sometimes it gets created more so outside the building than it does inside the building. I think that fans right now are feeling anxious, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the Warriors are feeling anxious. I can't call it a drama-free offseason, though, because this is the way I read it. You look at what they're experiencing right now, and the bottom line is where they sit today is not where they want to be, and they feel blocked from going where they want, and so does Jonathan Kuminga. That's drama. I'm not saying it's very fun. It's like we're all just sitting here. Everybody's looking at each other. Who's going to make the first move? I mean, right now, the Warriors kind of feel like a middle school dance. Everybody's just standing on the walls looking at each other like, are you going to say something to me? Right? And nobody's got any options. So I don't it's not fun drama, but the Warriors are not being allowed to go where they want to go. Jonathan is not being allowed to go where he wants to go. And so, I don't think it's terribly fun in the moment, but there is that anxiety, which on some level leads to intrigue, also leads to frustration. But, what are the Warriors about to do? One of these days, the damn Twitter thing's going to... It's coming. It's going to fall.
During a commercial break earlier, you got a text from your daughter up in Tahoe, and you went, oh, my God. And my first thought was, oh, Kuminga. What happened? That's legitimately where my mind went.
Turns out my daughter just met Devontae Adams.
That's what it was.
That's not the breaking news we were waiting for.
And I immediately picked up my phone, and I didn't have a notification. I'm like, oh, it's something else. I'm a little disappointed now.
By the way, Lucas, just so you know, because I know this is, I know you're feeling bad because Hunter Pence had to change the dates on us. And so you literally immediately, this is how quickly we moved down our list. Well, if Hunter Pence can't join, then can your daughter? So I did text her and I said, okay, keep trying to talk to Steph. And if you do want to call in the show from Tahoe with updates on everyone you've talked to and what's going on out there, that would be fun. No pressure. I know you're not a radio host, and you probably don't want to call Dad right now. But if you're meeting cool people and if Steph says something to you, give us a buzz. She has not responded to this guy at all.
Just tell her dial the phone number, and then throw the phone to Steph.
Right.
We'll talk to Steph.
That text got sent 35 minutes ago, and all of a sudden she ain't got nothing to say. Nothing to say. It
was all fun and games until you asked to talk to her.
I did look at the video she took of Steph, and he does walk by, and he is very locked in.
Hashtag lock in.
I mean, there are little kids like fireflies out of the sky, like dancing around, like losing their mind. Stop, sign this. And he is like head down to the next tee. Locked in.
He is never that locked in ahead of a Warriors game. I mean, he's like locked in on his process, but he will always...
I've told people this. I was just saying this to you. This event for me, and part of it is I love golf, but also because none of these golfers are golfers. For my money, there is no better spectator event in the world than this event in Tahoe. It's very, put it this way, it's the most unique sporting event that I have ever been to because you get so close. You get to rub elbows with some of the hugest names in sports.
Josh Allen.
You're also in one of the most beautiful locations on planet Earth. And it is just nothing but fun. The whole thing, spilling out onto the water, all of that. It is incredible. But I'll also say, because you're able to get so close to everybody, this is a very unique event for Steph. And he can't treat it as if you're somebody leaning over the railing at Chase Center. If he stops, it's over. I mean, it is over. It is overwhelming how many people are there to see him. And he is flanked by like bulletproof vest sheriffs on all sides at all times. You know, in ways that, for instance, Josh Allen and Travis Kelce are not.
Yeah.
I'm kind of half surprised that my daughter's not chasing Kelce all over the place because of Taylor Swift. She probably is like, is she here? You know? Which I'm sure she's not.
Well, you said that these aren't real golfers. I just hope Steph doesn't have us in his AirPods right now because he hears you call him not a real golfer and he will take offense to that.
He is not.
He is the guy out there who views himself as the real golfer competing in this.
In fact, he's not a PGA Tour.
He's not a PGA Tour
professional golfer.
You're right.
I don't know. Do you win money for this? Or do you just get an appearance fee?
I can look that up for you.
I'm sure these guys are all getting a fee. But, like, when you win, because he won this event. Was that last year? Last year, right? He's defending champ. Do you get prize money for that? I wonder.
Did he do it before the Olympics? Because last year was the Olympics. I think that was
2 years. 2 years ago then?
It had
Maybe
to
it
have
was
been
2 years ago.
Yeah.
You might be right.
The winner of this tournament gets $150,000 as a part of the total purse of $750,000.
Okay. So the winner of this tournament gets what Steph usually makes in the first quarter of a basketball
Steph's not playing for the money.
No, he's not.
He's playing for the pride.
He's not enough. Okay, so I mean, on some planet, you could say that he's a professional golfer.
He won money playing golf.
Yes. And is probably given, I mean, an appearance fee that's probably larger than than what he won for winning to be there, I would think. I mean, he could easily ask for it. He is responsible for at least a third of the crowd.
Oh, no doubt.
You know? Although this thing always did well before he used to come to it. Like, it's crazy. Because,
or before he got huge.
Right.
He would still go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before he was like the 2-time MVP.
No, but I mean, this event was doing well before Steph Curry was Steph Curry, before he was even a Warrior.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This thing's been around for a long time, and because it's placed in July and because of where it is, like, huge names always go there. My mind tells me, I don't know if this is true, you could look this up. Jordan used to play in this thing, right? Like, I have this memory that I don't know if I made this up in my head, but, you know, Tony Bruno and I used to go, like, do shows at this event. Thank you. And we, like, the best part of this event wasn't even being on the course. It's when you get loose that evening at the casinos, because South Lake Tahoe is so small that you would go run into all of the athletes in the casino. And I have this memory of standing outside the high limit room at Harrah's watching Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan just throw hundreds of thousands of dollars around on every hand. It's breathtaking. The anxiety you feel for someone else when, like, they've got a quarter of like $1 million on the table and they get an 11 and the dealer's got a 6 showing and they don't even blink and they just double down. Just put $500,000 on this next. The anxiety you feel is overwhelming.
Yes, Michael Jordan has competed multiple times in the American Century Championship.
So I wasn't making this up. Like, that's who used to be at this event. I don't know why he's not there anymore. He loves golf more than anything.
And he loves wagering and betting.
Right.
More than anything.
That is actually weird. Why does Michael Jordan not do this anymore? Is it an ego thing because he can't beat Steph?
Let's see.
I wonder.
Steph won in 2023. Marty Fish, tennis player, won last year in 2024. Tony Romo in 2022. Vinny Del Negro in 2021.
Vinny Del Negro.
Former NBA head coach and player. Marty Fish again in 2020. Tony Romo back-to-back years in 2018 and 2019. Mark Mulder went 3 in a row, 2015, 16, 17. So you kind of got the same guys that are up there at the top almost every single year.
Marty Fish and Steph Curry are the co-favorites. I actually have odds. I have Tahoe odds right here. I'm not kidding. Steph and Marty Fish are 4-1. Joe Pavelski 5-1.
He was second last year.
Yeah, Tony Romo and John Smoltz are 13-2, which equates to 6.5-1. Annika Sorenstam and Mark Mulder are 9-1. And then among those at 20-1, the man who my daughter just met, Austin Reeves.
Wow,
who
good golfer,
must
I
be
guess.
a really good player.
Okay.
You don't always find really good players who are like 6'7". It's not easy to do at that height.
Yeah.
You know? Steph is 6'2". Don't let anybody tell you. Maybe 6'3". It's fine to play at that height. It gets harder when you get to like 6'5" and north. But anyway, Vinny Del Negro now 28-1. He's slipping.
Oh, no. Vinny.
Yeah, he's turned the corner. He's over the hill.
Figure it out.
He's like Devontae Adams, washed.
And old. And washed.
And washed.
And that's why the Niners don't want you.
Anyway, 888-957-9570. You know, we're talking about, again, these comments from George Kittle when he goes on with Rich Eisen and talks about the lack of drama.
You're signed. Warner's signed. McCaffrey's healthy. Ayuk's coming back, you know, at some point. Purdy's paid. I don't even know what the hell to ask you. What do I ask you? It's like boring.
Let's see.
It's boring in your world. What's happening?
Yeah.
Last year it was all like, who's not there? Who's there? You going to get signed? Purdy going to get signed? I'm bored. No offense.
I'm so sorry that the 49ers aren't the centerpiece of some drama this year for the NFL media to talk about.
Yeah.
And, you know, the discourse, we're just not doing our jobs of being dramatic enough. I'm so sorry for making you have to work a little bit harder and not just to be able to have clickbait and headlines just right out of the locker room. I'm so sorry. I apologize for that. You know, it's actually my first offseason, I think, without some type of quarterback drama.
Yeah.
So it's been fantastic.
He says at the end, it's been fantastic. I mean, in the end, the 49er fan in me loves this. I'll share with everybody. It's not great for business. It's not. It's not great for business when everybody's just like, yeah, we're all super happy. And everybody is getting along. Everyone is getting
all
along.
Bought in.
Yeah.
We all showed up to mini camp. Yeah. Everyone had a smile on their face.
Yep.
Kyle didn't have to beg anybody. We're all hungry again after a 6-11 season.
Do you know what's funny about that is you know what I hear even more? It's not most fans, but there are some fans that almost get bothered by that unless you go out and win almost all of your games. Nobody wants to hear from a team that's even just kind of good. Oh, and we really love each other. Remember the beginning of the Warriors season? Vibes. Vibes are turned all the way up.
We're the deepest team in the league.
And they were 12-3, and everyone went, this is incredible. And then they started to lose a bunch of basketball
and
games.
And then they went 3-12.
And I remember Guru one day was like, I'm about sick of this Vibes crap. I don't really want to hear about how much y'all like each other. Will you please go make some buckets? And he's right. Like, nobody wants to hear, but the drama-free offseason, you start out 2-4, everyone will be bothered by the fact, because I think it resonates with fans as if we're not really trying that hard.
Maybe you don't care enough.
We're just chilling.
You're all right if your team loses a couple of games early in the year.
Yeah.
Like the inclusion of some drama at least is a signal to the outside world that, like, we got something that we're worth like fighting for right now.
Right.
One way or another. Now, someone might be in the wrong, but
I think in the end, though, the free from drama thing, it really does. I think it's connected to winning, because what I really think it does is it comes into play when the adversity hits. When adversity hits, if you've all got a bunch of drama, you're going to crumble. You're going to crumble. Remember, the Warriors after the punch could not win a road game. Like, they couldn't win a road game all year.
Steph had to have his don't get on the bus speech before Game 7 of a postseason series.
So when things get hard, if there's sort of a foundation of distrust or dislike or whatever, it crumbles. I think the 49ers are an example of that last year as well with their offseason drama. Even if you just want to make it mainly about Ayuk, like, that drama in some way, shape, or form had a hand in the way that his season went. I'm not going to say it's why he got hurt. I'm not like, it's karma. Like, I'm not going to get into that. But I just think there was bad juju around it. And then when there's a little bit of adversity, he drops passes or whatever. Those feelings, they can come into play. Conversely, look at the San Francisco Giants. This is a much more mini version. But the Giants clubhouse this year, from everything I've been told and everything I've watched, these guys just enjoy the living hell out of each other. And you go through a week at 1-5 against the Marlins and White Sox, and everyone's making fun of you, and they're like, this is absurd. I think you're in better shape to try to come out of it, to where you can go like, no. We can then go win 6 of 8, and we could take 2 out of 3 from the Phillies, and we can have walk-offs in the 9th and things like you can recover much easier from the bad if you have a foundation of drama-free and good vibes.
The reverse is also true. You think about last year's Giants team of a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, and maybe there's not like a lot of outward drama in terms of like contract disputes or like a Kuminga type situation in the Giants or a Draymond punching pool situation in the Giants, but you have maybe like distrust of players, of decision makers, and that was definitely the case with Gabe Kapler and with Farhan Zaidi. I mean, it was Landon Roop yesterday with you and Dibs saying, if this was last year, I had not a couple of great starts to begin the year. I was getting sent down. And when that is how maybe a team or a roster feels in a season, and then you go through a struggle, and then it's like, all right, what am I even like caring about this for anyway? This guy doesn't care about me in the first place. I don't trust him to make the right decisions, so what am I going to get worked up about in the first place?
I mean, I think that I could make a pretty compelling argument that what you just talked about is why they are, do I have the record right? Are they 51-43? Like, that's why the Giants are currently in a playoff position.
51-43.
Like, the bullpen is probably the number one reason, but it is on my top 3 reasons is simply that the Giants are happier this year. Bailey talked about it right after he caught his breath last night.
It took him a while.
Yeah, the guys keep talking about, they're like, we are having so much fun this year, and we're not looking over our shoulders, and we've been allowed to bond as teammates. That's, if there's the hole in the theories for Farhan Zaidi has been exposed. It finally has. And you know that I will go to the ends of the earth with the idea that Farhan is not the evil person that so many of you have made him out to be. I think he's an incredibly smart baseball man, but the flaw in his logic has finally shown itself. And it's not that he wanted to platoon. It's not that he uses analytics. All teams use analytics at a very, very high level. But he over-transactioned a team to the point where the players weren't happy. They didn't trust that they were going to be out there. They lose confidence. They don't trust that if they homer, they're going to get their next at bat. They don't trust that if they're signed as a starter, they're actually going to get to start. And when you put all of those kind of feelings into a clubhouse, it's going to show itself at some point. And I do think that the Giants have won more games than they've lost this year, and that is a contributing factor.
They don't trust that even though they've only given up 1 run through 5 innings, but because the order's coming up for a third time, that they're not going to get pulled.
Exactly.
Even though they're only at 75 pitches.
And I think that it definitely has a hand that they lead majors in walk-off wins. Like, it has a hand in that. This group, when they're down 3-1, they do not feel like they're going to lose. And part of that is because they really dig each other and they're feeling good and they're allowed to swagger somewhere because they're not going to get sent down tomorrow if it doesn't go well.
The Giants in the Farhan era, though, they have had like first halves similar to this one where they're like 8-ish games over 500 and then it just completely collapses in the second half. Like they've been in this similar spot before.
And finished under 500?
Well, around 500.
I remember, obviously, 2021 was unbelievable.
The last few years, they would always go 81 and 81 or right around there.
I always feel like at the All-Star break, the Giants are like in it, but not like in one of the spots. They're like 3 games out in the wild card or whatever.
I can look, but...
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's at least what my memory bank says.
My mindset, or my memory is I always remember around the trade deadline, they're in a spot where they're kind of in the middle.
Kind of in it.
And it's like, okay, we can make a move and try to like take a shot at this. Yeah. And I know you and I have kind of butted heads on this in the past. I've kind of the last handful of years been more so of sell, because I don't believe that even if you make a move that you're going to get much done. Plus, it's been a seller's market the last handful of years because so many teams have been quote unquote in it with the extra postseason spots. So they've always generally they haven't bottomed out very often at this point in the season. They haven't been at this point, and it's like no doubt we have no chance to make the playoffs.
No, but I also don't think they're like as of today they're like in a playoff spot.
They're second, I think, in the NL West.
Right, but like they
third wild card.
They're in one of the wild card spots right now. They are in a playoff spot.
Padres could pass them if the Padres win today.
If they win tonight, yes.
I don't know when their game is.
But. Yeah, I don't either. But as they sit here right now, the Giants are a half game ahead of the Padres for the third wild card spot. And so the Padres technically they would be in a virtual tie, percentage points ahead if they win tonight, but not the point. The point is like they're 2 weeks away from actually being at the trade deadline and being in a playoff spot, which maybe that happened once, but I largely think that it's usually just like, oh no, they're in the neighborhood. They're 2 out, they're 3 out, they're 4 out. I don't know if you saw this, and I don't know if I buy it. Did you see that whole Carlos Rodon trade deadline story? There's a story that popped yesterday that said Zaidi refused to give up Carlos Rodon in the year that the Giants were like kind of in it, and Rodon probably would have been a starter who people wanted. And the story says that the Giants were offered Ohapi
from the Angels,
the catcher. He wasn't with the Angels at that time.
Oh.
But yes, he ended up with the Angels. What organization was he in before? Maybe the Orioles? I'm trying to remember.
I'll check.
Yeah, because the Orioles were they were a contender at the time. But anyway, like that story says that they were offered him. He said no. I don't know if Patrick Bailey, Joey Bart's presence had anything to do with that. I also don't know if it's true. But yeah, the Giants, for one reason or another, you could certainly argue that they've been a little too optimistic.
In 2022, Ohapi was traded from the Phillies organization to the Angels.
There you go.
Yeah.
Phillies. So, apparently offered to the Giants for Carlos Rodon, and the Giants said no.
He's hitting .229 this year.
How many home runs, though?
17.
And what average is the Giants catcher hitting?
190 with 2 home runs, and only 1 went over a wall.
Right. And I know today is a bad day to come down Patrick Bailey's road, but it's not been a good year for him until last night. So,
Logan Hoppe has a career OPS of 722. For a catcher, it's not bad.
Yeah, solid-ish. Yeah, I don't think that's some sort of like smoking gun or whatever, but I just thought it was kind of an interesting story that popped across yesterday. Yeah, look, the whole Farhan thing will be remembered the way it is. It's largely considered a very, very negative. I look at it a little bit differently and just realize that there was a flaw in the logic that I don't think that they really took into account, and it was much more emotional than it was anything in terms of the physics and the physicality of Major League Baseball. You know, like they did have a year where they won 107 games, and Gabe Kapler was the manager of the year. So they can do that, and they also disappointed at times. But the comment that you're referencing, for those of you who didn't hear it yesterday, this is Landon Roop with us yesterday, and this really caught our attention when he talked about Buster Posey as the president of baseball ops.
How Buster looks at things. You know, he's been a player, and he knows that guys go through times where they're going to struggle and they're going to come out better on the other side of it. So, and honestly, I'll be honest with you, my first couple starts, I guarantee you, if this was last year, I would have been sent down. So just thanks to him for believing in me and letting me work through some things and just learning at this level. But yeah, I mean, it gives all the guys, the younger guys, confidence knowing that if they have one bad game or 2 bad games, that, you know, they're not going to be sent down right away and have to fight for their way back up. It's just, I mean, this game is, you learn each day, you learn each outing, and that's what it's about.
I think it's a pretty fair statement. And you sort of look at some of the other situations he may be talking about. Yeah, they're going to skip Hayden Birdsong's next outing. They're not going to send him down. Most of it was through injury, but Casey Schmidt keeps getting shots. Remember, people will forget this. They started the year, and they're like, you're going to be our right-handed first baseman. And then that didn't really work. And then there's the Devers trade, and then there's the Chapman injury, and then there's his own injury.
And then there's Fitzgerald's struggles.
Right. And then all of a sudden he's popped out to where you're like, oh, maybe you're our second baseman.
And he led off the ninth of the double. Yeah. But the Landon Roop answer, that cut you just played, like, he didn't have to say it like that.
Sure didn't.
He didn't have to say, if this was last year, I get sent down. He could have just said, you know, Buster believes in us and he gives us a ton of confidence. And even though I struggled early, you know, he kept me in the rotation and I figured it out. Like his April, I don't remember it being this bad, honestly. It's probably because the Giants were still winning a lot of the games that he was pitching because they were scoring so many runs. In April, he made 6 starts and had an ERA of over 5.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
I don't remember it being that bad, but he's probably right. If that was last year, he might not be back in the rotation at all.
Totally. And now he is like your third most reliable starter.
Yeah, I'm asking you right now, a postseason series starts today. Who's starting game 3?
Landon Roop.
Verlander was good today, but yeah, probably Landon Roop.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe Verlander. We'll see how things go. But yeah, today, Landon Roop, no doubt about it.
And like, we played some of what Brock Purdy said on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast the other day, and I don't know how much we heard it in the cuts, but I listened to the full episode, or at least the full interview with Brock. And thank you. I spent an hour of my time listening to that.
Amazing.
They tried to trap him with the win 3 Super Bowls with the Seahawks or 1 with the Niners. And he ultimately said, like, you trying to trap me, bro, or whatever it was. That's kind of like the nature of that podcast. And he answered it very smartly.
Yep.
And they asked him, like, what's it like when Trent is missing a game and you have your backup in? And he was like, hey, I love all my backups. They're all capable, like, yada, yada, yada. And there's like 5 different times in that podcast where the hosts are saying, like, man, this guy's like trained. Like, he knows what to say. Like, he's not stepping on any toes or anything. Like, Landon Roop definitely is not on the level of a Brock Purdy in terms of like importance. And Giants PR sitting down with Landon Roop every day in terms of here's your talking points, what you're going to be asked, and what you should avoid saying and all of that. But like, Landon Rope doesn't have to throw Farhan Zaidi under the bus kind of the way that he did yesterday.
Doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to say that at all. And the fact that he said it, I think he very, very, very much believes that.
No doubt. I don't think the organization has a problem with him saying that,
Probably
because
not.
it's tucked into a compliment for Buster Posey, and the Giants very much want that out there right now.
The point is, these guys, whether you're Brock Purdy or Landon Roop, you have some idea of media training and, generally what you're going to be asked and what's right to say and they know that that's right to say because that's how it went last year.
By the way, quick update. I did get a text response from my daughter Ella on the grounds at Tahoe. Remember, we said keep trying to talk to Steph.
Uh-oh.
And if anything happens there or there are any interactions with famous athletes that are worthwhile discussing, either text me or we'd love to have you on the show. Call the show. She has responded. You want to know what she said?
I do. Tell me.
Nope. Okay, I don't have to tell you.
No, he's saying that she said, no, I don't want to come on the show.
She said...
Thank you, Grandy.
You're welcome.
Well, we left. There's your update from Tahoe. So Steph Curry's round outweighted my daughter's time, and they have probably departed for a swimming pool or a trip to the beach near you in South Lake Tahoe.
Maybe Steph isn't hitting them that well if his round is taking that long.
I don't know.
Figure it out.
She was offered stay and have fun, but have to call dad or just leave.
Yeah. I think she probably went to the family that she's with and said, we got to get out of here or else I'm going to end up on 95.7 the game. Anyway, real quick on this drama thing, because Filmo Mike is on the line and he always gets to come on no matter what he wants to talk about. But this is my fear of Jonathan Kuminga being on the team next year.
Drama.
Yeah. I know everyone's like, well, give him a shot. I'm like, this could very easily in training camp feel like Brandon Ayuk, where you're here, but we didn't really feel great about you being here. You didn't feel great about being here. There are feelings that brought us to this moment. And again, I'll go back to what Steve Kerr said. He did not promise that he's giving Jonathan 25 minutes a night. What he said was, I'll explore it in training camp. And if that doesn't go well, how are we doing? How's the fan base doing if on opening night they're like, he's the eighth guy on the bench?
And by the way, I'll explore it. He has to explore it. That's not really a choice. You've got a bunch of 36, 37, and Hal Horford 39, however old he is, year-olds. You're going to have to try to make a young guy work.
And you're
kind of against your own better judgment, potentially.
And your training camp, by definition, will not be drama-free. Because everyone's going to be asking about it every day and staring at it and looking at it and all of these things. And that's what George is saying. They don't want to talk about Brock Purdy's $50 million every single day. That's what all these guys do. Do you like Jonathan today?
How many times was Kittle asked about Ayuk last offseason?
Oh, man.
And 8 different questions every time he stepped behind a microphone.
Okay, Filmo Mike. Oh, he's coming down my road. Okay, Filmo. Okay.
Come on, Filmo.
Okay, Filmo. What's up?
Nah, what's up with you, Willard?
What's up with you?
I'm just saying. Oh, nothing, man. I'm just interested.
All right.
It's so interesting to hear you talk about letting players play through their struggles. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
You know, as a player in Golden State, a player from the Congo, he wasn't allowed to play through his struggles. So it's very funny and peculiar how you bring up when Buster Posey, he let him play through the struggles. But when Steve Kerr don't let him play through the struggles, there's an issue.
Okay. First of all, I love your tone and angle because I know you think you got me. I know you think you got me in a corner, Filmo, but here's the difference and the deal. I do not say that is a full blanket statement that is always in order. And by the way, I didn't bring up that subject. Landon Roop brought up that subject. But baseball in April is incredibly different than basketball in April. And the bottom line is I don't think you automatically do that with every player, not when you're in the midst of trying to win a championship and everything is absolutely filled with drama down the stretch and you're trying to make the playoffs. So your comp would be Landon Roop is struggling in September and the Giants are 2 games out of first. You're telling me I'm sticking with a guy whose ERA is 6? Not then.
But that's true. That's very true.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I just like coming down your road, Mark. It's always fun. It's always fun coming down your road.
And I love sparring back with you, Philmo. That's why we take your call.
Man, it's much love. You heard me get on the Hegan for making up a pagan rule?
No, I didn't hear this. You can only call.
Yeah. I got to get on the Hagen's line. I hope he's listening. Look. Listen. Man, he tried to get on my line for calling once or twice a day. And Lucas, the vice president of hate.
Yep.
Hey, Philmo, you called earlier. Call back tomorrow, Philmo. Call next week.
No, you listen
All
to
right,
me.
Love you, Philmo. Love you, Philmo.
Philmo, two things. If you ever call this show and anybody tells you that you have to wait till tomorrow, you tell them Willard said that I have an open invite. That's number one.
Oh, that's what's up, Willard.
That's what's up.
Thank you so much, Willard. I'm going to let him know, too. I'm going to let him know.
Let him know. And that's number one. And number two is I want to know when you're going to do a show open for us.
Oh, man, we can make it happen.
Right?
Let's do it. I would love to. I got you. I would love to.
Philmo, thank you, brother. During the school year, I drop my son at like 7:50, 7:55. We don't listen to sports radio when he's in the car.
Okay.
Not because there's anything wrong with it, but he loves music and he wants to play his tracks on the way to school. Same songs every day. But as soon as I drop him, I put on 95.7 The Game, and it's always 8 o'clock.
And they replay the Open at 8.
As you guys know,
Yeah.
they replay the Open. And Philmo's voice, he voices the Open, and it always makes me smile. They got a great Open.
I need someone in the back to get a cut of Philmo calling Lucas the vice president of hate.
That is amazing. That one's going to stick.
Put it on my board, please.
That is your new title. That's your new. We use the director of sports thing.
It's gone.
Vice president of hate, Lucas Alexander.
That's a good one.
Grandy's here. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
Look. Listen. Lucas, the vice president of hate. Hey, Filmo, you called earlier. Call back tomorrow, Filmo. Call next week.
No, you listen
All
to
right,
me.
love you, Filmo. Love you, Filmo.
Bay Area is DeAnthony Melton. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game.
Oh, God.
95-7 The Game. Mark Grandy is on the pre and post tonight. Lock in, Dub Nation.
Yeah, I'm glad you held on to that one.
We might be able to use those this coming
bring
season.
That full circle. You're going to have to put the Kevon Looney ones over there in the side bin. But DeAnthony Melton might be back. You said something interesting earlier that you think Melton and Al Horford already have handshake agreements with the Warriors.
Specifically Horford, but I wouldn't be shocked if Melton does too.
Oh.
And I think they are like, well, if this Kuminga situation plays out a certain way, maybe you can give us each a little bit more money, so we'll wait until then.
Well,
but we want to be Warriors anyway, so yeah.
If you keep Kuminga, I doubt that you can get both of them. I think that has to probably, unless Kuminga's going to play like on the qualifying offer.
Melton could take the minimum.
Yes. Why would he do that? He's got, there's multiple teams that want him. Well, I don't think that he would have to do that. But I could be wrong. Coming off the injury. I
wouldn't be shocked if the Kuminga domino falls and then Horford and Melton follow quickly thereafter.
Look, if they come out of this offseason with both of those two guys, then I think that is not a great, but a good offseason. That's helpful.
You want to know what's funny? We were talking earlier, and it was like the first 2 hours of the show was moments that you miss by leaving games early.
Did you ever leave too early?
And you were thinking about leaving that Clay return game early, and Melton hit the three that kind of started the comeback late. You know that was the last game he played as a Warrior, right? That was the game.
Wow, was it?
That sequence where he got the steal and hit the three might have been where he tore his ACL.
Oh.
That sequence right there.
Well.
And we didn't know in the moment it was a torn ACL.
Right.
We didn't know for like another couple of weeks. But yeah, that might have been the moment where he tore his ACL and his season eventually ended, which then led to Schroeder, which then led to Jimmy Butler.
Right? I mean, in a way, DeAnthony Melton, in the limited number of games that he played, had quite an impact.
He did.
As a Golden State Warrior.
That game was his last as a Warrior.
And the second they traded him, there was a buzz of they might try to get him back next year. Yeah. So I think that he liked what was going on with the organization as well. I think both sides were kind of, motivated. And there was no reason not to trade his contract because everyone knew he wasn't going to play for the rest of the year.
And he knows that he's going to have, if he comes back, a pretty decent role. I mean, he was starting.
No doubt.
He was starting alongside Steph. He kicked Podziemski out of the starting lineup.
Yeah, would he still?
If he comes back and he's showing no ill effects of his torn ACL, yeah. I mean, I think he gives them the defender that they need at one of those two guard spots.
There's only 3 Warriors right now who I know for sure are starting.
Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond.
Yeah. I don't know who the other,
Al Horford and Anthony Melton.
I mean, it's possible that at least one of the 2 other starting spots are not yet on the team. That's very, very possible. All right. Before we move on, I got to get this out because I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Okay? Now, I will be here Friday. So, yes, in theory, I could get this out then, but maybe we'll just build on it starting right now. Okay? Because Justin Verlander was just quoted a short time ago as saying, I am sure it is going to be rowdy. Now, listen.
Rowdy?
Yes. And he's talking about, even though he will not participate in it, he is talking about this weekend. This is the Dodgers' first trip to town this year. And I have had it up to here with this BS inferiority complex when the Dodgers come to town as if you are buying tickets simply to go, I don't know, experience some Shohei Ohtani and a chowder bread bowl. That's not what's going on this weekend.
Crab sandwich.
Whatever. That's not what's going on this weekend. We've got to stop this. This is not a Dodger party that you just happen to be a part of. They are good. They are probably going to win the division. I get all of that stuff. But the Giants just took 2 out of 3 from Philly. Doesn't matter that today was an embarrassment. They've got their top 3 starters going, and 2 of them are all-stars. This is your building. You're in a playoff spot. You swagger into the damn building on Friday night. Logan Webb, all-star, again, is pitching. I do not want this cowardly half-step thing that I've been watching go on inside Oracle Park for the last couple of years. Don't do the wave. Do not get into a fight. And do not sit there with your hands underneath your butt like, like we're probably just here until the Dodgers have the 5-run 6th inning. Like, enough. Walk into the building like there's something on the line, because there is. You're heading into the All-Star break. 2 of the 3 starters are literally on the damn team. There's no reason the Giants cannot take 2 out of 3 this weekend, and the fans, you need to be loud and prideful. Fans of your team this weekend. That's my request.
Did you see what the Dodgers did in Milwaukee today?
I think they lost again, didn't they?
They lost again in extras. They were leading 2-1 going into the 9th. The Brewers scored 1 in the 9th. Thanks to NorCal kid himself, Andrew Vaughn, tied the game up with a single in the 9th, and then they walked off in the bottom of the 10th. The Dodgers did get Tyler Glasnow back, who pitched 5 solid innings, but the bullpen blew it, and the Dodgers have now lost 6 consecutive games.
6 in a row. Swept by the Astros, which was just deliciously funny. And then swept in Milwaukee.
Yeah, they lose 9-1, 3-1, and 3-2. They scored 4 runs in a 3-game series in Milwaukee. And you go back to the game on Sunday versus the Astros, they've scored 5 runs in their last 4 games.
This team is not, like, it's good, and the lineup is unbelievable, but their pitching staff is not. They are partially vulnerable. Again, like, they're not overwhelming right now. They might be at the end of the year when they get their pitching back, and I do know the Giants will be facing a lot of their actual real starters.
Friday, Dustin May versus Logan Webb. Saturday, Shohei Ohtani, although he's not going to, I would imagine.
2-3 innings max.
Ohtani versus Landon Roop on Saturday, and then Sunday, Yamamoto, their best pitcher, versus Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
While we're asking about have you seen things, have you happened to see the pricing on tickets to Friday?